In a world where power decides everything and bloodlines rule like kings, one girl had nothing, no name, no power, no mercy from anyone. Her name was Asha Pervaz, but when they tried to break her, she rose, stronger, smarter, and more dangerous than anyone ever expected. Her greatest enemy became the one she couldn't forget. Love pulled her in, but betrayal hit harder. The empire she fought, it fell apart. Piece by piece, secrets came to light. Friends turned enemies. Asha didn't just survive, she took everything. This isn't just a story about revenge. It's about power, pride, and what it truly costs to win. You think you know how this ends? Think again. This is Age of Arrogance. Welcome to Manhwa. The manhwa begins with the king, Kendrick Evaristo, tricking our female protagonist by granting her the right to choose a marriage partner as the reward for victory. She is stunned by this announcement. In the name of the emperor, he declares that whoever she chooses will be her husband immediately. The nobles gathered there and talked among themselves, expressing concerns that she was far from understanding women's culture and that they heard she grew up as a brutal person walking behind the smell of blood. They are also nervous about her potentially choosing to marry their sons. Our female protagonist is disappointed that, after all this, the price of a lifetime battle is choosing a husband. Great warrior Prince Pervaz was the hero of the imperial army who saved the crown prince from danger 30 years ago. Out of jealousy, the crown prince sent him to eliminate the lawyer tribe in the northern lands. Prince Pervaz, a faithful knight and the father of our female protagonist, accepted this despite being aware that the place was like a dead end. He fought fiercely and with all his strength but died on the battlefield. After her father's death, her brothers fought with all their might. After they all died, she eventually took their place. Finally, under her leadership, the war was over. The knights started jumping with joy, but the joy of victory did not last long. They were going to starve before this extreme winter was over. In the Pervaz castle, they are trying to anticipate when they will receive a reward from the imperial family. Decker reminds her that Pervaz is a place that the emperor doesn't even look at. She points to the decree sent by His Majesty and tells Decker that this is the Emperor's promise to them. It states that if they drive the lawyer tribe out of Pervaz entirely, he will pay them back. He will reward them for their hard work and sacrifice if they win the war in the name of Felix Donin, Richard, Albin Fondel, and Evaristo. Decker inquires if the Emperor will keep his promise to them. She replies she doesn't know, but they have no other choice. If they don't get anything, Pervaz will starve to death. However, she concludes that she wouldn't be able to get compensation quickly because the emperor who killed her father won't be willing to pay a reward. She is now returned to the capital. The emperor expresses his condolences for her father's death. He adds that since all her brothers are dead, a woman inherited the title of the Marquis of Pervaz. I see most of you did not subscribe my channel. Making a video takes a lot of effort, so please subscribe to the channel and press the bell notification to continue watching amazing manhwa recaps. She agrees. He lets out an evil smile that he did not even know. He mentions that he thought the savage princess had come to the banquet. He believes that the savage princess is a title that suits her. She remains silent and thinks to herself. She does not care how many insults she receives. All she wants is for the people of Pervaz to get enough money to survive the winter. The emperor then inquires about her age. She introduced herself as Asha Pervaz and informed us she's 22 this year. His Majesty states that if she's 22, she's at the age where she has to make her debut, expressing exaggerated concern that she doesn't even have an arranged marriage yet. Asha is clueless. She wondered what was going on with this sudden talk. He further states that he has planned to give her an excellent reward. That is the right to choose a marriage partner, and he will give it to her as a reward for victory. His servant hands her a list of noble names so she can choose who she wants. Whoever she chooses will marry her immediately. He then advises her to get to the top of the list because the closer she gets, the higher her husband's family rating. Emphasizing that it's best to look from the top of the list, Asha raises a question. If the person she chooses doesn't want to marry her, wouldn't it be difficult for both of them? His Majesty replies that if the emperor's order gets rejected, his family will have to pay the imperial family and her all the money. She is startled by His Majesty's revelation. She finally understands His Majesty's conspiracy to withhold her victory rewards because the family he chooses would be obliged to pay Pervaz instead of the Emperor in the name of alimony. After giving it all a thought, she finally announces her decision to choose Duke Carlisle Haven, temporarily deprived of power. He was initially the crown prince, but his position was taken 4 days ago due to an unfortunate incident. That's why, on the list of nobles, he is also there and is not a member of the imperial family. Asha reminds His Majesty that he said whoever's name is written at the top, she should choose him. As for him, he is the highest-ranking nobleman. Dear subscribers of Manhwa Dragon, it's Manhwa Dragon here. I have an important update to share with you. Unfortunately, our channel has been demonetized by YouTube. We are working hard to get things back on track, but in the meantime, we have created a new channel called Manhwa Fury. We hope you will subscribe to this channel so that we can continue to share awesome content without any monetization problems. Your loyalty has been our driving force, and we are incredibly grateful for the community we have built together on Manhwa Dragon. We understand that change can be tricky, but with your support, we will conquer this challenge together and keep bringing you the best manhwa content out there. We need your help to monetize our new channel, Manhwa Fury, on YouTube. Please take a moment to subscribe to Manhwa Fury using the link in the description or support our other channel. Manhwa Dragon does not give us anything, but we still upload videos only for our dear subscribers. Thank you for being an awesome part of the Manhwa Dragon community. If you have any questions or just want to share some thoughts, feel free to drop them in the comments. We can't wait to see you over at Manhwa Fury. Stay awesome, and let's make the next chapter even more epic. Thank you all for your support. The Emperor's expression tells him that he's not happy to hear her decision. The nobles gathered there to call her crazy as she chose His Highness Crown Prince Carlisle as her marriage partner. They also talk about the disagreement between his father and him that led to him being currently deprived of the Crown Prince title. He is also nicknamed the God of War and Slaughter. They wonder if that woman wants to die. Asha plays her card as she states that if they refuse, under the imperial decree, the son's family would be obliged to pay alimony. The people there are shocked as she indirectly asks the emperor for alimony. In other words, she will receive the victory reward that she should have received from the royal family. Still, it will come from the foundation instead. They also recall that the emperor talked about alimony and told her that she needed to choose the man with the highest rank. They believe the emperor dug his own grave. Carlisle starts laughing like a maniac while the fooled emperor suggests he will give her another chance to think. But Asha is adamant about marrying Duke Carlisle Haven. She further states that if he gives her the victory bonus, not the marriage partner's choice, she will withdraw her choice. But Carlisle intervenes. He asks Asha if she's trying to make fun of His Majesty the Emperor because his promise cannot be undone so easily. He states that the fact that he, who is His Majesty's eldest son, will marry a woman from the village is impossible. However, for the sake of His Majesty's promise, he will accept her marriage proposal. Asha is speechless, as it seems after His Majesty, she's the one who dug her own grave. When reality hits her, her eyes widen with disbelief as she thinks she needs money, not a husband. Still, Carlisle seems amused about it as he calls her wife and looks forward to getting along with her. In the imperial living room, Carlisle has summoned Asha. He asks her to go ahead. Brave Marquis Pervaz. Asha realizes that it is evident from his expressions that he does not seem to like her and wonders what he's thinking. She formally introduces herself but accidentally addresses him as the Crown Prince. She realizes that he is no longer the Crown Prince and she should have called him Duke Haven. He inquires if she is aware of the reason for abolishing the title of custodian. Asha recalls the time when she and her team arrived in the capital. Carlisle was accused of coveting his father's mistress. It was rumored that he reportedly broke into His Majesty's favorite mistress chamber. Her team further informed her that the problem between the emperor and his son seems to be His Majesty's extreme bias towards women. Asha thought that women traffic the capital's population, and here, they have the time and desire to spy on other women. She saw the article where he was mentioned. Now, she wonders that she would have never thought the man in the article would be her husband. Carlisle states she keeps staring at him thoughtlessly, even if she doesn't know what he can do. He asks her to answer and not just stare at him too much. He asks if it's because she loves his handsomeness and thinks to himself that it's hard to deal with someone who clings to him for no reason. She responds that she does not necessarily envy his body and admits she is just jealous. He is stunned upon hearing her answer. She then discusses the pros and cons that such a lardy body can quickly become a target, but there is a force coming from the body, and that's good. He inquires if she is talking in the context of a fight. She answers yes, expressing her desire to have such a body, but she can't as she was born with a different muscle structure. He finds her response attractive. He then wishes to discuss their deal. Asha is surprised as she whispers a deal. Carlisle teases her about possibly falling in love with her and accepting her offer. To him, it seems like she liked his teasing. He then reveals his real motive. His father has put a condition on abdicating the throne. The condition states that if he is ready to serve the empire for 3 years and put aside his ego, the crown prince's title will be entrusted to him again. So he is considering volunteering to serve Pervaz, who has been tired of the war for the next 3 years. Asha inquires if it's only 3 years. What's after that? Without any expression, he replies divorce. Asha is shocked. He further instructs her not to care about what he does in Pervaz for the next 3 years. He further clarifies that she doesn't need to expect him to treat her as his wife and not even think about joining the other side of him. If she complies with those conditions, he will provide the financial and material support Pervaz needs. Asha thinks there is a motive behind accepting that marriage, but she cannot leave Pervaz under that man's control. She inquires what he intends to do in Pervaz. She tells him beforehand that if he has a motive that would damage Pervaz, she would not agree to it. Carlisle questions what she is not going to agree with. Is she going to let the locals starve? He clarified that he had no intention to damage Pervaz. In return, she needs to help him succeed in what he wants. She responds she got it. She asks him to write a contract. He whispers a contract. She reminds him that he said he would not spare the support for reconstruction, and she would like to have a contract specifying this substance in detail. He likes that she does not trust the promises to be told without precise details. He believes that as a couple, they'll get along well with each other. Asha asks if by that he means a couple that agreed to use each other as they needed and separated ordinarily. Carlisle smirks and says, "Look at this. Isn't the conversation between us going well?" Later, Lionel Bailey, Carlisle's closest aide, reads the contract and states that she wrote it carefully. Carlisle responds that she's a woman who won't waste money anywhere. Lionel Bailey questions if he is going to marry a brutal woman like that, and that many more women are considered candidates to marry the crown prince. He reveals that it's only 3 years, and where would he find a chance like this? Lionel Bailey does not understand what he means. He declared this an opportunity to eliminate the frivolous things that dare to override their limits. Carlisle entered the battlefield at the age of 15 because after his biological mother died, his stepmother, who became Empress Muti, wished that. He fought, and he fought again, and he finally survived. He wonders if it is probably because of God's blessing he received at birth. People called him a murder god and cheered for him when he returned victorious. The current Empress Beatrice and the second Prince Marcius were present there, witnessing the people's admiration for him. She knew that if she wanted to make her son the crown prince, she had to do something. So she teamed up with Viviana Lori, the emperor's youngest mistress, and accused him of barging into her room in the middle of the night. He said he did not know this woman was in that room, and someone was trying to trick him. But His Majesty refused to listen to his explanation. He accused him of converting his mistress and that his arrogance had crossed the line. At that moment, he announced that he would remove Prince Carlisle Evaristo from the position of crown prince. He further declares that her empress's strategy was to eliminate unpopular things at once. Lionel agrees that, as a result, Marcius was temporarily treated as the crown prince, and she succeeded in the end. They talk about how, after 3 years, the Empress will discover the plan and prevent the restoration of the crown princess position. She will try to make Marcius the official crown prince. But Carlisle declares that the throne is his and will kill whoever desires it. He plans to grow his strength beyond the Empress' reach. For this purpose, Pervaz is the right place. Lionel thinks about it and believes Pervaz is located outside the territorial borders. Carlisle says isn't it good at this point that Pervaz's successor comes to take him with her. Lionel, however, raises a question. Is he going to marry a woman he's never seen? Does he even know what kind of woman she is? But Carlisle responds by revealing this is not the first time he has seen her. He reveals that he has met her before. A few days ago, in the imperial capital of Zero, Carlisle was there wearing a cloak to hide his identity. He was thinking about the conspiracy of the Empress that led to his title being taken, and he got completely trapped by the Empress. He blamed himself for it as he wasn't cautious enough, and quickly responded to a letter from a new informant who wanted to make a deal with him. He thought that it would be an assassination attempt at most, but it turned out to be something he never thought of. He took advantage of the rumors that had been spread that he was isolating himself in the room because of his breakthrough, so he decided to use this opportunity to move in secret. There, some bandits approached him with a weapon and asked that he was a new face and would like to exchange a few words if he wished to go safely. Carlisle knew that it would be very unpleasant if the situation escalated since he was hiding his identity. That's when someone called out for their unfairness for being 3 against 1. Asha announced that they needed to balance, so she would join, too. They looked down on her since she was a girl and asked what was wrong with her. She delivered a powerful punch to his face. Carlisle was surprised as he saw her firm position and wondered if she was a warrior. The man hurried the other to kill her. Decker grabbed him from behind and called him a coward for sending his younger brother to attack instead. Decker then inquired if she planned to kill the man. She responded that she should really kill them, but it would be compassionate for them. Carlisle noticed they were not using kill words just as a metaphor, and they seemed capable of killing people. Decker reminded her that they were instructed to avoid causing trouble in the capital before entering the palace. She decided to leave it then. The men ran for their lives. Carlisle expressed his gratitude for helping him and said that he could survive the danger due to them. Decker requested to guide them to a cheap and convenient hostel. They revealed that their group was in danger of sleeping on the streets as the overnight prices in the capital were very high. Asha revealed that their group consisted of 5 people, including the 2 of them, and as long as there was a place to wash, they could adjust and sleep in the same room. He agreed to guide them. In the present, Lionel inquires if that is why he returned late that day. Carlisle considers himself the reason they could wash and enter the palace. If she had stayed the same, she would have been called a chief beggar instead of the brutal princess. Lionel is shocked that she is hitting the gangs with her fists. Even someone like His Highness would have lost if he had misrepresented. He replies, however, it will not be easy for the Empress to send the assassins and succeed so quickly. Lionel believes this is a significant advantage. Carlisle further adds that in order to rebuild Pervaz, she cannot betray him, nor will she bother him with her actions. He reveals that he offered her to stay with him in his mansion. However, she rejected the order and returned to the hostel, saying it was uncomfortable. He believes she is very careful. That's why she doesn't want to be by his side. He asks her if he thinks there is a better wife than her. Asha informs her team about the contract marriage, and they are shocked to learn about it. They warn her that this is very dangerous and the prince is trying to use her as a shield for his conspiracy. But it does not matter to her. Decker is shocked at her response and tries to tell her that her life is at stake. She says that if she could sell herself to save Pervaz, she would sell herself countless times. Given the price, she thinks it's an outstanding deal. She tries to convince Decker by informing him that with this money, nobody in Pervaz will starve to death this winter. They can also treat the wounded and plant seeds in the field. She asked Decker to imagine the scene where the desolate plains of Kicker are full of plantings. She asks him if he would have chosen another option if he were in her place. And she is at the height of her pleasure now. They all don't seem convinced about it. Nevertheless, they ask when will the wedding take place. She replies, fortunately, they will skip the wedding ceremony and head to Pervaz immediately after reciting short marriage vows. They talk among themselves about how long marriage vows will take. Even if it were the vows of a gentleman's marriage, wouldn't it take months? They are also aware that since they are all here in the capital, people in Pervaz will probably starve in the meantime. Upon hearing it, Asha quickly reaches Carlisle's place and inquires when they can leave, next week or the week after. He thinks it would be better if it were as soon as possible, but it's a wedding, and if they rush it, would she not feel dissatisfied? He inquires if she has a sweetheart in Pervaz. Why is she in so much hurry? She replies that the people in Pervaz are waiting for her to return. He informs her that he's trying to finalize the preparations as soon as possible and asks her to choose her dress, and they will modify it. He then instructs Mrs. Loper to start with that. She wonders what's with the word that. 3 seconds later, she's in the bathtub and realizes what the word that meant. All the maids surround her as they are in a rush to prepare her. Washing her hair, they inquire if she used to wrap her hair in a cake, seeing the condition of her hair. Mrs. Loper also inquires if she uses perfume. And what about oils? Asha replies, why would she even put that in her hair? When they try to fit a corset in her waist, they ask her if she has never worn corsets since they have never seen a waist like that. They also talk about how she's too tall and has broad shoulders and muscled arms, so there are better options than a sleeveless dress. They decide not to go with the purse as it does not suit her puff sleeves and makes her shoulders look wider. After going through this, Asha really wishes to go home. Asha finally appears before Carlisle, whose eyes get fixated on his to-be wife. His Highness has been lost in her beauty. The man screams in shock. He then tells her that if someone sees her, they will think she's a loser because of her facial expressions. She replies that she is a loser. They did not let her put any weapon in her clothes to defend herself with it. He inquires from Miss Loper that isn't the dress so simple, considering it's an imperial celebration. She replies back that the Marquis insisted that the dress looked comfortable, but he assures her that it's okay because he prepared something else for her. He then shows it to Mrs. Loper and asks, would that be enough? Mrs. Loper is utterly stunned as her eyes fall upon the shiny and outrageously luxurious necklace. Mrs. Loper is shocked to see that it's the necklace of the late Queen Evelina. She then suggests that the dress better be simple for diamond necklaces like these, and she cannot believe His Highness is giving up such a precious thing. Asha inquires if it is ruby. Mrs. Loper asks her she can't know it just by looking at it. Asha thinks that she should have a little idea about jewelry. Carlisle thinks that she certainly had no interest in jewelry prices because she had been fighting her whole life. He tells her that she can buy about 100 army horses if she sells that necklace. Asha is shocked and asks if he means this is over 1 million Verona. He places it on her neck and tells her to consider it a down payment. She wonders that if she sold this, she will get 100 army houses but needs clarification about whether to buy food first. He smells and realizes she has worn perfume, so he asks her about it. She tells him the maids brought perfume that smelled of flowers and fruits, but they smelled lovely, so she chose something that smelled like grass. He looks at her. She asks him what's wrong, and he replies that it smells nice. He wonders that he didn't think she would choose this smell. He states that the necklace finally found its owner. He lifts his hand, caresses her face, and tells her it suits her. He then instructs Mrs. Loper to complete preparations before the vows performance ceremony. Asha thinks that the crown prince's hand would be soft, but she did not expect it to be a warrior's hand. She is confused as to why her pulse is accelerating. She wonders if it is natural for the hands of the battle leader, His Highness Carlisle, to be like the warriors. But her thoughts are once again directed to buying the horses. A few days later, at Carlisle and Asha's wedding, the guests gossip about His Highness marrying Asha. In any case, if His Highness regains the position of Crown Prince, he will leave her immediately. In that way, nor Cecilia, a potential candidate to marry the Crown Prince, will stand idly by. Cecilia thinks that His Royal Highness insisted on agreeing to marry Marquis Pervaz because Pervaz is an extraterritorial jurisdiction. Regardless of what happens there, the royal family cannot intervene. She also believes through this work, the Crown Prince may be trying to test a suitable candidate to marry him. Although people are abandoning that position because of this, there's no reason for her to give up on this civil war. She believes the conditions are more favorable to her than anyone else because the golden eye symbolizes the imperial family. As a royal consort, golden eyes will be preferred. That's why not only the emperors but also the emperor's mistress, Viviana, have golden eyes. She believes she is entitled to that status from Marquis Pervaz, and she is more worthy of the Crown Prince. She will show it to everyone here soon. His Majesty and the Empress make an entry, bringing the chief priest Gabriel Knox of the temple as well. The guests notice Gabriel seems to be in charge of the marriage ceremony and talk about how Miss Cecilia and President Gabriel, the most beautiful man and woman of the capital, came together, and the bride won't even be noticed. They think she will look like a ruler barbarian even if she's decorated. So His Highness will be lucky if he is not embarrassed by her today. That's when the announcement of His Highness Prince Carlisle Kendrick and Marquis Asha is made. The guests tilt their heads to look at them, and are shocked as the bride looks unrecognizable. They also notice the late queen's necklace, which she got as a gift from the emperor when she married him. One woman states that she thinks His Highness abandoned Queen Evelina's property. The other replies that no, it's to show off. Cecilia doesn't look happy to see the necklace on her. Gabriel instructs everyone to sit down and announces that they are all invited to witness the wedding ceremony of the first prince of the empire and Marquis Asha. He then recites the vows and instructs them to exchange their rings. As Carlisle puts the call on her, he advises that when she sells it later, she should put it in the auction house, explaining that it would be sold for much more than the jeweler. She considers his advice. He then wonders if the people present here don't know that this ring is just an emergency fund for the bride. He then looks at his wife and says she has a revolutionary spirit, which makes her attractive. Gabriel instructs them to sign the pledge now that they have finished exchanging rings. After they are done signing the promise, he announces them as husband and wife under royal, imperial, and divine law. Carlisle thinks to himself that no one will deny this relationship. They should also keep the promise with heavy responsibility and sincere love. He agreed to marry in the wilderness because he thought it would help him, and now it's refreshing to see his father and the Empress have their faces upset. Gabriel states that after that, both will complete their vows with their first kiss as husband and wife. Asha thinks they should do it as their husband and wife now. Carlisle notices her expression and realizes that she just wants to finish and go home, but he is determined not to let her go. He grabs her waist and kisses her passionately. As he is kissing her, he looks her in the eye and smirks. He bites him and tells him to do it leisurely. His Highness states that what if he can only kill boredom this way? Gabriel looks very ashamed of his behavior and says Lord Lepelt looks at him, and he needs to purify his body and mind. Carlisle responds that the Lord Lepelt will understand the newlyweds couple's passion. On their way to Pervaz, Decker recalls that Asha refused to return to Pervaz as she thinks she should stay a little longer. But she suggests he should head back first as there are supplies that need to be delivered urgently. They also have to provide a suitable place for His Highness Prince Carlisle to stay at Pervaz Castle. He wonders how he will explain it to the people of Pervaz. When he reaches, the people there await him. They also notice how the knights guard him. One of the ladies questions him about who they are. He informs them that Asha has married the crown prince. They are surprised and inquire that their lady has become the crown princess. They throw at him a lot of questions about if it's true that His Highness the Crown Prince will come to live here, or will they divorce in 3 years? So what about their lady? And if he saw this all with his eyes? He replies that His Highness the Crown Prince has some personal business within Pervaz's exterior territorial boundaries. Hence, they need supplies to rebuild the area. He also adds that it's just that their interests are one, so some believe they will live together for only 3 years. The lady is disappointed and reminds him that they asked them to bring something to eat, not the crown prince. One of the team members stated that he was worried about their lady because they were attacked several times on the way here. He recalls talking about Prince Carlisle sending the knights with them and wondering if it's because of the lack of trust. That's when the bandits came and attacked them. But before they could take action, the knights surrounded them and stood in defensive mode. They wonder if His Highness knew they would be attacked, so he sent the knights with them. Decker states that Asha is now stuck in a gap. She's exposed to many death threats as she's now a member of the imperial family. However, she questions what the point of talking about it is now. He hopes it's just like Asha said. It's just a relationship based on money exchanges and room rentals, so they should at least clean the place where His Highness will stay. He reminds them that it will take him about a month to arrive and encourages them to work hard. Decker is still stressed as he wonders to himself if His Highness Carlisle is on their side, as he claims. He needs clarification on whether he is a threat to Asha. A few days later, at the imperial family, Carlisle informs Marcius that from now on, He will have to defend the southern part of the empire and asks if he has any questions. Marcius seems clueless and asks why he should defend the south. Carlisle confronts him about it and says that since he is now treated as the heir, he must do what he used to do. He reminds him that he has been walking around the battlefield so far to perform his duties as the crown prince. He teases him, making it look like these are no big responsibilities, that he needs to eliminate huge monsters that appear 2 or 3 times a year and deal with minor disputes. His facial expressions indicate he's already intimidated, while his father looks disappointed. He calls them fools in his mind and wonders if they understand the reality now. Initially, he would task him with voluntary work, but now he is leaving to Pervaz outside the regional borders. The Emperor then talks about the military power and the budget details he has provided. Carlisle says it by that he means the dowry and his moving expenses. He whispers yes. The Emperor thinks to himself that he is a prince by name, but he carries a dowry for Pervaz as a son-in-law. He agrees to call it moving cost but inquires, isn't 50 million Verona too much for the money he has to give to Pervaz? Marcius agrees that it's too much for Pervaz and questions if 50 million will resolve the situation there. Carlisle tells him not to talk about those things. He inquires why Carlisle responds that it is very clear that he did not go to war before and reminds him that it took 28 years for Pervaz to win the war against the lawyer. And isn't he aware of how many areas have been destroyed in the meantime and how much money and time it will take to get it back? He calls him out for blabbering that 50 million Verona is a lot, so he must study more. Back in his chamber, he says that his father has to teach a lot of things to Marcius, and poor him has taken his job overnight. He then recalls how their faces looked and laughs about it, telling Asha and Viscount Giles Lepelt that they should have seen their stupid faces and that they didn't even think about military affairs. She asks if military power isn't a superpower and wonders why Marcius would hate to take military power. He answers back that the military authority he's talking about is only the military command authority that occurs after taking part in the war by the Emperor's order. Only the Emperor has the actual authority to send soldiers or declare war. Moreover, a person is supposed to take responsibility for losing the war just because they have the military leadership. He adds that they would have held him accountable if he had lost even once. Viscount Giles believes that he was trying to remove him from the imperial palace and thinks to himself that the Emperor himself, with authority and responsibility, is entrusted to him. He replies that it's obvious that the village lady found out and asks her if it isn't great that he has an amazing husband like him. She expresses how it must have been like a burning hell, but the chill of his nerves that he has endured all this without doing something wrong is great. Carlisle inquires if she's complimenting him or insulting him. She assures him that it's a pure compliment. He thinks to himself that he would consider it empty if it were someone else, but maybe it's true because this stems from her heart and is not just a compliment. Viscount Giles mentions that they would have to share the same goals if they want to get on the same board, but by the looks of Marquis Pervaz, she seems to know very little. He is ready to consider it if that's what Lord Lepelt thinks. Then he realizes this is their first encounter and wonders if they have greeted each other. He then introduces Viscount Giles Lepelt, his professor and role model, to Asha and states that he's the most destructive person his enemies want to destroy. He's the person he thought would object to their marriage more than anyone else. Viscount Giles replies that now he has no choice but to change his strategy because he fell into the Empress's scheme and destroyed the position of Crown Prince during his absence. He then inquires from Asha how much she knows about His Highness Carlisle. She states that he's been Crown Prince since birth, and she also knows he is the best knight in the Empire. Viscount Giles confesses that His Highness was born with the blessing of Agerisai, god of war and victory. His genius has emerged in various types of combat techniques. She questions if it is really the blessing of a god. Viscount Giles states that a prophecy came from the temple when His Highness Prince Carlisle was raised. He proved that the prophecy was real. He adds that the main person who maintained the peace of the empire was him, as he traveled to and from a lot of battles. Viscount Giles is disappointed that the prince has been removed from the position. He questions how they can use such a ploy to manipulate the position of the crown prince. Carlisle asks Viscount Giles to calm down. Maybe it's a blessing that sounds like a curse. He replies that they should do something now that the matter has come this far. He tells Carlisle that he was falsely accused of appealing to his father's throne, and they must not remain silent on this matter. Asha wonders if that was a false accusation. Viscount Giles emphasizes that the role of Pervaz Borders is also essential. She asks him what should she do. The Empress and the Prince Marcius will try to discard His Highness's reputation, so he wants her to protect His Highness when that happens. She questions if she will be able to guard His Highness Prince Carlisle day and night. Carlisle smirked and said he could protect himself physically and she should not worry. Instead, he wants her to be a shield as a wife. Viscount Giles informs her that the imperial family cares a lot about saving their face. That's why he couldn't interfere before, but thanks to her, His Highness gets to go to the remote Pervaz region, where he may be able to build his strength away from the eyes of the imperial family. They know that the Empress would not be pleased with that. She wonders if he accepted the offer of marriage just so he can build his strength in Pervaz. Viscount Giles warns her that the Empress will try to trick her into getting a divorce, and serious things are likely to happen depending on the situation. She ponders to herself about it being so dangerous. She then asks His Highness if it's okay that he is planning to commit high treason in Pervaz. He laughs and admits that he's a little worried. He explains that the Empress greatly increased her strength while he was away on the battlefield, so he had to settle in one place and gather his strength. Viscount Giles states that the public also expresses their desire for him to be reinstated to his position. Asha asks Carlisle to take care of him until they leave for Pervaz and promises she'll not interfere in his affairs there. She assures him that she will be his shield as much as she can so they can keep their marriage then quietly separate when the time comes. He responds that he will take care of himself and wants them to survive as much as they can. Asha ponders if he's worried about her. She tells him in advance that he has to equip everything that he needs there. He responds that if she considers even lending him a needle as waste, she replies that's not the case, and there's literally nothing in Pervaz. She mentions that she can lend him a needle, but it'll be of much lower quality than those used in the imperial family. He asks her not to worry since he has already written everything on his list. He also teases that if he gets tired of using his stuff, he'll throw it away, and she can pick it up and use it as she likes. She takes a bow and expresses her gratitude. Carlisle isn't pleased with her response as his wife is way too formal with him. A few days passed, and it was finally the day they left for Pervaz. Asha is stunned to see so many boxes piled up filled with food. Carlisle inquires if she likes it. She replies she didn't know it would be so exaggerated, and she didn't even imagine it. He agrees with her and says that even his dad wouldn't have supposed it. She wonders if they pick up these crumbs, Pervaz will become very rich. She knows she made the right decision as Pervaz wouldn't have escaped poverty without this opportunity. Carlisle instructs that they have to go. The people cheer for him as he makes his way, excited to see the crown prince. Asha thinks to herself that he's more loved than she had expected, and if he was this trustworthy when he was the crown prince, she then tells Lionel that His Highness seems to love the people. He asks her if she's speaking ironically. She answers back that part of her believes it, and the other part does not believe it. Lionel informs her that it's just part of the plan. He has to win the people's trust to restore the crown prince's position and secure the throne in peace. He suggests that she should get used to serving His Highness Prince Carlisle in the future. She thinks if by that he means he counts all his steps. Carlisle then enters the carriage and expresses that he's tired. Asha glances at him. He inquires where he is going to do that act next. Lionel answers that it'll be in Owendam, and they will reach there in 2 days. He then asks Asha why she keeps looking at him like that. Asha responds that even though the distance between him and the people who were happy to visit him was not much, she still felt it was a very long distance. He inquires if by that she means that he's doing something wrong and states that they are more and more happy to move away, and he's ready to be a god for them. Asha wonders if he does that play to satisfy people's expectations. To her, it sounds like a trick at first glance, a play that no one pays money to see, but she does not find anything wrong with it because that's how the people of the capital think. Later, they call it a night and set up their camps to sleep. A knight instructs others to collect firewood and light a fire, letting the guards stay alert and take shifts around the carriage. The knight then comes to inform them that they moved their stuff into the tent, and if they need anything, they can call him freely. Asha is astonished and inquires what he means by their stuff. He asks if he made a mistake and moved someone else's stuff. Carlisle smirked and recalled that she had decided to sleep separately. He commands the man to leave, and he will be called if needed. She tells Carlisle that she thinks the servants moved her stuff to his tent, and Carlisle states that he can hear, so she doesn't have to explain it twice. He asks her if she really wishes to sleep in a separate tent. She replies it is not like that. He says if that is the case, she should not make servants suffer needlessly and instructs her to sleep in his tent, reminding her they are just a couple on paper. She agrees to do it if he's not uncomfortable, but he leaves before he could hear. She thinks about the rumors that said he was looking for women, even in battlegrounds, and thinks that he would not mind sharing his tent with a girl like her. Would he? She tries to convince herself that they're just a couple on paper. What's so big about them sleeping in one tent? Later, we see Asha handing over his shirt to Carlisle and apologizing for being a bit careless. He assures her that it's okay. Flashbacks. Asha is trying to convince herself to sleep with him, as she did sleep alongside other men with the sky as their roof during her time on the battlefield. And now she has to sleep with a man from another house in the same tent. It is to be expected since they are husband and wife in name. She calls herself pathetic for worrying about these things since she is not like those girls in the capital who were raised cautiously. She recalls how she used to fall asleep in her brother's room after playing when she was younger. But after she grew up, she has never shared a room with a man. She wonders what her family would think of her if they could see her right now. She is grateful that because of the contractual marriage, countless assets and money are flowing towards the Pervaz, but is still concerned as there's a chance that Pervaz will fall into danger because the fate of Pervaz currently rests in the hand of Lord Carlisle. She prays for the safety of Pervaz, believing that she is the vanguard of the Pervaz, and the one who will protect Pervaz is her. She then tells herself that she should not be making weak statements as she is the one who made a deal with Carlisle. She then plunges her face into the water and convinces herself to stay calm because this is the part she chose. Therefore, the responsibility is also hers. She then leaves. Carlisle is hidden behind a tree and is spying on her. He was shocked to see her plunging her face in the water like that and is surprised because he has never seen a woman wash her face that rough in his life. He then touches the water and wonders if her teeth would not fall out if she hits her head that hard. He is shocked to see that the water is unbearably cold. Nevertheless, to him, she is an interesting one. In the tent, he inquires if she's really going to sleep on the floor. She needs clarification. If not the floor, then where? He says that he would not stop her if she's the type to enjoy being uncomfortable. He unbuttons his shirt when he tells her the water is colder because they are closer to the north. He has taken off his shirt completely by now. She is unbothered about his being naked and replies that it will be way colder when the autumn comes. He is disappointed and thinks that she looks at him like she would look at cows or chickens, whether he takes off his clothes or not. He then states that he would appreciate it if she could help him get dressed, whether as his wife or as a temporary aid. She suddenly apologizes as she did not think of that and comes to him and says that even if she's a bit clumsy, she would be grateful if he would generously forgive her. He is again disappointed with her for being too formal. He realizes how she's only focused on dressing him. He recalls that people said he had a body that could make any woman fall at sight. But he wonders if it was a body that was only attractive to other men because since he has always been on the battlefield, he never had a chance to take off his clothes in front of a woman, so there's no way for him to know. After she is done dressing him up, she asks if anything is bothering him. He replies his heart is a bit bothered, but he is fine. She needs clarification. He tells her it's nothing, and she should go to sleep. She wonders if he's acting like that because it's not as comfortable as a servant would do it, but does he really need to make a point of showing it? She thinks that if that's the duty expected of them as a couple, then it won't be difficult for her either. She thinks to herself that since he's been with so many women before her, he probably wouldn't even be interested in a woman like her. He then tells her he is turning off the lights, and she replies okay. Later at night, he notices that her blankets are thin and inquires if her back is okay. She replies that she has been sleeping with one cloak on the floor every day, so this is almost luxurious. He then asks her to tell the stories about Pervaz. He tells her they will be entering the castle soon, so you should know beforehand. She inquires what is he curious about. He asks how cold are the winters. She tells him that it's hard for her to say since she does not have a comparison, but according to the merchant, it's so cold that it feels like their thing would shrink. He starts laughing. She wondered if laughing at the other person's words like that was a noble etiquette in the capital. He then inquires if she really was the one that cut off the head of the Lure tribe leader. She admits it. He believes if it was the Lure tribe leader, his skills were probably something. She replies that they were all right, but he wasn't as skilled as her father. She then reveals that they were so severely outnumbered because of that her father and brothers all died in the war. She then talks about Lakshmasha, who fought on the battlefield for 28 years. The spell of the necklace of the god of murder retained his youth. He asks her if that's the thing she offered as a trophy. She answers back, yes, and that it was a victory that was achieved thanks to her father and brothers who fought to the end to protect Pervaz from falling to the barbarians. He then recalls that she had said her father, Amir Parvez, was a great knight. He believes that with the ulterior motive of killing Amir Pervaz, his father sent him to Pervaz, since all those who went to Parvez before could not even last a year and unalived themselves. She replies that her father knew of the royal king's intentions, but if he was going to die anyway, he wanted to put his best efforts. She also reveals that the people of Pervaz proactively followed her father's will since he was the only one who did not give up and prepared them to fight the barbarians. Carlisle thinks to himself that he is the only lord who has not run away from that hopeless situation. It only makes sense that they became loyal to him. He thinks it would have been nice if Amir Parvez was still alive. He never ran away from Pervaz, a knight who spent his daily life on the battlefield in order to rebuild Pervaz. But he realizes that maybe it was that very woman. He thinks that by doing so, she was able to secure a reward from the king for her victory with her boldness, and maybe she was even greater than her father, Amir Pervaz. He inquires about her brothers and how many brothers did she has, but she has fallen asleep. This is the second part of Manhwa. The Manhwa starts in the castle, where we see that Marius refuses to go to the battlefield. He explains that he is someone who has not even stepped foot in a place like that. Her mother assures him not to worry too much since there is a way she already thought of. A few days later, at Pervaz, Carlisle remarks that things are worse than he expected. She inquires if it is because of the roads since they've been damaged after being in war for a long time. Carlisle responds that it's not only because of the streets. He explains that it's been a while since they have crossed over into Pervaz territory and nothing is as it should be. The surrounding lands are desolated dirt fields, and it isn't easy to catch sight of people. He tells her she will have to repair all this and questions how much she was planning on receiving from the king. She responded with around 500,000 vu for urgently needed food, medicines, and funds for reconstruction. He asks Asha what she would do with only that much, and if she is planning on leaving this world with no regrets after living for 1 or 2 more years. Asha thinks to herself that she exaggerated the amount she was actually thinking of, and wonders who knows what he would have said if she had told him the truth, further adding that the king does not want to give them that much. Carlisle states that in the end, she got the best playing card she could get, adding that she was lucky. She questions, "Isn't that right, Carlisle?" He is surprised that Asha even knows how to mock people. Asha notes to herself that none of what Prince Carlisle said was wrong. With 500,000 vu, they would barely be able to make it through this winter. And if they face the next winter without being fully prepared, countless people will die. Once again, she tells Prince Carlisle that even though it has been cleaned to some extent, his stay may be uncomfortable due to the castle's state. He responds that she has stated this 100 times already. Asha wondered if he had been on the battlefield ever since he was young. She guessed he would not complain about where he sleeps. Since he endured camping on the way without complaining, they are then welcomed inside. Asha wonders with this much. Indeed, he wouldn't consider them disrespectful. The people converse around them that even if it's Pervaz, they're asking them to serve His Highness here, and to think this is where they arrived after going through so much trouble to get here. Asha contemplates that she warned him countless times and wonders if he regrets coming here. Prince Carlisle questions where he is sleeping. She responded that they had reserved the entirety of the second floor for him. His Highness's close associates, and his guests can stay there. He responds that if it's the second floor, that is where the Lord's family usually lives, and questions if she is reserving all of that. She mentions that he can stay on the first floor. He thanked her and ordered the luggage to be moved to the second floor. Disa wraps his arm around Asha, informs her he has saved his room on the first floor for her, and asks if she would like to see it, as the servants have put a lot of effort into it. She questions if there's a need to pay special attention just because it is her room. He mentions now that the war is over, she should receive proper treatment as the lord that she is. Prince Carlisle's attention goes towards the two as he stares at them. In her room, Asha laughs uncontrollably and questions what all this is. Vasti asks her if she does not like it. She questions if it was him and asks for an explanation. He mentions that since nobles in the capital sleep in these kinds of beds, he tried to make something similar. She responds he did pretty well in decorating something he only saw a couple of times. She ponders that even in these guys' eyes, it seems there's too big of a difference between the capital and Pervaz. She thanks Vasti and states thanks to him, she will get to sleep in a luxurious bed that she has never had in her life. He questions if she likes it. She replies, of course, even though it seems a bit embarrassing to stay in a room that is decorated with flowers. She ponders that a flower in Pervaz means a war has ended, and it seems the servants put the flowers for her. She complimented Della for the decoration and thanked Asha for being satisfied even though many parts were lacking. Derek mentions that R's wife worked the hardest. The butler position has been vacant all this while. Asha responded that she was aware that Della had been working as a butler and that she would try her best to find a butler as soon as possible. She further adds that since the news that Prince Carlisle has arrived in Pervaz has spread by now, so they will be able to find someone. Della then requests Asha to hire servants to take care of these small matters, warning her that the number of watching eyes has increased. Asha recalls their attitudes towards them and believes they will try to find faults with them. She then asks Della if she has someone to recommend. She reveals she has already chosen someone and calls a girl inside who introduces herself as Nina. Della informs her that the new maid will organize and clean her room, prepare her meals, wash her clothes, and take care of her belongings. She wonders about even bathing and brushing her hair. Della reminds her that until now, they were at war, so they didn't have the luxury, but things will be different now. She then asks Nina to take care of her, appreciates her team for their hard work, and grants them a day to rest, but asks for Derek and Bella to stay behind since she has something to discuss. She informs them that starting tomorrow, things will be hectic, supplies for Pervaz will be released, and there might even be a conflict between Prince Charles's people and them. But she has no intention of telling their people to hold themselves back. No matter what, she made a deal that was beneficial to both sides. Not a slave contract, but she assures them she will handle that side, so everyone should do their best to rebuild Pervaz. The next day, Carlisle tells Lionel that he prioritized giving those who set out for Pervaz just enough to last a month, and he is surprised that they didn't take a cent for themselves. Lionel replies that those who suffer together stick together by law after all. He thinks to himself, considering that they look like bandits, those aspects are unexpected. He then wonders about Decker, contemplating his identity as he was speaking informally to the Count, clearly pissed about it. To hide his possessiveness, he acts like he doesn't trust Count Voss, as there's nothing that guarantees she won't betray him, and orders him to investigate Pervaz's important figures, especially the big guy who. He sticks to the contest like an aide, probably talking about Decker. Lionel inquires if he means Decker Donovan and informs him that he has already looked into some things about him. He is revealed to be the eldest son of the Donovan family, who was taken as a vassal by Emir Pervaz. He was once considered to be Countess Shap Pervaz's marriage partner. He smirked and thought that with his uncouthly big build, they would have looked good together. Meanwhile, the Empress comes to meet Gabriel, who acknowledges her as a precious guest and asks how she has been. She replies she has been well, thanks to him. As she proceeds to sit next to him, she says that she has some things to discuss about the future of the empire and requests to take some of his time. He responds that it is an honor for him, and she can take as much time as she likes. 1 week later, supplies from the capital were released. Meanwhile, Pervaz's situation drastically improved, and people openly expressed their gratitude to the Countess. She treats them with kindness and respect. She then realized there were no problems on the clinic side for now. She then seeks information about the distribution. Decker assures her that it's going great and that everyone is satisfied with their portions. She believes it's all thanks to him for setting the standard clearly, but Decker doesn't dare take the credit alone. As he reminds her, she has also spent all night with him setting the distribution standards. She is then curious to know what he is distributing today. Is it the flour? She asks. He reveals that it's flour, salt, and yeast. He also suggests that since the immediate hunger has been resolved, they should let them eat bread from now on. She guesses that the smell of bread baking will spread throughout the territory tonight. Decker agrees, since the communal oven has been repaired lately. She asks him if there is anything that could be lacking upon distribution, but he informs her they have planned with plenty of leeway. There's going to be no problem. Tomorrow, they will be receiving the seed distribution application form. Deer smiles as he states that everyone must be racking their brains to make a swing line after a long time. As Shah is grateful that they are finally able to grow crops on Pervaz's field, and she never believed that she would be able to see this side before she died. A glimmer of hope takes birth in her that Pervaz can be restored. Determined that she will make sure of it, she is then asked to come to the barricade workshop as the lumber arrives. She leaves all the duty in Decker's hand and goes to check. She is then informed Prince Carol has bought all the spare lumber from the northern villagers. Not only that, but they have received flame-resistant treatment so that they won't catch fire easily. She wonders, when did he buy all these, or did he buy them on the way to Pervaz? But Asha believes that he shouldn't have had time after arriving in Pervaz, so he must have gotten them back at the capital. She thinks even her life would not be worth this much, prompting her to believe what he wants from her in return. But she acknowledges that he is the person who made her dreams a reality, so she is willing to do whatever he tells her to do. A servant then comes and informs her that His Highness is looking for her. She asks His Highness if he has summoned her. He reminds her it's been a while and inquires about how things are progressing. She expresses her gratitude, acknowledging that things are going much better than she expected because of his generosity. He tells her that he has provided a lot of money and supplies, but he has not told her where they are being used, so he calls for her. She apologizes, admitting that she should have informed him in advance. She thinks to herself that she did not know he would be this curious about the state of the rebuilding of Pervaz, but it does make sense to her because if he weren't interested, he would not have provided that much money. She immediately informs him that she will bring the plans for the reconstruction and budget distribution details and excuses herself. He tries to stop her, but she's gone too soon. Lionel reminds him that he had already told him that Count Purvis isn't someone who would embezzle the money. He cannot believe it that even if she had the chance to steal as much money as she could, she didn't put her mind to it. She didn't even touch it. He thinks to himself embezzling public funds is something that's so common that it's considered a given, and replies that she must have made a fake ledger or something. He doubts her because she prepared the documents beforehand, which makes her appear meticulous, but he is sure there will be a loose end. She then brings the ledgers and hands them over to him, including the plans for the materials he donated and the plan for the food and seeds and the commodities for the clinic. Carlisle is shocked that she did not embezzle anything and that all the plans were perfectly organized. He admits that the plans are perfect. He then asks her if there is anything she put under her name. She does not understand the question. He tells her that he means money for her treasury, but she raises a question. How does filling her treasury help with rebuilding the territory? He then raises another question. Did she make any plans for the next necklace and wedding ring she gave him? She admits she plans to sell it to the auction house and then use the money to train a cavalry unit. She then asks for his guidance as she hears that there are a lot of cavalrymen in his order, but he reminds her it's too early to have this talk, and then he dismisses her as he has confirmed everything he wanted. He doesn't seem pleased to know that she has planned what to do with even the money from selling her wedding gift. Lionel inquires if he is disappointed. He denies the accusations and opens up by saying that he was thinking that a necklace that's highly valued in society is not helpful here. He thinks to himself if there's a curse on that necklace that prevents it from being with its owner for long, but closes his eyes, convincing himself that it's for the better since he is tired of the pitiful gazes that accompany the necklace's mention for the reason that it's a memento of his mother, so it should have a meaningless disappearance like that. He then inquires about the situation in the royal family these days. On the other hand, in the temple corridor, Gabriel assures the Empress to speak freely, as only God can hear their words. She reminds him of a prediction he made that if Carlisle became the king, a dark future would lie ahead of their empire, as Kairos has killed countless people ever since he was young. He agrees and further adds that the lives of the citizens of the empire are straying further and further away from the words of God, and calls it a predicament because he is someone who was born with God's blessing but is leading the way in disobeying God's words. The Empress confesses that those are precisely her thoughts. She also flatters him that people like Gabriel need to step up and then asks for his support for her and Mattis. He agrees to help, but on one condition: if Prince Mattis rises to the throne, she must make the Chadian Empire a holy empire, he explains. The Chalan Empire must be governed according to the laws of Allah. That is the only way for the Chadian Empire to be different from the surrounding barbarian countries. The Empress states that she also believes it is right to follow God's words, but to establish a holy empire, she needs some time to think about it. She bids him farewell and leaves. It's summer at Pervaz. Lionel and His Highness are practicing swordsmanship. Carlisle ends up defeating Lionel, who openly accepts his defeat. Carlisle assures him that he's getting better and shouldn't be too disappointed. However, he expresses that he cannot dream of defeating His Highness. Carlisle then notices the weather, and even though they are in the far north, summer is still present. It's pretty hot. He takes off his shirt and pours water on himself. Lionel informs him that the CEST is trying to revive the agriculture of the state, and they are moving in quite a hurry. It should be enough to plow the field twice. Carlisle agrees, mentioning that she looked thrilled when she planted the seeds. Lionel is surprised and inquires if he can tell the difference in her facial expression. Carlisle imagines her with a touch of happiness on her face and smirks when he replies that he can, only if he looks closely. He then asks if all the luggage brought from the capital has been sorted out. Lionel informs him that it's done, but has some concerns about their servants' attitude towards the servants of Pervaz. He thinks it might upset the Countess of Pervaz. Carlisle responds that he told his servants to only be in their area, as he doesn't want any problems. They should take care of the nobles in the capital, because if it is out of sight, it is out of mind. Lionel thinks to himself that he will dwell on that later. No one is on her way. A maid calls out to her from behind. She asks her what it is. No, she is confused if she has done something wrong. She arrogantly states that she is asking because she doesn't know. She dared to cross her path. She asks her what she means by that, as she just went on her own way. She interrogates if she doesn't have any respect for the seniors in Pervaz and if she believes all the maids are the same. She refers to Na as the maid of Lord Pervaz and addresses herself as His Majesty, the Prince, clearly trying to show her who has the upper hand here. She believes it gives her a higher status. She then asks her if she understands now that passing her path like this is rude. Nina suddenly bowed down, apologized, and said she wasn't unaware of it. She tells her to be careful from now on, and that's what suits a woman called Youngsha, who states that her servants are as rude as she is. Nina thinks to herself that she can endure as long as she throws insults at her. But how dare she insult their lord, the lord who ended the terrible war with the barbarians, a lord who is a hero to the people of Pervaz. That's when the chief arrives. She discloses everything to the chief maid and says that she doesn't dare to hear such a thing from a maid. The head maid tells her that's why they have to do better from now on. Depending on how they treat and care for their lord, her status also increases. She instructs her that even if they are missing anything, they must bow their heads to them and learn. They have to be the best in everything. No takes a bow and apologizes for showing her unreliable side. The chief maid then goes to Decker and informs him that she has heard that His Majesty Carlisle's maid insulted the Lord in front of Na. This surprises him. She further tells him that today she also received several complaints since her first day here. She clarifies that the reason for her informing him is because if they leave it like that, something more significant might happen. She asks him if he's busy. He can pretend he hasn't heard anything. Decker clenches his fist and tells the chief maid that he will have a talk with Asha. But the chief maid suggests that His Majesty Carlisle is not a very tight-lipped person, and it would be best to speak to him. Meanwhile, Prince Carlisle is informed that the Countess has come to meet him. He tells her that she has come on time as he has something to say to her, but observes her expressions, recognizes that she is upset, and asks her what happened. She tells him there's something that she would like to ask of His Highness. He grants her permission but thinks to himself that if she's this determined, does that mean that she's asking for additional supplies? She demands he take good care of the subordinates that he has brought from the capital because it seems like they keep picking fights with her subordinates. She was hoping His Highness could take care of this to prevent any unnecessary problems. He replies that he doesn't think his servants would have said anything wrong. She reminds him that they have agreed on a contract. He replies that he is faithfully carrying out the contract. She requests Lionel to bring the contract. He agrees and gets the contract. She shows him the agreement that there were 3 things she asked for, the second being to respect the people of Pervaz. She clarifies to him that she is willing to accept ignoring and mocking herself, but that won't be the case for the people of Pervaz. She alerts him that if the hearts of the people of Pervaz change, what he hopes to accomplish will become difficult for him. His Highness challenges her about what happens if he ignores her warning, her expressions cold and daring as she replies that if he's seeking her cooperation, he better be careful. 1 hour later, they gathered all the servants in the hall. He asks his servants if he has heard that someone has dared to insult his wife. Asha wondered if he called her that on purpose or if it was his way of showing that he was admitting her as his wife. AA says that's correct, and those who have worked at the pervasive castle for a long time have testified. He confronts Na about it and says if it made her that upset, she probably remembers the faces and if what she said to his wife is faithful. So she should point out the ones who insulted his wife. She points out some of the maids. What the maid smirked was that she believed that His Highness did not seem to be taking this seriously and that something strange was happening. He asks her if these are all, and she replies these are all the servants that she can remember. The maid suddenly defends herself and says it's a lie. She taught them some manners, and Pervaz isn't the one that is being territorial. She goes as far as to accuse Count Pervaz of trying to suppress their spirits. Nina remains silent at the back. He keeps himself composed and asks who his wife is. This startles the maid, as he repeats who his wife is. This time, he asks again, but with less patience and more fury. Intimidated by him, the maid replies that it's Countess Pervaz. She thinks to herself that she is sure he will find the situation bothersome. He smiles as he says only he can call her that, and she should call her princess. But the smile doesn't remain for long, as now his expressions are scary and hard as he confronts her about her guts to interrupt the princess, which means the accusation made by Pervaz's servant doesn't seem to be false. He then instructs Lionel to punish them for the crime of disrespecting the nobility. But Lionel is worried that if he punishes all of them, he will be short of staff. He agrees that he did not think about it and commands him to get rid of their tongues. Then, the servants start sobbing and begging for forgiveness. She watches them from a distance, startled, and then approaches His Highness. She whispers to him to stop this and asks who asked him to do that to them. He says it seems that it would not be enough, but she protests that she's trying to bridge the gap between his people and hers. She wants mutual respect, but the prince debates that she is not just anyone. She is Carol, his wife, and anyone who insults nobility should be punished accordingly. She replies that there are times even when she wonders if she is fit to be a princess, so it is okay if they have doubts too. She also reminds him of Lionel's words that Pervaz is short-handed, so he won't be able to operate while waiting for their tongues to heal. He asks her what she suggests they do. She tells the maids that life in Pervaz might not be the best, but since they are all here together, they have to support and live with each other. Even in the presence of conflict, understanding each other should always be part of the process. She further adds that in order to do that, they must respect each other in history, and she understands that Pervaz might feel rugged and sniffing to all of them. But they are here to protect the border from barbarians, so they are all making a huge sacrifice. She does not want them to disregard her people. Carlisle steps up and tells them that even with the charge of disrespecting the nobility, thanks to the mercy of the princess, they all are spared. The maids prostrate before her and express their gratitude, but he warns them that there will be no second chances, so they should use the opportunity given well. AA finally sighs with relief after handling her crazy husband. He then offers that to commemorate their reconciliation, they shall have dinner together. She tells him that they were not even fighting. What reconciliation? She then leaves. Charles stands there expressionless, digesting the fact that he got rejected. But then he thinks to himself, what should he do to invite that woman to dinner? On the other hand, Gabriel and the Empress have finally agreed to join their teams against Carlisle. The Empress explains to him that Carlson left for Pervaz, which is a foreign jurisdiction in which the imperial family cannot intervene. She reveals that she tried to prevent him from marrying Countess Pervaz. Gabriel says that His Highness Carlisle is also trying to protect the most valuable tool, but Lord Levidew always looks after his faithful subject. Therefore, their opportunity will come again. The Empress is curious how do the gods do their work, but he assures her that she will know when the time comes. Now it's early September at Pervaz. The farmers are excited about their harvest. Around this month's end, that's when they notice black clouds and wonder if rain is coming. They're confused because it did not seem like it was going to rain. They spot a dark cloud, but too close to the ground for a cloud, and the cloud also looks weird to them. An older man comments that it seems like something that he saw 28 years ago. He finally shouts that it's a raid and the barbarians are here. He instructs everyone to hide in the cave, and he will go and inform the Lord. Meanwhile, Carlisle discusses with Lionel that he thinks Pervaz seems more stable now, and if it's expected to release supplies like that. Lionel replies material and money are essential, but he thinks Countess Pervaz is excellent. But he's thinking about Decker. He felt that he was an escort at most. It was unexpected. Lionel tells him not only Decker Donovan, but everyone in Pervaz has been unpredictable. In some ways, they are more active than the people in the capital. Sinus agrees that the rumors about Pervaz were all speculation and prejudice. They didn't believe that it could not be found in the big cities or found here in Viwanel. Then, he handed over a letter to him, saying that it was from the Emperor's family. When he reads it, he finds it amusing, informing that they are sending to Pervaz the proof of their loyalty. Lionel expresses that he thought that Selikadirit would turn around after losing her position as crown princess. Carlisle realizes that they must be expecting that he will get a divorce in 3 years. He further adds that the same goes for matriarch Valentino Dirit, and Selika's ambition is also formidable. Wanel states that she's a person who's not only outstanding in appearance but also in ability. Deep down, Her Majesty was also choosing the young lady to be the crown princess. He thinks to himself that from appearance to ambition, she is similar to her mother and finds it odd. Lionel confirms that he had feelings for Lady Derid as well. He is suddenly hesitant and embarrassed. Lionel recalls that every time he had a victory banquet, he would dance with Lady Derid. He says that was a fish that needed to be caught. Lionel says, but Lady Derid seems to like her. He clarifies what she wants is not him, but the crown princess's position. Carlisle further argues that it's all made up. He can pretend to be in love with anyone he wants to, but Lionel disagrees, saying he doesn't even know what it feels like to miss someone. He then points out that they didn't even mention what they were planning to send. Lionel thinks it can be jewelry or something like a precious antique, but Carlisle's instinct tells him that they are about to do something absurd. That's when a sudden announcement is made that startles them, declaring an attack and warning everyone to evacuate. Asha is grateful that there are not many of them, but they still struck them. It's terrible because the army has been dramatically reduced, and the weapons are still outdated. Decker suggests to her that they could ask His Majesty Carlisle for help. Now is not the time for them to dwell on her pride. This offends AA as she raises a question of whether she looks like the one trying to protect her pride. Decker immediately takes a bow and apologizes, accepting that it was stupid of him to make a comment like that. She tells him that she's not blaming him. She's just saying now is not the time for them to move strategically. Even though it may seem like an attempt to save her pride, if a few barbarians came running and begged for their lives, their relationship between His Majesty Carlisle and them would become even more strained. She is sure no matter what order His Highness Carlisle passes, they will not be able to refuse it, whether they like it or not. So she should deal with those barbarians herself. She instructs that after reporting the expedition to His Highness, they will depart immediately. She goes to inform His Highness about her departure. He asks why she is in such a hurry. She thinks to herself that he must have already heard the news of the barbarian surprise attack, but she cannot believe it. She reveals to him that the Igram tribe, one of the few tribes in the abandoned land, has invaded the border and she's heading out to defend the border. He inquires if there's anything he can help with. She says there's one. If she dies, His Highness shall become the Margrave of Pervaz. She requests him to fulfill his duties and responsibilities as the Margrave of Pervaz. He asks her if that is all she needs help with. He agrees and hopes that he will help her wholeheartedly. He smirked as he passed a comment. It looked like she was thinking about dying. He asks if there are any other requests. She says if he lives long enough to see his successors, she hopes he will appoint one as Count Purvis. He thinks to himself if that is it. She then formally takes a bow as she states she shall return after annihilating the enemies who threaten this land and the safety of His Highness. Now, Carol stands up and expresses his disappointment that it's far from romantic and who would perceive them as a couple. He then moves in her direction and plants a kiss on her forehead. He prays that the blessings of Aegis would be upon her and wishes for her victory. After that, she gets on the horse and is ready to face the enemies. Carlisle watches everything from the window and asks Lionel if he has prepared the knights. Lionel assures him that he is prepared just like he ordered. Carol has a telescope in his hands and is now excited to see Shah fight personally. As she is famous on the battlefield, Shah skillfully swings her sword through the air. The soldiers, armed with arrows, unleash a barrage upon the enemy. Carlisle is the one who has provided the arrows, and he's pleased that the supplies he has provided are of help much sooner than he expected. Suddenly, Lionel screams out for Asha to watch out. Asha is now making her way to the front line. Fear grips Carol, its presence evident in the terrified expression that washes over his face. He calls her an idiot and is worried that, as the leader, what the hell is she thinking going to the front line like this? Lionel suggests that it is better to send out the knights they have prepared for what if something happens. But Carol insists on waiting, as she does not want help from someone she does not trust. The Shah finally comes face to face with one of the leaders of the enemy group who looks down on her and says, "Who is this woman?" She asks him if he has not heard from the people of the Lore tribe, even though their leader also met the same fate. In one instant, she defeats him. The other soldiers attack her, but without any resistance, she dominates all of them. Carlisle calls her crazy, and now he knows why she wasn't interested in jewelry or anything like that because, in the face of that, nothing of that useless stuff matters. He realizes not only is she excellent at fighting, but she is also brilliant at tactics. She can also eliminate enemies in a dangerous but effective way. Now, it's clear to him that Countess Pervaz was the one who had beheaded the leader. He smirked as he thought that he really wanted to go out and fight by her side, but the reason she didn't ask for help was that she did not want him to see this side of her personality. He realizes there is a rear attack force. Lionel suggests that this is the best time to send their knights because right now Pervaz's army doesn't have the strength to stop IG's rear attack force. He also tells him that if the Pervaz army is defeated, the burden will increase on their side. He commands for the knights to go eliminate these rats now and decides to go and help out his wife. Asha thinks to herself that the enemy did not know that Pervaz received such colossal support to have brought with them less than 1,000 soldiers, but her eyes widen with this belief, and she realizes it's a rearguard attack, and it's coming from the mountains. She instructs Decker not to let them get here, and he should take Danilo and 100 soldiers. He asks him if she's crazy. If they're going to do that, this place would collapse because, at most, there are 500 soldiers on their side. That's when someone screams from behind that there are reinforcements. They look behind with surprise, but Asha worries if it's the 300 men who are left to guard the castle. But she is surprised when she finds out it's His Highness and his men. But she composes herself as this is not the time to be distracted. Deer suggests to her that they should leave the crew mountain to His Highness and focus on eliminating these guys. They were delighted to know that His Highness surprisingly looked like a good person and was now more intimidating and angry as they tried to attack her from behind. Just in a little time, she defeats everyone who attacked her. The leader announces to retreat, and they realize they were wrong to think Pervaz could be surrounded in a day. That night, they retrieved the fallen martyrs from the battlefield and tended to the wounded, providing much-needed care and support. Asha acknowledges that the battle, which could have been prolonged, was averted thanks to the help of His Highness Carlisle. She tells Decker that she is going to see His Highness. Carlisle Decker expresses that he was just happy to see him earlier, but now he's a little worried. But Asha informs him that she is grateful for his help, puts her hand on his shoulder, and tells him not to worry too much. As she's heading down the corridor, she calculates the casualties. Out of 600 soldiers, 17 died, 45 were seriously injured, and over 200 were lightly injured. But she's happy because it's much less damage than expected. She thinks she cannot express her gratitude enough to His Highness. Although she is worried about how His Highness's people will react, she cannot help it. When she entered his room, he looked like he was waiting for her. He says she came and asks her to take a seat. She takes a bow at him and thanks him for his help, but he doesn't seem pleased with her formalities and asks if she has just come here to say hello and leave. He asks her why it's awkward to even have a cup of tea with him. She tells him it's not like it's just the sooner she says thank you and apologizes, the better. He makes it clear that he prefers to slow down and then get to the point. It's more fun. He acknowledges she might be busy but still offers to have a cup of tea with him. She says it is an honor and sits down, but he doesn't want them to be rigid with each other. She looked at the cup and was surprised that this thin cup somehow made it to the vase without breaking. As she is about to take a sip, she is taken aback by his question about whether she's angry with him. She wonders why he asked that. He replies that even though she did not ask for help, he ran out on his own, which indeed made her angry. She assures him she's not angry and thinks to herself why she would be angry with the person who saved her life. Is this common sense for the people in the capitalizing? She admits that she was arrogant. If His Majesty had not blocked the rear army at the time, they would have suffered tremendous damage. She could only blame herself to death for not asking for his help. Of course, if she survived, he asks her if she always prepares herself to go out and die like this. She raises the question of whether any warriors go into battle without being prepared to die. He replies that he does not, but she says that she does. He responds that he is aware, as she left her husband while openly encouraging him to have an affair. She then recalls how she wished that if he had many descendants in the future, one of them would succeed to the throne of Pervaz. He further asks her if she loves Perez so much, shouldn't she hope that her descendants will continue the reign of Count Pervaz? She replies she doesn't necessarily want her descendants to have it. Anyone can lead it with a sense of responsibility. He reminds her that she has earned the honor through the sacrifices of her father and brothers and asks if it isn't unfair for someone else's descendants to steal it. She debates the title of Count Pervaz, whether her father received an award or a mere choice given to him to take his own life or to stand up to lure the people with the readiness to die. Carlisle remains silent. She further adds she doesn't know if it's an honor that should be passed down to descendants, but she does hope this place is no longer treated as a place of exile. The people of Pervaz are not guilty of anything, declaring that they even performed the noble task of protecting the borders of this empire. Carlisle agrees with that, accepting that he wasn't aware of how strong the Pervaz army was. He did not expect it to be this strong. Once again, she expresses her gratitude, accepting that if it hadn't been for his help, she would have ended up in big trouble. He pretends that he just did it because if the Pervaz army were destroyed, he would be in more trouble, so he just did the obvious thing. He asks her if there's anything more to say. She asks him the same question. But when there's nothing to talk about, she bids farewell and leaves. Outside the door, she thinks that he would say something in the end, but did he forget? She wonders if it really means that he just helped them without any condition because they looked in trouble, but she doubts that and thinks that could be an act of trying to impose a debt on her. Convincing herself to come to her senses a few days later at the imperial palace, the empress informs her son that it is sad that a barbarian from the abandoned land attacked Pervaz. But Mattis tells her that they eliminated the barbarians who attacked there. She explains to him that the Luo people are almost extinct, and it is said that the one who invaded this was a minority tribe called the Ingram tribe. He says that all barbarians are the same. She tells him that they are the people she's grateful to. He asks her why and inquires if they won. She lets him know that the surprise attack failed. Mattis protests, asking her what she is thankful for. She examines why he is so anxious. He throws a tantrum and asks her if she's even severe. She's not aware of what they will do, and if the monster comes out, he will have to be dragged there, reminding her that they have to get that Carlisle guy out of progress quickly. Her mother assures him not to worry, and she thinks of a way to take away Carlisle's strength. She finally reveals her evil intent to cause war in Pervaz again. Mardu is confused as to why the barbarian attacks on Pervaz would take away Carlisle's strength, adding that if Carlisle drives out the barbarians, it's only good for him. But her mother tells her that if the barbarians are attacking Pervaz, other nobles will not be able to visit. For Praz, supply ships will mostly be cut off, and informants will not be able to come and go. He finally gets his mother's conspiracy and understands that Carlisle will have no choice but to return to the capital. His mother says it would have been better if he had died by barbarians' arrows. This hurts Mattis a little, but his mother assures him not to be scared because if Carlisle dies anyway, there's no need for him to go to war, because that way he would be the only one left to become the crown prince. So they would not risk his life and send him to a dangerous battlefield. But he reminds his mother that the crown prince or emperor must be his own. But she tells him it depends on what he says, and what's urgent now is the Carlisle side. She informs him that his popularity is increasing in social circles, and they need to erase Carlisle's presence further and bring him back to the capital. She ends up writing a letter to the Ingram tribe that states that they will provide supplies and weapons to the tribe, and the tribe does not necessarily have to win. Instead, this should lead to a war lasting for a long time, further revealing that High Priest Gabriel will move together with them. Gabriel receives a letter, and then Ares arrives at a place where many other priests are present. Priest Geronimo gets up and apologizes for changing the meeting location. He tells her it's not his fault, but the fault of the temple leadership, who compromises with the secular world and oppresses their Golden Bough fraternity. One of the priests argues that the Golden Bough personality does not distort the Word of God. They have to follow the words of the Scriptures. But the other priest says they're being treated like heretics by the leadership. Gabriel assures them not to worry. In the end, they will be the winner, believing Lab Ada will protect them. Count Pervaz walked through the vast hallway of the castle. Thinking that she did not know that they would meet this much, she doubted that something had happened that morning. She opened the door, and in front of him sat a gentleman who greeted him good morning with a smile on his face. He proceeded to say that he called her here because he thought that they could spend some time together since they were a married couple. The gentleman looks very happy, and Lady Pervaz is astonished to hear that. This part ends here. Manhwa starts with Prince Carlisle sitting on a sofa and smiling at Asha or looking towards Ash or saying we are a married couple, so we need to spend some time with each other after hearing Prince's words. Asha is surprised to listen to this. Then she thinks to herself, or says, what was he scheming this time, and why was all of this happening all of a sudden? She believed that maybe it was too much to ask him to watch over her people. He wondered what was wrong and if she did not wish to be with him, not even for a moment. She replied that she could never think that and continued saying that perhaps there was something, that he was trying to tell her through this, and she was worried that she might not understand. He told her that he had heard that people don't talk back in Pervaz, and he hoped that she would listen to what he had to tell. Count Pervaz asked if all he was saying was that they should spend time together, and he replied that it had been 3 months since he had come to Pervaz, yet he had not had the chance to have a proper conversation with her. He reminded her that they were a married couple, and Count Pervaz replied that she would like that as well. He replied that that's what he thought, and it wouldn't be fun to sit and talk. He considered it would be more fun to be personally shown around the castle by her. She thought for a moment and said, I see. While they were roaming around the castle, he said that the work for organizing the second floor was completed a while ago, and he said this now before it's too late, but he thought the management needed to be improved. Count replied that she did not wish to offend him, but he should not have let her know about this a little earlier and said that this castle resident kept it pretty clean. He replied that it used to be clean, but it was emptied since nobody had used it. Now they saw spider webs across the castle, and she thought that she was beginning to understand why His Highness's people were shocked. She cleared her throat and told him that because of the war, nobody had time or effort to take care of the castle and to survive the winter. They sold whatever little they had or used it as firewood. His Highness was shocked and asked, Is firewood? She began to continue and told him that the lower people set fire to all of our mountains that had trees so they couldn't get any firewood, and during the war, they burned dressing tables and grandfather clocks as firewood since they weren't needed at the time. Listening carefully, His Highness replied that he heard that Laura had about 20 times more troops than them and asked if that was right. She responded that it felt more like 50 times over and over again. Her father intervened and informed him that she had received the blessing of Aegwir's, the god of war. Although bringing up in front of His Highness was embarrassing, she believed her father was a gifted warrior. His Highness acknowledged her father's prowess and expressed his respect for Amir Pervaz as a true knight. He lamented the fact that his first encounter with a member of the royal family was with his own father. As he walked away, the Count was surprised to hear such words from a royal. His Highness then remarked on the absence of portraits in the castle, prompting the Count to explain that They needed more time to commission portraits due to years of war. His Highness noted that it is the artist who takes the time to paint, not the model, and suggested that they should have a portrait of Emir to preserve the memory of the royal family. Confused, the Count asked why they would hang it in the castle. His Highness explained that a portrait serves as a lasting memory and should be preserved, even if firewood is scarce. He believed that future generations should be able to see and remember their ancestors. The Count realized that His Highness was different from the type to record their portraits for the archives. Meanwhile, in another room, a man mentioned that it had been 3 months since Carlisle left Pervaz, suggesting that they should do something. He argued that a person blessed by God should not live a life that goes against God's will. The Count expressed concerns about the nobles of the empire, describing them as arrogant and oppressive, trampling on the hearts of others. She believed that the Church of Allah was the only path to salvation, emphasizing the importance of equality before God and the need to establish a righteous empire. A few days later, a girl approached the Count, asking if she was having a hard time. The Count wondered why she had come there and realized that she had reached Pervaz. A man named Alan, the eldest child of the family, called her insane for choosing such a place. Another man, Dylan Duper, the family's second child, criticized her, calling her toxic and claiming that no one would like her. Meanwhile, a man approached His Highness, reminding him of Duperat's proof of loyalty. The proof had arrived at the castle, and he requested that the lady be brought in. As she entered, His Highness recognized her and called her name Cecilia Duprat. Cecilia approached the Highness and expressed her loyalty to the Highness, as stated in the letter. She mentioned that upon receiving the letter, she wondered if they were going to take something from them. However, it seemed that Cecilia was to keep an eye on them instead. She apologized for the situation and asked how she could be of help. The Highness questioned if Cecilia knew about the Duprat Dale, to which she replied that it was the largest of training center in the empire. She explained that it was also the fastest way to spread news and communicate between people. The Highness admitted that he had only heard of it but was familiar with Dovetail, which is famous for training elite dove messengers. He asked Cecilia what she wanted to say about the tale, and she revealed that she could put the Dovetail services in his hands. Surprised, he couldn't believe it, but acknowledged that she could be really helpful. Cecilia continued by highlighting the difficulty of keeping in touch with events in the capital. While he was in Pervaz, she offered a solution to this issue, which he eagerly accepted. She then shared a recent rumor spreading in the capital, comparing Prince Matthews to him. More and more people were doubting his capabilities, as Prince Matthews claimed to have the skills to realize the full potential of the empire. The nurse wondered why people thought Prince Matthews was better than him, considering their own experiences with assassination threats. Cecilia revealed that, according to intelligence from the tales, they suspected the priest, Ella, of spreading false rumors. Ella had recently been recommended as a new court official and was abusing his influence with Deputy Gabriel Knox. The Highness expressed frustration with Ella's actions and thanked Cecilia for informing him. She assured him that she would never betray him and wanted to prove herself as a woman worthy of his power. This reassured the Highness, and he welcomed her support. The Highness then commanded one of the boys to give Cecilia a room on the second floor. He informed Cecilia that Countess Pervaz, the owner of the castle, would greet her later. Cecilia looked forward to meeting Countess Pervaz and planned to set things straight from the beginning. Countess Pervaz entered the room and asked if she had been called. The H Highness apologized for interrupting her work and introduced. Cecilia is the daughter of Duke Duprat. Countess Pervaz did not expect to see a young noblewoman, and commented on the rough journey to the castle. Cecilia assured her that she was determined to come and apologize for the discomfort her maids experienced during the journey. The Highness asked. Cecilia shared her thoughts and mentioned that she knew her room was on the first floor. She hoped this would be fine with sharing the floor with him. Countess Pervaz reassured her that it was natural for him to decide where she would stay and that the first floor wouldn't be suited for her. The Highness suggested bringing some furniture and having their maids help decorate Cecilia's room. Countess Pervaz understood his intention and agreed. She excused herself, mentioning that she had work to do, but the H Highness requested that they dine together. Even though they were in a contractual marriage, Cecilia observed that Countess Pervaz didn't seem to see her as a threat. She believed she would have to prove her value and focus on becoming the queen when he finally received the crown. Meanwhile, Giles was angry inside, as he felt that Countess Pervaz was getting closer to becoming the queen. He was frustrated that Cecilia had come at this time. However, he knew that nothing had been going on between them, and that Cecilia was ambitious. He believed that an empress should be calm, composed, and humble, and he wouldn't allow her to take the throne. He decided to take action and planned to call Dorothy a few days later. Dorothy received a letter from her father, calling her to Pervaz. Despite not having a choice, she couldn't help but feel conflicted about going. Dorothy, while traveling to Pervaz, was thinking that she had no other choice but to go to her father, whose name was Gillis Rappelt, and who was said to be a genius of the century. He was the highest authority at the academy, and thanks to him, Dorothy was able to start reading from an early age. She had a flashback of her young age with her father, who said that she was too loud and that if a lady showed off like that, she would not be loved. Every time he said that, Dorothy felt she was being denied, and she could not rebel against her father. Her father quoted famous scholars because he saw her as foolish and criticized her very often. But Dorothy was obedient, and she said yes to her father on everything. She reached Pervaz with her suitcase in hand. Dorothy's father introduced her to His Royal Highness and told him that she had come here to help him. Dorothy greeted His Highness, and His Highness replied that it had been a long time since the first academic lead called you out. Here, he was looking forward to the knowledge and skill she possesses. Dorothy replied that her father said he had a lot of work to do, and she was only here to help with minor errands. Her father told the Highness that she was a little better than the ones that he had taught at the academy. Now, His Royal Highness thought that he heard the professor was also quite an ambitious person, and as soon as Cecilia arrived, he summoned Dorothy. He continued to say that it must have been quite the task to come to the rough place, and he would ask her to get some rest, but she had to greet the owner of this castle. He invited them to wait a moment as he had asked someone to call Count Pervaz. Dorothy thought that they were someone who had traversed the battlefield and killed countless barbarians. She wondered how scary of a person they were, and just in case, she had to be careful not to show any sign of being startled or frowning. Count Pervaz has now arrived. She entered the room, and Dorothy had a shocked look on her face. She greets His Highness and introduces herself. His Highness asked Dorothy if she is Sir Rapal's daughter, and her father is now telling her that he has kept her close by his side and summoned her to help her run errands. His Highness was thinking that this was all because of His Highness calls, and she wondered if he was inviting other ladies. The Count was worried that Dorothy would be okay with the life here, as Pervaz isn't exactly safe yet. She asked Dorothy to stay inside the castle. as much as possible and be sure to have someone to escort her when she was leaving. Dorothy thanked her for her hospitality. His Royal Highness asked the Count if she would be joining them for dinner tonight, and she agreed. He was now thinks that she has no interest in female guests, and does not like it. Dorothy and her father walked out of the room, and her father asked Dorothy what the meaning of calling her Her Highness was, and if she should call her Count Pervaz. He asked her if she would treat Count Pervaz like a true royal. Her daughter replied that it may be a contractual relationship. Still, she is married to His Highness if she ignored her title. It would be difficult to make a good impression on His Highness. Dorothy's father now shouted at her and said, "Do you think that I don't know that there is such a thing as having power?" In one's words, if you keep calling that woman Her Highness, then even His Highness Carlisle will recognize that woman is his wife. He asked her daughter to impress His Highness during their stay here, and like always Dorothy said yes to her father. Dorothy was now thinking that at least when she became the crown princess, she could read any book she wanted to her heart's content, and she would do everything that she could. The next day, Countess Pervaz asked the new butler of the Pervaz castle, whose name was Samuel, about taking care of the castle from now on. She also requested Della to help Samuel from now on, and Della agreed to do that. She now asked Mr. Samuel to follow her around the castle. Countess Pervaz asked if she could take a walk around the castle, as the air was cool. As they took a walk in the castle, the maids asked each other if they thought that Pervaz was improving, and they agreed that it was. The Count was applauding Della on doing convincing. Samuel and Della replied that what was she praising her for? It was Mr. Samuel who made the decision. He looked at the sky and said that it was truly autumn now, and their first harvest would begin very soon. They would be able to stock up on emergency food for the winter, said the Count, and Della replied that next year and the year after that, they could start earning cash from selling any surplus food. There was a brief pause, after which Della said that he wanted to talk about something else. She asked what it was, and he said that 2 women recently come to our castle. The Countess replied if he meant Cecilia and Dorothy. Della asked her why they were there, and she replied that they said they come to help His Highness Carlisle, and it seems to her they are just competing for the position of crown princess. Della asked her if they were His Highness's lovers, and the Countess replied that it would be something similar. Scratching his head, Della said the servants have eyes, and if there were a lover in the castle, they would know. He reminded her about when she said that she did not mind what His Highness Carlisle did in the castle. The Count put a hand on his shoulder and comforted him by saying that Pervaz is surviving this much thanks to their contract, so he should keep his promise. Della told her that it is widely known that His Highness Carlisle likes women. He had a feeling that His Highness would have a female guest sooner or later. He suggested the Count find happiness too and asked her what she was going to do after they got divorced. The Count asked him not to worry about her as he was also 26 years old and had never held a woman's hand before, and teased him and wished him luck. Now they were walking around the castle again, but someone was spying on them. The man who was silently observing the Countess, and Decker thought that this was outrageous. His Highness was feeling very bad, and the story continued from the last time. His Highness thought that she knows him as a libertine. He made it that way intentionally, so there's nothing to feel unfair about. So why on earth did he feel so bad? He kept thinking about what was wrong with faithfully keeping the contract between them. He was trying to figure out if he thought unpleasant that a chaperone spoke as if she knew everything about him, and realized that it was what was bothering him, because just because you learn something, you think you know everything about me. On the other hand, he felt that it was natural, since only limited information was given to her in the first place. Even so, she is just a village lord, and she can't act like she knows everything about the crown prince. He was very confused and said that he had followed her for no reason, and Leona would laugh if he saw it. Now Decker asked the Countess if she was sure that the two of them have nothing to do with each other, as he heard that His Highness was even mentioned as a marriage partner in the past. A boy shouted at his mother and said that they had to get Carl somehow because you never know when I might have to be dragged away to eliminate monsters. Somoma warnings appeared in the southern part of the empire. The Imperial Knights naturally tried to bring Matthews with them, but it was cancelled due to flimsy excuses and strong opposition. A lady asked him to calm down, but he could nod and continued to say, "Do you think this was a good time to relax?" and said that his mother must be so relaxed because she only has to sit in the imperial palace. He thought that if he died, his mother would not be safe either. He wanted her mother to do something, appear with wine on a tray or something in it, and present it to him. The lady asked him to drink some of this. He took a sip, and the lady said that does not he know that he is the heart of his mother, and she would do whatever it takes to prevent him from being dragged into battle. Her son asked if her mother was telling the truth, and she said, of course. She invited him to take a rest for today, now lay in bed, and her mother asked the servants to send a message to the high priest, Gabriel, that she would go and see him soon. She now met the priest who sent God's blessing upon her and said that he was happy to meet Her Majesty the Empress. The priest asked the Empress how she had been, and she replied that she was helping Matthews, who was having a hard time. She confessed that the Majesty Emperor was too kind as he is interesting military authority to a child with no experience, to which the priest replied that he understood that His Majesty Martis has hardly ever taken any knightly lessons. The Empress agreed to this and told him that Marty was weak and she felt very guilty about killing another life. The priest said to her that His Highness was born under the star of Asfu, who was the god of beauty and love. The Empress confessed that she wanted to drag Carlisle away from Pervaz, as he threw away his duties in shallow water and hid Pervaz, which was ridiculous to her. She asked if he had any idea how to bring Carlisle away from that barbarian land, to which the priest replied that it was a difficult problem and suggested the annulment of marriage. The Empress, shocked, asked if that was possible. Confidently, the priest said that we can make it possible, as there are a few cases where a temple can declare a marriage annulled when one party deceives the other party into getting married. When the party's coercion forces the marriage, it is a fraudulent marriage aimed at money or other dishonest things. When both parents oppose the marriage, and lastly, when one couple seriously neglects their efforts to multiply their offspring, and he concluded that it was enough to declare the marriage invalid. He asked if Her Majesty the Empress would be able to withdraw the recognition of the imperial family, to which the Empress agreed. She now feels like meeting the high priest makes her feel like the dark clouds are clearing. She told the priest that she would contact the spy planet in Pervaz to gather information, in particular, to take a look at their efforts to prosper their offspring. October came, and there was a welcome dinner for Cecilia and Dorothy. They all sat at the huge table, and the Countess said that she never thought a place that could have been used as an indoor execution site would be transformed into something so grand. His Highness now addressed all the guests and asked to start the dinner. The maid served everyone. Decker and the Countess sat together and looked at a dish, trying to understand what it was. The Countess said that it seemed different meat from the one she ate last time, and found out that it was a turkey from Dorothy, who said if You cook it incorrectly, it will be tasteless and tough. We can look forward to the skills of the chef that his mouth just like brought with him and referred to His Highness. His Highness cut into the turkey. Now Dorothy said that she did not think there were any bones in the turkey and informed him that you separate the legs and wings at once. The Countess added that it is not difficult if you know the skeletal structure of an animal, and she also thought that it was like bird meat. To which His Highness let out a laugh and said to her that he had met a lot of people. But this was very funny, as all the guests gathered at the dining table to eat. Decker couldn't help but think to himself that even under the circumstances, their lord was only preoccupied with food. With a disappointed look on his face, he made a fist. His Highness looked at everyone and asked if they should begin the dinner. The man confessed that it had been a while since he had seen Lady Rapalt, to which she replied that since she was living in the East State, she had very little to see. Now, His Highness referred to Lady Dupret and asked how she had been. Lady Dupret replied that she was fine and thanked His Royal Highness for his concern. Decker united to ask why Miss Dorothy was here and if it was to see Sir Rapalt as a representative of her family. Dorothy replied that her father was busy, so she came to help him with some work. Cecilia inquired that there must be a lot of top-secret information and asked if Miss Dorothy would see it all. Dorothy smiled and laughed, saying that she would not and that she would help with small errands. When it comes to top-secret information, her father was more concerned about Miss Cecilia, unprecedentedly. He wondered if they could completely trust the Dupret family's dovetail, as Dupret was completely loyal to His Majesty. Cecilia replied that she had come this far to be the proof of that. Her father continued by saying that Miss Cecilia must be a throwaway card. Right, which was very weird for him to speak. But her daughter comforted everyone by saying that. He jokes as well. She said that don't you know the value of Cecilia in social circles, to which her father replied that he had heard that Cecilia was popular with men. His Royal Highness replied that Sir Rapalt probably knows why that is. Everyone had their own thoughts, one of which was that he was saying that he was His Majesty Carlisle's non-candidate. He looked over at the Countess and told her not to worry, but there was a pause from the Countess, who was eating the steak. She cleared her throat, and Decker asked if she was okay. The Countess changed the conversation and started talking about the food they were having and asked Decker if it could have been more delicious. Decker was trying to understand what was going on and said nothing. He said that he was surprised that she read that book because it was hard to find in small local cities. Dorothy replied that it wasn't difficult, as her father borrowed it from the Academy Library. Cecilia was impressed by her answer and said that it must be great to have such a loving father. Count Duprat is also a man who loves his daughter. There was confusion in the room, and the Countess now thought that it seemed like they were saying good things to each other, but the atmosphere wasn't very good. Cecilia was observing everyone with a glass in her hand. She shouted out sorry, and she did not mean to talk about her father in front of Count Prevaz. Count Prevaz assured her that she did not have to worry about her. She also liked talking about her own father. Cecilia was curious about this, as she had heard that he was a great man, but she still wanted to know what happened between them. The Count told her that it is said that he led the war to victory by killing the enemy general, and as a reward for his military service, he was given the title of the Margrave of Prevaz. Cecilia wondered why she was so calm and thought that she was surprisingly good at hiding her emotions. She continued to make conversation with the Countess and said that usually in world wars, the imperial family participated in. She asked her if it was normal to give titles to the outstanding soldiers. The Count asked Cecilia if it was true that she accumulated all of her achievements in that way. This was interrupted by His Highness, who said that he had nothing to eat. So should he pick up someone else's gun and eat it? He asked the Count to treat his father and him the same way, to which the Count agreed and took a bite of her food. Cecilia and Dorothy's battle of nerves to accept the position of the crown princess was still going on, and everyone there knew it, including His Highness, the most important person in the room, except for Count Prevas. She did not seem to have any interest in the situation, thought Decker, while His Highness was thinking that the attitude of the Countess of not clinging to him was very good. However, they should pretend to be a married couple in front of outsiders, as that was in the contract. It clearly states that you will faithfully fulfill the role of a wife on paper. His Highness now started to make conversation with the Countess and asked if she remembered the couple portrait that they talked about before. And the Highness did remember. Dorothy asked about the picture, and His Highness explained to her that since he was a member of the royal family and was married, he needed to draw a portrait and send it to the Imperial Archives, and suggested hanging one picture in this castle as well. His Highness asked Lionel how he chose the painter, to which Lionel replied that among the painters that he contacted, Fabian accepted the offer and would be arriving soon. Dorothy confirmed that it was Fu, the painter who won the grand prize 3 times at the Imperial Salon, to which Cecilia replied that he was an artist of the level that should be used for a portrait of His Majesty. Dorothy was concerned and asked if His Highness wanted another painter, referring to Countess, to which she replied that she thought it was annoying as she would have to wear all kinds of jewelry and a dress and sit there for hours. She did not know that it would suit her. His Highness told them that it was her duty as a member of the Imperial family, so she should do her best, even if it were unfamiliar, to which the Countess agreed. A man came up to Giles and told him that he had received a message from them. He read the message that stated that he had come up with the idea of the nullification of marriage as a way to get His Highness away from Paz. It stated that they had found evidence that the Majesty and Pervaz were neglected in their marital relationship, and the marriage was old. He now stood up and said that the two of them had to prove that they were a real couple, otherwise no one would recognize them as a couple. Lionel told Carlisle that the help of a temple was absolutely necessary for the annulment of a marriage, so that must have already been agreed upon with High Priest Gabriel, who had been said to be close to the Empress recently. Gabriel Knox said that he felt uncomfortable about that person for some reason. Carlisle asked him if they should go out for some fresh air. Lionel asked him where he would like to go, and Carlisle replied that he wanted to go see what had been harvested. They both got on their horses and went to the fields. Carlisle looked around the field and said that it looked like a populated area, and people's health seemed to have improved as compared to before. Carlisle thought that after food was distributed, the number of deaths in Prevaz had dropped significantly. He never thought that Prevaz's situation would ever be that bad. Carlisle asked Lionel about the harvest festival that was supposed to be held at the end of that month. Lionel told him that it was Prevaz's first harvest festival and Count Prevaz seen. I am very excited about it. Carlisle added that she was excited like a child. Lionel told him that people were asking how to spend a harvest festival, and he just said to them that it was a day to eat, drink, and dance all day. Carlisle agreed and said it was no different and asked him if there was anything else needed to celebrate the harvest festival. Suddenly, Prevaz came there on her horse and asked what was with His Majesty and Lord Bailey. Carlisle said that, even if it was like that, he was the husband of Count Prevaz. She told him that since it was his first harvest, She had to check it out by herself. She thanked him for thinking that much about Pervaz. She said that she wasn't expecting it, and Carlisle felt a little disheartened as he heard this. He asked her if the harvest festival was at the end of that month. She told him that it was true, and she was preparing some questions for Lord Bailey. She said that it may not be enough in the eyes of those who came from the capital, but she hoped that Carlisle would enjoy it together. Dom suggested her to drink plenty of alcohol and said that the rest would take care of itself. This brought a good laugh to Asha's face. Carlisle thought that he was definitely caught because otherwise there would be no way she would laugh so defenselessly sly in front of him. Later in her office, the butler told Asha that everything would be ready before the harvest festival. Decker asked her if she was going too much on the preparations. She told him that His Majesty Carlisle gave them some more support. Decker asked her if it would be better to save it and use it for something else, but she denied it, saying that they must have that memory at least once. She said that crops were growing on their land, too, and that was why they were celebrating the harvest festival. She said that she wanted to remember everyone eating and drinking and having fun. She recalled herself sitting in a corner with her father during wartime, asking him what he would like to do when the war was over. His father said that she seemed to have some strength left to ask such things. When she insisted, her father told her that when the war ended, he would want to hold a big harvest festival after farming and harvesting a lot. He dreamed of it to be a festival to ensure that there would be no starvation until the next year's harvest. She told Decker that this way, they would do their best next year as well, and they might feel more attached to their land. She wanted to make her father's dream come true, even though he was dead. Cecilia overheard their conversation from outside the room. She realized that they were preparing for the harvest festival. She had come to see how prepared the country lord was. Cecilia thought that Asha had a stronger sense of responsibility for Pervaz than she thought. It seemed to her that Asha was quite devoted to her family and territory. She thought that if Asha was not a competitor for the possession of the crown princess, they could have come to understand each other. Later, Bibiana, the emperor's young mistress, was asking her servant why it didn't work. The servant told her that, surprisingly, having a child was not easy and invited her to feel at ease. Bibiana asked her if she thought it was such an easy situation. She told her that it took time to become pregnant and give birth to a child, and she didn't know how things would change in the meantime. She thought that if the second prince continued to accumulate power like that, someone like her would disappear without even a mouse knowing. She thought about how long the empress would use her son to wield power. However, the second prince was nothing when the crown prince was around. Thinking of everything, she got really mad as she couldn't believe she was taken advantage of by the empress's scheme. The servant got upset, looking at her condition, and asked her if she should bring some water for her to drink. As the servant laughed, Bibiana said that since His Majesty, the Emperor, favored her, she had a good chance of winning as long as she gave birth to a son. However, there was no way the Empress would sit there and watch that. Suddenly, she started shouting, saying that they could have kept the Empress in check together, only if the crown prince had not been driven out to Pervaz. She got so angry that she threw a flower on the ground, and it shattered into pieces. She realized that she had to have children as soon as possible. This story spread like wildfire, and everyone was talking about how mad Bibiana was. People were saying that she was very irritated because she was having trouble having kids. Matthias heard it and was amazed, listening that Bibiana was thinking of having a baby. He immediately went to her mother and told her that he had discovered something amazing. He was about to tell her about Bibiana, but her mother was not listening. She told him that she had just received some important news. When the son asked him about the news, she told him that she would be able to divorce Carlisle soon. Soon after some time, it was the day of the harvest festival. The people were really happy, and they felt like they were in another country. While Ashley was looking at everything else, the alcohol and meat had arrived from elsewhere. The boy told her that there was already enough stock so the last cart could be kept for emergencies. As the bell rang, Carlisle and Asha arrived at the festival. Everything was very well organized, and the food was held on the tables. Isha came in front and wanted to make an announcement. She said that it was a very meaningful day for their Pervaz. She said that in their land that was trampled by barbarian invasions for a long time, that was because it was a day to celebrate the harvest of crops again. She said that joy was something that everyone in Pervaz should enjoy together. There, she showed her gratitude to the grace of His Highness Carlisle. She said that since they had decided to celebrate the harvest festival that day and the next, everyone could eat, drink, dance, and sing. Everyone dropped their hats, ate their drinks, and started enjoying the festival. Asha asked the butlers to keep serving food so there was no shortage. Decker asked her that she, too, should go there and have a drink. She tried to refuse, but he grabbed her hand and insisted. As she sat on the table, Decker raised a toast to Lord Isha. She suggested him not to drink so much as he was already drunk. Decker asked her to stop nagging and drink it. While Decker was drinking, Asha thought that it was her first time having a beer and wondered if it was delicious. She took a sip and kept it down, saying that it tasted awful. Decker told her that she only drank high-quality wine next to His Majesty Carlisle and asked if she didn't like beer. However, she said that it just didn't taste good. Decker started laughing and said that she looked like a child when she looked at things like that. The other workers also came, asking Asha if she should have a drink with them as well. She said that those guys had been through a lot so far, and there was a lot more work to be done in the future, but they could forget everything that day and drink. Everyone cheered their glasses and had a drink. They asked Asha to clink glasses with them as well. I agreed, and everyone requested the same from her. Suddenly, she realized that she was going to make a big mistake if she continued to drink like that. She decided to leave the table. This was when someone asked her where she was going. She told everyone that she needed to go and do some errands. As she walked away, she felt dizzy and thought that she was dying. She said that she couldn't drink anymore and she had to hide for a bit. She sat in a corner, thinking that no one would find her there. Suddenly, she started thinking what Decker would say if he found out that the Lord was doing this. Suddenly, someone approached her, asking what kind of a drunkard she was. She turned around in anger to see who it was. Carlisle was standing there, asking her how much she drank. She told him that they kept telling her to drink, so she drank some. Carlisle asked her what if the Lord drank to the point where he lost his mind. He asked her what she was going to do if the barbarians attacked her at a time like that. She suddenly got up, asking if they were attacking, and said that she had to go out immediately. Carlisle told her that it was not that they really invaded, but she seemed to have already believed him. Bong brought her closer and hugged her. He asked her to calm down and told her it was just a joke. Soon after some time, she got away, and Carlisle thought that it was hard to follow a drunk person's stream of consciousness. He said that there were more than one or two things to be thankful for, and asked her which one she was grateful for the most. Asha told him that she wouldn't have been able to do the harvest festival if it was not for him. Carlisle asked her if she was happy with the deal she made with him, and sure enough, she was. She asked Carlisle if he was losing money from the festival. Carlisle said it was right and asked that if she thought he helped her that much, shouldn't she feel like showering him with kisses every time she saw him? He said that it would be hard to be that blunt every day. Asha started blushing. Carlisle thought that she was going to slap him, but she came closer and kissed him. Carlisle was still confused and wondered if it was because of what he just said. However, Asha still kept on kissing him. She said that even if you don't know how to kiss, you need to be brave. Soon, Carlisle pushed her away, and she grabbed him for support as she felt dizzy. Carlisle tried to figure out what was wrong, but Asha was almost unconscious. She was feeling dizzy because of drinking too much. Carlisle carried her in his arms and said that it must have been really hard preparing for the festival. He asked her not to worry about anything else and to take some rest. The next day, when Asha woke up, she felt like her head was spinning. She realized that she must never drink like that again so ignorantly. She suddenly saw Carlisle sitting next to her, asking if she was awake. He told her that her condition still didn't look so good. Carlisle asked her if she didn't remember anything from yesterday and said that she must have drunk in moderation. Asha asked her what had happened yesterday. As soon as she saw her clothes, she asked Carlisle when she changed her clothes. She suddenly got more concerned and asked what had happened yesterday. Asha was lying on the bed, and Carlisle stood by it, confused by the situation. Wondering why they were both in the bedroom, she was asked if she remembered anything that happened the prior night, perhaps due to excessive drinking at the ongoing harvest festival. In utter shock and confusion, Asha was curious to know about what had occurred. Overthinking and considering all the possibilities, she was eager to see if it was Count Pervaz himself who had kissed her last night. Carlisle, though wanting to tease her, explained the situation in which he found her passed out in a corner, all crumpled up. So he thought it best to bring her inside his room, not stating the fact that something else also happened at that moment. Maybe he didn't want to make her feel awkward by sharing it with her. Asha, in a problematic tone, moved on to the fact that she had so many responsibilities to look after at the harvest festival. She questioned if the event had been executed without any unpleasant incidents or complications. Carlisle assured her that it went fine under Viscount Pervaz's management, even though the Lord didn't show up. He emphasized that it was not a big deal, and he wanted her to stay relaxed. As she was occupied with other thoughts, she didn't notice until Carlisle pointed it out, that she was wearing different clothes than the night before. This made her curious if something had transpired, but he reminded her of the contract they both had. The terms on her side were to play the role of a wife on paper and to part ways later on. However, Carlisle felt like she was not performing that task very well, and no one would actually believe that she is his wife. Asha replied that it is he who doesn't treat her like a wife. Dodging her statement, he told her that it would be a good idea if they spread the rumor of them actually becoming a couple and that they both had slept together in his room, adding no further explanation to it except the already established fact that she was heavily intoxicated the previous night. Although Asha was insecure about spreading this rumor, it needed to be done, as their made-up story was at risk of being exposed and Carlisle was up against a wall. He was desperate to kill the rising suspicion, especially from Matthias, who seemed to have the Empress' ears and would orchestrate something. The marriage needed to be legally annulled by the temple. Otherwise, if the marriage were declared invalid due to being unlawful, Carlisle would have to reclaim the money he had invested in Purvis, as Matthias had half backed out of war because they didn't want to enter the battlefield. It would put the Empress in a difficult position if her son was to go on the battlefield and die. It would be even more infuriating if she found out that they both had slept together. Seemingly, it would be easier to spread the word since the guests were already present there. Hesitantly but surely Asha accepted the idea. If it were to succeed, then the problem of the Empress nitpicking would stop. Asha asked in a worried manner how much was invested in Purvis, but she was told not to. be deceived by his friendly manner, and that she should remain professional in terms of their contract. The next day, the second day of the harvest festival, the rumor spread like wildfire. Everyone was gossiping over the highnesses sleeping together. It worked out just as they wanted it to, clearing out all the suspicion towards them both. The gossip reached Nina, the maid, who at that time acted all sophisticated and unbothered about the matter. Later on, she and Cecilia engaged in a conversation about these rumors and were shocked by the fact that His Highness Carlisle didn't even use to look at Asha, making it seem he was uninterested in her. But now, they both were said to have engaged in an intimate action. Cecilia found it unbelievable, but Nina told her the exact way how the news got out. It was a maid who was called in by His Highness to change Asha's clothes, revealing the mystery of her clothes being changed. Nina established that the news was not bogus, but it was confirmed that something did happen, leaving Cecilia in a shocking disbelief, ruining her plan. Still unable to digest the fact that His Highness Carlisle would take Count Prevaz as his real wife, Cecilia thought with full rationality about Carlisle's character and how he had earned his reputation of being trustworthy by the people of his territory, which is more challenging than it seems. Even though Nina had her opinion, the other way around of Carlisle being of no good, Cecilia, sipping on her water, thought everything through and was convinced that this rumor was just that is a rumor, nothing more. Even if Count Prevaz were to become the Empress, she'd still be inferior to Her Majesty Cecilia in the hierarchy, and Count Prevaz wouldn't be a good Empress anyway, meaning Cecilia still had the upper hand and would remain the winner of this immature game. She found one reason: blaming Count Prevaz had something to do with it, as she might have been feeling threatened, so she seduced a man of great morals like Carlisle, who doesn't let himself seem weak. The next morning, Giles, along with Lionel Bailey, were in the presence of His Majesty. Carlisle, murmuring some words to each other in a hesitant manner, pushing each other to ask His Majesty about what they came for. They went right at it because His Majesty seemed to be in a good mood and felt it was right to ask him. Hence, they did tell Carlisle about an interesting news that they had heard this morning. Acting dumbfounded, Carlisle played along and asked them to elaborate. They asked him if it was true that he had slept with Count Prevaz the prior night, to which His Majesty replied in a very casual, unbothered way that yes, it was true. Still playing like it was not a big deal, he asked them to state the interesting news that they had heard. Giles and Lionel both were left baffled and astonished, and told him that this was the interesting news they heard, asking him if he was drunk last night, to which Carlisle assured them that he was in his conscious mind. Still unsure, they both kept asking His Majesty questions about the event, like if he was sure that the girl last night was for sure Count Prevaz. Being not too shady about it, Carlisle cut the conversation off by making them realize that their questions were too personal. Carlisle, with a smirk on his face, thought that if the teacher and Lionel were asking him these questions directly, then it meant that his plan was executed perfectly. He pondered how this rumor had affected the environment of the castle. As the harvest festival ended, Count Prevaz was called upon by Carlisle and the maid that went to call her and started referring to Count Prevaz as Her Majesty, to which Carlisle laughed uncontrollably, noticing the changes in the attitudes of servants and everyone at the castle, although Asher remained the same as before. Besides, Carlisle also believes his reputation has further improved after the rumor spread, as the people pass him subtle smiles now. Though it might still be hard to deceive the Empress, as she is a smart woman and would remain doubtful, she has no other option but to accept this marriage. Count Prevaz feels embarrassed after the rumor spreads. Even Nina, The maid starts acting strange around her, suggesting Count Prevaz needs to look after her health and take care of her by giving her traditional old remedies, such as putting herbs in Her Majesty's bathtub to prevent a cold, cleaning her nails, putting a herbal facial mask, and applying a weird jelly-like substance to Asher's hair. A few days went by, and it was Carlisle and Count Prevaz's time to take a couple's portrait. The way both of them looked was commendable, so Carlisle, in a flirting manner, told her that she looked beautiful and her maid's skills were impressive. However, Prevaz, being Prevaz, gave a monotonous reply that she looks the same, and if someone were to be praised on beauty, it would be Carlisle. It was as if it was their way of flirting. Meanwhile, back in the imperial palace, Cecilia and other royal ladies gathered at lunch, including Viviana, who thought she was called upon to be made fun of. They all gathered to have a newly developed snack made by the palace's patisserie along with Demir Island black tea. All the ladies were eager to give it a try. However, the Empress interrupted the ongoing conversation by saying that it didn't seem like a suitable place for a mistress like Mrs. Daslery, as she isn't seen on such occasions often. Seems like Lori wasn't expected to come to the gathering, as she hasn't in the past, which was unfamiliar to the noble ladies. Lori, being overwhelmed by the weird questions asked by the ladies, pretended to stay calm and answered politely to what seemed to Lori as sarcastic remarks. Lori told them that she had been wanting to meet them all for a long time, but was a bit afraid to come due to the evident age gap among them, and they wouldn't get along so well, as Lori herself is 25 years old, making her the youngest highness same age as one of the noble's daughters. As she pointed out, she justified in her head that it wasn't wrong of her to fool around with the emperor, who was about the same age as her father. Furthering her thought as she kept a pleasant, straight face, she knew she would humble them all once she got pregnant with a son. The conversation continued as two of the nobles murmured to themselves about an ongoing rumor of a priest frequently visiting Lady Lori's family estate. The priest is well known for helping people conceive a child, even though Viscount Lori is of an old age of 60 years old, and yet he is still trying for a child. The marriage itself was arranged by Her Majesty Cecilia. Lady Lori got worried that if the news of this arrangement got out, it would be troublesome. So Her Majesty silenced the other ladies for making such sarcastic remarks on a fact that is clear as day, stating that Lady Lori is the Emperor's favorite, so she isn't wrong in putting an effort into having a child for Your Majesty. When apologized for the behavior of Lady Talon, what Lady Lori couldn't figure out was whether she said it in a sarcastic manner, or was it sincere? If Lady Talon thought that the son born wouldn't be crowned as a prince, she kept these thoughts to herself. What struck intriguing others was that even Her Majesty was wishing well for Lady Lori's pregnancy. After going back to the castle, Her Majesty randomly started laughing, almost an evil laughter, making the maid confused about whether something to laugh about was going on. Cecilia was laughing at what went on in the social circle and how she was able to portray her lack of involvement in Viviana. She wondered if she could at least win the sympathy of the social circle, but that alone was not enough, as she needed to devise a bigger plan that would give her a way to get back at Carlisle. Meanwhile, back at the Pervasive, an artist who was called for came, who is one of the top 5 artists in the empire at the moment. His name is Fabian Roscoe. He greeted the Highness and told them he'd just be making a few compositions, as it is necessary to find one that suits them both, and only then could he be able to portray the love they both have for each other, making Carlisle and Asha wonder how he would showcase it if it doesn't even exist. Hours passed by, making the atmosphere awkward and uncomfortable, but the sun still is up. And in reality, only 2 hours had passed. Asha looked half dead to Carlisle, although all she did was sit still. Upon asking this, Asha replied that she felt uncomfortable to have someone looking at her so intently, meaning she is very shy in reality, and she wasn't used to this, unlike Carlisle, who has been experiencing this ever since he was a baby. Though he denied it being hard for him, Asha insisted it might have been, whether he denied it or not. 2 months go by, and November ends, meaning the preparations and provisions for winter are ready. Everyone seemed to enjoy the winter weather, especially Asha, who found the snow to be a surreal experience. Asha, watching the snow, remembered it to be a blessing because whenever it snowed, the war went dull, but people did freeze to death, like the elderly and children. She reminisced about the times when people and whole families were found frozen to death, or people had frostbite so bad that they had their parts cut off. As she went deep into her thoughts, Carlisle made her snap back, as it's all fine now and well prepared for the winter. All credit goes to Carlisle. She asked him if she could repay him in any way possible. She would comply, but an unfamiliar norm to Asha is that in Euro, winters are celebrated, as they are considered to be the year's end, celebrated by inviting close people over for a party and eating good food like meat, cookies, strawberry jam, and some cinnamon infused. Also, exchanging gifts with each other is a tradition there. After saying this, Carlisle presented Asha with a New Year's gift that he had prepared for her, showcasing he does indeed care for her. Then Asha looks at the package or says to Carlisle, "What is this?" Then Carlisle says, "I have mentioned this earlier. He thinks I will give you a gift in December, or don't feel pressured. Just open the package," and then she opens the gift. After opening, she is astonished to see such a beautiful necklace. After that, Carlisle says, "Do you know anything about magic stones?" Then she says, "Yes, I know that." After that, Carlisle says, "Then you understand there is a magical stone in the necklace." After that, Carlisle put the necklace on her neck. Her says to Asha, "This necklace will save your life one day." Cecilia Dufert sat by the window, lost in thought, until a white bird named Pipey appeared, gliding through the sky and landing gracefully on her extended finger. Smiling, she murmured, "Thanks for the help today, Pipey." She gently took a letter from Pipey's claws and unfolded it, reading, "There is a rumor spreading in social circles that Lord Carlisle plans to summon the demon Karakesh. The rumor is supposedly based on Chapter 4 of the Book of Hammark. The epicenter appears to be a temple, and the Empress is using this to her advantage, further unsettling the middle class." With a sigh, Cecilia began to write a response. The Lord summoning a demon? Is there really someone who believes that? She paused, clutching her letter, her mind racing. It's true, the middle class is vulnerable right now. I have to inform the Lord. Later, Cecilia found Carlisle Haven and reported, "My lord, Pipey has brought some troubling news." She handed him the letter. Carlisle read it, his expression darkening. "They're saying I summon a demon? How?" Cecilia explained. "There's a passage in Chapter 4 of the Book of Hammark. It claims that to summon the demon Karakesh, one must sacrifice 100 people, set fire to 10 temples, and be someone who serves no god. Are we supposed to burn 10 temples now?" Meanwhile, Giles Raffald and Lionel Bailey were deep in conversation. Giles remarked, "I've never seen people so ungrateful." Lionel replied, "Every time your majesty wins a battle, they rush to organize a celebration. But now look at them." Hearing this, Cecilia interjected, "The news spread quickly, precisely because it's provocative. Many people believe it, and sadly, Lord Carlisle's reputation is suffering." Carlisle sighed, nodding. "That's exactly what Martheus wants, to leverage my reputation to his advantage, making himself seem like an angel. He benefits from my fame now, hiding behind me all these years." Giles, frustrated, added, "It's because the Empress has kept him from the battlefields." The people don't see who she truly is. That's why your reputation is so easily tarnished by a rumor like this. Carlisle, with a pensive look, asked, "So what should we do now?" Giles suggested, "To solidify our support, we need an event that proves you, my lord, are irreplaceable." Carlisle thought for a moment. "The only place I am truly irreplaceable is the battlefield." Giles nodded. "Yes, most would agree." Carlisle leaned forward, his gaze serious. "Are you suggesting we provoke a war with the southern regions?" Lionel interrupted, looking doubtful. "Is that even possible?" Carlisle replied, "No, I refuse to start a war without cause. It's my duty to protect our people, not to risk their lives to secure power." Giles responded with understanding. "Of course, my lord. I didn't mean to imply we start a war on purpose. I was simply saying that if such an incident arose, it could work to our advantage." Carlisle glanced at him, acknowledging the point. "Yes, if that were to happen, the situation might resolve quickly. However, I dealt with Albania before arriving in Pervaz, so we should have stability for at least 3 years." Giles bowed, respecting Carlisle's decision. "I'll consider other ways to solidify our position." Carlisle mused, "I think I'll need to visit Zyro soon. I want to gauge the atmosphere in the social circles and speak with High Priest Gabriel." Turning to Cecilia, he added, "Once again, I'm indebted to you, Lady Dufrit." Cecilia curtsied gracefully. "It is my family's duty to serve, my lord. I'm glad to help. I'll take my leave now. If you have any news for Zyro, do call me." As Cecilia left, she reflected, Lord Carlisle has a surprisingly soft side. Declaring war might not be a bad plan, but he's always considering the lives of commoners. I hope he sees my intent when I set a call on me for personal reasons. A few days later, Decker and Lionel were supervising workers shoveling snow. Lionel barked, "Hey, shovel the snow here too." The workers exchanged annoyed glances. "What did he just say?" muttered one. Busty, a guard nearby, replied, "That's your side of the gymnasium, so handle it yourself." Yuned scoffed, "If it weren't for us, you'd all let your guard down, and the Arabian raiders would have overrun you by now." Decker chimed in, "Show a little gratitude. You should at least pretend to repay the favor." Busty replied hotly, "If we all fell, you wouldn't be safe either." One of Busty's comrades added, "You would have come out eventually. So why make such a fuss?" Angered, Lionel snapped, "You homeless brats," sparking a full-blown argument. Later, Lionel stood before Carlisle, recounting the incident. "Apparently, that's what happened. I've told you countless times. The guards cause the most trouble. You're probably the only one they respect. They act like everyone else is beneath them." Carlisle, looking concerned, asked, "Will this get back to Countess Pervaz?" Yuned nodded. "Most likely. If you're concerned, perhaps request a visit with her first." Carlisle scoffed. "Am I some public figure to be summoned at will?" Lionel's expression hardened. "It would feel like we disciplined the servants. If you're okay with it, then go ahead and make the request." Carlisle turned, looking out a window. "Proceed carefully, so there are no misunderstandings." A few moments later, Carlisle called Asha Amir into the room. She entered with a respectful nod. "Did you call for me, my lord?" Carlisle addressed her calmly. "By the look on your face, I can tell you've already heard the news. I acknowledge that it was our guards who started the fight, and I'd like to apologize on their behalf." Asha accepted with a bow. "I'll gladly accept your apology." Carlisle continued, "I also apologize for their crude language." Asha dipped her head again. "Thank you, my lord." The conversation was tense. Lionel stood nearby, silently observing. After a pause, Carlisle spoke again. "Although today's incident wasn't serious, there's no guarantee something like this won't happen again." Asha nodded. "That's true. I expect future confrontations to be worse, and simply telling them to get along won't solve everything." Carlisle sighed in agreement. "Yes, unfortunately." Lionel interjected with a suggestion. "What if we had them train together?" Both Carlisle and Asha turned to him, surprised. Asha voiced her concern. "Won't that just lead to more fights?" Lionel acknowledged her worry. "At first, yes, but they're soldiers. They could use each other's strengths to improve." Carlisle smirked slightly. "That puts a scratch on my pride." Asha quickly took his side. "Mine as well." Carlisle teased. "Oh, Are you suggesting the Perbar's army is better than mine? Asha replied with a slight smile. If it were an army against an army, we'd lose. But in a one-on-one, I don't think we'd be defeated. Carlisle raised a brow. Are you serious? Asha met his gaze. Of course. Lionel stepped in again, explaining his vision. The idea is that if they understand each other's strengths through training, they'll develop mutual respect and maybe even camaraderie. Carlisle and Asha exchanged glances, considering his suggestion. A few days later, Lionel, Busty, and Deckard gathered with their teams. Lionel glanced at Busty, muttering, "Why are those troublemakers here?" Busty chuckled. "You think we're worthy of training with the famous knights?" Just then, Carlisle and Asha stood before the assembled troops, commanding, "Attention!" The troops saluted and training commenced. Carlisle leaned toward Asha, whispering, "It looks impressive, but isn't this a bit over the top?" Asha smirked. "We've always been like this." Carlisle addressed the troops, his voice carrying authority. "Men, the weather's fine today. You're here to train together, despite the argument from a few days ago. After much discussion, we've decided on joint training. When the Igrams raided, Perbar's army struggled due to its small numbers. If Perbar's forces were lost, our own guards would be at a disadvantage. We're establishing a unified system because we're in a symbiotic relationship." As he spoke, Asha mused, "The backlash is going to be intense. I knew this would happen, but..." Carlisle continued, "This system will incorporate Perbar's methods with useful aspects from our own." Grumbling rippled through the troops. Some objected, shouting, "Why should we follow their methods? They're not even a proper army." Carlisle shot back, "Do any of you know more about the tribes in the abandoned lands than the Perbar's guards?" Deckard responded loudly, "No. War requires understanding your enemy. The barbarians fight without structure, so if we stick with a complicated chain of command, we'll get ambushed. Those who know how to fight them will be invaluable." Asha observed the troops practicing and whispered to Carlisle, "If I were the top commander, they wouldn't have agreed so easily." Carlisle nodded. "I believe the one with more knowledge of the opponent should take command." Asha replied, "You're not so stubborn after all." Carlisle then called out to Sir Solon, the Haven Guard commander. "Sir Solon, the atmosphere here's a bit tense. How about sparring with me?" Solon approached, raising an eyebrow. "Would you like me to finally get my revenge?" Carlisle grinned, holding out a stick. "If you think you can." The sparring began. Solon charged, swinging his two sticks, but Carlisle deftly countered each strike. "How can you be so tough on me from the start?" Solon asked through gritted teeth. "I warned you," Carlisle replied, landing a sharp jab. "You've been busy with administration, I see. Your technique's improved, but you've lost strength." With a final move, Carlisle sent Solon stumbling back. Solon, catching his breath, turned to Busty. "How does a human move that fast?" Busty chuckled. "I'd be dead before I even realized what hit me." Deckard, standing nearby, added, "At least Lord Carlisle's closing the gap little by little." Asha nodded. Indeed. Later that night, Asha sat across from Baron Donovan, reviewing documents by candlelight. Baron Donovan sighed, closing a book. "Let's call it a day. I'll look over the rest tomorrow." Asha replied, "Thank you for your hard work, Baron." As she turned to leave, the Baron hesitated. "Asha, are you all right?" She stopped, facing him with a thoughtful expression. "I'm not sure. I can't say if I'm okay or not. The relationship between our forces will improve over time with this training. Everything in Perbar's is running smoothly. But if you ask me how I feel about it all..." Her voice trailed off as she stared into the dim room, deep in thought. Baron looked at Asha, his brow creased in concern. "I'm not certain either, but I don't think things could go wrong so quickly." Asha smiled, a hint of sadness in her eyes. "Even so, there's no guarantee it won't. Just like that person who wouldn't even let us look him in the eye, but now helps us rebuild Pervaz." Trying to steer the conversation, Asha added, "Unexpected things can happen anytime. It's late, Baron. You should get some rest." Instead, Baron gently took her hand. "Asha, don't bury your feelings like this. They'll only explode at the worst possible moment later." Her smile faded as she met his gaze. "Then, what do you want me to do? I don't know what's wrong with me lately." Baron's eyes softened. You know, you're just pretending not to. Is it because of Lord Carlisle? Asha stiffened, then quickly looked away. Why does everything have to be about him? I don't even know what you want me to say. Baron persisted, his voice gentle but firm. Did he hurt your pride? Caught off guard, Asha turned her face away, unwilling to answer. Baron's voice softened even more. Asha, why are you hiding this from me? You know you could talk to me. This isn't like you. After a moment's silence, Asha let out a weary sigh. It's just we have so much more support now than we did before. The young ones are thriving. Things we only dreamed of years ago are finally happening. Of course, I'm grateful. But, Baron prompted. Asha looked down, finally admitting, but part of me wishes I'd achieved it all on my own. Because even if I wasn't here, with Carlisle's help, Pervaz would still. Baron shook his head, comforting her. Is that what's troubling you? Asha, don't you remember how things were when we returned from the battlefield? Asha looked at him confused. What are you talking about? Baron raised his voice slightly, exasperated. The only reason we survived was because you were willing to sacrifice yourself, even if only through a contractual marriage. You traded yourself for the lives of everyone here. If not for you, many would have perished this winter. You're the reason our miserable future changed. You're the one we all look up to, Asha of Pervaz, not Carlisle Evaristo. Hearing his words, Asha's eyes filled with emotion. She managed to quiet, thank you. Then, as she composed herself, she thought he's right. I'm the Lord of Pervaz. Even if Carlisle funds our improvements, I'm the one willing to lay down my life to protect this place. I need to stay focused. A few months later, in late April, Asha and Carlisle stood by the window, observing the kingdom below. Asha peered through a spyglass, scrutinizing the activity near the outskirts. There's something strange over there. Carlisle took the spyglass, studying the same spot. You're right. It's different from last time. The snow's melted, and the ground is finally stable enough for movement. But Asha wasn't convinced. I don't think it's just that. Those barbarians from the abandoned lands wouldn't have the resources to build something like this. Carlisle frowned thoughtfully. It's bigger than a wagon, but smaller than a merchant's carriage. It almost looked like a structure made of bones, Asha mused. Could it be the Igrams, or maybe another tribe? Carlisle asked. Asha shook her head. I'm not sure. The barbarians from the Forgotten Lands often mix with each other, but they don't usually take orders from other tribes. If it's an alliance, it could be an attempt to regroup since the Igram's defeat. But if they're trying to ambush us, separating us from our main force would be dangerous. Carlisle's gaze narrowed. So, what's your plan? Asha thought back to her childhood, recalling a conversation with her father. She remembered asking, Father, can't we just accept the barbarians as citizens of Pervaz? Her father had replied firmly, we can't. The reason they survive in the Forgotten Lands is because they're contaminated. Contaminated? She had asked innocently. There's a strange energy there, Asha. No one knows exactly what it is, but those who become contaminated grow aggressive and destructive. If the barbarians simply wanted to solve their supply problems, Pervaz would have helped. But they always choose to loot and attack instead, which is why Pervaz ended up pledging allegiance to the Empire. Asha remembered her confusion. Is that why we can't use horses from the Forgotten Lands? Yes, her father had replied. Whether it's from lack of education or some other reason, the barbarians can't build complex structures. Now, back in the present, Asha whispered to herself, if that's true, then how could they possibly have constructed something this large? Suddenly, a loud commotion outside broke her train of thought. The barbarians are attacking us. Asha and Carlisle exchanged alarmed glances, and she pointed out the window. Look over there, outside. The barbarians had assembled, launching stones toward the palace. They have trebuchets, Asha exclaimed before rushing from the room. She found Basty and immediately demanded, report. Basty nodded grimly. It's a larger force than last time. Everyone quickly gathered as they assessed the situation. Do we know which tribe it is? Basty asked one of the soldiers. It's the Igram tribe, came the reply. Asha's eyes narrowed. The Igrams? Why would they attack again after suffering so many losses in the last battle? Geronimo offered his assessment. There are about 2,000 of them. We haven't been able to locate their rear guard yet. Basty added, their number of cavalry has doubled, and many of their horses aren't from the Forgotten Lands. Asha's expression grew tense. That's more than double our forces, and they even surpass us in cavalry. She took a deep breath. This time, I'll have to ask for Carlisle's help. Asha entered Carlisle's office, her face resolute. Please help me, she said, her voice steady. I'll accept the consequences, whatever they may be. Consequences? Carlisle asked, slightly taken aback. Then he sighed. If Prabar's army is wiped out, we'll suffer a significant disadvantage ourselves. This is a war we need to fight together. Asha clenched her fists. If you hadn't come to Prabar's, they wouldn't have attacked us. That's why we've been holding them back on our own. Carlisle shook his head. You might see me as arrogant, but trying to protect Prabar's by yourself is just as arrogant. I am Prabar's savior, Asha insisted. If I can't accept the consequences, then I'm not worthy of that title. Carlisle paused, then nodded thoughtfully. You're the foundation of Prabar's. It's been that way from the beginning. If you want to repay me, we'll address that later. Soon, Carlisle and Asha rode out together with their knights, preparing for an intense battle against the barbarians. As they scouted the field, Carlisle observed, they seemed more organized than usual. It's as if they've been planning this. Asha's brow furrowed. There's no way they could access that much support on their own. Carlisle considered her words, then nodded. If it's not a spy, then the only answer is that they received help from outside. Outside? Asha asked, alarmed. Carlisle smiled grimly. Someone with endless resources, fanning the flames of Igram aggression. Asha's expression hardened as she thought about his implication. Is Prabar's also going to suffer in the end? Carlisle glanced at her. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Afraid? Asha scoffed. Do you think we'd be scared of something so trivial? You look troubled, Carlisle noted. Asha huffed. I'm more frustrated than afraid. I'm just not certain if your guards and my army can work together effectively. But they've grown closer since training. We'll move in 3 groups as planned, with offense and defense split. You and I will lead from the front. Carlisle gave orders, assigning Guard Bailey and Solon to cover the left and right, while Guard Donovan would protect the castle. Are we ready? Carlisle asked. Yes, my lord, the troops replied in unison. Turning to Asha, Carlisle asked, anything else to say before we begin? She shook her head. Same as always. Carlisle grinned. All right then, let's go. The command echoed, and both sides charged into battle. As the fighting erupted, Carlisle leaned toward Asha. I'm entrusting my back to you, my lady. They moved with precision, each defending the other. As they fought fiercely against the barbarians, one of the attackers shouted, It's her! That's her! Carlisle immediately blocked their path. And where do you think you're going? He charged forward, breaking through the enemy line with skill and agility. Asha called out, On your right, and together they cut down their foes, thinning the ranks of the barbarians. Carlisle glanced at her, impressed. That was good work. Asha, breathing heavily, snapped. Focus on what's in front of you, Carlisle thought to himself. Being able to entrust your back to someone is quite something. Asha shouted again. Watch your front. She lunged forward, dispatching another enemy. Carlisle chuckled. You're the one who should be careful. She looked back at him. I owe you for that. He nodded. No, I'm the one who owes you. Watching them, a knight muttered. Their teamwork is incredible. Nearby, Busty, still fighting, called out, Hey, watch out for those behind you. Another knight replied, You're one to talk. And can you still say our swords are just for show? Busty grinned, deflecting an attack. All right. I'll admit it's no hindrance. An old man watched from a nearby window, his gaze intense as he observed the battle. The ones without clothes are the barbarians, and those with armor are ours. That's about all I can distinguish. But the one who stands out so much is the next emperor, and the woman beside him. I never thought I'd see her on the battlefield herself. The old man rubbed his chin, murmuring to himself, I've studied many people, but this is something else. They move as if they're one. With a sudden burst of inspiration, he rushed to his sketchboard. Yes, the place where their bond is truly visible is not within the castle walls, but here, on the battlefield. He prepared his tools with a fervent determination. This artwork, it might just be my finest piece yet. A great fight erupted among the group. A brave man exclaimed, "Damn it! Did you not mention anything about this?" Another man added, "Those liars! They used us. I'm going to curse them." Asha thought to herself, "Used us by those masters?" Knight said, "As you told your highness, it does not seem like a war started by the Igrams on purpose." Carlisle replied, "Those bastards probably don't expect to win. They're going to keep using this method to disturb me." Asha responded, "Then we have to finish them off so that they won't crawl out again." Carlisle said, "I really like your fiery side. Let's make the Barbarians stop coming over to the imperial territory once and for all. Let's show them who is protecting the borders of the empire. 3rd Battalion, seal the borders. Their braves will be here in Parvez." The barbarians launched an attack surrounding them, but they all held their hands tightly, ready to fight against the onslaught. Asha attacked one barbarian and exclaimed, "It seems like they're trying to get rid of His Highness." Carlisle responded while fighting, "Their effort is commendable." After attacking the barbarians with swords, Carlisle exclaimed, "It is my first time seeing people give up their own lives like this. Is there a withdrawal route making them rush over? Or?" As Carlisle bravely killed the enemy, the master of the barbarians became furious and launched another attack on him. A powerful barbarian charged at Carlisle, but Asha, standing by his side, intervened and killed the barbarian. Carlisle said, "I owe you again, ma'am." "What did that man say?" Asha replied, "I am not sure. I have never heard the barbarians from the abandoned land speak their own language." Carlisle exclaimed, "I think I have heard something similar." 7 years ago, young Carlisle sat in a carriage, staring outside as he heard the sounds of an unknown language. 2 strange men were conversing in a crude dialect. He exclaimed, "What are they mumbling about?" Now, as he engaged in the tense conversation, a barbarian prepared to attack him, but Asha countered the attack and saved Carlisle. She asked, "What are you doing suddenly?" He replied, "I was thinking about the words they said." She said, "Don't focus on that. They're all going to die anyway." Carlisle remarked, strangely, "Your words have been quite provocative for a while. Normally, a person can't stay sane when they are on the battlefield. You are the only one confident enough to say crazy things about a royal family." Carlisle lost himself in thought. "Right, I think I was acting weird because it has been a while since I killed someone. Otherwise, I wouldn't be thinking that she's pretty." He said to Asha, "Let's go, my wife." Asha replied, "I will be all right behind you." Together, they attacked the barbarians once more, and a great battle ensued. A sea of barbarian corpses soon littered the ground, and they stared at each other after their fierce assault. The next morning, as the sun rose, they surveyed the aftermath. A significant number of barbarians had been slain by their team. Carlisle said, "I think we are finished." Asha replied, "I think so too." They stepped toward each other and shared a kiss. As they kissed, the sounds of "hooray, hooray" erupted from the knights. The knights of Parvez cheered loudly in celebration of their victory. Meanwhile, Gabriel Knox, in the palace, was filled with worry and sorrow. He exclaimed, "Useless guys, if I have helped this much, they should have at least scratched Carlisle." He was consumed by regret. Gabriel seethed with frustration, regret sharpening his every word. "Useless bastards. After all the help I gave them, they should have at least managed to scratch Carlisle. But then, that pain I feel every time my power collides with his, it's unbearable. It's as if I'm fighting against the power of God himself. It makes me feel like the devil's minion." Reflecting on his journey, Gabriel recalled the sacrifices he'd made. "After becoming a servant of God, I worked tirelessly to set the empire straight. But even within the holy temple, there was an invisible wall of power, a hierarchy woven with discrimination and contempt rooted in status, power, and wealth. Those without any of these couldn't even remain in the capital." He remembered the moment that changed everything, the day he first saw Prince Carlisle. Young children around him cheered, "His Majesty the Prince has arrived," as a boy stumbled and fell in excitement. Gabriel caught the child, gently asking, "Are you all right?" before looking up to see the prince sitting aloof on his horse, barely glancing at the fallen child. So, this is the man destined to be emperor, Gabriel thought, his dismay growing. If he becomes ruler, arrogance and power will reign unchecked. I can't bear the thought of someone like him ruling simply because he's of royal blood. Determined to find a way to challenge the system, Gabriel scoured the ancient library. One day, he came across a book with no title. A book without a title. What could it be? Opening it, his expression changed to shock and awe. Black magic, sorcery forbidden by the temple. He stared at the book, torn. Using this is wrong, but if it's the only way to save the empire. Gabriel justified his actions, thinking, I am but a humble priest with no other path to power. This sacrifice, no matter how dark, is for the greater good. Ribato will understand and forgive me. After all, I'm only trying to purify the empire. Through the black magic he discovered, Gabriel forged a spell to empower the barbarians. As he cast the magic, connecting their bodies to his circle of power, he set a condition. If they fail to kill Carlisle, their lives will be forfeited. This way, the barbarians' lives served his cause as a sacrifice. But even as they perished, he felt an unsettling realization. The life force feels small compared to the number of lives lost. Is this a curse from the abandoned lands? Reflecting on the rumors surrounding the abandoned lands, he wondered, to some, it may be a wasteland, but to others, it could be unexplored territory brimming with unknown forces. The possibilities are endless. Meanwhile, after a grueling battle, the forces of Pervaz and their allies had successfully defeated the Igram tribe. They used burning oil catapults to drive the enemy back beyond the border, disposing of their bodies in the cursed lands before restoring the broken barriers. When they returned to the castle, Baron Donovan greeted them with a grateful smile. Thank you all for your hard work. It took nearly a month in total, Carlisle replied. But you as well, Baron. We couldn't have defeated the Igrams without the proper supplies and strategic deployment. Baron Donovan shrugged, modestly deflecting the praise. I merely followed your orders. He turned to Asha with a knowing smile. Alverbez people find compliments a bit awkward. Asha, however, seemed lost in thought, her eyes distant. She and Carlisle had agreed, wordlessly, not to discuss what had happened on the battlefield, almost as if bound by an unspoken promise. Carlisle broke the silence, turning to Asha. We should hold a victory banquet. We won the war, after all. A victory banquet? She replied, almost incredulous. We've never done anything like that before. In the past, we barely had enough to eat, let alone to hold a feast. Carlisle smiled. Well, that may have been true in the past, but not anymore. I'll spare no expense. Let's celebrate everyone's hard work. Prepare for a victory banquet. Excitement filled the air as preparations began. Isaac, thrilled by their victory, turned to Basty. I really thought I was a goner out there. The mud kept making me slip, and I could hardly keep my footing. Basty laughed. That's where I came in to save you. Watching them, Asha murmured to Carlisle, it's a relief to see them getting along. Men always end up forming bonds on the battlefield. In so many ways, I'm proud of the work we've done here. Far away, Beatrice watched from her castle, envy and resentment darkening her features. This victory will be a warning to the Empress, to the barbarians, and anyone else who dares challenge us. The evening had grown quiet, the tension between Carlisle and Asha unmistakable as they spent time together in the intimacy of the palace. Their shared moments were tinged with an undeniable romantic undertone. Carlisle leaned close to Asha, a mischievous glint in his eye. What I truly desire is to have you. Asha blinked in surprise, her voice trembling slightly. No way. Are you suggesting you'd choose a woman of Pervaz for your company tonight? Carlisle smirked. Why would I need that when my wife is here with me? Aren't we a couple, after all? His words rendered Asha speechless, her cheeks flushed. Carlisle, ever perceptive, thought to himself, if we've come this far, perhaps she'll finally stop questioning my intentions. After a long pause, Asha responded, her voice soft. All right. Startled, Carlisle leaned back. Wait, what? I was only joking. Do you really think I'm that shameless? Asha hesitated before replying, her eyes averted. No, but I'll pay your price. Her thoughts swirled in turmoil. Rather than endangering Pervaz again, this might be the simplest way to settle things between us. So, she asked carefully, is tonight acceptable? Carlisle's expression shifted as a sly smile curved his lips. I'll be looking forward to it, he said, his voice light as he turned and left the room. Later, as Asha sat in the steaming bath, she tried to steady her thoughts. Without burdening Pervaz, I can repay His Highness on my own terms. This might be the best solution. Better to face this head-on than to live with the unease gripping my heart. Summoning her handmaid Nina, Asha gave her instructions. Bring me the ointment we received from His Highness. Yes, my lady, Nina responded promptly, returning with the fragrant oil. As she began to massage Asha's shoulders, she commented, this oil is said to rejuvenate both the body and soul, my lady. Perhaps you should use it more often. Asha gave a small smile. Maybe I'll think about it. Though if I use it again, I might always be reminded of tonight. Once the massage was complete, Nina helped Asha prepare for bed. Shall I fetch your nightgown, my lady? Yes, the one you showed me last time, Asha replied absently. Nina raised an eyebrow in surprise. Are you not sleeping in your usual chambers tonight? Without waiting for an answer, she darted away to retrieve the garment. As she dressed Asha, Nina fussed over the details. Would you like me to apply some makeup as well? Asha shook her head. It's unnecessary. There's no need for such things at this hour. Her voice grew firmer. Nina, I'd prefer you not speak of tonight's event to anyone. Can I count on your discretion? Nina bowed. Of course, my lady. When Asha was alone again, her thoughts darkened. Anyone who sees me like this might think I'm preparing for my deathbed. But I've forced this situation upon us, and now it's my responsibility to pay the price. I can't rely on his kindness anymore. Resolutely, she tied her nightdress and draped a robe over it before stepping out into the corridor. In his chambers, Carlisle sat alone, his mind preoccupied. How should I handle this? He wondered. She's serious about this, isn't she? A knock at the door startled him from his thoughts. Enter, he called. When Asha walked in, the faint scent of fragrant oil reached him, making his chest tighten. This scent, how persistent can she be? He thought, watching her with conflicted emotions. No matter what she does, I can't accept this as payment. Why has she gone to such lengths? Asha untied her robe, revealing her nightdress beneath. Excuse me for my lack of experience, she began, her voice trembling. I'll be grateful if His Highness, who is more knowledgeable, can guide me. Carlisle's heart ached at her words. He hadn't expected her sincerity to pierce him like this. I only meant to tease her a little and send her back to her room. But as he stepped toward her, his foot caught on the edge of the carpet, and he nearly stumbled. Are you all right? Asha exclaimed, rushing forward. I'm fine, he replied, regaining his balance. Just a little tipsy. It's late, perhaps we should call it a night. Ignoring his words, Asha began to untie the top of her nightdress. Then let me get ready, she murmured, her hands steady despite her nerves. Carlisle's eyes widened as she removed her robe, standing there in her delicate nightwear. He stepped closer, torn between the desire to protect her and the growing tension in the air. Asha, he began softly, his voice wavering. She looked up at him, her expression open and unguarded. And in that moment, the space between them disappeared, their fates entwined by a single, shared vulnerability. Carlisle stood motionless in front of Asha, his piercing gaze searching hers. He exhaled sharply and muttered, ridiculous. Do you really think I'll sympathize with such theatrics? Asha remained silent, her expression a mix of determination and vulnerability. Carlisle turned to leave, convinced his words would end this awkward confrontation. But just as he took a step, Asha grabbed his hand, her grip firm despite the tremor in her voice. How can I? She stammered, unable to complete her thought. Carlisle turned back to face her. What? He asked, his tone a blend of confusion and exasperation. Without answering, Asha lifted his hand to her lips and pressed a gentle kiss upon it. Carlisle froze, his eyes widening in shock. What are you doing now? He demanded, though his voice betrayed his surprise more than his annoyance. Asha didn't respond immediately, continuing to kiss his hand as if seeking reassurance. Finally, she apologized softly. I'm sorry. I don't know what I should do. Please tell me. Her sincerity left Carlisle momentarily speechless. His thoughts churned as he stared at her. What is she thinking? Is this really her way of showing trust? Meanwhile, Asha was lost in her own thoughts, recalling the words of noble women gossiping about their first nights. Their words lingered in her mind. Did it hurt a lot? Did the sheets have blood on them? Her hands trembled slightly as she thought. If blood means there's a wound, then it must hurt. But I've been wounded many times in battle. This will be okay, too. Asha, Carlisle said softly, breaking her reverie. Yes, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Carlisle sighed, his frustration mingled with tenderness. This is enough, let's not. But Asha abruptly ran to the bed, ignoring his words. She sat down and asked, Can we lie down now? Carlisle groaned, running a hand through his hair. Are you doing this on purpose? Are you trying to embarrass me? What? Asha asked, genuinely confused. You're acting strange today, Carlisle said, his voice laced with both concern and irritation. He thought to himself, no matter how many times I try to send her away, she keeps coming back. I know, Asha admitted quietly. Dressing like this doesn't suit me at all. That's not it, Carlisle snapped, his patience wearing thin. It's your behavior. My behavior? She echoed, her voice shaking. What do you mean? It seems like my destiny doesn't favor me. Carlisle softened, his tone gentler now. It's not that I don't like you, Asha. Before he could finish, Asha leaned forward and pulled him onto the bed with her. Startled, he blurted, You don't know how much effort it's taking me to resist this. Then why do you keep rejecting me if you don't hate it? She asked, her voice trembling with frustration and longing. Her words stunned Carlisle. For a moment, neither of them moved. Then, Asha leaned in, her lips brushing his. Carlisle's resistance crumbled as he responded, the unspoken tension between them finally dissolving. In the quiet of the midnight hour, Carlisle leaned over Asha, his fingers brushing her hair as he studied her face. Her expression was both nervous and determined. Are you scared? He asked gently. Asha hesitated before nodding. A little. It's my first time after all. Carlisle smiled softly, his voice soothing. Don't worry. It won't hurt much. I promise. Asha swallowed her nerves and replied, Your Highness, I'd appreciate it if you could lead me well. Her words brought a flicker of surprise to Carlisle's face. It's the same for me, he said. What do you mean? Asha asked, confused. Carlisle leaned closer, his breath warm against her skin. This is my first time, too, with you. Asha blinked, unsure how to respond. Instead, she whispered, If there's anything you want, Your Highness, just tell me. Carlisle smiled again, his fingers brushing against her cheek. What do you think I want? Asha's voice trembled as she replied, Whatever it is, I'll do my best. If this is the price I have to pay, then so be it. Carlisle's expression turned serious as he gazed into her eyes. Let me ask you something first. If you're offering your body as repayment for my help in battle, I'll stop here. But if you truly want me, I won't hold back. Tell me the truth, Asha. Asha's breath hitched as his words sank in. She bowed her head, struggling to find the answer in her heart. I don't know. I'm not sure if this is just repayment, or if I truly want you. Carlisle cupped her face gently, his voice barely a whisper. You don't really want me, do you? In response, Asha grabbed his arm tightly. I don't know about that, she admitted, her voice trembling. But please, just hold me. Her plea broke through Carlisle's hesitation. He pulled her into a tight embrace, their shared vulnerability binding them together in a moment of passion and understanding. For the rest of the night, they shared a love that was both tender and intense, their connection deepening in ways neither of them had expected. The morning sunlight streamed through the curtains as Asha stirred awake, her body wrapped in the lingering warmth of the night. Realizing she was still in Carlisle's bed, she sighed, her mind flooded with the memories of their shared intimacy. The sun is rising. I should leave before anyone sees me. Carefully, she slipped out of bed, dressed in her hoodie, and left his chambers. Returning to her own room, she shut the door and leaned against it, her thoughts racing. Carlisle's words from the night echoed in her mind. Did it hurt a lot? Relax, Asha. I won't stop if you really want me. Her chest tightened as she whispered to herself, Why didn't I stop him back then? Guilt and confusion consumed her as she sat on the edge of her bed. It's only temporary, she thought. It's because it was my first time. He probably treats other women this way too. There's no way I actually wanted him. This is just a contract marriage, after all. I'm not even the real crown princess. I just gave him my body in exchange for help in battle. Meanwhile, Carlisle woke up, stretching his arm toward the other side of the bed, only to find it empty. A frown creased his brow as he sat up, his gaze falling on the crumpled sheets. She left. Did I sleep too late? Was she waiting for me and gave up? He wondered. His mind wandered to the thought of her expression as she left. Was she upset with me? He rang the bell, summoning a servant. Deliver this message to my wife. What do you think of having lunch together today? As the servant departed, Carlisle leaned back, a faint smile playing on his lips. When we meet, she'll let me kiss her on the cheek, right? Later that day, Asha arrived at Carlisle's chambers for lunch. She greeted him formally. Thank you for inviting me to have a meal with you, my lord. Carlisle responded with a warm smile. This much is expected for our relationship. Come sit. As they ate, Carlisle couldn't help but notice Asha's demeanor, calm yet distant. He finally spoke up. Is something bothering you, my lord? Asha paused mid-bite, her gaze lifting to meet his. Why do you ask? Do I look troubled? You're barely eating, she pointed out. Carlisle tilted his head, his voice tinged with amusement. And you have no idea why that might be? Asha hesitated before asking. Did something unpleasant happen at the banquet yesterday? There was a woman who wanted to spend the night with me at the banquet, Carlisle replied casually. Her response was immediate, though devoid of emotion. Then you must have missed the opportunity because of me. Carlisle studied her closely, unsure if she was truly oblivious or intentionally pretending not to care. How can she act as if nothing happened last night? He thought, frustration simmering beneath his composed exterior. With a light laugh, he remarked, Miss Cecilia and Miss Dorothea must have been disappointed they couldn't attend the banquet. Perhaps I should have dinner with them tonight. Go ahead, Asha replied nonchalantly, focusing on her plate. Her indifference stung. Carlisle pressed further. You're fine with that? You have nothing else to say? Of course, she said flatly. Do I just need to come here again tonight? Her words left Carlisle speechless. Finally, he said, do as you please, and stood abruptly. The bitterness in his tone was unmistakable. Decide for yourself, he added before leaving the table. That evening, Carlisle hosted dinner with Dorothy and Cecilia. Dorothy raised her glass with a gracious smile. It's a bit late, but congratulations on your victory, my lord. Cecilia chimed in. I'm glad you returned safely. Carlisle nodded, offering polite thanks. As he glanced at Asha, he noticed her simple attire, practical and unadorned, almost as if she were ready to march back onto the battlefield. Dorothy turned to Asha with a curious smile. I heard Count Perbaz's performance in the war was remarkable, Cecilia added, her tone slightly condescending. It must have been difficult wielding a sword with a woman's body. Weren't you afraid? Asha's expression hardened, but her voice remained calm. I simply did what I needed to protect what's mine. It's better to wield a sword than sit idle and invite death. Cecilia archait d'abord, feigning surprise. But surely this battle was easier with Lord Carlisle commanding. If he had been in charge during the Lua era, the war wouldn't have lasted so long. Don't you agree? Carlisle's jaw tightened as he silently seethed. How can she belittle someone who led the war against the barbarians to victory? Is it ignorance or arrogance? Asha's grip on her fork tightened before she placed it on the table with deliberate care. You're right, she said coolly. If Lord Carlisle had led the Perbaz war from the start, the outcome would have been much better. Dorothy turned to Carlisle with a bright smile. Please tell us more about the war, my lord. We can't leave it out of a dinner meant to celebrate your victory. Carlisle nodded, his voice steady as he addressed the group. As you know, the barbarians attacked Barbas under the Empress's instigation. It may sound strange, but I didn't hate fighting them. Not once during the battle did I feel we might lose. Dorothy's eyes lit with curiosity. What do you mean, my lord? Carlisle's gaze softened as it fell on Asha. For the first time, I had someone I could trust at my back. I want to take this moment to thank Count Perbaz. I've never fought alongside someone so in sync with me. That battle will always be memorable to me. Asha, startled by his sincerity, replied quietly, "I should be the one thanking you, my lord." Cecilia and Dorothy exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their discomfort. Cecilia's smile faltered as she realized her attempts to belittle Asha had failed, leaving her silent for the remainder of the evening. The dinner had ended, and Asha moved toward the door, eager to leave. Dorothy turned to Carlisle with a polite smile. "Thank you for the invitation, Your Highness." Carlisle nodded. "I'd love to see you again should the opportunity arise." However, his gaze was fixed on Asha as she stepped outside. "Are you going back downstairs?" he asked her. "Yes," she replied, her tone distant. "I'm going to get some fresh air." Asha sat in the garden under the moonlight, her thoughts swirling. Did they think I was strange tonight? I tried to act normal, but it probably came across as unnatural. She clenched her hands in her lap. Why do I feel so self-conscious around him? Her mind drifted to the dinner conversation. Carlisle had complimented both Dorothy and Cecilia. He didn't say a single bad thing to them. Why does that bother me so much? She sighed. Of course, it's because of our differences. They're born into noble families, trained to lead and to shine in society, while her thoughts trailed off as frustration consumed her. What am I doing here? This position doesn't suit me. The crown princess, the empress, they were never roles meant for someone like me. As the weight of her thoughts grew unbearable, Asha unsheathed her sword, the cold steel gleaming under the pale moonlight. She raised it to her chest, trembling as tears blurred her vision. "What the hell are you doing?" a voice shouted. Startled, Asha turned to see Decker standing a few feet away, his eyes wide with alarm. "Decker?" she whispered, hastily hiding the sword behind her back. "When did you get here?" He frowned. "You didn't even notice me approaching?" She turned her head, avoiding his gaze. "Sorry. I had some drinks earlier." "Are you apologizing for not noticing me, or for what you were about to do?" Decker snapped, grabbing her hand, the one still clutching the sword. Asha froze, guilt written all over her face. "It's nothing," she muttered. "Like hell it's nothing." Decker's voice rose, frustration and concern evident. "Have you lost your mind?" Asha's lips quivered. "Maybe, hey, I just feel like I've gone a little crazy." Decker's voice softened. "Why would you say such terrible things?" She whispered, "Because the thoughts in my head are much worse." With that, she dropped the sword and collapsed to her knees, burying her face in her hands. Decker knelt beside her, his voice steady and comforting. "What's wrong, Asha? Stop carrying this weight alone. Tell me what's going on." She looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears. "I know you're on my side, Decker, but this isn't something you can help me with. It's something I need to figure out on my own." She stood, her resolve shaky but firm. "Just give me some time." Decker sighed but nodded. "Promise me one thing. If it gets too hard, you'll come to me." Asha hesitated before replying softly, "I promise." He pulled her into a hug, his warmth grounding her. "Don't do anything stupid like you just did." Tears slipped down her cheeks as she whispered, "Thank you, Decker." Unbeknownst to them, Carlisle stood in the shadows, his jaw tightening as he watched the exchange. He turned on his heel, his mood souring. I was going to console her, since she seemed troubled. But no, they're just friends? Are you joking? His mind raced with suspicions. Were they lovers in the past? Am I the reason they split apart? The thought unsettled him. Is that why she acts this way? Because she had to bet a man other than her true love? His resolve hardened. The only way to fix this is to erase everything that happened between us as if it never existed. Meanwhile, in her chambers, Cecilia sat with her maid, Nina, standing nearby. "How was dinner this evening, miss?" Nina asked. Cecilia's expression was thoughtful. "It wasn't bad. His Highness praised my abilities." Nina's face lit up. "Really? That's wonderful." Cecilia smiled faintly. "Well, it's to be expected. I excel in eloquence, etiquette, and even politics." She paused, her gaze dropping to her book. Nina tilted her head. "You must have outshone Count Perbaz, as usual." The comment gave Cecilia pause. She closed her book and frowned slightly. "I think I may have made a mistake tonight." Nina's eyes widened. "A mistake? What kind?" "It's nothing," Cecilia replied quickly, brushing the topic aside. But her thoughts lingered. "Why does that woman bother me so much? I should be focused on Carlisle." yet she keeps pulling my attention. Is it because I can't read her? Nina interrupted her thoughts. Miss, are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, Cecilia said, shaking her head. Just tired. Prepare my bed, please. As Nina left, Cecilia leaned back, her fingers tapping the book's cover. Stop thinking nonsense. All she is competition. A few days later, Carlisle stood in his office, addressing his advisors. I must visit Yiro to announce our victory, he declared. It's an imperial duty. Lionel, one of his advisors, nodded. It's a wise move. You can also check on the Empress and His Highness Matthias while you're there. Carlisle's tone was sharp. No need to overdo it. This is a chance to overturn the social circle's perspective while delivering a warning to the Order of Alave. Lionel asked, Who will accompany you? Sir Lepelt will join me for this occasion, Carlisle replied. Asha, standing to the side, raised her hand. I propose bringing Decker with you. Carlisle's gaze shifted to her, his expression unreadable. Decker. You mean Sir Donovan? Yes, Asha affirmed. He's my right-hand man. To the public, it would seem as though you've earned the favor of the Pervaz family. Carlisle's eyes narrowed, his voice calm yet firm. You trust Sir Donovan a great deal. He's practically family to me, Asha explained. I've been with him since I was little. I vouch for him. Decker would never betray you. Carlisle stared at her, silent, lost in thought. Since she was little? Of course, there's no doubt. His chest tightened as a bitter realization struck him. No one would betray the woman they love, after all. In Carlisle's office, Asha confidently spoke. I can assure you, as I've known him since I was young, that Decker will never betray you. Carlisle's gaze lingered on her as he thought. When she was young, of course. There's no one who would betray the woman they love. Lionel chimed in, breaking his thoughts. I think it would be wise to bring Guard Donovan along. I know, Carlisle replied, his tone calm. Asha smiled warmly, adding, There are warriors other than Decker who are both talented and good-looking. Perhaps it's better to bring a few more along. Her suggestion set Carlisle deep in thought. If we do that, it will certainly put pressure on the Empress. Finally, he said, I've noticed this before, but you seem remarkably sharp when it comes to such situations. Asha nodded. Thank you for the compliment. Pointing a finger at her, he added with a teasing smile, No need to thank me. I'll be nagging you from now on. Use that clever brain of yours regularly. Live like a fox. Asha chuckled softly. I've already taken a lot of your wealth and supplies. Should I take more? Carlisle shook his head, laughing. You've barely taken anything at all. Again, he sank into thought. She never uses the things she's taken from me for herself. How can someone have no greed at all? It's as if she's always ready to leave. Snapping out of it, he declared, Regardless, I never forget those who have helped me. So, have some more greed, Asha Pervaz. Asha, momentarily caught off guard, replied quietly, I'll keep that in mind. As she reflected inwardly, she thought, if he found out what I truly desire, he would never say those words to me. Elsewhere, the noblewomen of Yiro were gossiping in the Grand Hall. Have you heard the rumors? Apparently, Lord Carlisle is coming here, one exclaimed. Another gasped, Oh my, is he really coming? I heard he's staying for just a short while, but who knows? Meanwhile, Beatrice, sitting in her chambers, was consumed by her thoughts. The news of Carlisle coming here has already spread like wildfire. I worked so hard to ruin his reputation. Her musings were interrupted as her son, Marcius, burst in. Mother, Carlisle is coming. Beatrice turned toward him with a composed demeanor. That's right, Marcius. You need to remain vigilant. We have to ensure he stays here. Marcius grinned, his eyes gleaming with mischief. This is our chance. Her brow furrowed. What do you mean by keeping him here? Marcius leaned forward eagerly. We'll trap him here. If he's stuck in Yiro, I can go to the battlefield in his stead. Her patience snapped, and she slapped him sharply across the face. Shocked, Marcius held his cheek. Mother, you foolish child, she said coldly. Are you telling me to trap a prince who just returned from a victorious war? Granting him command now would be as good as acknowledging him as crown prince. Marcius protested, but she cut him off, her voice softening. Marcius, why are you so fixated on war? I promise to protect you. I keep hearing stories about monsters and battles during my studies, he muttered. Beatrice reassured him gently. Then I'll make sure you don't take that class anymore, starting tomorrow. Really? Of course, she smiled tenderly. You'll never set foot on a battlefield, but you must learn to behave like a prince. I'll arrange for someone to tutor you this afternoon. Yes, mother. As Marcius left, Beatrice turned to Samuel, her trusted aide. What was the name of that drug you mentioned earlier? Dertoxin, Your Highness, he replied. Side effects? Large doses over time may cause psychological issues, but it isn't lethal. She smirked. Perfect. Start giving it to Marcius immediately. Samuel bowed. As you command, Your Highness. A few days later, Carlisle arrived in Euro. Taking in the air, he muttered, Ah, the smell of Euro. Decker raised a brow. The smell of Euro? Is there a scent unique to this place? Carlisle smirked bitterly. Yes, the foul scent of betrayal and conspiracy. Decker laughed. Can you sense those things once you've been blessed by the gods? Carlisle's expression turned serious. Never mind. Pervaz people seem strangely innocent about such topics. As they rode through the city, Carlisle reflected. When I left this place a year ago, all I wanted was revenge. But maybe I've changed. Watching her struggle to rebuild her kingdom taught me something. There's much to be done if I am to become emperor. First, I must reclaim my title as crown prince. Entering the palace, he bowed before King Kendrick. My son, I'm delighted to see you after so long, the king exclaimed warmly. I feel the same, Your Majesty, Carlisle replied, his tone respectful. And I bring news of another victory. I heard you defeated the barbarians in Pervaz, the king praised. Yes, Your Majesty. I secured the border and annihilated the Igram tribe that invaded. Well done. Carlisle bowed humbly. I merely followed your orders and fought for the empire. In doing so, I reflected on your wisdom and guidance, which led me to the right path. The king laughed heartily. You seem to have matured at last. Although it has only been a year, I've finally found my path as a prince. And it's all thanks to your insight. The king's smile widened. Yes, I believed you would regret your past mistakes. But a single year isn't enough to decide if you're worthy of being crown prince. I understand, Your Majesty. Over the next 2 years, I will prove my worth. The king, clearly pleased, said, Good. Tell me, what reward would you like for your victory? Carlisle replied with a smile. I miss the scent of champagne. A banquet to celebrate the victory would be wonderful. It would also show respect to the guards who fought alongside me. Of course, the king exclaimed. I'll arrange it immediately. In the shadows, Beatrice clenched her fists in frustration. That insolent bastard is stealing the spotlight. Carlisle glanced at her briefly. A frog that jumps too high always falls. What could he possibly be planning by returning to the capital? The grand victory banquet was in full swing, the palace alive with laughter, whispers, and the subtle clinking of glasses. The hall gleamed with the opulence befitting a celebration of triumph. Amidst this jubilance, small clusters of nobility exchanged hushed gossip, their voices veiled behind fans. 2 women glanced repeatedly at Decker, their eyes lingering a moment too long. Carlisle, catching their stares, smirked and leaned closer to his companion. Do you notice them? Carlisle teased, gesturing discreetly, especially those married women. Decker shifted uncomfortably, but managed a sheepish reply. Yes, and it's unsettling. It feels like they're dissatisfied with something. Carlisle chuckled, innocent as ever. Just don't go following them, even if they offer you the finest delicacies. Decker huffed. I'm not a child, Your Highness. As the women's giggles grew more obvious, Decker turned his head away, muttering, right noted. Carlisle clapped him on the shoulder. Uncomfortable as it is, bear with it. If not for yourself, then for your leader's sake. Giles interjected with a dry chuckle. Pathetic love, isn't it? They'll go to any lengths for their leader, Asha Pervaz. The evening wore on. Carlisle strode to the center of the room as Giles approached him with a slight bow. Your Highness, it's time. Carlisle nodded. Let's begin. From the corner, Count Duplet approached, his expression a mask of feigned concern. Your Highness, I am so relieved to see you return safely. Count Duplet, Carlisle greeted politely. "When I heard you went to battle against the Igram tribe, I was beside myself with worry. I hardly slept, Your Highness." Carlisle raised an eyebrow, his tone measured. "Your concern was unwarranted. But the Igram were formidable this time," Duplet pressed. "I heard they were unusually prepared." Carlisle's eyes sharpened. "Indeed, they even employed catapults. It was unexpected." Duplet's face darkened. "Catapults? The Igram tribe couldn't possibly produce such technology on their own. Someone must have aided them." Carlisle's gaze swept the room. "Count Duplet, there are ears everywhere." Duplet inclined his head. "Of course, Your Highness. By the way, how are Parva's restrictions holding up?" Carlisle shifted the conversation smoothly, keeping his expression neutral. As Carlisle mingled, he was momentarily lost in thought. "If the news of my possible divorce spreads, every noble here will clamor to marry their daughters to me. Count Duplet and my tutor are already positioning themselves. But none of this truly matters. The choice of a crown princess isn't about attraction, it's about power. I can't afford to dwell on distractions like..." "Asha," Giles interrupted his musings. "Your Highness, is something troubling you?" Carlisle shook his head. "No, nothing of consequence." Still, his mind wandered. "Focus on strategy. Invitations will start flooding in soon. I need to prioritize alliances, especially with families that wield military power." Meanwhile, in a quieter part of the palace, Asha stood beneath the moonlight, her thoughts adrift. "The moon is beautiful tonight. I wonder if it looks the same in Euro." Solon approached her. "Are you patrolling alone again, my lady?" Asha turned, startled. "Oh, it's you, Solon. I had some time to spare." He sighed. "You and Prince Carlisle both. You act as though the world will collapse if you rest for even a moment." Asha chuckled softly. "Are you worried about me? I remember you used to sigh every time you saw me. I assumed it was because you found me untrustworthy." Solon hesitated. "That was a long time ago. Back then, you and Lord Carlisle shared an uncanny similarity." Asha tilted her head. "How so?" "You both wore the same expression after returning from the battlefield, like you were broken but rational, sad and isolated." Solon's voice softened. "You both seem like people who could disappear at any moment." Asha's smile faded. "Perhaps, but I will never let go of Parvaz. Not until the day I die." Solon frowned. "That's admirable as a leader, but where is your personal happiness in that?" Asha blinked, caught off guard. "You need to want something for yourself, my lady," Solon said. "Even if it's absurd. Only then can the gods grant it." Later that night, as Asha wandered the palace halls, she encountered Lady Lepelt, who seemed lost. "Lady Lepelt, what brings you here so late?" Asha inquired, startled. The young woman stammered, "I was looking for the library." Asha studied her thoughtfully. "She seems troubled." "I'll guide you," Asha offered. "Follow me." Lady Lepelt nodded hesitantly, grateful for the company. As they walked through the quiet halls, the two women's thoughts drifted to the complex web of alliances, loyalties, and ambitions that tied them to this palace. Lepelt followed Asha as the Duchess gracefully led her toward the library. "This way," Asha said softly, gesturing ahead. The library, though modest in size, was impeccably maintained. Lepelt couldn't help but think, there aren't many books here, but it's so well kept, as though it's still used regularly. Turning toward her, Asha spoke apologetically, "You can read as much as you like. I'm sorry, dear, that the collection is small." "But," Lepelt smiled, warmth lighting her expression, "I love it. Thank you for bringing me here, Duchess." Asha returned the smile. "Don't mention it. I'll leave you to explore in peace." Once alone, Lepelt began browsing the shelves. After selecting a book, she settled into reading, letting herself get lost in the quiet sanctuary of the library. Yet, her thoughts wandered. "If I become Empress, I won't have the luxury of a relaxed, carefree life like this. Perhaps, I'd rather stay in Pervaz forever." Meanwhile, it had been a week since Prince Carlisle's return to the capital. His presence stirred whispers throughout the city. Public opinion of the nobles was shifting dramatically, and citizens murmured. Compared to the others, Carlisle seems to be the best choice for emperor. After seeing him again, I'm certain of it. Carlisle, however, remained skeptical. They change their opinions faster than they change their clothes. I doubt this goodwill will last for long. I need to track down the source of any rumors and snuff them out myself before the tide turns. Carlisle soon found himself in a private meeting with Archbishop Radshell. "Long time no see, Archbishop Radshell," Carlisle greeted, his tone calm yet firm. Radshell bowed his head. "May God bless you, Your Highness. It is an honor to meet you." Carlisle's gaze sharpened. "Archbishop, are you overseeing all the temples in the capital?" The older man hesitated. "No, Your Highness. There are no other archbishops in the capital besides me. However, another archbishop is currently staying at the main temple." Carlisle's expression darkened. "There's something I need to ask you, Archbishop." His voice turned cold. "There have been malicious rumors about me spreading through the temples. I've already confirmed the source." Radshell looked visibly flustered. "Your Highness, I assure you, such rumors would never come from the High Church." Carlisle leaned back, his smirk faint but cutting. "Don't pretend you're unaware. What I want to know is your connection, in the High Church's involvement, with Gabriel Knox." Radshell stiffened. "What are you implying?" "Gabriel is one of our most devoted believers." Carlisle's voice was icy. "Do I need to spell it out for you? Is the High Church deliberately opposing the royal family?" "That's exactly what I'm asking." Radshell stammered. "How could you even think such a thing? The High Church has always served the prosperity and well-being of the imperial family." Carlisle stood, his imposing presence casting a long shadow. "So, you're saying Gabriel acted alone? Given his recent actions, it's obvious he's aiming for more power, perhaps even the papacy. He's already the youngest archbishop and minister in the empire. Don't you think such ambition warrants punishment?" A few days later, Carlisle attended dinner with the king and queen. Sitting at the grand royal table, he took a moment to observe his surroundings. "The High Church has been unusually quiet since my confrontation with Radshell." Breaking the silence, Carlisle remarked, "It's been a while since I've eaten at the royal table. My palate feels remarkably refined lately." The king chuckled. "Haha, tired of eating grassroots in Pervaz, are you?" Carlisle smiled wryly. "Compared to this feast, I'd certainly call everything they served me there nothing more than weeds." The queen chimed in gently. "You've done well, Carlisle. I believe the tensions at the Pervaz border have eased for now. Why not return to the capital for a while?" Carlisle shook his head. "Not yet. Pervaz still isn't entirely secure. We haven't identified the accomplice of the Igram tribe from the last attack." The king frowned. "The Igram tribe? Are you saying those savages didn't act alone?" "Yes," Carlisle confirmed. "Several unusual things occurred during the battle, but gathering intelligence was difficult on my own. I was hoping to borrow your wisdom on this matter, Father." The king blinked, surprised. "Me?" Carlisle smiled faintly. "I'll come to your chambers after dinner to discuss it further." The king's features softened. "Of course, my son. I'll share whatever wisdom I can." Later, Carlisle joined his father in the king's private chambers. The room was adorned with rich tapestries, and the king poured tea for the two of them. "This tea is from Doomer Island," the king said proudly. "This year's batch is the best in a decade." Carlisle sipped the tea, nodding in approval. "Thank you, father. I'll remember this flavor even after I return to Pervaz." The king smiled warmly. "I told you it was exceptional." Setting his cup down, Carlisle's tone shifted. "Father, while I was in Pervaz, it seems the High Church has grown too bold in its interference with the royal family. Have you noticed?" The king frowned. "The High Church? Interfering?" Carlisle nodded. "I heard they proposed a new holiday, ostensibly to honor themselves. This concerns me. Many kingdoms allied with our empire were once suppressed by the High Church. Allowing such a holiday might provoke them into becoming our enemies." The king's expression darkened. "I see your point," Carlisle continued cautiously. "Of course, the final decision is yours, but I couldn't help wondering if someone had clouded your judgment. The High Church's influence has grown so entrenched that corruption and power hunger seem inevitable. It worried me enough to speak out." The king sighed. "Thank you for your honesty, Carlisle." Carlisle thought, "I hope to show him the strings being pulled around him, to reveal the puppet master. For now, I've only scratched the surface. Gabriel remains my primary target. Elsewhere, Gabriel Knox was seething in his quarters, pacing furiously. Carlisle Everlisto, he spat. He's destroying everything I've worked so hard to achieve. Did I lose myself? What have I become? He paused, staring at his trembling hands. Ever since I began using black magic, I've felt hollow, detached. I can't even mourn the death of a bird. At this rate, I'll be no different from the nobles I despise. Taking a deep breath, he muttered, I must calm myself. That brat will be the perfect sacrifice for the Empire's future. And with his downfall, I'll ignite the righteous empire I've always envisioned. Gabriel was upset after facing defeat at the hands of Carlisle. His companion entered the room and said, Your Holiness, I bring you news about Prince Carlisle. Gabriel replied, Come in. The companion entered the room, and Gabriel asked, What has he been talking about recently? The companion reported, Elohism is taking over the imperial family and is even said to be replacing the nobles. Gabriel asked, And what are the nobles' reactions to that? The companion said, It seems as though many of them are alarmed. Gabriel sneered, And some are even considering ceasing their support for the temple. Those lowly bastards. How dare they try to threaten the gods with such a small amount of money? This nation is rotten to the core. The companion replied, I agree, Your Holiness. They only pursue immediate profits, and Lord Carlisle is using them to hinder the founding of the Holy Empire. It's too risky to leave the situation as it is. Gabriel said, I believe Prince Carlisle should be taught humility before the gods. How is the investigation into the abandoned land going? The companion responded, The priest who went to investigate says they discovered something surprising. They reported that there is a strange energy flowing throughout every corner of the abandoned land, and it's very similar to the one you use, Your Holiness. Gabriel replied, Is that so? I will have to visit the abandoned land soon. I'll be traveling to Pervaz anyway. A month after arriving in Euro, Giles was in a meeting with Carlisle and Decker. Giles said, The mood here seems to be benefiting you. So, what do you think of extending our stay for another month? Carlisle replied, People tend to miss things more when they're not in front of them. Giles sighed. Besides, it's getting harder for me to put up with my father. Carlisle looked tense, so Giles added, I guess there's nothing we can do then. We'll leave for Pervaz in 3 days as planned. Decker listened silently as they spoke. After Giles left the room, Carlisle, in a more relaxed tone, said, Did Gabriel cast some strange energy here or something? Why does it feel so stuffy here? Decker replied, Since you haven't been able to train ever since you came to Euro, it's about time you felt a little sore in the muscles. Carlisle smirked. You're right. Can you take responsibility for what you just said, Sir Donovan? Decker looked confused. Pardon? They went to the practice arena. Decker, holding a sword, muttered, This is not what I meant. Carlisle observed Decker's stance, thinking, He doesn't spare a second to listen to me. Meanwhile, Decker thought, I heard Lord Carlisle was the greatest knight in the Empire. I wonder how strong he truly is. Decker said aloud, I ask for your guidance, as my skills are not that great. Carlisle replied, I like your determination. You make the first strike. The fight began. Both launched attacks with their swords. Carlisle, dodging an attack, said, I can't believe you went for the neck as your first move. You're not going easy on me, are you? Decker replied, That's because there's no such thing as a second hit in Pervaz. Carlisle remarked, How wise. You have good stamina, but you need to improve your speed. Your moves are too predictable. As they sparred, Decker launched another attack. Carlisle smiled and said, I told you, you're too slow. Carlisle counterattacked, but Decker managed to defend himself. Carlisle said, I'll make my move now. He executed a final, swift maneuver that left Decker exhausted. Decker sat down, catching his breath. Carlisle said, Do they call you the strongest warrior in Pervaz? I can see why. There's not a single person who's been able to block my attacks for this long. Decker stood up and replied, I appreciate your compliment, but the strongest warrior in Pervaz is our leader, not me. Carlisle said, I know. I excluded Count Pervaz. However, you are also quite skilled yourself. You are the great Asha Pervaz right-hand man. Decker looked surprised. It's an honor, he said. Carlisle smiled. They used to look so impassive before, but it doesn't seem like that anymore. I've grown quite fond of them. I would like it if we were to do this occasionally, even when we return to Pervaz. Decker replied, although my skills are lacking, I will come to your service if you ever call for me. But is the reason you're in such a hurry to return to Pervaz perhaps because of Lady Duplet and Lady Lepelt? Carlisle looked shocked. What on earth do the people of Pervaz think of me? I don't know how you came up with that, but no, I'm not as crazy about women as you think I am. Decker looked speechless. Is that so? Carlisle muttered. Count Pervaz also seemed to look at me like I was a pervert. She doesn't even know me that well. He smiled slightly, and Decker, observing him, thought, no way. He is? Carlisle continued, speaking of Count Pervaz, let me ask you something. To be honest, I still don't know what the relationship between you and Count Pervaz is. I heard you were once mentioned as a possible candidate to be her husband. Decker exclaimed slightly, who told you that? Then, with a calm expression, he said, that's true, but no one took it seriously. We are just like siblings to each other. Vincent, Asha's older brother, would always joke about marriage, and you should have seen Asha's face whenever he brought it up. Carlisle got lost in thought. So does that mean Sir Donovan and Count Pervaz are not ex-lovers? He thought further. If they were actually ex-lovers, I would have been told already. Decker asked cautiously, my lord, I'm asking this just in case. But if you were to regain the title of Crown Prince, what will happen to Asha? Carlisle replied, Then Decker added, according to the contract, Asha will no longer have any relationship with you, right? Carlisle hesitated. That's something we will discuss once our deal has been successfully fulfilled. He turned his head to the side, and Decker reassured him, Your Highness, don't worry. Carlisle said firmly, I always take care of those who are close to me. At that same moment, Asha entered the room of Cecilia, who welcomed her warmly. Thank you for inviting me, Asha said. Cecilia replied, Thank you for coming all the way here. Please, come and sit over here. The three of them, Asha, Cecilia, and Dorothea, sat together. Cecilia said, I've prepared cold tea since it's quite warm today. I don't know if it will be to your liking. Asha held the cup of tea, gazing at her reflection in the liquid. She thought, I can't believe she used such precious ice for a cup of tea. How luxurious. Dorothea took a sip and exclaimed, It smells really nice. Cecilia smiled. I like to drink it every summer. The scent comes from dried oranges and rosemary. Asha raised a brow and asked, Oranges? What is that? The fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the air as Asha took another sip. What is this tea made of? She asked curiously. Doroth smiled. It's made from dried oranges and rosemary. Asha's eyes widened. Oranges? What are those? Cecilia raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback. You don't know what an orange is? Doroth chuckled softly, her tone teasing yet kind. Well, Pervaz is located in the northernmost region, and oranges typically grow in the southern parts. It's a round fruit with a bright orange peel. When you remove the peel, you'll find juicy, segmented pulp inside. Asha blinked, imagining the fruit. What a strange-looking thing, she thought. Cecilia interrupted her musings. That's not the important thing here, she said with a touch of exasperation. What matters is that His Highness will be returning soon. Asha froze mid-sip. Returning? With good news? She echoed, her voice hesitant. Cecilia nodded, her expression lighting up. Yes, he's achieved all his goals in just a month. Asha, still skeptical, leaned forward. Please explain. We don't quite understand what this means. Oh, really? My apologies, Cecilia said with a smile. This is actually a code that only I can decipher. It says that His Highness has flipped the social scene upside down again. It looks like Her Majesty and Prince Marcius are in trouble. Also, the High Temple seems to be distancing itself from High Priest Gabriel. It's not the entire High Temple conspiring with Her Majesty, just Gabriel. And there's more, she continued. It seems Pervaz is attracting attention. Word is spreading about Prince Carlisle's efforts to rebuild the region, and now more nobles are planning to invest here. This is excellent news for Pervaz. Asha's lips parted, but no words came out. She finally managed to say, I'm not sure if this is truly good news. If something goes wrong, Pervaz could become a target for those spiteful toward His Highness. Cecilia tilted her head thoughtfully. I suppose that's true, but still, His Highness will be back soon. Probably in 2 or 3 days, certainly before the month ends. Do you think he'll bring back some gifts when he returns? Cecilia asked with a grin. Gifts? Asha echoed, puzzled. Is it Lady Cecilia's birthday? Cecilia laughed. Not at all. I'm talking about souvenirs. Even when nobles travel for work, it's common to bring back gifts. People often give them to someone special, even if it's just a trivial excuse. Asha felt her cheeks flush slightly and thought, a gift? Things have improved slightly in his absence, but I can't help feeling selfish for wishing. Meanwhile, Carlisle entered Decker's room with a purposeful stride. Decker glanced up from his seat, frowning. Where were you? Glyze didn't tell me much. Carlisle shrugged. Did he not inform you? I was settling personal matters. Decker's frown deepened. You vanished without an escort. Do you realize how dangerous that was? The Empress could have had you killed. Carlisle cut him off, smirking. Your imagination runs wild, Decker. He placed something on the table. Decker leaned closer, his eyes narrowing. What's that? Carlisle's response was evasive. Nothing you need to worry about. Decker examined the item. A sword, its blade gleaming under the light. Wouldn't a larger sword suit you better, Your Highness? Carlisle raised an eyebrow, amused. A keen observation. But what do you think of this one? Decker picked it up, weighing it in his hands. It's a good sword, sturdy and well forged. Expensive too. It's not something you just swing around casually. Are you giving this to someone? Carlisle shrugged. Perhaps. What do you think? Would Countess Pervaz like it? Decker's eyebrows shot up. What? Do you know her taste? Well, maybe she would. Asha's sword is quite old. He placed the sword back on the table. I think she'll love it. Her current sword is outdated. Carlisle nodded thoughtfully. I noticed. I gave her funds to buy new equipment, but she didn't replace her sword. Why is that? Decker sighed. Some might think those funds should only be used for the Pervaz army. Besides, the sword she uses was passed down to her by Amir, her father. Carlisle's expression darkened. A sentimental relic won't protect her. Memories don't sharpen a blade. This sword is lighter and forged with fine steel. It won't dull or break easily. I even paid attention to its appearance. Decker smirked, thinking, you say you picked this on a whim, but it's clear you put a lot of thought into it. Asha will treasure this. It'll be the first sword truly her own. Engraving her name on it would make it even more special. That's a good idea, Decker said aloud. Carlisle smiled faintly. I thought so. Decker thought, the engraving isn't just decorative. His Highness hopes Aegwir's blessing will protect her forever. Carlisle's gaze softened. I hope so too. 3 days later, Empress Beatrice sat across from Gabriel in a dimly lit chamber. Her eyes burned with fury. That wicked bastard, she hissed. How dare he interfere with God's plan? Gabriel's calm voice cut through her rage. What about the plan we discussed before? Beatrice slammed a piece of parchment onto the table. You mean the divorce? That plan was never executed. What kind of relationship do they have that he's suddenly living like a real married couple with Countess Pervaz? Her tone turned venomous as she continued. Guests from other regions witnessed them spending the night together during the festival. Word of it has spread through the social circles. Gabriel's expression darkened. So, this information leaked? Yes, Beatrice snapped. But I don't know how. Could it have come from our side? Gabriel nodded grimly. It's possible. Not to accuse your majesty of carelessness, but he hesitated before adding, you've been using drugs on Prince Marcius, haven't you? Beatrice's eyes narrowed. How did you know? Gabriel's voice turned sharp. Are you keeping secrets from me? That drug dulls his vigilance and focus. Beatrice frowned. I never heard of side effects like that. Gabriel sighed. It's already done. We'll have to adapt. The daughter of Count Juplet, who visited Pervaz for recovery, is the one leaking information. We need to see Pervaz for ourselves. Beatrice tilted her head. But who will we send? Sending just anyone will be suspicious. Gabriel smiled coldly. I'll go myself. It won't be unusual for a priest to visit, to give a blessing of conception to a couple. Beatrice's face lit up. That's perfect. I believe in you, Gabriel. Please make sure we bring Carlisle down. She knelt at his feet, overcome with fervent delight. I'll trust you to carry out God's will. After a few days, Carlisle stepped out of the carriage and exclaimed, as expected, the air here in Pervaz is refreshing. Giles replied, there isn't much difference between Euro and Pervaz. It only feels that way because Pervaz has a colder climate. Carlisle was momentarily speechless, thinking to himself, anyway, it finally feels like I'm back home. I can't believe this place feels more like home compared to the Imperial Palace. Asha approached him and said, you've worked hard, Your Majesty. I welcome you here on your safe return. Carlisle smiled and replied, you are the one who has worked hard, Count Pervaz. Asha responded, everyone has worked hard as well? Carlisle thought, just now, it seems like she purposely avoided holding eye contact with me. No, now's not the time to be distracted by her. Turning to his team, he said, take out all the luggage brought from the capital. You all deserve a good rest after working hard during our long schedules. Then he turned to Giles and said, Lord Rappelt. Yes, Your Majesty? Giles answered, I need to inform them about what happened in Euro. Please tell them to come to my office, Carlisle ordered. Later, seated in his office with his team gathered around him, Carlisle began, I'm glad to see you all after a long time. You may have already heard about some things from Lady Duprat, but I will explain the situation in Euro once more. My father is still as foolish as ever. The Empress continues her scheming, and Marcius, that brat, is acting strangely. And I am very suspicious of High Priest Gabriel. Giles added, Prince Marcius doesn't seem to be doing well. His voice is loud, and he can't seem to focus on anything properly. Maybe the Empress ordered it, Carlisle speculated. To me, it looks like he's either dependent on alcohol or taking some kind of drug. Asha chimed in. So you're saying the Empress is simply tolerating her son spiraling like that? That's right, Carlisle said, because it's easier to deal with him that way. Decker asked, does the Empress want to rule on her own? I'm not sure, Carlisle replied. It seems she wants to make her son her puppet, but I doubt High Priest Gabriel will let her do so. Lionel hesitantly asked, High Priest Gabriel? The more I investigate him, the stranger he appears, Carlisle said. High Priest Gabriel and the priests around him consider themselves purists. They've been ostracized by other priests because of their archaic beliefs. Among the ostracized, Gabriel emerged with his angelic appearance and rapid rise to the position of High Priest. He's idolized by both the noble and imperial families, with everything they desire. His charisma, influence, and power. People have followed his every demand. Lionel remarked, he's not a purist, he's just a greedy man. If he's the leader of the purists, why is someone like him meddling in politics? Carlisle responded, he's not truly a purist, even though he leads them. Those fools who believe themselves purists are likely being used by him. Lionel noted, it's easier to control people who have strong beliefs, after all. Exactly, Carlisle agreed. Anyway, let's look into it further. For now, dismissing a few priests should suffice. Carlisle sat back and thought, if I had stayed in Euro a little longer, I could have completely flipped the imperial family upside down by involving the priests. But doing so would have given my father a reason to turn against me. Should I wait a little longer until he makes the same mistake again? After a moment, he said aloud, we need to improve Pervaz more so that it can welcome and embrace other nobles, putting my father's position at risk. His eyes lingered on Asha, who, noticing his gaze, quickly turned her head away. Why is she doing that? Carlisle thought. Is she upset about something? Maybe she's sulking because I didn't bring her a gift from Euro. Lionel interrupted his thoughts, asking, did you remember something? No, it's nothing, Carlisle replied, brushing it off. He stood and said, this concludes the report. Everyone, go and rest for today. The team dispersed, but Carlisle stopped Asha. Count Pervaz, I still need to speak with you for a moment. Asha paused and asked, do you have something else to say personally? It's not like that, Carlisle said, handing her a sword wrapped in cloth. Take this. What is this? Asha asked, unwrapping the sword. It's a gift, Carlisle said. Open it. Asha unsheathed the sword, her eyes widening. Is this for me? Of course, Carlisle said. Do you think I would ask you to pass gifts to someone else? Souvenirs are meant to be given to people who are special, even as an excuse. I don't think I'm that special to him, Asha thought. You don't like it? Carlisle asked. No, I like it, Asha replied. I'm just wondering why you gave this to me. I'm giving this to you to protect yourself. We don't know what means the Empress might use to harm you, and your sword looked old. Asha nodded, deep in thought. Of course, I can't die before this contract ends, Carlisle added. I think it would be a good idea to keep your former sword as a memento and use this one from now on. Asha bowed her head. Thank you, Your Majesty. Now that you've gifted me this sword, I will do my best to stay alive until our contract ends. Carlisle was momentarily speechless, turning his head to the side. What will you do after the contract ends? I think of you as someone important to me. That's why I hope you'll stay by my side, even after our contract ends. Asha smiled. I'm honored. I will try even harder to stay alive for as long as I can. The next morning, Asha was practicing with her new sword, thinking, as expected, this is an excellent weapon. Do I even deserve this? The leather on the handle is of great quality, and there's even a carving on it. She noticed the inscription, Blessing from Aiguiers, for Asha. Her eyes widened. Did he have this sword specially designed for me? Carlisle appeared and said, You've been practicing hard since early morning. Your Highness? Asha said in surprise. You must still be tired. Why are you up so early? I could ask you the same, Carlisle replied. You should be resting, but here you are, training. I've been aching all over. Shall we spar? Carlisle asked, Will you strike first? Then I'll do as I was taught, Asha replied, raising her sword. Their training fight began, swords clashing. Carlisle observed, You've gotten much quicker since the last time. I felt it before, but you're truly born for this. I heard from Guard Donovan that you inherited the most intelligence from Asha Pervaz among your siblings. Asha retorted. It seems like he was spouting nonsense without realizing how shameful it was. How long have you trained? Carlisle asked. I've been training since I was young, Asha explained. My father made me practice running so I could flee in emergencies. But instead of dying while running away, I decided I'd rather take at least one enemy with me. Seems like you've always been aggressive, Carlisle remarked. Accepting a fight you can't avoid is aggressive? Asha asked. Most people would simply choose to run away, Carlisle replied. It's rare for someone to train their body as rigorously as you have. Never in my life did I imagine a woman's body to be so fit. Asha blinked in surprise. What did I just say? Carlisle thought. Suddenly embarrassed, the training grounds had been alive with the clash of steel as Asha sparred alongside Carlisle. But as the session concluded, Asha took a step back, gripping her sword tightly. I think that's enough for today, she announced, bowing slightly. I'll head in first. Carlisle watched her retreat, his eyes narrowing. If I'm not mistaken, he thought, Countess Pervaz seems to have caught on to what I said earlier. Asha strode briskly away, her thoughts in turmoil. I must be crazy, she fumed internally. Why did I think of that right then? Reaching her quarters, she closed the door behind her and sank to the floor, frustration washing over her. I suddenly withdrew in the middle of sparring with the Crown Prince. I didn't even offer an excuse. If he considers it an insult to royalty, I'll be in trouble. Should I just brazen it out like I usually do? A knock at the door interrupted her spiraling thoughts. She quickly stood, brushing herself off. Come in, she called. Nina, her personal maid, entered with a warm smile. My lord, I heard you went to the training grounds this morning. You must be sweating. Shall I prepare a bath for you? Asha nodded, her voice calm. Yes, please do. As Nina said about her task, she added, Oh, by the way, have you heard about it? His Highness Carlisle gave gifts to everyone here. Asha blinked in surprise. No, this is the first I'm hearing of it. All the maids received scarves, Nina explained, but I got a shawl since I'm your personal maid. He even bought a coat for the housekeeper. It seems a bit strange to give scarves and coats in the middle of summer, though. It doesn't get cold quickly in Pervaz, does it? It does, Asha replied absent-mindedly. Nina chuckled. I talk too much, don't I? I should be preparing your bath. Wait a moment, Nina, Asha interjected. If everyone here includes Lady Lepelt and Lady Depret, then they must have received gifts too, right? Nina paused, thinking. That's right. Do you know what they got? Most people on the second floor received tea, good for the winter. I haven't heard anything else, so I think they both probably got tea as well. Asha fell silent, her thoughts swirling. His Highness didn't give any special gifts to Lady Cecilia or Lady Dorothea? Nina tilted her head. Why do you ask, my lord? No reason, Asha replied quickly. You may go now. Nina left, but not before casting a curious glance at Asha's expression. Once alone, Asha sighed deeply. I must calm down. His Highness simply gives practical items as gifts. The other knights probably received weapons like I did. It's unlikely he gave me something special, just for me. The next day, Decker and Isaac were engaged in a tense discussion when Decker spotted Asha walking by with her sword in hand. Asha, he called, show us the sword His Highness Carlisle gave you. She stopped and raised the blade slightly. This one. Approaching them, she handed the sword to Decker. Isaac's eyes lit up. This sword was custom-made at Sinar Vilman. Asha frowned. Sinar Vilman? What's that? Decker looked at her incredulously. You don't know Sinar Vilman? It's one of the top 5 swordsmith workshops in the world. Their name alone is worth a fortune. A sword like this could cost as much as a mansion. Isaac added with a grin. Not to mention, their swords are nearly indestructible. You've been given a treasure. Asha stared at the weapon, her grip tightening. I'm sure His Highness didn't give something like this just to me. Isaac laughed. A sword from Sinar Vilman isn't something you stumble upon. You received it because you're the Countess and the wife of His Highness. Asha's thoughts churned. I shouldn't keep getting my hopes up like this. From a nearby window, Cecilia watched the group silently, her eyes narrowing as she observed Asha. In his office, Carlisle was reviewing papers with Lionel standing at his side. The painter entered, bowing deeply. Your Highness, the portrait is complete. Carlisle leaned back in his chair. It took quite some time. The painter hesitated. I've been holed up working on it. The composition changed partway through. I ended up painting another version with a different concept. If it displeases you, I can recreate the original. Carlisle waved a hand. Let's see it. My wife will be arriving shortly. He smirked, recalling Asha's flustered reaction the last time they met. I wonder how she'll react to this couple's portrait. When Asha entered moments later, she bowed slightly. You called for me, Your Highness? Yes, Carlisle replied, gesturing toward the painter. The portrait is finished. I thought it would be good to view it together. I'm not very knowledgeable about art, she admitted. You don't need to be, he said with a chuckle. You'll still have an opinion of whether it's good or bad. The painter removed the cloth covering the first painting. It depicted Asha and Carlisle as a regal, idealized couple, exuding beauty and grace. Asha's breath caught. It seems almost too beautiful to be real. Is this a scam? Carlisle smiled. It's quite good, but why did you create another version? The painter's face lit up. Your Highness, during the barbarian invasion, I witnessed both of you in the heat of battle. It felt like a divine revelation. I couldn't help but draw that scene. The second painting was unveiled. It was raw and powerful, showing Carlisle and Asha standing together amidst chaos, their expressions fierce and determined. This is certainly different, Carlisle remarked. Asha stared at the painting, her heart pounding. I think this one is better than the first, but we can't send this to the Imperial Palace. Carlisle, however, made his decision. Draw 2 copies of this one, send one to the Imperial Palace, and hang the first painting in the castle. Lionel's eyes widened. Your Highness, the portrait of the Crown Prince and his spouse will remain for generations. This is too radical. Carlisle smirked. Exactly. Anyone who challenges me after seeing this painting is either a fool or has no will to live. Thinking that way, I can kill them without remorse. Lionel sighed. Even so, you should send the first painting to the Imperial Palace. Carlisle cut him off. No, I'll write the letter to accompany it myself. The painter hesitated. Your Highness, Are you trying to provoke the Emperor again? Carlisle's gaze darkened. A push and pull is necessary in all human relationships. I've behaved long enough. Now it's time to remind them who I am. Carlisle told Painter, I will write the letter that goes with the painting for the Imperial Palace myself. Painter, skeptical, replied, Are you trying to upset the Empress again? After all the effort it took to appease her the first time? Push and pull are necessary in all human relationships. I've been behaving for a while, so now it's time to tug on the leash a bit. Whether it's my father or the Empress, they should never forget the kind of person I am. Meanwhile, King Kendrick Evaristo was resting in his room, dreaming of a brave knight fighting valiantly against his enemies. In the dream, the king shouted, Who dares to challenge the Empire? Count Duplet, seated on horseback, screamed, Stop him! Stop that bastard! He thought bitterly, Damn it! All the battles we've won have been because of that one man. The brave knight, hailed as Lord Emir, charged toward Count Duplet and declared, Inform your king. If even a single soul survives here, never again challenge the mighty Chadine Empire. Cheers erupted across the battlefield as soldiers shouted, Hail Lord Emir! Lord Emir struck down the enemy leader. Oh Lord, thank you so much. Count Duplet, witnessing Emir's bravery, thought, That clumsy upstart should have called me to strike down that bastard after he fell off the horse. It was the perfect chance to solidify my presence as crown prince. He'll be a headache if left unchecked. I'm sure he'll try to rise beyond his place. Later, Count Duplet bowed before the king and praised Emir. He is an outstanding knight, your majesty. I believe he can drive out the barbarians from Pervaz. The king nodded. You are absolutely right, my son. I suggest we bestow upon him the noble title of Count of Pervaz. Emir, for your exceptional merit, I hereby confer upon you the title of Count of Pervaz. The fiefdom granted to you is Pervaz, the northernmost region of the empire, a fitting place for your bravery. However, Emir's response was far from grateful. Filled with anger, he exclaimed, Pervaz, I won the war for you while you were trembling and hiding at the rear, and now you repay me with enmity disguised as favor? When Count Duplet shouted, Capture the intruder! Emir struck him down in rage. Terrified, the king woke up from his nightmare. He shouted, Pant, Pant! His attendant rushed in and asked worriedly, Are you all right, your majesty? The king, still shaken, said, This place. Pant consoled him. It looks like you had a nightmare. The king sighed. Ah, so it was just a dream. Pant handed him a glass of water, but the king declined his suggestion to summon a doctor. After drinking, he set the glass down and thought grimly, Damn it, it's all because of Carlisle's letter that I had such a nightmare. The king glanced at the letter from Carlisle, which read, As I write this, I catch sight of the palace where my father sits upon his throne. I hope you are in good health. I am sending you the portrait of the newlyweds that was supposed to be painted for the imperial palace after my wedding. It is different from the usual couple portraits, but I believe it better represents us as a couple. By accident, the king knocked over the glass, spilling water onto the letter. He stared at it in shock. A few days later, Queen Beatrice brought up a concern during dinner. It has been over a year and a half since Carlisle's marriage, yet there is still no news of a child. This is a serious issue. The king replied, They've been busy fighting wars. How could they have a child under such circumstances? Beatrice disagreed. Children can be conceived even during wars, your highness. They are both healthy. I find it unusual that they still do not have a child. The king asked, So what do you suggest we do about it? Beatrice said, I think we should send a priest to bestow blessings upon them. That should resolve the matter. Leave it to me, your majesty. I will take care of it, so please don't worry. When Carlisle learned of this plan, he remarked to Lionel, Are they going to confront the matter directly now? Lionel asked, What's in the letter that made you say that? Carlisle explained, It seems they want to send a priest to pray for us since it's been a year and there's no news of a child. Lionel, surprised, said, Pardon? Carlisle continued, If I refuse, they'll likely claim it's not a legitimate marriage and attempt to annul it. Lionel argued, Who judges the legitimacy of a marriage based on this? They even approve of forced marriages. Carlisle agreed but smirked. That's true. But guess who the priest is? Lionel guessed. Don't tell me. High Priest Gabriel? Carlisle nodded. Correct. Lionel was stunned. A nobleman more popular than the Pope coming to bless you? How can he leave his post for over a month? Carlisle replied, It's worth it for him, even with the losses. Lionel suggested, You and Asha must appear as a real couple. I think you should consult with Count Pervaz. Asha, overhearing, asked, Pardon? Carlisle explained, The High Priest is coming to visit us. I'm certain he'll enter the couple's bedroom, so we need one prepared. Asha offered, I'll arrange a new bedroom. Carlisle countered, Wouldn't it seem unnatural to create a couple's bedroom now? Asha replied, It's too risky to let that suspicious high priest enter your room. Carlisle thought for a moment. That snake-like priest might try something strange in my room. Asha suggested, It's better to set up a new bedroom on the second floor. Carlisle agreed. We can use one of the guest rooms, but it might take 2 or 3 days. Lionel asked directly, Forgive me if this sounds impolite, but I still don't quite understand. I'm sure you've shared the same bedroom before. Why does this still feel like an alliance? Asha thought silently. He seems to be pretending not to know what happened that night. Carlisle remained speechless. Lionel teased, Was that night also part of your plan to deceive others? Asha admitted, Well, it was kind of like that. Carlisle added sheepishly, I meant to tell you, but I forgot. Lionel, exasperated, said, You should have remembered. Anyway, I suppose Lord Pervaz should lend a hand. Asha asked, What do you mean by that? Cecilia was sitting in her room, and her assistant Angie was trying to comfort her. My lady, Angie said gently, this is the tea that Lord Carlisle gave you as a gift. He knows how much you like tea. Cecilia, still upset, replied curtly, He doesn't know anything. He gave the same tea to everyone staying on the second floor. Moreover, he even had a couple's bedroom made on that floor recently. Angie hesitated but responded, My lady. Cecilia, now speechless and simmering with anger toward Carlisle, finally said, Leave me alone for a moment, Angie. I want to be by myself. Angie bowed her head and replied, Understood, my lady, before quietly leaving the room. Once alone, Cecilia's thoughts raced. The atmosphere in the castle has been strange lately. It's as if His Highness has no intention of divorcing, even if he were offered the title of Crown Prince. Even if Lord Carlisle were to leave, it wouldn't matter much to Count Pervaz. She would still be adored and respected, addressed as your lordship. In contrast, my foolish brothers would mock me as if they've won. My father, who has cherished me all this time, might even turn his back on me. If that happens, everything I've worked so hard to build will crumble to pieces. I can't afford to envy Count Pervaz. I can't become like her. I have no choice but to somehow take the position of Empress. Meanwhile, Giles was scolding Dorothea. Is there anything you can do without me? What have you been doing while I was away? Giles barked. You should have at least found fault with Celia Dupret. Dorothea, flustered, replied, I didn't have the chance to spend time with Lady Dupret. Then you should have created an opportunity. Giles snapped. If you keep behaving like this, how do you expect to become the crown princess? But father, she began hesitantly. Since when did you start contradicting me? He interrupted sharply. Dorothea lowered her head. I'm sorry, father, she murmured as she stood there, confused and upset. Her thoughts turned grim. Even if I become the crown princess, I will probably end up living with an authoritative man like my father anyway. In that case, it might be better to live in Pervaz for the rest of my life. Giles interrupted her reverie. Let me know if you find any information about Count Pervaz. Information about Count Pervaz? She asked, surprised. Anything will do. The more information, the better, he replied. But why? It seems His Highness has taken a greater liking to Count Pervaz than expected, Giles explained. Dorothea's thoughts turned darker. That woman must disappear someday. It would be better if she died in a small accident that no one would suspect. Giles addressed her again. You must harden your heart, Dorothea. This isn't a kind and gentle world. It's a battlefield where, if you don't kill, you'll be killed instead. It might be worth trying to use that man. Approach Decker Donovan. There's probably no one who knows Count Pervaz as well as he does. Dorothea later found herself in the library, holding a book. Her father's words echoed in her mind. This is not the time to leisurely read novels. Frustrated, she thought, I can't even relax in my own room. She decided to go to the garden with her book. As she wandered, she stumbled upon a secluded spot. I never knew there was such a place, she murmured. Father probably won't find me here. I'll take a brief rest. She settled down and began reading when, suddenly, a timepiece fell to the ground. Startled, she looked up to see Decker Donovan. Apologies, he said, bowing slightly. I didn't mean to startle you. As she stared at Decker, her father's instructions came rushing back. Approach Decker Donovan. There's probably no one who knows Count Pervaz as well as he does. Decker picked up the watch and inspected it. Fortunately, it's still ticking, he said. If you'd like, I can repair it for you. That won't be necessary, she replied stiffly. Decker looked at her closely. Would it be troublesome if people knew I had your watch, my lady? Dorothea hesitated. I hadn't even considered that. If so, Decker added smoothly, just say you lost it. He wrapped the watch in a cloth and smiled. You don't know where to get it repaired, do you? I'll return it here once it's fixed. I have a feeling you'll visit this place often in the future. Noticing the book in her hands, he asked, Oh, that book. Do you happen to know it? Yes, she replied. It's The Secrets of Barton Manor, a famous detective novel. So you've read it, he said, intrigued. Is the culprit Wagner or Lupo? Then, as if catching himself, he added, No, don't spoil it for me. It seems you enjoy detective novels, she remarked. Decker smiled. I discovered them during my last trip to the capital. I stayed up all night reading. Couldn't put it down. It's been popular in Zero for the past 10 years, hasn't it? She was taken aback by his enthusiasm. At first, he seemed like a scary person, but he's completely different from what I thought. Shall I lend it to you? She offered. Are you sure it's okay? He asked. I think Lord Rappelt wouldn't approve. It's fine, she assured him. My father doesn't care about such matters. He always encourages me to share books with others. Decker smiled gratefully. I'd appreciate it. Books are quite expensive, and I could only afford 3 in Cairo. Dorothea's thoughts turned to Count Pervaz. I heard His Highness Carlisle spent a fortune on Pervaz. Was it really just for rebuilding the territory? Surely, there must be adequate compensation for Pervaz warriors. Is it true that Her Highness demanded sacrifices from you? She asked cautiously. Asha tried to offer compensation, Decker explained. But we, the warriors of Pervaz, refused. As long as our basic needs are met, we're fine. But what about those with families? She pressed. If we compromise a little, perhaps we can do more for them, he said thoughtfully. I didn't mean to insult you, my lord, she said quickly. Decker smiled reassuringly. I can tell when someone intends to offend me. Don't worry. He stood and bowed slightly. I'll take my leave first. I was planning to leave soon anyway, she replied. It's all right. There are plenty of other places to read. And even if Lord Rappelt asks, I won't say anything about seeing you here. With that, Decker left, leaving Dorothea deep in thought. It seems I made a good choice bringing a few detective novels with me. Elsewhere, the High Priest Gabriel arrived at Lord Carlisle's palace. As he stepped out of his carriage, Asha and Carlisle greeted him. May the blessings of the gods be with you, your highness, Gabriel said. Gabriel Knox presents himself to Prince Carlisle of Ariatosto. Asha bowed her head, and Carlisle responded. It seems the high priest is burdened by the unnecessary worries of the empress. Gabriel replied. What could be more important than the birth of a royal heir? There may be several things, Carlisle said, but perhaps we should begin by discussing how not to jeopardize a healthy prince in the royal family. How about we start with that? Gabriel, taken aback, responded cautiously, Well, I must say. His mind lingered on Carlisle's phrasing, jeopardizing a healthy crown prince? It's the first time I've heard such words from royalty. Asha stepped forward, her presence commanding. Thank you for traveling all this way, your holiness. I am Asha Pervaz, the Count of Pervaz. Gabriel offered a courteous nod. Please forgive my delayed greeting. May the goddess of wisdom and love, Aphrodite, bestow her blessings upon you. Asha's lips curved into a faint smile. Perhaps another deity's blessing would be more fitting. Nevertheless, please, come in. She led Gabriel into the palace, gesturing toward its modest interiors. This old castle is lacking in many ways. I hope you'll understand. Gabriel looked around, his tone polite yet probing. It is better than I expected. I heard that resources were scarce after the long war. Asha replied with measured grace. Thanks to His Highness Carlisle, Pervaz is now thriving. Gabriel offered a placating smile. I've heard much about it, but I believe it was your courage, Count Pervaz, that revived this land. Asha's eyes narrowed slightly. How insincere. Is he trying to sow discord between Carlisle and me? Maintaining her composure, she said, Thank you for seeing it that way. You must be tired from your journey. Please rest well, Your Holiness. We shall meet again this evening. As she closed the door behind him, she turned to find Carlisle standing silently, observing her. Surprised, she exclaimed, There were no strange signs until he entered the room. But he seems to be in a hurry, pretending to praise me while subtly attempting to create conflict between us. Carlisle chuckled faintly. You seem unusually anxious. Perhaps he's using his charm on you. Charm? Asha questioned, puzzled. There's no rule that only women wield charm. Have you ever wondered why such an ordinary priest's worship hall overflows with believers? Asha frowned. I know of it, but why would the high priest flatter me? What does he stand to gain from someone like me? Carlisle's gaze hardened. Why are you speaking in such a manner? Did I say something wrong? She asked, confused. You said quite a lot. Carlisle turned and walked away, leaving her speechless in the hallway. That evening, Carlisle, Asha, and Gabriel gathered at the dining table. Servants moved deftly, serving exquisite dishes, while an underlying tension lingered in the air. Gabriel's thoughts swirled. How indifferent Carlisle seems, even with the high priest's presence. Weak faith must be why the gods have punished him with the barbarian invasion. Breaking the silence, Carlisle asked, By the way, Your Holiness, what exactly is the blessing of conception? Gabriel replied smoothly, I am here to bestow blessings upon the royal couple for the birth of a child. Carlisle's voice dripped with sarcasm. Is it because my mother is impatient for a grandchild? Or because the Empress sees an heir as the future of the imperial family? Does that justify meddling in government affairs? Are royal members expected to scatter their seeds merely for the sake of tradition? Gabriel faltered, unsure how to respond. Carlisle's sharp gaze bore into him. I wonder, Carlisle continued, if even the gods would approve of such reasoning. Can you swear, in the name of the gods, that this is their will? Gabriel hesitated but answered solemnly, I swear in the name of the gods. Even the gods will forgive a small lie. Carlisle smirked knowingly. Well, that's how it goes. Gabriel shifted uncomfortably. How easily his suspicions fade. Or is this an act? Carlisle pressed on, his tone deliberately provocative. I heard rumors that the high priest must enter the couple's bedroom to bestow this blessing. Gabriel nodded. That is correct. Asha's eyes widened. Pardon? Gabriel elaborated. After offering blessings beyond the curtains, I will quietly leave. Carlisle raised an eyebrow. Do we have to be in the same bedroom for this ritual? Gabriel replied. In cases where a couple struggles to conceive, it is customary. Producing an heir is a duty for the imperial family. Carlisle's lips curled into a mocking smile. Duty? Convenient, coming from a temple dominated by men. Are you saying this on behalf of the gods? Gabriel stiffened. Are you questioning the will of the gods? Carlisle leaned back, his voice low. You're just a man, Gabriel. How did you become a high priest if you can't discern the gods' will? Gabriel clenched his fists beneath the table. How dare this insolent man dismiss my divine mission? But it's not the time to retaliate. My mission must not fail. Masking his frustration, Gabriel replied, Your Highness, your genuine concern for the crown prince is commendable. I trust the blessing will bear fruit. Later that night, Asha entered Carlisle's chamber, her expression uncertain. Carlisle greeted her casually. You're here. Are you all right? It seems dinner was eventful. Asha sighed. It was far from comfortable. The high priest mentioned that starting next week, we should engage in intercourse every other day. He even plans to visit our room several times. Carlisle scoffed. The high priest must find this absurd too. We don't even truly desire a child. Asha's thoughts raced. What a headache. I may have pretended to agree, but how will I manage this? Carlisle broke her reverie, extending his hand. Starting this week, we'll share a bedroom. I'm under your care, my lady. Asha stared at him, startled. Carlisle, noticing her hesitation, gently took her hand. Perhaps I'm the one who should ask for your care. He released her hand, moved toward the bed, and reclined with a sigh. I'm tired. I'll go to sleep now. As he closed his eyes, his thoughts lingered. Will she get on the bed? With such a spacious room, the couch or sofa would be uncomfortable. She'll probably sleep on the bed. And so, the silence of the night settled over them, the tension between them unspoken but palpable. Carlisle sat on the edge of his bed, his eyes flickering toward Asha as she lingered near the couch. His mind churned with thoughts. Will she really sleep on that uncomfortable couch? The bed is spacious enough for the two of us, and it's more practical. But will she? Asha's calm voice broke the silence. He muttered, "If you sleep there." She paused and turned. What? He hesitated. Nothing. Stubborn as always, he thought with mild irritation. Even if I warn her, she'll probably still insist on sleeping there and wake up with back pain. After a pause, Carlisle asked, "Are you cold?" Asha responded, "I'm fine." "Lies," Carlisle said plainly. "It's true," she retorted. Carlisle sighed. "It's not like anything bad will happen. Just get in the bed. Don't you trust me?" "It's not that," she replied quickly. "Well then," Carlisle offered, "let's exchange. I'll take the couch, and you can sleep on the bed." "I don't want to," Asha said flatly, "and I've already warmed up here. Can't you just sleep already?" Carlisle turned to his side, muttering, "Then tomorrow, you'll sleep here." "I won't take no for an answer." The next morning, Asha approached Gabriel, who was preparing for his duties. "Your Holiness, are you planning to bless the castle?" Gabriel nodded. Old castles like this can easily attract evil energy and misfortune. Blessings are necessary to prevent such things. If you don't trust me, you're welcome to accompany me and inspect the process yourself. You may also speak to Prince Carlisle if you have doubts. Asha thought for a moment before agreeing. "All right. Since there's not much to do right now, I'll show you around." "Thank you," Gabriel replied with a gracious smile. As they began the tour, Asha felt the weight of exhaustion pressing on her. "I didn't sleep well last night, but it's better to endure this than create unnecessary tension by refusing him." Gabriel suggested, "Perhaps we should start from the highest point of the castle and work our way down. What do you think?" Asha gave him a wary glance. "But wouldn't that be difficult for you, Your Holiness?" Gabriel dismissed her concern. "Climbing stairs is part of daily life at the temple. By the way, I noticed there's no temple in Pervaz." "That's true," Asha replied. "Before the imperial annexation, we had our own state religion. Afterward, there wasn't room to build a temple due to the barbarian invasions." Gabriel nodded thoughtfully. "I assume, then, that the people here don't know much about the scriptures or the gods," Asha countered firmly. "While that may be true for scripture interpretation, the people here are as devoted in their prayers as anywhere else in the empire. There was a time when we had no choice but to rely on God and pray desperately." Gabriel fell silent, struck by her words. After a moment, he said, "I can only imagine how difficult it must have been. I'll pray for the souls of those who passed to find peace." "Thank you," Asha said softly. "Perhaps he isn't as deceitful as I first thought. Or maybe it's simply his role as a priest." As they reached the castle's elevated watchtower, Gabriel remarked, "From here, we can see the border." "Yes," Asha replied. "This elevated position helps us quickly detect enemy invasions and mobilize accordingly." Gabriel's mind raced. "The abandoned lands are close. Does Count Pervaz know what lies there?" Asha continued. "I've heard that the abandoned land holds a strange and unique energy. My father once said that barbarians and beasts from that region are tainted with demonic power." Gabriel's interest sharpened. "Are you saying the strange energy is demonic?" "That's correct," Asha affirmed. "They say the demonic energy seeps out from all over the abandoned land." Gabriel fell into deep thought. "If the energy there is comparable to my own powers, I might be able to manipulate it without resorting to dark magic. This could be a tremendous opportunity. He turned to her. How was the war earlier this year? I know Prince Carlisle's contributions were vital, but it seems Pervaz's army bore the brunt of it. Without His Highness, we would have been defeated, Asha admitted. The enemy had enormous supplies and even used catapults. Some of them cast strange spells as well. Gabriel considered her words. Is she testing whether I'm loyal to the Empress? Feigning concern, he said, that must have been terrifying. Are you saying the barbarians were behind it? Prince Carlisle does have many enemies. I worry that the war's embers may still smolder near Pervaz. Asha turned away. Even so, it's better than being abandoned and left to die by the Empire. Now, I'll show you where the blessings will be conducted. They arrived at a modest room. Gabriel observed, this room seems to be used more frequently than the others. This is our prayer room, Asha explained. My mother used it most often. After her passing, the rest of the family took turns here. Now that my father and brothers are gone, I'm the only one left who uses it. Many have died, and we've faced terrible days. But I still believe God watched over us. Gabriel was taken aback. Who would have thought that the so-called barbarian princess prays regularly and is so devout? Asha added, if a poor warrior like me became a princess, what else could it be but God's will? Gabriel's heart wavered. She feels genuine gratitude to God and her people. There was a time when I felt the same, but I've come too far to turn back now. Is something the matter? Asha asked. Gabriel quickly composed himself. Nothing. Let's proceed to the next room. Later, Gabriel performed blessings upon the castle, his voice solemn. Lord Libato, guide me. Help me prove that the path I've chosen is righteous. In a distant palace, a doctor approached Cecilia with a radiant smile. Congratulations, Your Highness. You are with child. Cecilia clasped her hands in gratitude. Thank you, God. The doctor hesitated. Should I inform His Majesty immediately? Cecilia's expression darkened slightly. Quietly inform Her Majesty first. Let's not upset her unnecessarily. After dismissing her maids, Cecilia's father entered. Is it wise to do this? How dare you pass another man's child as His Majesty's? Cecilia responded sharply. Do you doubt me? I must do whatever it takes to secure His Majesty's favor. I've already silenced anyone who might speak out. Her father sighed. If you say so, then I trust you. Cecilia's smile returned. Now that I've succeeded in conceiving a child, I wonder how the Empress will react. If she truly wishes to overlook the threat I pose, I'll be grateful. But if Carlisle returns from Pervaz, I must ensure my child becomes the next emperor. Asha came to the bedchamber of Carlisle. He asked, Are you here? It's finally the day for intercourse. Asha sat in front of him and said, Will the high priest really be fooled? Carlisle replied, What would he do even if he's not fooled? It's not like he can check by removing the blanket. He asked, Are you nervous? She became speechless, and he thought. I thought she would immediately respond with, No, I'm not, and act awkwardly. He said to her, It might be quite embarrassing, but it won't take long. Before the high priest comes in, Lionel will give us a signal. Just bear with it for a while. She said, All right. He added, It's not that hard. You can just make moderately heavy breathing sounds. Asha, sipping her tea, listened to him silently, feeling speechless. She then said, That might be a little embarrassing as well. As he stared at her, he thought, Did I just talk too much for no reason? I think we should head to bed slowly now. He then said to her, Let's get prepared now. Asha put her tea on the table and said, All right. Carlisle removed his shirt and sat on the bed. Asha joined him, sitting near him. Both of them sat awkwardly, facing each other. He said, Your body is cold. She replied, Because the gown is a little thin. He sighed. Geez, I was acting obliviously. I guess I should have waited for the high priest before coming up to the bed. She quickly protested, No, not at all. She thought, Why is he saying something that could cause so much trouble? It didn't feel like anything before, but why has it turned out like this? As she was lost in thought, he called out, Asha. Yes, Your Highness, she replied. He said, You should call me Carlisle from now on. Asha was surprised, but he continued, You remember what you have to do after the high priest comes, right? Yes, she responded, her mind racing, calling each other sweetly, breathing heavily, like I do after sparring twice. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Carlisle said, I guess the high priest is here. To act their part, he leaned over her. Another knock came, and he thought, I guess he's nearby now. This time, Carlisle leaned even closer over her. Meanwhile, High Priest Gabriel stood outside the door, hearing muffled voices coming from inside. Ah, Asha. Ah, Carlisle, he heard. Gabriel began to pray, unsettled by what he was hearing. Inside the room, Carlisle and Asha were much closer to each other. Carlisle thought, damn it, is this really all just an act? Before he realized it, he stood still, staring at Asha. Then, without thinking, he kissed her. Meanwhile, Gabriel, standing outside, wiped his sweat and pressed a cloth to his ears. He thought, it feels as if my ears have become dirty. But these two, it seemed too real for it to be just an act meant to fool me. By any chance, does Prince Carlisle truly care for Count Pervaz? No, there's no way. That arrogant prince would never like someone from this rural area. Gabriel frowned. I don't know about Count Pervaz, but I'm sure the prince is only playing with her. Since I can't dismiss their marriage for this reason anymore, I'll have to find another way. It might even be easier to use Asha Pervaz. Later, Gabriel opened the prayer room, inspecting it carefully. He thought, it would have been better if I hadn't learned about Count Pervaz. I never expected her to be this innocent and devout. No, on the contrary, this might work better for her. Count Pervaz should be with Carlisle, who is arrogant and corrupt. As Gabriel inspected Asha's praying room, Geronimo arrived and asked, Your Holiness, do you need anything? The priest responded, I'm going to look around the mansion for a while. I blessed the corners earlier, but I would like to check again in case I missed a spot. Geronimo smiled and said, I will accompany you. The priest replied, Thank you. As they walked through the mansion, Gabriel thought, there must be a good place here to cast dark magic secretly. Inside the room, Asha and Carlisle continued making faint sounds of the high priest. After some time, Carlisle said, I think the high priest has returned to his room. He thought, I didn't even hear him leave. Relaxing, Carlisle said, Good job. Asha replied, Your Highness, you also did a great job. Carlisle smirked. Even that bastard Gabriel would be completely fooled, right? Asha nodded. I agree. You should sleep now. She started to move toward the sofa, but Carlisle grabbed her hand and said, I'll go to the sofa. Just stay here. Asha was surprised by his words. He explained, You'll catch a cold if you're suddenly exposed to the chill air. Asha exclaimed, as Carlisle covered her with a blanket. Asha and Carlisle were eating breakfast together. Carlisle offered Asha a cream puff and said, Eat this. Asha ate it happily. Carlisle smiled and asked, Do you like it? Asha, busy eating, nodded her head and replied, Yes. Carlisle smiled again and said, I'm glad. However, Asha was nervous, thinking, why is he just giving this to me instead of eating it himself? Then, Asha made a cream puff for Carlisle and said, It's delicious. She held it out for him to eat, but Carlisle grabbed her hand with a stern expression and ate the cream puff directly from her hand. After eating, Carlisle said, As you said, it is delicious. Asha, lost in thought, pondered, I can't fall for him like this. As soon as he catches on to my feelings, this relationship will end terribly. Meanwhile, at the imperial palace, the king and Queen Beatrice were enjoying tea. The king, filled with joy, expressed his happiness, saying to Beatrice, I can't believe that Viviana is pregnant with a child. It's a blessing for the imperial palace. The king's assistant congratulated him, saying, Congratulations, your majesty. The king, overjoyed, added, It seems the medicine said to be good for stamina swiftly showed its effects. Be sure to send gifts to Viviana, who endured a hard time for this, all right? Beatrice, sipping her tea, also expressed her happiness, saying, This is a good thing. Congratulations, your majesty. The king, smiling, said, I knew you would also offer your blessings. Just like Viviana, you have a good personality. Beatrice replied, That is a big compliment, your majesty. I should send her a gift soon as well. In her bedchamber, Viviana sat when suddenly there was a knock on the door. She said, "Come in." Her assistant entered, bowed her head, and said, "Her Majesty has sent you a gift to congratulate you on becoming pregnant." Viviana, with a stern expression, asked, "What? Her Majesty, the Empress, did?" The assistant explained, "Well, Her Highness Josephine, the first princess, and Her Highness Charlize, the second princess, are here in her stead." Viviana began to wonder. The Empress sent her daughters here? What does it mean? She then said, "Should I take the two of them to the reception room? They said they want to congratulate you." Viviana nodded, smiled, and said, "Since I can't just send them back, do so, and tell them I will be there after I get ready." The assistant obeyed, replying, "All right, I understand." After getting ready, Viviana greeted them with a bow, saying, "Thank you for visiting. I, Viviana Lowry, would like to greet you, the princesses, for the first time." Josephine, the first princess of the Chad Empire, smiled and responded, "Nice to meet you, Lady Lowry." Charlize, the second princess of the Chad Empire, also smiled and said, "It's our first time visiting you at this mansion, my lady. You should sit down, your body must be feeling heavy." Viviana sat down in front of them and said, "So, you have heard that I am pregnant?" Charlize replied, "Of course. You don't know how happy our father was. After hearing about it, we wanted to congratulate you, so we prepared a few things. Please accept them without any worries." Viviana, thanking them with a smile, said, "Thank you. I can't believe I am receiving these gifts all of a sudden." Josephine asked, "I heard it was not easy for you to become pregnant. Is that true?" Viviana, with a stern expression, hesitated but eventually replied, "Well." Josephine continued, "We just wanted to ask for your advice." Turning to Charlize, she said, "We will also conceive children someday, and thought it would be helpful for that time." Charlize nodded and said, "That's right." Viviana said, "I suppose the medicine that Her Majesty sent had good effects." Charlize turned to Josephine, surprised. "Really? So you really could not conceive before?" Josephine responded, "And you became pregnant as soon as you ate those medicinal herbs? That's surprising." Viviana, listening to their conversation, thought to herself, "Something is strange. Why do they keep asking about that?" Josephine apologized, saying, "Oh my, forgive us for being rude. Since we are also bound to conceive children later, we were just surprised such herbs exist. I can't believe she gave such precious medicinal herbs to you. I guess Mother really wanted you to conceive a child, Lady Lowry." "Oh, right. Mother could not come here today because she is busy with her duties. Still, she was really happy when she heard about it and asked us to pass on her gifts to you." Charlize added, "Oh, right." Viviana smiled and replied, "I see. I am really grateful to Her Majesty." But internally, she was thinking, what's going on? Have I been misunderstanding the Empress until now? Josephine continued, "I was really surprised when I heard about your pregnancy. For a long time, you were unable to conceive." Meanwhile, in his bedchamber, Gabriel was dressing himself, lost in thought. "No, this is better. I don't think that Count Pervaz is particularly swayed by my appearance, but even so, I can use it to gain her interest, since I will need her permission to hold a prayer meeting." Once ready, he exclaimed, "It's about time now." He knelt and began his ritual prayers, closing his eyes. Damn it. Why would the dark magic side effects occur now? Have I really been captivated by false beliefs to the point of becoming a devil? Your Holiness, I am Asha Pervaz. Are you true? I can't let her see this side of me. Moreover, since she has been living near the abandoned land, she might recognize these symptoms. While he was kneeling and thinking, Asha suddenly entered, shouting, "Your Holiness, did something happen? I will enter shortly." She opened the door with force and gasped, "Your Holiness." Surprised to see Gabriel kneeling, she asked, "Are you okay?" He replied, bowing his head, "Yes, I am okay." She frowned and said, "You don't look okay at all. Do your ribs hurt? Allow me to take a look." Gabriel, in a low tone, said, "A priest cannot allow others, especially a woman, to see their body." Asha, with a stern expression, replied, "In that case, I will call His Highness Carlisle's physician right away." Gabriel quickly said, "Wait." Lowering his head, he thought, rather than letting Carlisle know about my side effects. Then he unbuttoned his dress and showed her something. Asha, shocked by what Gabriel revealed, screamed, "This." Her face filled with surprise. Gabriel, lost in thought, wondered, did she notice it? Asha said to him, "It seems like a lingering effect of illness or a congenital birthmark." Gabriel started to speak, "This." As he was continuing, Asha interrupted, saying, "You don't need to explain it in detail. There are quite a few people with birthmarks in parvas for various reasons." Then she apologized, adding, "I apologize. I behaved very rudely out of surprise." Gabriel got lost in thought again as she apologized. Even if she ever looks at it, it should not be known by Carlisle. After thinking for a while, he said, "Count, this is a birthmark I have had since birth." He bowed his head and said, "It is a flaw I am ashamed to reveal to others, so if you could keep it a secret." Asha, in a soft tone, replied, "Of course, but there is a condition." He asked, "A condition?" With a stern expression, she said, "Yes, you must take a medical bath." He became tense and confused upon hearing her condition and, shocked, exclaimed, "A medical bath?" Asha explained, "I heard that people who suffered similar pains within the domain benefited from taking a medical bath." He asked, "Why are you telling me to do this? You have no reason to treat me well. I am someone sent by the Empress." She responded, "You are speaking strangely. What does loyalty have to do with saving the sick?" At this moment, Gabriel was speechless and had no words to respond. As he remained silent, Asha said, "I used to think only saints and wise ones could have such thoughts." He then bowed his head and said, "I feel embarrassed for asking for the reason." She replied, "No, it's all right. Anyway, will you take the medical bath now?" Gabriel followed her command and said, "Yes, please." Asha said, "Then I will prepare the herbs and bath water right away." As Asha left, Gabriel got lost in thought again. It will not be bad to become closer to her like this. Getting closer to her might help uncover Carlisle's weaknesses. He then went out for the medical bath. Meanwhile, he thought, the medical bath unexpectedly turned out to be effective. I should at least thank her. When he saw the door, he exclaimed, "The door is open." As he came closer to the door, he heard Carlisle having a conversation with Asha inside. Carlisle was questioning Asha with a stern expression. "Is he your taste? What are you implying? I have never heard of a lord personally preparing a guest bath water." She replied, "Don't tell me you are saying this because I arranged bath water for the high priest." Gabriel, standing at the door and overhearing the conversation, thought, "Is he doubting my relationship with the Count, that lecherous Carlisle?" Carlisle said, "I never knew such a refined and delicate man as to your liking." Asha replied, "Goodness, you have misunderstood everything." Carlisle, with a stern expression, stared at her and said, "Rather than a misunderstanding, it's more like suspecting if my wife is cheating on me. If it is a misunderstanding, you should explain it in a way that makes sense." Suddenly, Gabriel, tired of their conversation, opened the door and came inside, saying, "Pardon me, you should lock your door next time. I came to greet, but ended up overhearing your argument. What brings you to my wife's room at this late hour? It's still 7 o'clock." Carlisle said, "The sun is already set." Gabriel responded, "If it were summer, it would still be early evening. It seems your highness is misunderstanding our relationship. The Count prepared not just a simple bath, but a medicinal bath for me due to my poor health." Carlisle said, "I am sorry to hear about your sickness, your holiness. However, you could have also ordered servants to prepare a medicinal bath for you." Gabriel replied, "How can I trust a medicinal bath prepared by others? If you wish, could you enter the temple under my supervision and smell the unidentified fragrance?" Carlisle was speechless at this, so he said to Gabriel, "You are right this time. I just felt a little jealous because I love my wife too much." At this, Asha was surprised and exclaimed, "Love? I think he just wants to fool the high priest." Carlisle turned towards her and said, "So please also tell my mother not to worry. With such passion between us, don't you think a child will be conceived soon?" Gabriel replied to Carlisle, "Sure. When I return to the capital, I will be sure to convey your message to her. But I'm afraid the Empress may or may not believe these words." After having a conversation with Viviana Lowry, Beatrice's daughters told her everything. Beatrice asked in response, "So what did she say in response?" Viviana Lowry, that woman? Charlize, in a happy mood, replied. She said the herbs you sent were effective. She also expressed gratitude for your deep kindness. Beatrice started laughing and said, Ha! Do you really believe I was giving herbs for that woman's pregnancy? Josephine was surprised and asked, Huh? Then why? Beatrice, smiling, said, Isn't it amusing? The nerve to fake being pregnant with the emperor's child, and then thank me for the herbs I sent her, all while carrying another man's baby. Both were extremely shocked, so Charlize asked, Lady Lowry, she has another man's child? Beatrice said, Yes, I gave her a great excuse, didn't I? The emperor is unable to have children. He has been infertile for quite some time. Josephine, upset, asked, How do you know about this, mother? Charlize also asked, Shouldn't father be informed as well? Beatrice replied, I secretly asked someone in the palace to find out. At the time, I didn't tell him on purpose to spare him from shock. But now the situation is different. Spread this information throughout the imperial palace. The emperor is infertile, and Lady Lowry committed adultery. Both daughters were still surprised. Josephine asked, Why must we go that far? Beatrice replied, After all these years of living in the imperial palace without any power, we should at least do this much, shouldn't we? I can trust you both, right? Josephine said, Yes, mother. Gabriel was standing near the window when suddenly a white bird came and sat on his finger. He thought, It is the end for Lady Viviana Lowry with this. It will be great to deliver the news of the marriage annulment at a time like this. I never thought they would become so close. Well, that is not entirely a bad thing. It means Count Parvaz could be Carlisle's weakness. Gabriel then opened the book on the table and started praying. On November 30th, 883, I offer today's prayer. Today I reflect on the will of God through the story of Saint Rufus. Saint Rufus upheld his faith alone, heeding the word of God and defending his beliefs against the heretics. His steadfast faith and self-sacrifice brought about miracles. After reading, he thought, much like Asha Pervaz, despite the difficult circumstances, she silently protected this land. She resembles Saint Rufus. Perhaps through Asha Pervaz, I may be able to create the ideal world I have been dreaming of. He prayed this with tense focus. Carlisle and Asha were in his office, engaged in a tense conversation. As Asha entered, Carlisle remarked, The priest will leave at the end of the year. By then, the whole place will be buried in snow. The snow has already started. Asha replied, He mentioned his departure, but there's no need to dwell on it further. What I find odd is that the high priest informed only you about this, Your Highness. Carlisle responded, Yes. First he asked you to buy the medicinal herbs he used in his bath, and then he told you about his departure. Is there an issue with that? Asha, taken aback by his tone, said, No, it's nothing. Meanwhile, Carlisle was lost in thought, pondering, Am I being too sensitive about Gabriel Knox? I shouldn't have been so harsh about the bath incident yesterday. I should apologize. After a pause, he said, Excuse me, Countess Pervaz. About yesterday. Asha, confused, looked at him silently, and Carlisle continued, I'm glad the priest will leave earlier than we expected. You must have had a hard time pretending to be a couple with me. It must have been embarrassing for you, especially when meeting the other ladies on the second floor. You had to disregard your true feelings to maintain appearances. Surprised, Carlisle interrupted, What lovers? Are you referring to the ladies on the second floor? Who said I ever considered any of them my lovers? Well, Asha began, but Carlisle cut her off. Did you think I dragged them to bed every night? Did you think I would do with any of them what I've done with you? He demanded. Asha, flustered, bowed her head and apologized. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything. No, that's not what I meant, Carlisle exclaimed, his voice rising. I swear by all my victories, I've never laid a single finger on any of those women. Wasn't it obvious? I stayed silent to protect this secret from the Empress. Asha exclaimed softly. Oh, Carlisle continued. Anyway, you misunderstood me, but I misunderstood you as well. I even wondered if Gabriel's witchcraft had influenced you. Never, Asha said firmly. I will fight for Pervaz by your side until the end. Carlisle's side. The problem is that another person's mind doesn't always work as you wish. Asha clenched her fist, wondering, Did His Highness notice my feelings? Carlisle, noticing her silence, said, I think this conversation is becoming futile. I just wanted to say, I'm sorry. What? Asha asked, surprised. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding yesterday and for scolding you without reason, Carlisle admitted. Asha smiled faintly and said, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you too, Your Highness. As she left the room, she thought His Highness clarified his relationships with the other ladies and even apologized to me. It might just be my imagination, but it feels like he sees me as someone special. Meanwhile, at the imperial palace, the doctor informed the king, There's nothing out of the ordinary, Your Majesty. Perhaps the sickness you've been feeling is due to accumulated stress. The king frowned. You must be aware of the rumors circulating the palace. The doctor hesitated. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I didn't mean to. The king cut him off. You don't need to apologize. I know I can be petty about things like this. Yes, Your Majesty, the doctor agreed. However, what do you think about those rumors? Do you think I might be infertile? The king asked. I can't be certain without thorough examination, the doctor replied. But we could release the results afterward to quell the rumors. The king brightened. What a great idea. Let's start the tests immediately. I want to put those rumors to rest as soon as possible. Understood, Your Majesty, the doctor said with a bow. In a few days, everyone will know the truth. A few days later, the king learned the truth. He was indeed infertile. Furious, he stormed into Viviana Lowry's room, shouting, Viviana, how could you do this? You're carrying another man's child. Viviana turned to him, shocked. What are you talking about, Your Majesty? Beatrice, standing beside the king, smirked as he roared. Don't deny it. I just received the results of my test. I am infertile, Viviana stammered. Infertile? Beatrice intervened coldly. As you heard, His Majesty is infertile, so there's no way you could be carrying his child. You've committed treachery against the royal family, Viviana. Viviana, stunned and speechless, was lost in thought. That woman, she knew all along. She used her knowledge to manipulate me. The king, his voice trembling with fury, said, I can't forgive you for deceiving me and the empire. You're stripped of your title as countess and banished from the palace. Never appear before me again. Viviana knelt, tears streaming down her face. This is fine. As long as I'm alive, I'll have my revenge on the Empress. Elsewhere, Cecilia spoke with Giles. It seems the Empress completely defeated Lady Lowry. It seems she played one of her hidden cards, Giles replied. Exactly. At this rate, the Empress's power will only grow, Cecilia said. What is Prince Carlisle thinking right now? His judgment has been clouded by Countess Pervaz, but their marriage won't last long. When the time comes, Prince Carlisle will be the next emperor, and we'll make our move, Giles said, showing Cecilia a document. Cecilia, speechless, stared at it in shock. Meanwhile, Gabriel stood before Asha and Carlisle as his carriage was prepared for the journey back to the imperial palace. Gabriel said, If it snows heavily, I may get stuck on the road. If that happens, I'll return to Pervaz and wait for the snow to melt. Carlisle replied, Please send my regards to the Emperor and Empress. Tell them not to worry. Gabriel nodded. Understood. As the carriage departed, Carlisle turned to Asha and said, It seems we made it through another year. By the way, could you spare some time tomorrow? Asha tilted her head. I have plenty of time, but for what? Carlisle smiled. It's the end of the year. There's no better time for couples to spend together. Oh, Asha murmured, lost in thought. It's the end of the year. There's not much time left. Soon, Prince Carlisle will leave Pervaz. Carlisle walked away, leaving Asha standing there. Deep in thought the next day, Asha visited Carlisle in his room. Carlisle greeted her with a composed demeanor, saying, Welcome, Count Pervaz. Please take a seat. Asha bowed her head respectfully and replied, Thank you. She sat across from him. Carlisle, sipping his tea while staring at her, asked, Won't you have a drink? I chose one with a mild scent. Asha hesitated before speaking. Before that, there is something I would like to give you. Carlisle's expression shifted to one of mild suspicion. What is it? He asked. Asha handed him a small box, explaining, There is a tradition of exchanging gifts at the end of the year. I prepared something this year. It's nothing special, though. Carlisle opened the box, revealing its contents. Surprised, he asked, "What is this?" "It is a leather bracelet," Asha said, watching him anxiously. She thought to herself, perhaps I shouldn't have prepared anything at all. He's someone who can easily afford to wear expensive jewels. Carlisle examined the bracelet, then slipped it onto his wrist. "It surprisingly suits me better than I expected," he remarked. "What significance does a leather bracelet hold as a gift in Pervaz?" Asha smiled faintly and replied, "It doesn't hold any special meaning. I just wanted to give it to you as a gift, wishing for your long-lasting good health." Carlisle raised his fist, looking amused. "It feels like I'm an old man in his 70s, he joked. Asha observed his expression closely, but said nothing. Carlisle then stood and said, "Although I'm late, I also have something prepared." He walked toward a table where a box was placed and handed it to Asha, adding, "It's nothing special. If it were jewels, I would sell them to buy military supplies." Asha received the gift and opened it. Her eyes widened in surprise. "This perfume," she exclaimed softly. As she stared at the bottle, memories flooded her mind. "It's the same scent that was used during our wedding preparations and in the marital bedroom," she thought. "It suits you well," Carlisle said, breaking her reverie. Asha smiled warmly. "Thank you." Carlisle sat beside her, his gaze steady. "I originally had this perfume custom-made for myself," he admitted. Holding the bottle, Asha asked, "I had no idea. Why would you give something so precious to me?" Carlisle picked up the bottle and looked at her. "But this scent seems to suit you better than it suits me." He poured a few drops onto his hand and remarked, "When it blends with your natural scent, the perfume becomes even more pleasant than its original fragrance." He pressed the drops onto her clothes, making her feel special. Drawing closer to her, he added, "It's fascinating. It seems strange that a grassy scent from the south suits you, who lives in the north." Asha, feeling flustered, turned her head away. Carlisle leaned back and explained, "There's something special about custom-made perfumes. The customer can name them." "Any guesses about the name I chose?" he asked with a teasing smile. Asha, visibly confused, replied, "I'm not sure." Still smiling, Carlisle revealed the name. "Asha," he said gently, handing the bottle back to her. "I prepared it with the meaning of remembering me. Whenever you use this perfume, you'll remember me. Isn't that so?" Asha, feeling tired and burdened, replied softly, "Yes." But inwardly, she thought, perhaps this perfume will become a poison to me. When the contract ends, I might never be able to forget him for the rest of my life. Despite her worries, Asha's heart swelled with love and gratitude toward Carlisle. Winter had already settled over Pervaz, but the Palace Kingdom, bordering the Southern Empire, was still enjoying the golden hues of autumn. In a secluded meeting room, the Queen of Palace sat with her companions. A young man at the table remarked, "This year's autumn leaves are truly beautiful." The Queen expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for coming all the way here despite your busy schedule, Your Majesty." Turning to a lady seated behind her, she added, "It would have been proper to arrange a more formal reception, but I feared it might invite unwanted attention from the Cairo Empire." The lady smiled. "No need for formalities. I am delighted to see such scenery." The Queen's expression softened. "Your words reassure me," a man at the table interjected. "Is your homeland, the Kingdom of Elvenia, still preoccupied with war preparations?" The Queen sighed. "Well, due to the war preparations, 12 gold crowns, one each of sapphire and ruby, 100 war horses, and on top of that, for 20 years, imports from the Cairo Empire are duty-free." "Duty-free for 20 years? That would trample Elvenia's industry." The man nodded. "As it is, Cairo Empire's goods are already cheap. Without taxes, who would use expensive domestic products?" The lady added, "Import revenues will also dry up due to the loss of tariffs." The Queen's face grew tense. The Empire's crown prince is quite ruthless. While the Empire may have control, the devious crown prince is causing us headaches. The prince seated nearby sneered. "Don't you know yet? That damn Carlisle lost his position as crown prince. He dared to assault his father's mistress. He's still stuck up north, unable to return to Cairo." The Queen interrupted sharply. "Does that mean?" No matter what happens in the south, he can't return to Cairo. 2 months later, a war declaration rang out. We declare war against the arrogant empire. We have been oppressed by the empire for too long. We will reclaim what has been taken from us. King Kendrick received a letter requesting his aid. Furious, he clenched the parchment tightly. I thought pressuring Elvenia would force the rest to fall in line. What the hell is going on here? He fumed internally. Call Matthias and prepare the suppression troops, he roared. When Matthias heard the news, he rushed to his mother, Beatrice. Mother, what should we do? Father is sending me to the battlefield. You told me you wouldn't let this happen. Beatrice, also unsettled, murmured to herself, this wasn't part of my plan. Why does war have to break out now, when even High Priest Gabriel is absent? Matthias grew more anxious. Please say something, Mother. Beatrice's lips tightened before she spoke. Calm down, Matthias. Nothing dangerous will happen to you. In fact, this could work in our favor. She added with a sly smile, let's make your departure ceremony as grand as possible. Present yourself as a confident crown prince. Are you really sending me to the southern front? Matthias asked, his voice filled with disbelief. Beatrice chuckled softly. Once you leave Cairo, how you handle the war will become known to the capital's nobles. Even if word leaks that you left the battlefield, you can claim it was for tactical command. Matthias relaxed slightly. So, I won't be directly participating in the war? If that's the case, I can manage. Beatrice smiled approvingly. Well done, Matthias. She thought to herself, the Knights of the Empire will handle the war. As long as the departure ceremony is splendid, Matthias will appear convincing enough. Suddenly, an injured knight arrived with urgent news. Your Highness, the Ephedos outpost has fallen. We need to designate either Daphanon or Rhine as the next outpost immediately. Matthias, alarmed, stammered. The outpost has already fallen? Daphanon or Rhine, you say? It's up to you to decide. The knight hesitated before replying. Yes, Daphanon and Rhine. But ultimately, it is your decision, Your Highness. Matthias, frustrated, shouted, you can't even make such a decision on your own. I can't believe you're the commander of the knights. He thought bitterly. Such things never happened when His Highness Carlisle and Lord Lapelt were here. Damn it, why do I have to make this decision myself? After a moment, the knight bowed and said, I will choose Daphanon for now. Matthias asked, Daphanon? Are you sure? Oh, he told, Rhine has mountains in the rear, and there is a risk of isolation if we are not careful. Since Daphanon is on high ground, it would be advantageous to attack the enemy by making it an outpost. Matthias exhaled sharply and responded, all right, then convey that Daphanon is to be designated as the next outpost. The knight bowed his head and said, understood, Your Highness. But inwardly, he thought to himself, I never thought His Highness Matthias would be this useless. It would have been better if His Majesty Carlisle were here with us. Meanwhile, Carlisle received a letter at his encampment in the north. After reading it, his expression darkened. He muttered, after Ephedos, Daphanon fell in just 5 days, and that stupid Matthias has apparently fled the battlefield. He clenched the letter in his fist, his jaw tightening. Yet father does not seem too concerned. The same man who exiled me to the north now dares to command me to fight in the south. He handed the crumpled letter to the messenger who had delivered it and gave a curt command. Tell His Majesty that I politely refuse. I am busy protecting Pervaz. The messenger hesitated. But Your Highness, at this rate, the Palaiso Alliance forces could even break through to the capital. Carlisle remained calm, leaning back in his chair. If we combine forces with the Capitol Guards, there should be no chance of the Capitol being breached, right? The messenger swallowed nervously. Well, the major nobles from the central region are not supporting us militarily for some reason. Carlisle narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. It might be worthwhile for me to go to Cairo, but a small smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he replied, that doesn't mean I will assist father without any means. If I succeed in suppressing the South, I demand an immediate restoration of my position as crown prince. I won't accept anything less than this condition. Hearing such conditions, the messenger grew terrified and stammered. But there isn't much time to wait for the Emperor's response, Your Highness. If you return to the capital with us, that could convince His Majesty. Carlisle, visibly tense and angry at the Emperor, clenched his fists and stood up. He commanded, "Tell him I will wait here until I receive an answer. As you said, there isn't much time left." The messenger, frightened by Carlisle's anger, replied, "Understood." As he turned to leave, Carlisle stopped him with a strange smile. "I will go back to relay this message to His Majesty," the messenger said before hastily departing. Carlisle then summoned Asha. When she arrived, he asked her, "Did you call me?" Carlisle had been discussing important war matters with Lionel. Noticing Asha's presence, he remarked, "Oh, you're here. It seems there's yet another sudden issue to solve." "Another?" Asha asked, still processing the situation. "The South has started a rebellion," Carlisle informed her. Asha was speechless. Carlisle continued, "My father has asked me to help, but I've decided to accept only under the condition that I am reinstated as the crown prince." Asha clenched her fists as she thought, "Does this mean our divorce will happen sooner than the scheduled 3 years? In that case, should I prepare the divorce papers?" Asha asked cautiously. Carlisle's expression darkened. "Did I do something to bother you? Why would you bring that up?" Asha responded, "But then, why did you call me?" Carlisle explained, "We need to win the war first so I can reclaim my title. But it seems the damage to the Imperial Knights was too severe because of Matthias' incompetence." "But you're the one who always says we don't have enough troops," Asha countered. "Yes, of course," Carlisle admitted. "But we can request more backup from the Templar Knights or another noble. I wanted to make sure you were the first one I asked, Countess Pervaz." Asha was stunned into silence. Carlisle continued, "The Imperial Knights and the Pervaz Knights have already worked together. They can complement each other's weaknesses. Unlike my father, I want to ensure that the rewards for your efforts won't be disappointing." Asha hesitated before requesting, "Please write that promise on paper." Carlisle's eyes narrowed. "Does that mean you accept my request?" "I have no other choice but to help you, Your Highness," she replied. Surprised, Carlisle said, "I won't punish you if you refuse. I'm not saying this because I'm afraid of punishment. I accepted because I've confirmed that you are someone worthy of trust, Your Highness," Asha said with conviction. Carlisle laughed heartily. "Ha! I can't believe you accepted so easily. In that case, let's achieve a great victory this time." He stepped forward and shook Asha's hand. She said, "I will play my role as your reliable wife." With the decision to head south made, Pervaz became busy with battle preparations. Even those who had come from the capital were rushing to get ready. Victory in the war was the only option, and completing their contractual marriage became their shared goal. Asha, lost in thought, reflected, "We must give our best on the battlefield. At least then it won't feel too sad." Nina approached, breaking her reverie. "Milady, here you are?" Asha turned to her. "Nina, what happened?" Nina handed her a letter. "You've received a letter. It seems to be from Gabriel Knox." Asha opened the letter and thought, how strange. Why would he write to me at a moment like this? The letter read, "Countess, I would like to see you again." Asha wondered, why does he want to see me again? North of Pervaz, Forgotten Lands, Gabriel Knox traveled through the mountains with his companion. The man asked, "High Priest, are you go to that place again?" Gabriel, performing rituals across the area, continued his work. The companion, irritated, asked, "Why don't you just absorb all the dark energy around this place? As long as this curse remains on the Forgotten Lands, Prince Carlisle will still." "I can't do that yet," Gabriel interrupted. Frustrated, the man said, "It's already been a week since you came here for a pilgrimage. My lord, what are you hesitating so much about?" Gabriel's thoughts drifted to Asha. "In the past, I would have thought of how to use all this dark energy. But now, all I can think about is Countess Pervaz." Turning to his companion, Gabriel said, "I wonder what happened to the letter I sent her." "We haven't received a reply yet," the companion informed him. Gabriel thought deeply. "If I use this power, I could ruin Pervaz in an instant. However, if Countess Pervaz is on my side, I could achieve my dream without this power. Oh, my lord, please guide both me and Countess Pervaz on the right path." On the battlefield, Carlisle said to Asha, "What a mess. We came here as fast as we could. At this rate, Most of the Empire's territory will suffer heavy casualties because of the South. Asha suggested, why don't we retaliate with the allies you summoned? If we launch a surprise attack, the enemy will flee before they can regroup. There's much to gain if we act quickly. Carlisle smiled at her. Right. This is Pervaz's specialty. Giles approached and added, you're not wrong, Countess. We'll receive the Emperor's decision soon, so we must act quickly. Turning to Giles, Carlisle asked, how are the troops' morale and fatigue? Giles replied, thanks to the smooth journey, everyone is in good spirits, and fatigue is relatively low. The weather has been favorable too. In that case, let's proceed with my wife's strategic plan, Carlisle declared. Today, we'll surprise their backline. Attention, everyone, get in line. I want to hear your battle cry. Giles and the knights followed his command. Asha watched them, thinking, if that fort was captured 20 days ago, does that mean they only took a few days to claim it? On the enemy's side, a knight said, we'll lead the cavalry, while the Pervaz unit strikes up close. Another knight replied, we expect you to work together as you did against the Igram tribe. Don't give them time to regroup. Asha, turning to Carlisle, asked, aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? He asked. Afraid of everyone following you, she clarified. Before Carlisle could answer, Giles interjected. What are you? Carlisle cut him off, smiling. I am afraid. No matter what decision I make, some people will die because of it. There's no way I wouldn't be afraid. But precisely because of that, I must be an arrogant leader. I have to honor all those deaths and take responsibility for them as well. Both Asha and Giles were stunned by his words. Asha replied, even if I die here, I know my honor will rest assured with your victory. Carlisle's expression shifted to concern. Why would you die? You should take responsibility for everyone's life with me. Nervously, Asha asked, why are you including me? So he asked, what do you mean? Because you are my wife, he said this by staring at her eyes. And as Asha heard those words, her expressions were surprised. Asha, as she heard those words of love from Carlisle, you are my wife, grew nervous again. She clenched her fists, lost in thought. I can't expect anything. He's just asking for my support since I'm still his wife. She finally responded, that's right. It is the duty of a wife to support her husband. I forgot about that. Carlisle, stepping closer to her, said softly, my life is in your hands. Please take care of me. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a knight who called out, Your Highness, everything is ready. Carlisle turned and commanded, all right, let's move on. He and Asha mounted their horses, joining the rest of the knights. The horses galloped swiftly as they headed toward the battlefield. At Beatrice's residence, Matthias entered the room, surprised to see Beatrice waiting for him. You've come back, Matthias, she said coldly. Shocked to find her there, he stammered. Mother? Beatrice, lost in thought, reflected on the dire situation. The soldiers Matthias led to the front were completely defeated, and rumors of his hasty retreat from the battlefield are spreading quickly among the nobles. I wanted to borrow military forces from other noble families, but after this disgrace, all we've received are refusals and excuses. Her thoughts were interrupted when Matthias called out again. Mother! She snapped out of her reverie. Matthias, Carlisle is heading south as we speak, she informed him. Matthias bowed his head, visibly upset. I want to rest for now. My back hurts after riding in the wagon for so long. Beatrice clenched her fists in frustration, but managed to respond. Matthias, this is no time to be complacent. Tired and irritated, Matthias replied. Complacent? My back really hurts. She took a deep breath, masking her frustration with a gentle tone. Focus on the situation, Matthias. If Carlisle wins, he will be reinstated as the crown prince. Matthias, now nervous, responded, I didn't hear anything about that. I've already been to the south and faced countless hardships. Isn't there something you can do about this, Mother? Mother! Beatrice forced a strange smile, remaining silent for a moment. Perhaps there's still a way. On the battlefield, a fierce battle raged on the front lines. Carlisle fought valiantly, delivering a brutal punch to an enemy and killing him. Standing over the lifeless body, he declared, Last time, I was merciful and let you go. Now you've come here to die under my blade. As he spoke, another enemy charged toward him, blade drawn, intending to strike. But before the attack could land, Asha intervened, saving Carlisle. The enemy sneered at her, saying, "It seems the former crown prince of the Chad Empire is crazier for women than I thought. Why would you have a woman like this on the battlefield? As much as I like women, I would never trust my life to a female soldier. I could spare your life, and later, we could." Before he could finish, Carlisle, who had been listening, burst into laughter. "Did you hear that, Asha? He said he would spare your life." The enemy knight, furious, shouted, "You're such an arrogant prince. I'll knock that smug head of yours to the ground one day." Asha immediately engaged him in battle. A fierce and intense duel followed, and in the end, Asha struck the fatal blow. Carlisle, impressed, said, "As expected. Now I feel even more reassured." Wiping the blood from her face, Asha replied, "I told you I would fulfill my duty as your wife." Carlisle, surprised by her words, stared at her, but she quickly added, "Please stay focused, Your Highness." As more enemy knights attacked, Asha fought them with remarkable bravery. She stabbed one knight and swiftly countered another's assault, killing them both. When yet another knight tried to ambush her from behind, Asha sensed him in time and delivered a counterattack, taking him down. Meanwhile, Carlisle continued to fight fiercely on his side. At one point, he apologized, "Sorry, I got distracted for a second." Asha reassured him, "Stay calm. If we keep going like this, it won't be long until we reach the Corn border." Carlisle nodded. "As you said, this was the fastest way to march south." He whistled, summoning his horse. Turning to Asha, he added, "That's right. Let's go sweep away our enemy's wife." They both mounted their horses. Asha agreed, "Of course, it will be easier for us if we strike before they can regroup." At the Palaiso Kingdom in the Palaiso Kingdom, the Queen's sons were in a heated discussion. "What the hell is happening? You said Carlisle would never come down here." One of her sons exclaimed. Another replied, "That's what we heard too. I think we received this information from the Kingdom of Pa. Or was it the Principality of Kand? I'm not sure right now, but..." A third son interjected, "Before this goes any further, we should try to negotiate and secure a friendly retreat with a treaty while we still can." The first son argued, "The Emperor must have summoned his banished son because he was struggling against us." The Queen, overhearing their conversation, screamed, "Then how are we losing so badly now? I heard that Carlisle brought fewer soldiers than we have. Let's go ahead with the plan of proposing negotiations." Her son retorted, "Negotiations are something only the winning side can suggest." Fuming, the Queen demanded, "So are you saying we're all going to die because of this?" The son muttered, "We should never have stood against the Empire in the first place." The Queen clenched her fists, feeling like a loser. Anxiety filled the room. Gabriel in the mountains, meanwhile. Gabriel and his companion continued their search in the mountains. Gabriel mused, "I've been searching for a while, but there is only one source from which the dark energy emanates." A bird flew overhead and landed on Gabriel's outstretched finger. His companion exclaimed, "Oh, it seems to be a reply from the Countess of Pervaz." Gabriel retrieved the letter and began to read it. The message stated, "I am currently heading south of the Empire with my husband. Because of this, I am afraid I won't be able to meet with you at the moment, High Priest." Gabriel's expression darkened with intense anger. "So this is your answer, Countess Pervaz," he muttered. Raising his hands, he began performing a strange ritual. "If that's the case, this must be God's will," he declared, his voice filled with both rage and resolve. A week later, the soldier rebellion began to surrender to the Chad Empire forces. All the knights were screaming loudly in honor of the prince. "Long live His Highness Carlisle! Long live the Emperor!" Carlisle addressed everyone. "Amazing work! You all did amazing work." Lionel approached him with joy and said, "You did the best, Your Highness. We knew we could rest assured on the battlefield by trusting you." Carlisle, holding a cup, responded, "It was thanks to the collaboration of all of you that we were able to achieve victory. Of course, there are still a few things that need to be resolved, but still," Giles interrupted, "this is just the beginning. After we restore the damage, you will be reinstated as the crown prince instead of Prince Matthias." Carlisle replied, I don't think it will be that easy for him to remove the title from his current wife's son as easily as he did with me. But let's see how things go. Giles comforted him. I think you should be wary of any movements by the Empress. As you know, it's not like Prince Matthias is incapable of doing things on his own. If Matthias is in danger of losing his right to the throne, Carlisle laughed and said, haha, I guess that's true. Giles continued, she will do anything using her son as an excuse. A mother that sees her child in danger is one of the most dangerous opponents you can face. Carlisle thought to himself, knowing the Empress, I think that even if Matthias dies, she will simply find another way to gain power over the throne. Carlisle then said, anyway, let's hope we are lucky enough to make our move first, rather than the Empress. He raised his glass to his brave group. We will have to think carefully about it, but for now, let's enjoy the party. Everyone became joyful, laughing and cheering. As Lionel clinked his glass with Asha, Carlisle felt a twinge of jealousy. Meanwhile, Giles entered a private tent where a young man saw him and said, Lord Repelt. Giles replied, I apologize for being late. His Highness would have suspected something. The young man laughed. I understand. There's no need to rush since Prince Carlisle has won. Giles asked, what is the situation in the Kingdom of Carlisle? The young man explained, we received a report saying that Duke Axis has fallen ill. It seems Count Damien has been granted the Duke's power temporarily. This change in power was the reason the flames of war were lit in the first place. Damien Axis, the new Duke of the Kingdom of Carlisle, held a meeting with the Queen of Palaiso and said, you might not know yet, but I heard that Prince Carlisle was deprived of his status as Crown Prince. He was also punished by his father. I heard he was unable to return to the capital and was stuck in the north. Damien recounted everything he knew about the prince to the Queen of Palaiso. Meanwhile, Gabriel, remembering all these events, thought to himself, I am glad we got her. Cecilia Dupret took care of things properly. He recalled saying to Cecilia, Prince Carlisle must become the next emperor. We must make sure that happens. Cecilia had replied, do you have any plans? Gabriel had shown her a letter. Upon seeing it, she had been rendered speechless and surprised. Returning to the present, Giles told the young man, does Duke Axis still want to protect the Southern Alliance? The man responded, that's right, Lord Repelt. He has also lost his temper because of the situation. I can understand that. If he had stayed on the side of the rebellion, he would be in serious trouble right now. Thankfully, Damien Axis has a different future plan for his people than the previous Duke. However, you will keep the promises you made back then, right? Giles assured him, of course. Once His Highness Carlisle becomes the Emperor, we will declare our relationship with the Kingdom of Carlisle as completely friendly. Thanks to your Duke, we were able to start this war silently, revealing the incompetence of Prince Matthias. Now, the whole Empire will know how irreplaceable Prince Carlisle is as our ruler. As the man left, Giles thought, but if His Highness finds out about this, he might feel guilty. Surprisingly, His Highness cares deeply about the suffering of others. Giles recalled Carlisle's words. If my father actually cared about all his subjects, he wouldn't have abandoned them like this. Reflecting, Giles thought, that's definitely a quality a good emperor requires. But we will have to see if he keeps that mindset once he becomes emperor. Giles handed over a document to the young man. I reviewed it myself. It has the signature on it, a direct order for the Duke to keep his title. The man thanked him. The Duke must be waiting for me. I will go back to deliver this document immediately. After the man left, Giles thought, now I've finally settled my agreement with the Kingdom of Carlisle. Prince Carlisle has successfully subdued the rebellion in the south. As Giles stepped out of the tent, Asha approached him. Lord Repelt, I wish to hear an explanation from you, he asked. What are you talking about? Asha said, I was on watch and saw a suspicious person near the camp. He seemed to head directly to your private tent. Giles, now defensive, replied, are you saying you were spying on me? Asha answered, yes. I can't rule out the possibility of someone betraying His Highness. Even you. Giles, offended, retorted, what nonsense are you talking about? How dare you? Asha pressed on. In that case, please explain it to me. I don't understand how you could act against your own empire. His Highness must know about this. How can he become emperor after? Giles interrupted her angrily. Close that mouth of yours. Do we really need to show him the truth after achieving the results we wanted? How dare a mere Countess of Parvaz question the stakes involved in becoming emperor? Do you think His Highness will believe such nonsense from you when you are the one he distrusts the most? What nonsense are you? Giles then added with a sneer. The locket you wear contains a mana stone with a spell that tracks your position at all times. He screamed at Asha in anger as the tension between them escalated after the Southern War's decisive victory. Carlisle's popularity soared. His army remained stationed in the south, aiding in recovery efforts. This act of solidarity silenced much of the resentment among the Southern people. That same day, Carlisle sternly confronted Giles. However, as Giles had anticipated, everything proceeded smoothly. Carlisle sat quietly, with Lionel standing beside him. Lionel spoke with admiration. Your Highness, it was truly impressive how the tide of war shifted after your involvement. Evaristo's proposition that Carlisle guard the Empire's southern border has been overwhelmingly supported. The voices advocating for you have grown louder than ever. But, are you still uneasy about something? Is it about Sir Rappelt's actions? Carlisle turned his head slightly and replied, No. Seeing everyone's favor toward me makes me wonder if Sir Rappelt might have been right. He struggled in his own way to support me. Lionel nodded and said cautiously, It may not have been the most appropriate approach, but perhaps it was the quickest. Then, may I ask, what's troubling you? Carlisle hesitated before answering, his mind clouded by memories of Asha's final words. Thank you for everything you've done for Pervaz over the past 2 years. You will be a wise and merciful ruler. He finally spoke. Even though we haven't officially divorced yet, it feels as though everything between us is already over. Lionel, always perceptive, remarked, After Countess Pervaz left for her homeland, there's been a stir of remarriage talks. Not only the Dupret family, but also numerous nobles have their eyes lit up with ambition. Carlisle's thoughts wandered to Giles's earlier advice. Your Highness, you're already 27. It is time to secure a proper marriage. If she were my daughter, she could share your responsibilities. He also recalled the letter sent by Viscount Dupret, which read, With all sincerity, I hope you understand Cecilia's feelings, as she has gone to great lengths to assist you directly. Carlisle rubbed his temples in frustration. The Count of Pervaz, who once seemed like he wanted to extort money from me, turned out to be the most straightforward person I've ever dealt with, he thought. When I was in Pervaz, there weren't such troublesome matters to deal with, Carlisle admitted aloud. Lionel smiled sympathetically and said, Now, Your Highness, you must focus on what happens in Cairo and at the Imperial Palace, rather than dwelling on Pervaz. I know, Carlisle replied, though his thoughts betrayed him. But no matter how hard I try to distract myself, I always end up thinking about Countess Pervaz. Meanwhile, Asha stepped down from her carriage alongside Decker. She gazed silently at the flags flying in the distance. Decker observed her with concern. You've returned earlier than I expected. I thought you'd stay in the south for over a year, he remarked. I see. Asha responded flatly. Decker frowned. You've been quiet the entire way here. Is something wrong? We need to talk. You know what I'm referring to, don't you? Asha sighed, her voice heavy with weariness. You must be curious why I suddenly returned. Decker nodded. Knowing you, I'm curious why you didn't say a word on the journey back. I needed time to sort things out in my mind, she admitted. Decker's voice rose slightly, frustration seeping through his concern. Judging from your behavior, did something happen with His Highness Carlisle? Asha bowed her head, struggling to answer. Finally, she whispered, The war in the south. I discovered it was deliberately provoked by His Highness Carlisle's side. I couldn't accept it. Decker stared at her, stunned. What? How is that possible? The idea of sacrificing lives just to gain power. I can't understand it. How could he use people as mere tools? Asha remained silent, her pain evident. Decker continued, Perhaps I was just a tool to him as well. And now that my purpose has been fulfilled, he probably finds it commendable that I chose to leave on my own. Well done, Asha. You made the right choice, Asha replied softly. Count Amir would have thought so too. Decker shook his head. Did I really make the right choice? Ending things with His Highness Carlisle like this? Of course, Asha said firmly. We may not know how the people of Cairo see things, but we must live according to our beliefs. Decker nodded, his voice steady. If you had let this slide, Asha, it could have caused bigger problems in the future. Be glad that you ended your relationship with Carlisle now, while he's elated by his victory. You're right, Asha whispered, but a faint sorrow lingered in her tone. Decker encouraged her. Think of your involvement in the Southern War as repaying your debt. Now it's time for you to find your own happiness, Asha. She bowed her head, murmuring, My happiness. Yes, now I need to find my happiness. Elsewhere, Matthias and Beatrice visited Gabriel, the high priest. Gabriel's attendant escorted them to his chamber. The high priest is expecting you, the attendant said. Gabriel greeted them warmly, gesturing to the seats before him. Your Majesty, I've been awaiting your arrival. Please have a seat. Beatrice wasted no time. Carlisle is expected to enter the capital soon with a grand triumphal ceremony. Is the Emperor still determined to restore his position? Gabriel nodded. He hasn't changed his mind. In fact, he's eager to act immediately. It's a foolish decision, but one that will shape the Empire's future. That's why he needs the guidance of the priesthood. Beatrice smiled and said, I am always grateful, High Priest. Matthias will surely establish the Holy Empire with our efforts. Gabriel masked his disdain as he thought to himself, establishing the Holy Empire will be done by me, not by this foolish woman or her brother. I will keep this puppet alive only until he has served his purpose. Gabriel spoke carefully. Our priority is to protect His Highness Matthias. Matthias nodded solemnly. That's right, I'm the one that will target first. Don't worry, Gabriel assured him. I will assign priests who can wield divine power to guard you. No ordinary knight or assassin will reach you. Matthias hesitated. But what if Father opposes this? Beatrice interjected confidently. Don't worry, Matthias. We have a plan in place, don't we, Your Holiness? Gabriel offered a measured smile. Indeed, Your Highness. Elsewhere in the palace, Josephine turned to her sister Charlize. Have you noticed how strange the atmosphere in the imperial palace has been lately? Why are priests suddenly guarding Matthias? Charlize frowned. I think they're trying to protect him from something. Josephine's thoughts drifted to Carlisle. If he's restored to the throne, we could be in danger. Yet Mother hasn't said anything to us. Josephine stood abruptly. Charlize, we need to find a way to survive on our own. Charlize looked at her nervously. How? What power do we have? Josephine replied with determination. We may not have power, but we have information. We'll use that somehow. Meanwhile, Carlisle approached the towering walls of the imperial palace, the capital outside the walls. As Carlisle was busy reading a document, his companion approached and grabbed his attention. Your Highness, I am sorry to bother you while you are occupied, but there is a person waiting to see you. Carlisle responded. Ask them to come back tomorrow after requesting a formal meeting. The companion hesitated. I already told them that. That's why I thought they might understand better if they heard it directly from you. Carlisle asked, Who is it? Viviana arrived to meet Carlisle, with Giles Lepelt standing behind her. She said, May the gods show you their grace, Your Highness. I, Viviana Lustfield, have come to meet you. Carlisle, with a stern expression, remarked, What a surprise. Lady Lowe, oh right. I suppose I can't call you that anymore. What is your original surname? She replied, Lustfield. Since my title as a baroness and my territory were taken away from me, that is the only name I can still keep using for my ancestors. Oh, that's such a pity, Carlisle said dryly. Viviana responded, For that reason, I came here to propose a deal, Prince Carlisle. Giles interjected. How do you expect us to trust the word of someone capable of deceiving her emperor? Viviana continued, I know what the empress is up to in the palace. With that information, you would be able to bring her down. Carlisle gave a mysterious smile. That's tempting. But first, tell me, what do you want? With a determined tone, she said, All I want is revenge. Please allow me to go with you the moment you take over the palace. Giles warned. How do you intend to go back to the palace when you were kicked out by the emperor himself? Prince Carlisle, this could spark a wave of bad rumors about you. Carlisle was momentarily speechless, staring at her before saying, "Do you mind if I call Sir Donovan for a moment?" Decker entered the room, holding a small robe. "I brought the robe you asked for, Your Highness. Why do you need one in such a small size?" Carlisle turned to Viviana and said, "You will have to wear this robe while you are in the capital. That way, people will think you are someone from Pervaz. I don't think they will pay you much attention like that." Decker handed the robe to her. Meanwhile, Carlisle, accompanied by his knights, made his way to the imperial palace to meet his father, the king. Upon seeing him, the king said, "Welcome, Sir Carlisle Evaristo, who has returned after defeating the rebelling forces from the south." The king pondered while staring at him. The rebellion did not seem to be as much of a threat as I thought, since he came back so quickly. I can't believe he made it possible so soon. After some thought, the king said, "Well done. The god of war, Argus, must have shown you the way to your swift victory this time." Carlisle smiled and said, "The army of elite knights and I struggled a lot. Thankfully, we had the military support of Countess Pervaz, which helped us achieve victory." The king asked, "Countess Pervaz?" Carlisle replied, "Yes. I intend to provide the Countess with a proper reward for her support during the war. Thanks to her, we were able to push back the enemy front lines and subdue them. It gave us the perfect opportunity to put down the Southern Rebellion. Now that I have accomplished my task with such good results, I expect us to be rewarded accordingly." The king said, "Of course. I will take care of it." Beatrice, seated next to the king, grew jealous, thinking, why would he want to discuss the reward for Countess Pervaz first? I did not think he actually cared much about her. Could Countess Pervaz have actually stolen his heart? A few days later, Carlisle entered the room of his stepsisters and greeted them. "Long time no see." Josephine stood up respectfully and said, "Welcome." Charlize, who was seated, also greeted him. "Welcome, brother." Carlisle addressed them both. "You wanted to meet with me all of a sudden?" He showed them a document and continued, "I am pretty sure you know your mother won't be happy when she finds out about this. I can't believe you wrote me a letter like this." Josephine, speechless, replied, "Our mother doesn't think we are worth anything. She sees us merely as tools to further her plans for herself and our little brother." Carlisle, hearing this, sat down in front of them and said, "So you reached a point where you had no choice but to act against her. Well then, why did you call me here?" Josephine explained, "We know of very important information that you are unaware of, brother. However, you will have to promise us something. You will grant protection to both Charlize and me, even in the worst-case scenario." Carlisle said, "That depends on the value of that information. But if you are telling the truth, I can guarantee your safety." Josephine said, "We have proof that the Empress and Matthias have been plotting something with the High Church." She handed over valid proof to him. After examining the document, Carlisle judged, "It's written with special ink. There's no doubt it's genuine." He asked, "Where did you get this?" Charlize revealed, "I found it while searching through the garbage in my mother's room. It seems she didn't see the necessity to burn it because of the special ink used." Carlisle thought, she must have been quite desperate to search for something in the garbage while being a princess. Nevertheless, he reassured them, "This information is good enough to convince the whole empire that the High Church is plotting something. But we won't be able to do much while Gabriel Knox is in charge." Josephine smiled and asked, "Does that mean you are going to protect us?" Carlisle replied, "I am not sure. I heard that you two have more important information than this, but it doesn't seem you want to give it away. If you don't have any more important information..." As he spoke, Charlize interrupted, "Are you talking about the infertility issue of our father?" Josephine added, "Brother, how did you know about that?" Carlisle, being shrewd, said, "Although I was cast away by your mother, there are still many people who act as my eyes and ears. So I know about it. I heard that my father became infertile." Josephine agreed. "Yes, that's right. A rumor everyone in the palace knows already." Carlisle continued, "However, I know there was another hidden reason why he became infertile. According to my sources, you two know about that better than this." Hearing this, Josephine said to Charlize, "Charlize, get it out." Charlize retrieved an envelope and showed it to Carlisle. "This is what you want, right?" He started smiling and thought, just as expected, a drug is what made him infertile. Carlisle then went to meet the king, who was already drinking tea. Thanking him, Carlisle said, "Thank you for accepting this sudden meeting with me, father." The king started laughing loudly. Well, you came to me with such a serious face. How could I not? Now then, what happened? With a very serious tone, Carlisle sat in front of him and said, Well, I have found that the Empress has been betraying you and the Empire. The king was surprised and, with a rude and high tone, he said, What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Beatrice has been ruling this empire by my side for over 26 years. The idea of her betraying me is just ridiculous. With a tired expression, Carlisle handed him a letter and said, Father, please look at this letter, and read it. The king was shocked after reading the letter and asked, What is the meaning of this? Carlisle explained, As you can see, the Empress and Matthias want to transform the Chad Empire into a holy empire. They were plotting with the church to ensure their power would eventually surpass that of the royal family. The king, now filled with intense anger, clenched the letter and screamed, How dare she? How dare she entrust the fate of this country to a bunch of inexperienced bastards? Carlisle said, I am sorry, father, but this is not everything. The king asked, This is not everything? What else is there? Carlisle handed over more proof. The king, now even angrier, looked at Carlisle as he explained, This is the recipe provided by the previous royal doctor, along with the log of the prescribed medicine you used. If you look at the details, it should be clear what happened. The Empress conspired with the High Church to make you infertile, father. She was trying to prevent the birth of another rival for Matthias. The king, after knowing the truth, began sweating, unable to believe it. Nervously, he said, Beatrice did all this? I did not know anything about it. Becoming furious, he stood up in anger and screamed loudly, My Beatrice! Even if I get her right now, I could never forgive her. But Carlisle stopped him and said, No, father. Right now, everything needs to follow a proper order. You can cut off her limbs one by one later if you want. But remember that Gabriel Knox has her and a lot of other nobles on her side. You need to find a way to cut off their power first. You can use my reinstatement as the crown prince as an excuse to remove her power. I will try to help you as much as I can, father. The king said, I understand. I will make the preparations. You should prepare too. Carlisle bowed his head and said, I am ready. Please just give me the signal to act at any time. The king was upset, and Carlisle left the room. As he moved out, he thought, Now, I just have to wait for my father to take care of it. However, Gabriel did declare to be on Matthias' side. I can't believe it. At first, I thought it was just a rumor, but it turned out to be an official declaration. While walking, Carlisle overheard a conversation between workers in the imperial palace. One of them said, After the priest came to the palace, don't you think the atmosphere here feels a little different? The other worker replied, You are right. I should not say this, but I think Prince Matthias' condition is getting worse. Carlisle judged after hearing this. Anyway, those two might be using something else more than just divine power. In the place of Gabriel Knox, a very loud sound echoed as if someone with immense energy was entering. It was a mysterious animal with high claws. In the church, two boys were busy talking to each other. One said to the other, Summer is almost over now. The other replied, This year's harvest seems like it will be abundant. I wonder if the harvest festival will be held again. Suddenly, they noticed the presence of a giant monster and exclaimed, Wait, what is that? A massive creature entered the high church, and the boys, terrified, started screaming loudly. Monster, it's a barbarian tribe. Asha was reading a letter and thinking, why? Why is this happening in Parvaz again? Decker saw her distracted and asked, Asha, are you listening to me? He grabbed her attention as he continued. Monsters and barbarians keep emerging from the magic circles drawn all over the castle. Why is there such a magic circle in the castle? Asha showed him the letter and said, Look at this. Decker read it and was left speechless. The letter read, Rumors are circulating in the imperial palace about His Highness Carlisle's restoration. Those around you will become targets of political strife, so you must leave Parvaz and hide for a while. Decker said, Wasn't everything supposed to be resolved once His Highness Carlisle's position was restored? To think such a situation would arise because of his restoration. Asha responded, The opposing side won't just hand over the crown prince's position willingly. If His Highness Carlisle dies, the restoration won't happen. Instead, it will lead to a war where everyone fights to the death. Those around us will naturally get caught up in it as well. Decker said, "It is a relief that the high priest thinks well of you. Though, even if it is late, you might still be able to seek his help." Asha simply replied, Then, she tore the letter into pieces. Decker, shocked, said, "Asha." She stomped on the pieces and said in a determined tone, "Given that High Priest Gabriel has warned me, he must have known this would happen. No. Instead, only the High Priest could orchestrate such an event. How could he harm Parvaz and its people? I will never forgive him." Decker, intensely worried, said, "But what if it is not the High Priest's doing? If we just fight among ourselves, we might actually lose our lives." Asha responded firmly, "If I am to be betrayed by placing my hope in such a futile expectation, it is better to die alone. I will protect Parvaz with my own hands, just as I have always done." In the high church, Gabriel stood behind a magic circle and said, "By now, the barbarians must have stormed the castle of Parvaz." He thought to himself, "If you had not rejected meeting with me, this would not have happened, Count Parvaz. Out of respect for her faith, I warned her, but she likely did not flee." He began to pray, "Lord Ribato, Count Parvaz has abandoned her service and devotion to the gods. She wants to pursue her own interests instead. As your representative, I am enacting punishment upon Parvaz." After a moment of silence, he added, "But in your final act of mercy, please ensure that Asha Pervaz remains safe." As he prayed, his assistant entered and said, "Your Holiness, you have a visitor." Gabriel frowned and said, "I usually would advise you not to let anyone set foot here without my permission." The assistant bowed and replied, "I am sorry, but the visitor insists she won't leave until she meets you." Gabriel sighed and said, "Fine, I will meet the visitor myself." Suddenly, a loud voice echoed, "This cannot be." Beatrice entered the church without permission, screaming, "High Priest, what is the meaning of this?" She asked him, "The Emperor has announced Carlisle's restoration. I have heard that Josephine and Charlize met with Carlisle recently. What if they disclosed our plans?" Gabriel calmed her. "Your Majesty, even if Carlisle is aware, we can still carry out our plan." Beatrice fell silent, unsure of how to respond. A few days later, workers were preparing Carlisle's attire for his restoration ceremony. Lionel entered and said, "At last, your restoration ceremony is underway, Your Highness. Congratulations." Carlisle replied, "Well, the Crown Prince position was originally mine." He thought about Beatrice and said aloud, "With my declaration of destruction, the Empress's confinement in her separate palace will also be announced." "Why is the Empress confined?" "A search for High Priest Gabriel will be conducted. The time is perfect for my restoration as the Crown Prince." He turned to Lionel and asked, "Lionel, why can't a man and a woman be anything other than strangers if they are not husband and wife?" Lionel looked puzzled and asked, "Pardon?" Carlisle elaborated, "There are many relationships, lovers, mistresses, friends, and lord and vassal. But only marriage is recognized legally. Isn't it possible to create a legal framework for relationships that are less formal than marriage?" Lionel asked, "But why does it have to be this way?" Carlisle thought, "Then even if Count Parvaz and I get a divorce, we could still be together." As he was lost in thought, Giles entered abruptly and shouted, "This is serious, Your Highness." Carlisle asked, "What happened?" Giles reported, "His Majesty, the Emperor, has passed away. It happened while he was preparing for lunch." Everyone was shocked. Carlisle, deeply worried, said, "My father has died? This is absolutely nonsensical. He was fine just yesterday." Giles explained, "He collapsed suddenly during lunch preparations, and his heart stopped beating before the Imperial Palace servants could even arrive." Carlisle asked, "What about the Empress?" Giles replied, "The Empress immediately confined herself in the Imperial Palace right after the Emperor's death. She summoned the nobles who support Matthias. Even the temple and its supporters quickly agreed to Matthias's succession." Carlisle smirked mysteriously and said, My father, who was fine yesterday, suddenly collapses and dies. The temple agrees to the succession as if they were eagerly waiting for it, and the Empress assembled her own supporters and sealed the Imperial Palace immediately." This is definitely an assassination. There must be someone questioning this situation, right? Giles responded. Once this fact spreads through noble society, everyone will question the cause of the Emperor's death. Viviana added, the Empress will likely cover it up. She will definitely suppress those who raise doubts. At that moment, a bird flew in carrying a letter. Lionel retrieved it and began reading. To think this is happening in such a tense situation. Your Highness, Parvaz is under attack by barbarians and monsters. Carlisle was shocked and asked, what? When did this start? And what is the extent of the damage? Lionel continued reading. The damage to Parvaz Castle is more severe than anywhere else in the territory. Carlisle said, if I raise an army now, we could take control of the imperial palace, but it would result in bloodshed. Many lives will be sacrificed because of my greed. And meanwhile, Parvaz will be entirely consumed by the barbarians. I am heading to Parvaz immediately. Have everything prepared by today. Lionel hesitated and asked, you're going to Parvaz right now? Carlisle replied sternly, since when did you start questioning me, Lionel? Lionel bowed his head and said, I am sorry, Your Highness. I will prepare right away. Viviana said, there is no helping it then. I will stay in the Imperial Palace and look for a solution. Giles said, do whatever you want. In Carlisle's mind, one thought lingered. Please stay safe. Asha in Pervaz Castle. Chaos reigned as monsters and barbarians stormed the gates. The knights fought valiantly, their swords clashing against the grotesque invaders. Asha Pervaz, the steadfast lord of the castle, stood amidst the battlefield, rallying her forces. Her blade gleamed as it struck down a beast, her determination unshaken despite the horrors surrounding her. Decker, fighting alongside her, shouted to the soldiers, fight back, don't retreat. His voice boomed across the battlefield, filling the hearts of the knights with courage. Asha, scanning the dire situation, thought to herself, the people must be protected. They cannot suffer because of this battle. I must protect them. She raised her sword high and bellowed. When you enter this castle, you should first greet the gods, you filthy vermin. Her strike landed on a monstrous foe, cutting it down with unrelenting resolve. A knight cried out, protect the Lord, as the soldiers rallied around Asha, fighting with all their might. The battle raged on, a desperate fight for peace and survival. A few days later, Beatrice stood in her chamber, a sinister smile gracing her lips. High Priest Gabriel stood beside her, his head bowed. Beatrice's voice dripped with satisfaction. What a beautiful sight this is, High Priest. To think the pig-like emperor is gone, and I alone oversee everything. Gabriel responded humbly, did I not tell you? The gods guide their faithful servants in ways only they know. Beatrice laughed softly. Indeed, if it were not for the gods' help, how would I have gotten rid of Kendrick? Her thoughts drifted to the past, to the confrontation with the late emperor. In the memory, Kendrick had shouted angrily, how dare you? I know you're the one who made me barren. You even tried to sell my empire to the priests. Feigning innocence, Beatrice had replied, Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? But internally, panic surged. How could he know this? Did Carlisle tell him? Did Josephine and Charlize betray me? Kendrick, seething with anger, had retorted, don't bother making excuses. Tomorrow, at the luncheon, I will reveal all the evidence of your corruption. Beatrice had maintained her composure. Very well then, at tomorrow's luncheon, I will show that everything you know is baseless slander. Until then, have a good night, Your Majesty. She had left, plotting her next move. The next day, during the meeting with Gabriel, Kendrick had demanded answers. Gabriel, ever composed, had replied, Your Majesty, may I bestow a blessing of vitality upon you before we begin? Kendrick, weary and trusting, agreed. Proceed. Gabriel had recited an incantation, his words filled with malice hidden beneath a veil of piety. As he finished, Kendrick had felt momentarily rejuvenated, but soon after, during preparations for the luncheon, he collapsed. The emperor's life ended abruptly, his heart ceasing to beat before the palace servants could save him. Beatrice's voice brought Gabriel back to the present. High Priest, You truly are a servant of the gods. Not only did you rid us of the useless emperor, but you also managed to incite war against Pervaz at just the right time. Carlisle is heading there now, isn't he? Gabriel nodded. Yes, your majesty. Beatrice's lips curled into a smirk. It seems he's developed some attachment to Asha Pervaz. That's beneficial for us. I wish Josephine and Charlize could share in this glory, but their betrayal will not go unpunished. She added coldly, I'll ensure their fate is decided once they are found. Gabriel hesitated briefly. Does Carlisle's concern for Pervaz go beyond duty? Could he truly care for Count Pervaz? No. It must be for his remaining servants and assets. Surely that is the reason. Meanwhile, Carlisle rode swiftly toward Pervaz, his mind racing. As he approached the village, he noticed it was intact. Perhaps the damage isn't as severe as I feared. But as he neared the castle, his heart sank. The devastation was immense, far worse than he had imagined. Arriving at the castle gates, Carlisle called out, Is there anyone here? His voice echoed in the silence. A young boy opened the door cautiously, and upon seeing him, shouted, His Highness Carlisle has arrived. Female servants ran toward him, falling to their knees. Your Highness, please, save the Lord. She risked her life to fight alongside us. Please save her. Confused, Carlisle demanded, What on earth is going on? Why are you asking me to save her? A boy explained. Strange magic circles appeared all over the castle. Barbarians and monsters emerged from them. The Lord protected us and the castle, even though demons poured in from all directions. But we couldn't protect her. Clenching his fists, Carlisle asked urgently, Where is Count Pervaz? A lady's servant hesitated before responding. The Lord. She is unconscious right now. Carlisle's heart sank at the news. Asha, he thought, his mind filled with worry. His resolve hardened as he vowed, I will save her. The lady servant guided Carlisle to the room where Asha was resting. She said, Here it is. As he entered, Carlisle thought, This is the room I used to occupy. The lady servant added, The Countess was forced to rest here because the door and bed in her room were destroyed. Inside, Asha lay unconscious and injured, with Nina by her side, tending to her. When Nina noticed Carlisle, she said hesitantly, Oh, head maid and Prince Carlisle? Carlisle moved closer to the bed, his face heavy with concern. He softly called, Asha, then turned to Nina and asked, What is her condition? Nina replied, She has bruises all over her body, and some of her bones seem to be broken. However, there don't seem to be any life-threatening injuries. Then why is she not waking up? He pressed. Nina hesitated before explaining. Near the end of the battle, the Countess struck down one of the savages, but a strange black smoke emerged from him and hit her. Carlisle's eyes narrowed. A strange black smoke? Yes, Nina confirmed. We're not sure what it was, but after that happened, she lost consciousness, and her pearls began to weaken. Carlisle sat down near Asha, his thoughts racing. Did they use some type of strange magic on her? I don't see any specific injury caused by it, but this is the first time I've seen her in such a fragile state. She looks so different from the last time we fought together. He turned back to Nina. What did the doctor say? Nina sighed. A nurse from the clinic came to check on her, but she said there was nothing she could do with her current knowledge. Carlisle's guilt weighed heavily. This is my fault. I should have left a doctor from the capital in Pervaz. Nina suddenly knelt before him, her voice pleading. Your Highness, I heard you won the war in the south. Now that you've been reinstated as Crown Prince, could you bring one of the royal doctors here to treat the Countess at least once? Carlisle was silent for a moment before responding. It seems the news hasn't reached this place. The Empress has taken over the throne, and Matthias has proclaimed himself as the new emperor. Their top priority right now is ending my life. Don't make that face. There is no future where I don't become emperor. He then turned to the servants. Della, Nina, leave the room for a moment. The two women followed his command, though Nina left in tears, comforted by Della. Left alone, Carlisle moved closer to Asha. He gently took her hand in his and whispered, Asha, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. He kissed her hand softly. I should never have left Pervaz. No, I shouldn't have left the war at its outset. I knew you didn't have enough forces here, and I should have listened when you warned me about Sir Replet. I won't be defeated, but my arrogance and stupidity have cost you so much. Asha, I didn't expect you to become such a precious person to me. It pains me to realize it in this situation. You're strong, brave, righteous, and beautiful, and I'm in love with you. Asha Pervaz. Carlisle's voice trembled as he continued, I can't lose you like this. There are so many things I need to apologize for, so many things I want to do with you. Please, wake up. Leaning closer, he pressed a soft kiss to her lips and whispered, I beg you. Meanwhile, Alan Dupreet, the eldest son of the Dupreet family, and Dylan Dupreet, the second son, were preparing to leave. Cecilia Dupreet stood on the balcony, watching them. In the end, my brothers decided to attend the Empress's banquet, she muttered. Angie, her maid, responded, There's great confusion among the nobles. Don't you feel nervous about how to act, too? After all, His Highness Carlisle returned to Pervaz so suddenly. Cecilia sneered inwardly. Those Pervaz peasants. Thanks to them, my brothers wasted a fortune just to get an invitation. I can't believe the eldest son of the Dupreet family has no pride. If we leave this family to my brothers, it'll become nothing more than a cash cow for the royal family, drained until it collapses. Her thoughts were interrupted by a male servant. Milady, a guest is looking for you. A guest? She asked, frowning. I wasn't expecting anyone today. It's Lady Viviana Lustified, the servant said. She says she really needs to meet with you. Cecilia sighed, but went to meet Viviana. That outfit suits you, Lady Viviana Lustified, Cecilia said coolly. I was wondering how you managed to roam around the capital without being captured by the royal guards. Viviana smirked. If they truly wanted to kill me, they could have done so at any time. Don't you think they just prefer to ignore me? But I won't stay passive. I want to make the crown prince regret leaving as he did. I'm going to take down the Empress and her son, the ones who made me live like this. And you've come to me for help? Cecilia asked, her tone laced with skepticism. Viviana shook her head. No, my revenge is my own. I came to ask for your help with Prince Carlisle. As you know, he recently left for Pervaz. I need you to help bring him back to the capital. Cecilia laughed bitterly. You're overestimating me. The prince decided to leave on his own, even after Lord Raffalt and Lord Barely tried to stop him. Besides, I'm just the youngest daughter of the Dupreet family. Now that it's clear Prince Carlisle has chosen Countess Pervaz, I don't even stand a chance of becoming Empress. Viviana's eyes narrowed. You don't have to be someone's wife to gain power. Cecilia was taken aback. Viviana leaned closer, her tone sharp. Imperial laws don't prohibit women from taking control of family assets. Help Prince Carlisle, secure his favor, and when he becomes emperor, you can become the head of the Dupreet family. That's impossible, Cecilia protested. I have 2 older brothers. Viviana scoffed. Everyone in the capital knows they're idiots. Unlike them, you have potential. Don't you think it's unfair for you to be denied your rightful position just because you're a woman? Cecilia hesitated, her mind racing. Could I really become the head of the Dupreet family? I'll think about it, she finally said. Viviana smiled. I hope you don't make the same mistakes I did, Lady Cecilia. A few days later, Lionel and Carlisle were discussing pressing matters. I can't believe you're staying here, serving as a temporary lord for Pervaz, Lionel said. Are you really not planning to go back to the capital? That's how it is for now, Carlisle replied. Suddenly, Lionel noticed something on the floor. Aside from that, Carlisle turned and saw the magic circle etched into the ground. What the hell is this? What kind of magic is this? I can't tell if it's a summoning spell or a connection channeling circle. Could this have been made by one of the Empress's infiltrators? If they could have done this from the start, why would the savages bother crossing the border? Lionel nodded. You're right. The last attack by the Igrams was 15 months ago. This circle must have been placed sometime after that. Carlisle's mind raced. 15 months ago. During that time, we were in the capital. An envoys from the Empress, including Braille Knox, came to Pervaz. Could one of them have planted this? For now, let's focus on restoring Pervaz, he said. Have you received any messages from the capital? Yes, Lionel replied. I requested medicines from the capital, but it seems many noble families are now following the orders of the Empress and Matthias. Carlisle sighed. I suppose that's because I returned to Pervaz. Lionel looked out the window and suddenly exclaimed, Your Highness, please look at this. I can't believe someone would come to Pervaz in this state. Carlisle turned to see a carriage pulling up to the castle. Who is it? He asked. The carriage door opened, and Cecilia Dupret. Carlisle was sitting in a meeting while Cecilia Dupret and Giles stood by his side, listening to their conversation. Cecilia was drinking tea when Carlisle said, I never expected you to visit here again. Cecilia replied, I came here because there is something I wish to discuss with you, Your Highness. Carlisle, slightly surprised, asked, What is it? She explained, The situation in the capital is not good. The Empress Dowager is openly strengthening the imperial military, and the nobles are getting anxious. Under these circumstances, public opinion regarding you is worsening since you are staying here in Pervaz. Carlisle responded, I expected as much. I am aware of how many nobles have turned to the Empress Dowager's side. Cecilia, growing frustrated, suddenly shouted, But why? Carlisle calmly replied, I have learned that both of Count Dupret's sons are also planning to turn to the Empress Dowager's side. Enraged, Cecilia exclaimed, That is merely the foolish, independent action of my two brothers. I assure you that the Dupret family will not betray you, Your Highness. Carlisle, still composed, sipped his tea and said, Even though the successor of the Dupret family attended the Empress Dowager's banquet without an invitation? Cecilia, momentarily speechless, then declared, That is why I have no intention of allowing those idiots to become the heirs of our family. Carlisle asked, Then what do you plan to do? She replied with determination, When you ascend to the throne, please make me the head of the Dupret family. Carlisle smiled and said, You are aware that's treason, aren't you? Cecilia responded firmly, Yes, I am. I will stay here and assist you until the very end. I will gather the Dupret family's dovetail. Use this information. She handed Carlisle an envelope containing crucial documents. As she handed over the envelope, Cecilia recalled past moments described in the letters within. Viviana had once told Cecilia, I will support you and secure your position as the head of the Dupret family. Cecilia had then thought to herself, the head of the Dupret family. She had received a letter delivered by a bird and reflected, My father trusted me and put me in charge of Dovetail. There is no reason I cannot take the airship as well. To think there are so many truths beneath the surface that differ from what appears. I never expected so many families to attend the Empress Dowager's banquet. I should have investigated this sooner. She had been sitting at a side table, lost in thought and planning her next move, when her female attendant, Angie, interrupted her. My lady, you are awake. Angie exclaimed, looking concerned. Good heavens, my lady, you have not slept? Cecilia shook her head. No. Angie, prepare the carriage. Angie, suspicious, asked, Pardon? Where are you going? Cecilia, with a slight smile, said, Pervaz. After listening to Cecilia's story, Carlisle said, So you are saying you gathered all the information alone, persuaded by Viviana Lucifal? Cecilia nodded. Yes, Your Highness. Carlisle laughed, amused by her audacity. Then, turning serious, he said, I like straightforward and bold people like you. Viviana has been busy in the capital. However, his expression darkened as he continued, I know you helped Lord Raplet incite war in the south. Sitting on a throne built on the blood of the people is no different from being a tyrant. Do you want a tyrant to rule the empire? If you continue to use me in such a manner, I will not forgive you again. Cecilia bowed her head and said, I apologize, Your Highness. Carlisle stated, I can make you the head of the Dupret family, but I cannot make you the Empress. Will you still choose me? Cecilia replied, It is fine as long as I can become the head of the family. Carlisle warned, But the position of Empress is not something that can be given up so easily. Cecilia, unwavering, said, As you say, Your Highness, I have lived my life imagining only a future where I become Empress. But even if I were to ascend to that position, all I would gain is hollow power borrowed from the Emperor. I want real power that I can possess on my own, without relying on anyone else. Carlisle, acknowledging her ambition, nodded and said, I see. I am glad that you chose me. Very well, I will try trusting you again. Cecilia smiled. I will do my best to contribute to your victory. Giles, who had been standing there listening, clenched his fists in anger, thinking, Cecilia Dupret. She is giving up the position of Empress? Meanwhile, in the palace, Gabriel Knox was deep in thought. I heard that Asha Pervaz was injured during the battle. I did not expect that magic would keep her from gaining consciousness. If her wounds are not treated immediately, her mind could be affected even if she survives. Determined, he stood up and decided, I have no choice but to go to Pervaz myself. Asha lay unconscious in bed, while Carlisle sat by her side, worried about her condition. In her unconscious state, she dreamed of past battles. She had been fighting bravely alongside Decker. Decker had shouted, Asha, these monsters are acting strange. They were not this out of control before. The monsters moved forward, ready to attack. Asha, watching them closely, thought, something is definitely off. A knight's voice called out to her, My lord, it's holy water. If you sprinkle holy water on the magic circle, it will be nullified. Asha considered, then, if I kill all the monsters here. Decker, stepping in to protect Asha, said, Let's go. Then she saw a knight bow his head before her. Gripping her sword tightly, she declared, Goodbye, you demon bastards. She screamed as she launched an attack. These memories played out in her dreams while Carlisle, holding Asha's hand, pleaded, Asha, please, please wake up, Asha. But Asha remained unconscious. The carriage of Dorothea reached its destination. Giles, worried about his daughter, ran towards the carriage. As the door opened, Giles called out, Dorothy. She stepped out and replied, Yes, father. But suddenly, her foot slipped, and she fell from the carriage. Giles, angry, said, You are already 23, yet you still lack proper manners. Nervous, she responded, I am sorry. The carriage shook too much on the way here. Giles retorted, Cecilia Dupret is perfectly fine even though she took the same carriage. After saying this, Giles turned and left the place. Dorothy's foot was injured while stepping out, and she felt pain but did not express it. While standing by the window, Giles said, Cecilia Dupret gave up the position of Empress. Dorothy, surprised, said, What? Really? Giles, suspicious, clarified, Actually, saying she gave it up is a bit misleading. She was rejected because she incurred the wrath of His Highness Carlisle by getting involved in the Southern War issue with me. Dorothy thought, with father? In the Southern War issue? As she pondered, Giles continued, I, too, have been ordered to be on probation for a while, but it's fine. Prince Carlisle can't abandon me, no matter what. Dorothy hesitated before asking, But, father, did you really join hands with Lady Cecilia? Giles replied, Yes, because I already anticipated it would come to this. That plan was opposed by Prince Carlisle. After all, by involving Cecilia Dupret in it, I ensured she would fall at the critical moment. Then Giles turned to Dorothy and said, Dorothy, now that I have brought you this far, it's time for you to fulfill your role. Confused, she asked, My role? Giles explained, Count Pervaz is on the verge of death, so now is your chance. Make sure to leave a strong impression on Prince Carlisle. Dorothy, nervous and worried, asked, The Count is about to die? What exactly happened? Giles replied, You don't need to know the details. She was deeply worried, thinking, for the Count, who has protected Pervaz so steadfastly, to be on the verge of death. She then asked, Then, what about the others? Giles answered, The others won't be in a much different condition either. Then, leaning in, he advised her, Don't get attached unnecessarily, understand? After saying this, he left the room, but Dorothy remained speechless and silent. Reflecting on all the moments spent with the Count, she thought, He is telling me to use their deaths as an opportunity? Worried and saddened, she sat on the floor. The next day, in the fresh morning, Carlisle sat by Asha's bed, holding her hand. Decker stood nearby. Carlisle, using his powers, tried to awaken her. Decker, surprised, said, You can use divine power? Carlisle replied, A little. I was born blessed by the gods, remember? Decker said, So that was not just a metaphor. Carlisle continued, "What I do is only a temporary measure. We need to bring a healing priest as soon as possible. But the temple has already sided with the imperial family. Well, if worst comes to worst, I could even resort to kidnapping." Decker warned, "If you kidnap a priest, the church won't stand still." Carlisle said, "No matter what it takes, I will save the Count." Their attention was suddenly grabbed by a knock at the door. It was Dorothy, who said, "Pardon me for interrupting. I just stopped by to pay my respects to His Highness." Carlisle said, "I believe I informed you through the attendant that I would consider it received even without you coming here. Did Lord Rapbelt tell you to check if Count Pervaz is dead?" Dorothea quickly responded, No, I just..." Decker took her side and said, "How could that be, Your Highness?" Then, smiling, he added, "Staying without greeting the host is quite uncomfortable and embarrassing, isn't it?" Carlisle sighed and said, "I overreacted. My apologies, Lady Rapbelt." Dorothea bowed her head and said, "Not at all. I apologize for disturbing you, Your Highness." Decker, seeing her nervousness, asked, "Are you all right, my lady?" She, nervous and worried, hesitated before saying, "Ah." She then started crying, her eyes filled with tears. Clearing her tears, she said, "I am sorry." Decker, smiling, said, "No need to apologize. I, too, tear up when Prince Carlisle gets angry." She then asked, "Is Count Pervaz all right?" Decker replied, "She will be. Prince Carlisle promised that." Dorothea, determined, said, "She is a strong woman. She will definitely get better. Please let me know if there is anything I can do to help." Decker nodded and said, "Thank you." Then, as he was about to leave, Dorothy smiled while staring at him. A few days later, Dorothea was sitting beside Asha's bed while Carlisle stood by her side. She said, "The Count. It seems she has been struck by a very strong demonic energy." Carlisle responded, "I did not know you had such knowledge." Dorothea, nervous, said, "I have read about these symptoms in a book before." Carlisle said, "If she has been attacked by demonic energy, we will need to summon a healing priest quickly. But I wonder if the priests will even come to Pervaz." She hesitated before saying, "I am not sure if I should say this." Carlisle remained silent before responding, "With this level of demonic energy, 1 or 2 healing priests won't be enough. It would take someone like High Priest Gabriel to be able to heal her." Carlisle continued, "Gabriel? The one allied with those who caused this to Asha and Pervaz? You might not know, but that man is on the Empress's side. How can I trust him to come to Count Pervaz?" Dorothea hesitated and then said, "If it's for Count Pervaz, shouldn't we borrow even the hand of an enemy?" Carlisle asked, "What?" She stood up and said, "The only way to save Count Pervaz is through the High Priest's divine power. The more time we waste, the worse the Count's condition will get. So I think we must bring High Priest Gabriel here, even if it means taking risks." Carlisle thought, "Come to think of it, that man has shown a friendly attitude toward Count Pervaz before. If I leak information about Asha's condition to the temple, Gabriel might respond." Carlisle then said, "All right, let's try leaking the news to the temple." Dorothea, worried, asked, "Really?" He smiled and said, "Yes. Unlike some others, you seem to genuinely care about Pervaz." Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted them. Someone outside screamed, "Your Highness, you need to come out immediately." Dorothea became worried, while Carlisle, comforting her, stepped outside. Lionel stood there and said, "What's going on?" Lionel replied, "It's High Priest Gabriel has arrived at Pervaz just now." Carlisle, surprised, remained silent, his expression stern. The carriage of High Priest Gabriel Knox reached Pervaz Castle. Inside, Gabriel sat calmly while Carlisle stood before him, his expression cold and unreadable. "It's been a long time, Your Highness," Gabriel said. Carlisle's tone was sharp. "I did not particularly want to meet you." Gabriel remained composed. "I know how you think of me, but please calm down. I came here to see Count Pervaz, not you, Your Highness." Carlisle's eyes narrowed. "Why?" "I heard that the Count has been afflicted by dark magic. Since I owe Count Pervaz a favor, I came to help her." Carlisle's suspicion deepened. "Leaving aside how you heard about this, how can I trust you?" Gabriel met his gaze unwaveringly. If the Count's condition worsens after my treatment, you can kill me immediately. Carlisle was silent for a moment before asking, "Why do you want to treat the Count?" Gabriel's expression softened. "Count Pervaz is different from you. She is so pious and righteous that she might be considered a reincarnation of a saintess. As a servant of God, I cannot stand by and watch such a person's life end because of dark magic." Carlisle studied him, thinking, judging from his expression, he doesn't seem to be lying. Since I cannot heal Asha with my own power, I have no choice but to trust him. At that moment, Lionel entered the room. Carlisle turned to him. "Lionel, the High Priest will treat Count Pervaz. Make sure no one comes near her room." Lionel hesitated. "What? Will that be all right?" Carlisle nodded. "Yes, I will guard outside the room. It is better if no one is around. Strange energies might interfere during the healing." Lionel finally relented. "I understand." Inside the room, Gabriel prepared for the ritual, holding Asha's hand. Carlisle, concerned, asked, "How long will the treatment take?" "Probably about an hour." Carlisle exhaled and stepped back. "Then I will wait outside." As he left the room, Gabriel focused on Asha, his thoughts troubled. Looks like she was struck by dark magic from the barbarian tribe. He furrowed his brow. "I actually have no holy power or healing ability, but with this method, I can remove the dark magic." A flicker of sadness crossed his face. "I thought I had lost all emotions after delving into dark magic, but seeing Count Pervaz like this, why do I feel such profound sorrow?" He tightened his grip slightly. "Why did you not listen to me? I did not wish for you to be harmed. But seeing you alive after all this, you must be chosen by Lord Rivado. I will remove the burdens you bear. You should live a blessed life, free from worldly concerns." He leaned in closer and murmured, "By my side." Suddenly, Asha's lips parted slightly, and then her eyes fluttered open. Gabriel's breath caught. "Count, how are you feeling?" Asha, her vision hazy, whispered, "High Priest?" Gabriel let out a relieved sigh. "Oh, Rivado, thank goodness. I was worried I might have been too late." He helped her sit up gently. "Your Holiness, why are you here?" she asked weakly. "You don't need to speak. You must still be weak." But Gabriel knew there was something she needed to know. "Although you are still disoriented, there is something important I must tell you." Asha remained silent, waiting. Gabriel continued, "While you were unconscious, the Emperor passed away. His Highness Matthias has succeeded the throne. Prince Carlisle fled to Pervaz and took control of the castle while you were unconscious." Asha's breath hitched. "Fled?" "Yes. And the reason he came to Pervaz is likely to prepare for rebellion. During this process, he will show intentional favor to you to mobilize the Pervaz army, but you must not be deceived by him again." Asha's head spun. "Lady Cecilia Dupret is staying in the castle," Gabriel added. "She must have made a trade with Prince Carlisle for the position of Empress. I don't believe that anyone in the imperial family genuinely cares for the empire. Prince Matthias will ruin the empire with his foolishness, and if Prince Carlisle attempts rebellion to seize the throne, many people will die in the battle." Gabriel leaned in slightly. "Do you think Prince Carlisle will truly feel grateful to those who die in that battle? To someone who once demeaned the people of Pervaz, who desperately defended the north, as mere barbarians?" He then spoke with conviction. "I come from a common background and have risen to this position despite endless contempt. I cannot bear to see arrogant people wield power over this empire and oppress the innocent. I hope you understand my intentions. How about working together to restore this empire to its rightful state?" He took Asha's hand. "I will assist you. By your side." Asha suddenly pulled her hand away. Gabriel, sensing her hesitation, softened his voice. "I apologize. I must have been too hasty, given that you have just regained consciousness and must be confused. But you will soon understand my intentions." Asha's voice was low. "I hope so too." Gabriel smiled faintly. "By the way, our conversation must remain a secret. If Prince Carlisle finds out, who knows what he might do?" Asha hesitated, then nodded. "Understood." Gabriel stood up. "Then, I will inform Prince Carlisle that the treatment is complete." As he opened the door, Carlisle, looking tense, immediately asked, Is the treatment over? Count Pervaz, is she all right? Gabriel smiled slightly. Please, come in and check for yourself. Carlisle rushed inside. Seeing Asha awake, his eyes widened in relief. Asha, he knelt beside her, taking her hands gently. Are you okay? Do you recognize me? Asha, still weak, gave a faint smile. I apologize for greeting you from my bed, Your Highness. Carlisle sat beside her, his worry evident. Are you feeling all right? Is there any pain or discomfort? Asha sighed. I'm not sure. I feel like I don't have any strength. Carlisle's expression softened. That is to be expected. You have been unconscious for over a month. Asha's eyes widened. A month? Yes. To be exact, a month and 10 days. Gabriel, still standing by the door, listened to their conversation. Then, he spoke. If your doubts about me are now clear, I will return to Cairo. Carlisle turned to him. I can arrange for horses or a carriage for you if needed. Gabriel shook his head. It looks like Count Pervaz has endured much, but Your Highness, you don't need to concern yourself with such things. Carlisle's voice was firm. High Priest, you don't seem to be particularly perceptive either. Maybe you don't realize how precious your own life is. Asha, growing tired, muttered, I'm a bit exhausted. Carlisle immediately turned back to her. I suppose so. You should rest. I will call for Nina. Gabriel bowed slightly. May the blessings of the god of healing, Runga, be with you, Count. With that, he and Carlisle left the room. Asha, her head aching, lay back down, deep in thought. The next day, Asha slowly stepped out of bed and tried to sit on the sofa. Carlisle noticed her struggling and immediately rushed to her side, gently supporting her. Are you sure it's all right for you to move? He asked with concern. Asha nodded. I feel a little dizzy, but it's not to the point where I can't move. Then take a seat. He guided her to the sofa before pouring tea into a cup. As he did, he noticed the reflection of Asha's face in the liquid, momentarily lost in thought. After handing her the cup, he hesitated before speaking. Asha, if it's unpleasant for you to face me, you can relay your words through Nina or Decker. She shook her head. No, it's fine. As she held the cup, she asked, Have you always called me by my first name? He lowered his gaze. I called you by your first name without asking for permission. I apologize. I understand. It must be disgusting for an arrogant and heartless man like me to act familiar with you. No, I was just curious, that's all. I'm not mocking you, he continued. I may seem like a rude and arrogant man, but he trailed off, then bowed his head. It's all my fault. I don't even know where to begin apologizing. From the first time we met until now, I'm sorry for everything. I mean it. Asha was taken aback by his sincerity. She recalled Gabriel Knox's words. Do you think that Prince Carlisle will truly feel grateful to those who died in battle? To someone who demeaned the people of Pervaz, who desperately defended the North as barbarians? She had believed that statement to be true, yet now she wasn't so sure. Can I still say that Prince Carlisle is just as arrogant now as he was back then? She wondered. When I think about it, it has been quite some time since his attitude toward me started to change. But at the same time, he deliberately started a war in the South for political reasons. It does not seem like it's time to make a judgment yet. Carlisle observed her intently as she fell deep into thought. A little while later, Decker suddenly burst into the room, his voice filled with emotion. Asha. Asha smiled. Decker. How long has it been since we've talked like this? He said as he sat beside her, his relief evident. If it weren't for His Highness Carlisle's orders, I would have come to see you the moment you woke up. But then again, it was for the sake of your recovery, so it couldn't be helped. Asha listened to him with a smile. Anyway, this isn't the time to talk about that. How are you feeling? Much better now. Decker sighed. I should have stuck by your side more closely back then. It's all my fault. Asha thought to herself, I keep hearing plenty of apologies since yesterday. But instead of dwelling on it, she reassured him, let's not blame ourselves for the past. We did our best at the time. Instead of blaming ourselves, we need to take revenge on those who caused this to Pervaz. She clenched her fist with determination. Decker, exhausted, looked at her for a long moment before speaking. The situation in Pervaz is devastating. Many have died. The castle is heavily damaged in several places. The women and children in the shelter are safe, but 2 maids who volunteered to fight were killed. 112 soldiers lost their lives, and almost all of the remaining ones are injured. There were also many casualties among the general servants. Countless people lost their lives in the battle. Asha clenched her jaw. I thought this would never happen again. The restoration isn't finished yet, is it? She asked. No, His Highness Carlisle barely sleeps while working tirelessly on it. But most of the restoration is already done. It's thanks to him coming here as soon as he heard about Pervaz. We are fortunate. Asha looked at him in surprise. His Highness Carlisle? Decker nodded. His Highness Carlisle is still your husband, isn't he? I don't know if he told you this, but the Emperor has passed away, and His Highness Matthias has ascended to the throne. However, the process seems highly suspicious. From His Highness Carlisle's perspective, he should be gathering his allies and preparing for a confrontation, and yet he still came here to help Pervaz. Asha was deep in thought. So he didn't flee to Pervaz just because of Matthias's ascension. Then why did he come straight here? The man who risked everything for the throne. Decker stood up. Anyway, just focus on recovering your health. As he moved toward the door, he paused and added, His Highness Carlisle has taken care of everything, from the restoration to looking after the survivors. I see. He hesitated again before saying, By the way, His Highness Carlisle stayed by your bedside every day. Make sure to thank him later. With that, he left the room. Asha sat in silence, stunned. I never thought His Highness Carlisle would go that far. It was easier to deal with his arrogant and annoying old self than this caring one. What does he want from me? She moved toward the window, lost in thought. Then, a knock at the door drew her attention. Come in. To her surprise, Lady Cecilia Dupret stepped inside. Lady Dupret? Asha murmured. She recalled Gabriel's words. Lady Cecilia Dupret is staying in the castle. She must have made a trade with Prince Carlisle for the position of Empress. Asha stepped closer. I'm sorry. I thought you were Nina. It's all right. Do you have a moment? Yes, go ahead. They sat facing each other. Cecilia sighed. I'm so relieved you regained consciousness safely. I had been hoping for it because there's something I need to apologize for. Asha's mind flashed back to Carlisle and Decker, both of whom had apologized to her. Here we go again. What do you have to be sorry for? Asha asked. I know I was quite rude to you, Cecilia admitted. I thought I would naturally become His Highness Carlisle's wife. More precisely, I had to. If I didn't, I would have ended up being used as a family ornament or bargaining chip, like many other noble ladies. Asha gently reassured her. No one thinks of you that way, Lady Dupret. Thank you for saying that, but that is the reality. I have always envied you, Count. Unlike me, you can make decisions and act on your own. That jealousy made me rude towards you. I apologize again. It's all right. Cecilia nodded. Now, just as you said, people's attitude towards me will change. Of course, when His Highness Carlisle becomes Emperor, you will eventually become Empress. Cecilia smiled. His Highness Carlisle will become Emperor, yes, but I will become the head of the Dupret family. Asha was taken aback. Pardon? I chose to become the head of my family instead of Empress. Asha's thoughts raced. What happened while I was unconscious? His Highness Carlisle gave up the chance to reclaim the throne and rushed to Pervaz instead. And now Lady Dupret says she has given up the position of Empress. Asha let out a breath, trying to make sense of it all. Have I been unconscious for a year instead of just a month? Lost in thought, she barely noticed Cecilia laughing softly. You seem curious as to why I gave up the Empress position, Cecilia said, watching her closely. No woman in the Empire can live as independently as you, Count, even as Empress. Asha was taken aback by her words. Cecilia continued, her voice steady. I've come to realize that I no longer wish to covet what isn't mine. Instead, I will seize my own future with my own strength. Asha met her gaze and nodded. I hope you achieve what you desire. Cecilia smiled warmly, appreciating the sincerity in Asha's words. From now on, I promise to remain a true ally to both His Highness Carlisle and you. For a moment, Asha was silent, Then she finally responded, "In that case, I look forward to your support." Later, as she sat alone in her room, her mind drifted back to Gabriel's words. Lady Cecilia Dupret is staying in this castle. She must have made a trade with Prince Carlisle for the position of Empress. Had Gabriel been mistaken, or had he deliberately misled her? Was the high priest trying to manipulate me? Her fingers tightened around the fabric of her dress. I need to find out what his true intentions are. A few weeks later, a meeting was held where Lionel, Asha, Giles, and Decker sat together as Carlisle addressed them. "It's been a long time since we all gathered in one place. It's about time we strike back. Report on the current situation." Cecilia, sitting in front of him, responded, "Yes, Prince Carlisle. The imperial branch families are slowly turning to our side. Ever since you arrived in Pervaz, their attitudes have been changing." Carlisle asked, "Why are the ones who remained neutral suddenly moving?" Cecilia explained, "They praise you for coming to Pervaz, calling you a patient man, but I believe that was merely a catalyst. The imperial branch families seem to be doubting both the cause of the late emperor's death and the current emperor's abilities." Giles added, "In any case, it's good that they are returning to our side. Once the imperial branch families make a decision, it's not easy to change their stance. Besides, if they act as our shield, we will have a valid reason for rebellion. It will also make it easier to operate from Cairo, away from the Empress Dowager's side." Carlisle nodded. "First, we should start by revealing the Empress Dowager and the temple's plan to the nobles. The nobles will never support the establishment of a holy empire." Lionel added, "They won't agree to give a tenth of their income to the temple for no reason." Giles countered, "But will the Empress Dowager or the temple accept that so easily? If we rashly attack the temple, it might only create unnecessary hostility. The temple is deeply involved in the lives of the nobles, using the excuse of God's words to deceive the people." Carlisle agreed. "So we must weaken the temple's power itself." Then, he turned to Asha and asked, "What do you think, Asha?" Asha, with a stern and tired expression, replied, "What if Gabriel, the Empress Dowager's closest aide, admits it directly?" Giles responded, "That snake would never do that. He's the kind of person who would slip away even if we had evidence." Asha insisted, "I can persuade him. For some reason, Gabriel wants me on his side." Carlisle warned, "You can't meet with him directly. If something dangerous happens, you won't be able to respond. And what if he manages to persuade you to his side instead?" Asha clenched her fist, expressing her anger. "I will never turn to Gabriel's side. Gabriel is the one who unleashed the barbarians and monsters on Pervaz." Decker, surprised, stood up. "What? Is that true?" Carlisle asked, "Are you sure?" Asha nodded. "Yes. When he came to treat me, he confessed everything. Coincidentally, I could hear everything around me at that time." She recalled Gabriel's words, "Why didn't you listen to me? While I may have caused all this, I never wished for you to be harmed. But seeing you still alive after all this, you must be chosen by Lord Ravato. I will erase all the burdens you bear. You should live a blessed life, free from worldly concerns, at my side." Thinking back to these words exhausted her. She continued, "So you don't need to worry about me siding with Gabriel. There is no one who wants to kill him more than I do." Carlisle, sitting beside her, asked, "Why didn't you tell me this earlier?" Asha admitted, "I was disoriented after waking up, and to be honest, I couldn't fully trust you. I still can't agree with the war you waged in the South." Cecilia glanced at Giles, worried. Carlisle started to explain, but Cecilia interjected, "That was not His Highness' doing." Asha was surprised. "What?" Carlisle said, "I think Sir Rappelt should explain this himself." Giles Rappelt stepped forward. "The southern matter was my decision alone," Cecilia added, "and I helped with that." Asha turned to Carlisle. "So it wasn't His Highness' doing? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Carlisle clasped his hands together. "It is my fault for noticing and letting it happen anyway. Will you trust me again now?" He smiled as he said this. Asha, smiling back, replied, "Of course, though it would have been better if you told me sooner." Carlisle nodded. "Now, let's get back to the main point." He looked at Asha and said, "Let's say Asha makes Gabriel confess all his plans himself. How will we reveal this to the nobles? Asha thought for a moment and then shared her plan. After explaining, she asked, "How does this sound?" Carlisle, with a sharp smile, stared at her, signaling his agreement. The next morning, Gabriel sat in his room, examining some documents when his assistant arrived with more papers and shared their contents with him. Gabriel took the documents and reviewed them carefully. To minimize backlash, this should suffice for now. "Thank you for your hard work, Archbishop," he said nervously. "In truth, it's impossible to fully change the Empire's laws to align with Elua's laws. Even this much should be enough." Gabriel raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" The Archbishop, with a cautious expression, replied, "Some might say this is not the right way to go." Gabriel smirked. "I see. I almost greatly misunderstood you, Archbishop." He stood up, walked over to the Archbishop, and placed a hand on his shoulder. "If there are any among the clergy who think this way, please let me know. Those who compromise with corruption do not deserve a place in God's courtyard." The Archbishop bowed. "Understood, Your Highness." Gabriel nodded. "In any case, please keep the new Empire laws confidential until they are officially announced. The new laws need to attract as little attention as possible." "Understood." Gabriel watched as the Archbishop left and thought to himself, "Originally, I planned to immediately replace the Empire's laws with Elua's laws, but if I did that, people like Count Pervaz, who are arrogant about the laws yet deeply faithful, might be punished. Soon enough, even the law stating that a wife must not betray her husband will be broken." At that moment, a bird flew in, carrying a letter. Gabriel took it and read its contents, thinking, "Count Pervaz, I believe you will understand my intentions." Gabriel, holding the letter in his hands, moved toward the building. The letter read, "I will see you on the first floor of the bell tower of the First Temple at 8 p.m. on November 30th. Upon reaching the destination as written in the letter, Gabriel placed it in his pocket and loudly declared, "We will make sure that the blessing of Ravato reaches even the lowest parts of the Empire." Asha, who had been standing by the wall, responded, "To those who have lost their way, the blessings from our gods will always be requested and needed." Gabriel was shocked to see her and immediately approached. "Countess Pervaz." Asha bowed her head and said, "Long time no see, High Priest." Gabriel smiled and replied, "I am grateful that you came. Have people started looking for you?" "Probably. It has been 10 days since I disappeared from Pervaz." Gabriel observed her closely. "Come to think of it, you look very calm, considering the situation." Asha was surprised by his words. "Nothing," he continued. "I'm just glad you arrived here without being caught. I heard it was trickier than we expected." "As expected, no one can arrest you, Countess Pervaz." "It seems that way," she said while thinking to herself. "Could he have figured out why I came here? No, even if he did, I shouldn't act rashly. I can't be sure yet." Noticing her moment of thought, Gabriel continued, "You must have had a hard time, didn't you? You have no idea how mad I was when I read about your situation in the letter you sent me. How could Prince Carlisle exile a person who has not even recovered yet?" Asha recalled the words she had written in the letter. "I happened to overhear a conversation between Prince Carlisle and Lord Rappelt. Just as you told me, they are planning to dispose of me very soon." "Right. That was what I wrote as an excuse." Thinking back, she said aloud, "It is sad to think that happened after I did my best to help the prince. I believed I would be rewarded for all the trouble we went through for them. However, they were just trying to use me as a meat shield." Gabriel was momentarily speechless before finally saying, "O Lord Ravato, please allow us to save this demonic, filthy world." Asha observed his expression and thought, "Did it work?" Then she said, "Now I can't trust anyone. I appreciate your help, but I can't even trust you to keep covering for me like this." Gabriel nodded. "I understand." Asha continued, "If you truly wish for me to stand by your side, please tell me your plan honestly. What kind of future are you hoping for?" Gabriel looked at her seriously. "I wish to rebuild our empire into one that is pure and holy, a perfect empire where God precedes over everything, and where the current laws are reformed in accordance with the sacred scriptures. An empire where we, as the messengers of God, will clearly supervise the new emperor so he does not commit any more foolish mistakes." Asha raised an eyebrow. In that case, what will happen to the noble families? They will have a better life by becoming servants of God. We will make the greedy learn integrity and the arrogant learn humility. She thought to herself, definitely crazy, but I'm sure the nobles will oppose the creation of a holy empire like that, she pointed out. Is it not the fate of a holy empire like ours to embrace and teach even those who oppose it? Just like right now? We won't blame you for taking the side of Prince Carlisle, Countess. Asha was left speechless as she reached for her sword, attempting to threaten him. Gabriel gently said, I apologize, Countess Pervaz. I must admit, my desire to help you was sincere. However, you have tried to stab me in the back. She retorted, You speak as if I were the only one doing wrong. Or will you dare to tell me that you released those monsters at the castle to help me somehow? Gabriel sighed. So you know about that? I truly regret that issue. But we could not allow the empire to fall into the hands of the arrogant and selfish. We had to commit such a horrible act because we were in a tight spot. Suddenly, Carlisle emerged from the shadows. I've had enough of this. He approached with a mysterious smile and said, If you're trying to say that causing that tragedy wasn't your real intention, then what was it? Gabriel remained silent, surprised by Carlisle's sudden appearance. Then, after a pause, he said, My only true intention is to rebuild this empire properly. Turning toward Asha, he extended his hand. Countess Pervaz, please stand by my side. Asha hesitated, confused. Carlisle scoffed. What is this? It seems even Countess Pervaz does not agree with your vision. Clenching his fist behind his back, Gabriel sighed. You leave me no choice. I did not want to do this, but those who defy God will be punished by his power. With that, Gabriel attacked Carlisle with divine power. Asha gasped in shock. Your Highness, are you all right? She turned to Gabriel, screaming, What did you do to him? Gabriel only smiled. It is just a little trick that God allowed me to perform. Those who defy him will be punished accordingly. Come to me, Asha Pervaz, before God punishes Prince Carlisle Evaristo with death. Asha stood speechless, comforting Carlisle. She then moved forward toward Gabriel, but Carlisle tried to stop her. No, Asha. She stood in front of Gabriel and said, High Priest, I will follow you. Just please let Prince Carlisle go. Gabriel released Carlisle from the divine power and smirked. Wise choice. As Asha walked away with Gabriel, Carlisle screamed her name, trying to stop her, but she turned to Gabriel and said, High Priest, there is one last thing I would like to say to Prince Carlisle. Gabriel nodded. Of course. Take your time. God has decided to be generous to you, Countess Pervaz. Asha bowed her head. Thank you. She then walked toward Carlisle and whispered, Your Highness, I am sorry for making you go through this. Now that it is over, please light up the bell tower. Suddenly, the bell tower was illuminated. Gabriel's eyes widened in shock. What? Asha turned to him and said, High Priest Gabriel, just because the prince did not agree with the creation of the Holy Empire, you suppressed him by force and even threatened me. Carlisle added, and as you can hear, both Prince Matthias and the Empress agreed to the creation of the Holy Empire, knowing perfectly well that it was like this. Asha, staring at the bell tower, declared, If we allow someone like this to establish a holy empire, isn't it obvious how he will deal with those who oppose it? Gabriel stood frozen, watching as his plans crumbled before his very eyes. Gabriel, his expression stern, said, Impossible. Was I called here just for you to set me up? Asha replied coldly, What are you so surprised about? Did you think we wouldn't know that the monsters came from the magic circle you drew at the castle? Considering that you endangered my people, this isn't even enough. But I didn't want to interfere with the prince's plans, so I'll be satisfied with watching your downfall. Gabriel was left speechless, his entire scheme ruined. He stood there, visibly upset. Carlisle stepped forward and said, I've been aware of your plan to establish a holy empire for a long time, just like my father, who was about to expose you. But that day, he suddenly passed away. Gabriel remained silent, shocked by Carlisle's words. Carlisle continued, We were told his death was due to an unknown cause. But don't you think it was a little strange that not a single newspaper in the city reported the same story? Gabriel responded, What does that have to do with me? That is the truth. Carlisle scoffed. The truth? Who knows? In my opinion, you've been lying and hiding behind God's words. Gabriel, now furious, shouted, hiding behind the word of God? How dare you? Carlisle, his gaze unwavering, responded, How dare I? You speak without even knowing your place. How dare you talk to a prince like that? Carlisle's team quickly intervened to calm him down. Please, your highness, calm down. We can deal with him the right way after we expose his sins. Later, in Beatrice's chamber, Gabriel stood before the empress and reported, I am sorry, your majesty. I thought we were going to gain useful information from an insider, but I foolishly trusted Countess Pervaz. However, we now know that Carlisle is planning for treason and that many nobles will participate in it. If we revise the laws and align them with the sacred scriptures, we can use the royal decree to stop this rebellion before it even begins. Beatrice sighed. I'm sure there will be a lot of opposition from the noble families. Why don't we just use the empire's regular soldiers? Gabriel shook his head. Only ordering the royal knights to act against Carlisle, a member of the royal family, will prove effective. They have the blessing, a power they received after the battle with Lord Augustus. Beatrice, growing weary of his plans, asked, Blessing? What nonsense. Anyway, are you still monitoring Carlisle's whereabouts? I have not received any new updates yet, your majesty. I will report back as soon as I hear something new. Beatrice dismissed him. All right, I'm sure you must be busy. You may leave now. As Gabriel exited the chamber, Beatrice muttered to herself, That sneaky bastard. Where the hell is he hiding? Meanwhile, in Carlisle's chamber, he awaited an important arrival. Knights stood guard as he muttered, Welcome. Cecilia entered, bringing someone with her. I have brought everyone you asked for, your highness. Carlisle's two stepsisters, Josephine and Charlize, stood before him. Josephine greeted him, Long time no see, older brother. Charlize added, Thank you for inviting us here. Carlisle smirked. Don't mention it. You did well surviving and avoiding the Empress's eyes until now. Charlize nodded. Lady Lustified helped us a lot. Viviana added, If it weren't for Lady Cecilia's intelligence, we would have been captured by the guards by now. Carlisle waved his hand. Enough compliments. Sit down. What's the situation with the opposing noble families? Cecilia explained, The incident at the bell tower is spreading quickly among the nobles. I used the dovetail service to spread the word to Prince Matthias's supporters. Some of his noble allies are already beginning to shift to our side. Carlisle nodded. Good. Cecilia continued, The task has been easier thanks to the defect our sisters planted and the informants we placed inside the palace. Carlisle turned to his sisters. You managed to plant an informant? Josephine smirked. Yes, we found a man struggling with money and made sure to be very generous. At first, we were unsure, but he has proven to be more reliable than expected. Carlisle chuckled. It seems you two are smarter than your brother, at least. Just then, Giles Rappelt burst into the room, his voice urgent. Your Highness. He handed a letter to Carlisle. The imperial family has changed the laws of the empire. We received the revisions early this morning, but the contents are outrageous. Carlisle read aloud. Even if there is no act or proof, if the imperial family feels threatened by you, it can be considered treason. If you go against their word, you are a traitor. He clenched his jaw. They are reviving completely oppressive laws. They'll use this as an excuse to execute me and make an example of me. Giles was outraged. How can they change the criminal and treason laws like this? They're using terror politics to subdue everyone. Carlisle sighed. That was expected. Should we really be surprised? He walked toward the window, gazing at the soldiers below. Look at the forces we've gathered. I wonder what face the Empress will make when she sees them. The time for worry is over. They are nothing more than enemies, traitors who seek to control the empire under the guise of holiness. He turned to his allies. We will declare war on these traitors sitting in the palace. Tomorrow, at 10 a.m., we will gather all the knights from the noble families supporting us and march forward. His team stood before him, prepared for the war that would soon shake the very foundation of the empire. That night, a flower pot fell to the floor, shattering into pieces. The moonlight touched the farthest corners of the imperial palace, casting long shadows across the cold stone walls. Gabriel, feeling utterly hopeless, knelt on the ground and screamed in frustration. Damn it! Where is that prince bastard hiding? What is the point of changing the laws if there is no one there to break them? If only Countess Pervaz had taken my side. How is this possible? Why didn't she choose me? How could she remain by Carlisle's side, knowing it will tarnish her? No. No. Countess Pervaz is not someone who would see things that way. If she is unwilling to stand with me, then the fault must lie with me. His eyes darkened as he thought, what does Prince Carlisle possess that I lack? Appearance? Influence? Strength? That's right, he whispered to himself. Countess Pervaz is a woman who has spent most of her life on the battlefield. Of course, Carlisle's strength would be more appealing to her. In that case, I must ensure that we are evenly matched in strength. No, I must gain an overwhelming advantage. Clenching his fists, Gabriel summoned his divine power with immense force, the air around him crackling under the pressure. Tears welled up in his eyes from the strain, and black energy coiled around him like a living entity. His body trembled from the pain, but he endured it. When it was done, he exhaled shakily, his lips curling into a victorious smirk. It's done. No matter how many troops Carlisle gathers, I will emerge victorious. And then Countess Pervaz will understand that choosing me was the only right choice. I will become the rightful monarch of this empire. Just wait a little longer, Asha Pervaz. At that same moment, Asha stood by the window, gazing into the night sky, her mind heavy with thoughts. Tomorrow, we will have to face High Priest Gabriel. It is true that he is a madman, but I don't believe all his words are misguided. A memory surfaced, the time she had once asked him, in that case, what will become of the noble families? Gabriel had responded, they will find a better life in service to God. The greedy shall learn integrity, and the arrogant shall learn humility. Asha sighed. It would be wonderful if it could truly be that way. Had he chosen a righteous path, he might have truly accomplished something. But he was willing to sacrifice the innocent of Pervaz, my people, for his own aims. I could never forgive such an act, trampling upon the weak and innocent for one's own motives and beliefs. She clenched her fists, recalling how she had once resented the prince for igniting the war in the south. Yet, in the end, he had not been responsible. Why did I assume he was capable of such a thing? Was it truly my own prejudice? A voice interrupted her thoughts. Asha. Startled, she turned to see Prince Carlisle standing behind her. What are you contemplating so deeply? He asked. Are you nervous? No. Is that what it looks like? She answered, masking her emotions. Not quite, but you generally do not remain awake at this hour. I was wondering if you had any concerns. She studied him quietly. Come to think of it, he did not look down upon Pervaz when he first arrived. Instead, he put those who insulted our home in their place. I may have been the arrogant and prejudiced one all along. Carlisle observed her silence and asked again, Asha, are you not concerned about tomorrow? She hesitated before responding, It is not what you think. I simply realized that I had been harboring foolish thoughts for quite some time. His gaze sharpened. Are you still contemplating whether it is wise to remain by my side? Well, that is partially true. She admitted. Now that I understand Gabriel's ideals and values, I wonder, what sort of future do you intend to envision? She turned to face him fully, her piercing eyes meeting his. Your Highness, what precisely are you fighting for? Carlisle remained speechless for a moment, lost in his own thoughts. To reclaim what was taken from me. To exact vengeance upon those who placed me in this predicament. No, that is not right. His voice softened as he finally answered, I am fighting for our lives, so that we may live in peace as equals. If I must speak honestly, there were times when I wished for the throne simply out of anger, so that no one would dare use me as a military dog again. After my title of Crown Prince was stripped from me, I felt deep resentment. I wanted nothing more than to bring destruction to all who wronged me. He paused, then smiled faintly. But then, I met you. On this dry and barren land, I saw the people of Pervaz. Despite everything, they remained full of hope. I learned from you and your people who, even in such dire circumstances, always looked forward with faith. I suppose I have changed because of that as well. Asha's heart wavered as she listened. Carlisle continued, "Now, I must admit that I am afraid of becoming emperor, because I now understand the duties and responsibilities such a position entails. But that is why I will wield my sword on the battlefield." She frowned slightly. "Does that not imply you will face great difficulties as a ruler, even if you emerge victorious in battle?" His expression hardened with determination. "I believe that is the very purpose of my existence." Asha was taken aback. Did the prince truly change so much because of Pervaz, just as I changed because of him? Carlisle observed her hesitation and said, "I suppose it must be difficult for you to believe. It must be challenging to hear a man like me say such things." But she shook her head. "No. In truth, it makes me trust you all the more. I have faith that you will be a good emperor, Your Highness. Should I be present, I shall ensure to support you through this endeavor." Carlisle's eyes softened, but then Asha added, "There is a question I would like to ask you." He nodded. "What is it?" She took a deep breath before stating firmly, "Tomorrow, please allow me to participate with the unit." Carlisle's eyes widened slightly. "What?" Asha, in a conversation with Carlisle, said to him, "Tomorrow, please allow me to participate in the unit." Carlisle replied, "What? But your body has not fully recovered yet." Asha said, "I would appreciate it if you could leave some of your royal knights to me to command." He said, "I guess I can do that, but I am worried that you are not at full capacity. If anything happens to you because of that, I will." Asha pleaded, "I beg of you. Every night, I dream of the night those monsters appeared in the castle as my men were dying in front of me. I was not able to save them. The only reason I have been able to stay calm all this time is because of the pledge I made to avenge them." Carlisle said, "Asha," she continued, "please allow me to take revenge for them. That is my last request." He became silent, but then said, "Just promise me one thing. You won't die no matter what. Do not cause the same despair you are suffering to the people of Pervaz who believe in you." Asha said, "Understood." He said, "You have to promise it here. Let's make a pinky promise." Then he held her hand and said, "If we make a promise like this, you have to fulfill it no matter what." Asha said, "All right, I will make sure to survive." Then they both made a pinky promise, and she was thinking, everything will be over after this. My revenge and the relationship I have with the prince. In the imperial palace, Matthias' assistant entered the room and shouted, "Your Majesty, Prince Carlisle has gathered the noble family supporting him, and their troops are stationed outside the northern gate." Matthias, waking up with a nonchalant attitude, said, "What are you talking about?" He yawned, and after seeing this attitude, the assistant screamed again, "I am saying that the traitor will come to the palace." With a rude tone, Matthias answered, "Traitors? Are they coming to take my place? You have to wake up the Empress." The assistant said, "The Empress is already in the conference room." Matthias, slowly dressing up, thought, "My mother's already outside." Seeing his laziness again, the assistant screamed, "Please hurry up and come outside, Your Majesty." Matthias thought, "In that case, I am sure she will take care of it somehow." All the officials were waiting at the conference table, and the assistant addressed them, "The Emperor has arrived." Beatrice glared at Matthias with cold eyes and said, "Why are you waking up this late, Your Majesty?" Then she handed him a letter and said, "Hurry up and sign this." As he started signing, she asked, "What about the royal guards and the other officials?" The assistant said, "They're on their way, Your Majesty." Beatrice sighed at Matthias' incompetence and said, "What a pack of slow and incompetent men." Matthias asked, "Mother, what is happening?" She said, "Did the butler not tell you anything?" He said, "He just said Carlisle was gathering with other traitors. I know you won't allow him to take my seat anyway." Tired of his foolishness, she thought, "Is this a side effect of the toxin I gave him? How can he be so simple-minded?" She then said, "We will try to prevent it, but if he does succeed, he will chop off your head and take the throne by force." Matthias exclaimed, "What?" With a sharp tone, she said, "I wonder if he is this stupid just because he resembles his father more." She held the letter and said, "When the officers and the royal guard gather, you have to read this announcement. You can do that, right?" He responded, yes. He thought, I know she is my mother, but isn't she going too far? How dare she nag and humiliate the emperor like this? Gabriel then whispered in her ear, Your Majesty, almost all the officials are here already. It seems those who were brought here have allied with the other side. Beatrice screamed, Those traitors! She then said, There is nothing we can do. We will make the announcement right now. Your Majesty, you remember what I gave you to read earlier, right? Matthias was lost in his thoughts, so she called his name again, Your Majesty? He replied, I have not read it yet. He added, If I am going to announce it, I have to know what I'm talking about. With an annoyed tone, she said, There is no time for that right now. Read out loud already. He, in frustration, screamed loudly at her, I am the emperor. Do not give me orders. Beatrice, trying to control her frustration, said, Matthias, what the hell is happening with you? With anger, he said, It is considered treason to want to take away power from the emperor. Knowing that, should I consider you a traitor? Gabriel intervened, Your Majesty, as Matthias was shouting at Beatrice. Gabriel tried to calm him down, but Beatrice also yelled, Matthias, how can you? Gabriel then placed his hand on Matthias' head. Matthias, infuriated, screamed, What are you doing? How dare you touch the body of the emperor? Gabriel was performing a ritual, using divine energy to possess Matthias. Suddenly, Matthias fell silent. Gabriel thought, Damn it, I can't believe he caused so much trouble for such a simple order. It seems some people noticed what I did, but it's fine. I will brainwash them later. Gabriel said, Your Majesty, I know you are stressed because of the traitors, but this is not the time for this. Now, please announce a new revision of the imperial laws. Matthias then began announcing, I, Matthias Gandrick Beatrice Ruben Bondel Evaristo, hereby declare a new set of adjustments to the imperial law. After announcing all the laws, his final words were, Let all accept and follow the laws previously reviewed. The room fell into silence. Everyone present was speechless. Outside the castle of Pervaz, the knights gathered as Carlisle addressed them. I apologize for making you fight in this bitter cold, he said, his voice firm. However, I promise to end this as quickly as possible. He then turned to Asha. How are you feeling? Great, she replied. Are you not cold? He asked again. She smirked. I'm a native of Pervaz. Carlisle was momentarily speechless before she added, There's no need to worry. You're already aware of my capabilities. That was when your body was still in good health. You have lost a considerable amount of weight, he pointed out. I have recovered enough. I actually prefer this snow. It makes me feel more agile. Carlisle sighed. Strength lies in your body, so do not be overconfident in what you once were, unless you wish for me to worry endlessly over you. Turning back to his soldiers, he addressed them. The hour of our decisive battle is upon us. Everyone pay attention. One of the knights spoke up. Are we traitors? No, another asked. Will you lead this rebellion to avenge the late emperor, slain by his treacherous wife, and to defend our realm from these extremist rebels? No, Carlisle answered again. The knights chanted, We are the sole guardians. We will shield the empire from the corruption wrought by traitors, demons, and barbarians. Then they raised their voices, calling his name, Carlisle Evaristo. Carlisle held up a hand. Do not chant my name just yet. He raised his sword high. We shall do so after reclaiming the throne of the Chad Empire, after freeing our empire from the hands of traitors and religious cultists. The castle gates opened, and he ordered, Advance! One by one, the knights marched forward in disciplined columns. Carlisle observed the enemy forces. They dispatched their knights sooner than I expected. A knight from the opposing army stepped forward. Carlisle Evaristo, hear the message I bear. The knight declared, under the new laws, gathering soldiers around the capital and threatening the imperial family is deemed treasonous. Carlisle smirked. They have hidden the true reason for the previous emperor's demise from the public and altered our sacred laws to suit their desires. Do you not think they are the ones who deserve to be charged with treason? The knight clenched his fists in frustration. This alteration of the law is a direct decree from the reigning emperor. If you continue to disobey, You will be considered, Carlisle interrupted. I had contemplated sparing Matthias, but now I shall show him little mercy. The knight seethed with anger as Carlisle spoke again. I will grant you all one final chance. Those who wish to stand with me, come forth now. Those who do not shall be deemed our enemies. But if you dare to face my wrath in battle and witness firsthand the blessing I have received, I shall not stop you. One of Matthias's knights urged his comrades. Don't be swayed by the words of a traitor. With the high church at our side, there is no blessing he possesses that could defeat us. Carlisle's expression darkened. Do you truly believe your mere flock of soldiers can withstand the blessing of a Gires that I possess? Do you think so simply just because Gabriel Knox stands with you? He lifted his sword and said, Very well. Let's see if you can even lay a scratch on my body. From the ranks of Matthias's army, Roberto Rodham stepped forward. I want to follow Prince Carlisle. Memories of Matthias's insults filled his mind, and he thought, this is my chance for revenge. Carlisle recognized him. Sir Rodham, yes? Rodham bowed slightly. It's been a while, Your Highness. Carlisle nodded. I heard you faced great difficulty due to my foolish younger brother. Thank you for making the wise choice now. I cannot keep the Empress waiting much longer, so I shall leave this option open for only the next 10 seconds. He began counting. 1 to... Don't listen to the nonsense of a traitor, one of Matthias's knights shouted. Carlisle sighed. Because of him, I must reduce the time. 9. He continued, and the enemy knights readied for battle. As Carlisle's army advanced, the knights under Matthias hesitated. Seeing the strength of Carlisle's forces, some began to waver. Carlisle ordered, position those who switch sides further to the rear. We shall not waste time witnessing how they strike down those they once called comrades. The great battle commenced. Carlisle, cutting through his enemies, muttered, Why do you all make it so difficult for me to see my mother? An enemy knight, swinging his blade, sneered, The Empress has but one true son, and he is the rightful heir to the throne. How dare you insult the Empress, you traitor? Carlisle smirked. Oh, do you truly believe I am the legitimate son of that woman? The knight lunged at him, but Carlisle, dodging effortlessly, chuckled. I had hoped you would recognize my sarcasm. Nearby, Asha engaged another opponent. Your Highness, he is unworthy of your response. I will handle him. She drew her sword. Regardless, all those who were sent here first are nothing but mere pawns. The knight scoffed. What business does a woman have here? Did you bring her as decoration? Asha launched a fierce attack. First and foremost, how dare you address the future emperor in such a disrespectful manner, you bastard? The knight turned to Carlisle. Your Highness, are you going to let her? Carlisle smirked. Oh, she's fine. She is more than capable of taking care of them. As Asha fought, Carlisle observed. She looks beautiful at first glance, yet in truth, she is utterly terrifying. Since I am well versed in swordsmanship from my training at the capital, this is merely a joke to me. But for someone like Asha, this is nothing more than child's play. Asha taunted her opponent. Your swordsmanship is quite rudimentary. The knight, struggling against her relentless attacks, thought, impossible. How can a woman be this strong? Seeing his desperation, Asha delivered a final, devastating strike. The knight, bleeding, gasped, Wait. Asha did not hesitate. Her blade struck true, and as her opponent collapsed, she murmured, What a mess. What a mess. Carlisle, standing nearby, watched the scene unfold and scoffed. Is that all an imperial knight can do? Asha stood over the lifeless body, silent for a moment before responding. It's not that my skills exceed theirs. Their strikes simply lack conviction. I can sense the hesitation behind their cause. Carlisle smirked. Is that so? Such a shame. Their conversation was interrupted as they noticed someone running towards them. Carlisle smiled knowingly. Oh, so you've really arrived. A group of Imperial Palace Knights had come to fight against Carlisle's forces. One of them shouted, In honor of the High Priest and the Empress, eliminate these traitors who dare tarnish the honor of the Chad Empire. The knight lunged at Carlisle, and their swords clashed. The knight sneered, That trick of yours, which you dare call a blessing, shall not prevail against me. Carlisle's grip tightened around his sword. So, you must possess some sort of divine power as well. But do you truly believe I have survived this long solely by virtue of God's blessing? The knight retorted, God is on our side. Even if you were truly blessed, you will never triumph. Carlisle smirked. Then go ahead, try me. You are not even half as strong as the Knights of Pervaz. Let me demonstrate what it truly means to fight for your life. With that, Carlisle delivered a final, devastating blow, injuring the knight. From now on, I will show you what real power looks like. Meanwhile, in Pervaz, Decker was strolling through the castle when he stopped in front of a painting. Gazing at it, he murmured, I hope you are safe. Asha, Dorothea approached from behind. Sir Donovan? Decker turned. Lady Dorothy? What brings you here? She smiled. I was taking a stroll around the castle when I saw you and decided to follow. He chuckled. You must be rather bored without the prince and Lord Rappeld around. She nodded. I was genuinely surprised when I first saw this painting. The more I observe it, the more I appreciate its beauty. The characters and emotions are wonderfully expressed within it. Decker sighed. That is true. I share the same sentiment, though Asha may not agree. Dorothea smiled. To be honest, I believe the painting captures the true essence of Countess Pervaz perfectly. She is the most noble and valiant person I have ever met. Ever since I first encountered her, I knew she would be the most suitable candidate for Empress. Decker raised an eyebrow. Is that so? I was under the impression that it was a position you coveted. She shook her head. That's not quite the case. It's merely what my father desires. Living in peace, surrounded by books, would bring me such happiness. He asked, if Prince Carlisle does not reciprocate your feelings, what will you do? Dorothea hesitated. I'm not sure. It would be something for my father to decide. Decker's expression turned serious. As long as you don't give up, I'm certain you will find a way to achieve your dreams. We might not live to see tomorrow. Do you not think it unfair to allow yourself to be treated like a puppet? You should live as you desire, so you have no regrets when your time comes. Her eyes softened. Until now, I had not even considered what kind of path I wanted to pursue. However, I believe I understand it a bit better now. As she pondered, she thought to herself, I wish to remain in Pervaz with you. This place has begun to feel like a true home to me, a sanctuary where I can genuinely believe I belong to a family. Just like you, I wish to live a life protecting those I love. Decker, noticing her lost in thought, chuckled. I will support you in finding your path. She smiled warmly. Thank you. She then asked, Sir Donovan, what path did you choose for yourself? Decker's expression turned somber. Ever since I was a child, I made a vow to protect Pervaz with my life, and to protect Asha. Seeing his hands tremble slightly, Dorothea reassured him. I am certain the Countess will return safely. She has the prince by her side, and he possesses the blessing of Aiguiers. Decker nodded. Yes, to be honest, Asha seems to be favored by the god of death, for she has a remarkable ability to overcome great adversities. I am confident they will return safely. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, Matthias watched anxiously from the window, his face pale as he saw the strength of Carlisle's forces. Beatrice, standing beside him, clenched her jaw. Gabriel entered the room. Were you looking for me, Empress? Beatrice and Matthias turned to face him. High Priest, she took Gabriel's hand and led him aside for a private conversation. What the hell is happening? Carlisle has more than just a few noble families on his side. Gabriel's expression remained calm. You seem to lack faith, Empress. Just be patient a little longer, and you will see that the gods are with us. She was speechless, thinking to herself, even our holy knights are struggling to maintain their resolve. What tactic is he using to inspire such unwavering faith? Is he on the battlefield himself? Regaining her composure, she said, if that's the case, I apologize for bothering you. You must be quite busy. Gabriel nodded. I understand, but I also request one thing from you. Regardless of what transpires, do not allow yourself to panic or doubt my intentions. She frowned. Huh? What does that mean? He smiled cryptically. You shall come to understand in due time. Until we meet again, She clenched her fists in frustration as he walked away. Damn it. Gabriel left the place after his conversation with the Empress, deep in thought. The issue stems from discerning the identities of all the nobles who were present at the bell tower that day. If only I had identified them earlier. No, the fault lies with Asha Pervaz's betrayal. It seems the time has come. I had not anticipated the need to play this card so soon. He stood silently, watching the people of God, praying for their success in battle. His gaze was fixed upon them until one of his companions approached and whispered in his ear, "High Priest, the situation outside seems unusual. 3 of the 5 holy knights have already fallen in battle. Even the knights blessed by our God are losing ground to the prince." Gabriel frowned. Carlisle's blessing should not affect the holy knights. It shouldn't. It is not that he is wielding his blessing against them, the companion replied. Rather, the gap in their combat abilities is simply far too great. Gabriel, deep in thought, walked forward and stood before the gathered believers. He looked at them and spoke with solemn authority. "Hear me, my brothers, bound by blood, soul, flesh, and devotion. Are you all prepared to lay down your lives for our God?" "Yes," they all responded in unison. "If that is your resolve, then rise and clasp the hands of those beside you," he commanded. As he watched them obey, he thought to himself, "There will be no turning back once I cast my dark magic upon these people. Channeling this magic could consume my body, causing it to wither and crumble. But there is no retreat left for me now. Even if it costs me my very flesh, my vision must become reality. Your sacrifice shall serve as the cornerstone of the Holy Empire. Take pride in this." Suddenly, the knights and believers became alarmed. "What are you doing, High Priest?" "I can't move," they cried out as they collapsed to the ground under the weight of Gabriel's magic. Gabriel, clutching his chest in pain, realized his time was running out. "I must put an end to Carlisle immediately." He staggered out of the church, his body racked with pain. Beatrice saw him and rushed to his side. "High Priest, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" "It is nothing. I must prepare the magic circle. We have little time." "Magic circle?" she questioned. Gabriel suddenly shouted, "Asha Pervaz is still in the hands of that demon." Beatrice was taken aback. "What are you?" "I owe it to her to destroy that demon once and for all. Do not interrupt me," he declared before vanishing in a thin air, leaving Beatrice in shock. On the battlefield, Carlisle turned to Asha. "I am relieved the Holy Knights chose to retreat. It has given us a brief moment to recover." "I will go assess the casualties," Asha replied. As she moved through the field, she overheard the knights murmuring. "What's that? It's a strange shape." Her eyes widened in horror as she saw the magic circle. She immediately shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle at once." She ran back to Carlisle. "Your Highness, Gabriel Knox is making his move. The monsters and barbarians that emerge from the magic circles in Pervaz will soon appear here as well. We must cast holy water on it to dispel the magic. We need to gather holy water at once." Carlisle turned to Lionel. "No wonder we were able to breach the gates so easily. Lionel, gather the other nobles. They must have holy water in the prayer rooms of their estates," Lionel responded. Carlisle examined the formation. "That's a teleportation circle, a portal to the Forgotten Lands." Asha's expression turned grim. "Savage barbarians and monstrous creatures will emerge from it." Silence fell over them before Asha declared, "Do not hesitate. Slay them on sight, for there will be no second chance." Suddenly, monstrous creatures began pouring through the portal. The knights, terrified, muttered in fear, "What are those things?" "Move," Asha commanded, drawing her weapon and striking down the monsters one by one. She fought fiercely, her resolve unwavering. "I will never forgive you," she roared, launching a powerful attack against the beasts. Carlisle called out to the troops, "Everyone, snap out of it and fight." As they battled together, Carlisle turned to Asha. "I am exhausted from fighting, but I'm sure you are even more weary. I can't stop thinking about those magic circles. Magic like that requires a vast amount of power, but where does it come from? Have you figured anything out?" he asked. Asha nodded. "The elders of Pervaz have reached the same conclusion. Such power must be tied to dark magic, as though someone has been consumed by it. She continued, normally, dark magic is purified with holy magic, but it is said that some dark magicians can absorb it instead and wield it for themselves. Carlisle's expression darkened. Don't tell me. That's what Gabriel Knox has done. Are you really suggesting that someone so devout has allowed himself to be corrupted by dark magic? I can't say for certain, Asha admitted, but it's the only explanation that makes sense. Then he must have either become a dark sorcerer himself or allied with one, Carlisle concluded. His grip on his sword tightened. They have tried for so long to brand me as a heretic, a traitor to the gods, but in truth, the real traitor was among them all along. Be cautious. He may hold a particular grudge against you. That's fine, Asha replied coldly. Whatever his grudge, it cannot rival mine against him. Gabriel stood alone, deep in thought. This may be the first time in history that anyone has crafted a magic circle of such power. The sacrifice of so many lives was certainly worth it. But the real question now is, how should I wield this power? How can I compel people to look up to me, even after unleashing such a devastating attack on Carlisle's army? A sinister idea formed in his mind. That's it, Asha Pervaz. The Countess's hair is as dark as the depictions of our God in the scriptures. If I channel dark magic into her and transform her to resemble Kraksh, I can use her to kill the prince. Afterward, I will reabsorb the dark magic and present her as a martyr I saved. Such a display of divine intervention will ensure that no one dares oppose the establishment of the Holy Empire. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his chest. He staggered, clutching at his ribs. What? How? His body trembled. Since when did I start having thoughts like this? I can't believe I even entertained the notion of having Countess Pervaz take the prince's life with her own hands. At this rate, it will not be Countess Pervaz who succumbs to corruption, but rather me. A voice, dark and insidious, whispered within him. Are you attempting to flee now? But you should already know, you cannot escape me. Gabriel's breath hitched. No, listen to me, the voice that resonates deep within you. You who have tasted true power beyond your understanding cannot abandon it now. Let my power guide you, enabling you to achieve whatever you desire. Do not resist. Embrace my power. Gabriel's resolve wavered, his expression twisting in agony. Indeed, this is the only path for my cause to succeed. I will set a trap and draw Asha Pervaz in. On the battlefield, Carlisle fought fiercely beside Asha. Amidst the chaos, he suddenly shouted, Asha! Lost in battle, she didn't hear him at first. Her sword cut through the monstrous creatures before her, but something fell off. Carlisle called again, louder this time. Asha! She finally snapped back to reality and turned toward him. Your Highness! He exhaled sharply. You were too focused. I called for you repeatedly. She furrowed her brow. I didn't hear you. I could tell. His voice softened. I understand how you must be feeling, but please, take care of yourself. Asha stiffened. You think you understand how I feel? Calm yourself, he urged. I may not fully understand, but please, be careful. I'm not doing anything reckless. Then promise me, he said firmly. Promise me you'll be careful. She hesitated, but then sighed. I never had any intention of breaking my word. Then look me in the eyes and say it. She frowned. I don't believe this is the time to waste on such trivial matters. But he simply held out his hand. After a moment's pause, she placed hers in his. This matters to me. Her thoughts swirled with confusion. What has gotten into him all of a sudden? Hasn't our charade already ended? We promised to stay alive until the end of our contract, but why is he treating me like this? She let out a breath. I apologize if I caused you concern. I'm not blindly rushing into battle without proper consideration. I just witnessed something troubling. Very well, Carlisle relented. But don't act on your own. Understood. Side by side, they pressed forward, cutting down the monstrous creatures. But then, something caught Asha's attention. I am certain they went this way. She murmured, eyes narrowing. She stepped ahead, scanning her surroundings. Suddenly, her breath hitched. This! Carlisle noticed her reaction. Asha, I believe I need to go over there and check something. She approached cautiously, her instincts screaming at her. Then, she heard it, a knight's desperate struggle. "Let go of me. I told you, let me go." Asha's eyes widened. She gripped her sword and rushed forward. The sight before her made her blood run cold. "A magic circle. It's a trap," she shouted. Before she could react, divine power surged from the circle, crackling with energy. Her sword slipped from her grasp, and in the next instant, she disappeared. Asha had fallen into Gabriel's trap. She was stunned as she realized. "It's a trap." Suddenly, Gabriel appeared and said, "Given that you entered the magic circle without any prior preparation, you are bound to experience some complications as a result. Welcome, Countess Pervaz." He leaned over her, and she glared at him. "High Priest." Gabriel began a ritual, holding her in his grasp. She shouted, "Did you use dark magic to bring me here?" He stepped outside the magic circle and smirked. "You assumed I was relying on dark magic? I can't believe that a servant of God, such as yourself, would resort to the devil's power." He continued, "This power, too, comes from God. It simply carries a different name." Asha's thoughts raced. Has the high priest's eyes always looked like that? It's as if he is becoming a demon himself. Gabriel's voice cut through her thoughts. "Did you know I lured you here? Using the remnants of my black magic left in your body, I was able to compel you to come." "What?" Asha gasped. "Of course, I had to conjure an illusion of those barbarians whom you despise so much, making it appear as though they were abducting someone. Without that, I doubt you would have fallen so easily. Yet, thanks to the traces of my magic within you, here you are, back to your master. Damn it, if only I could move my body." Asha could feel her strength slowly returning. "I just need to buy some time." Gabriel grasped her hand tightly. "Don't even think about doing anything stupid. Now that you are here, escaping on your own will be impossible." Asha narrowed her eyes. "Did God command you to capture me like this as well? I don't believe you brought me here to attempt to persuade me again." He smirked. "You will become my martyr, Countess Pervaz. You are necessary for my goal of eliminating Carlisle, Evaristo, and establishing a holy empire. I will fill your body with black magic. That way, all the other soldiers will see you as the reincarnation of the traitor god Karakesh. And the only thing you will be able to think about is killing Prince Carlisle. But don't worry, the black magic will amplify your strength, so killing him will be very easy for you." "You crazy bastard." Asha spat. Gabriel continued, "After that, I plan to let you run rampant as a demon for a while. You will kill many people, unable to distinguish between friend or foe. Your own life will become the source of your strength. So your plan is to save the day from me after letting me wreak havoc as a demon?" Asha challenged. "People will believe whatever I say is the truth." "How absurd." Asha seethed. She lunged at him, but Gabriel deflected her attack. "You murderous bastard." Meanwhile, outside the magic circle, the battle raged on. Carlisle fought bravely, scanning the battlefield. Asha still has not returned. Between fights, he called out, "Lionel, what do you need, Your Highness?" "Asha has disappeared. I need to go look for her." Lionel took in the urgency of his words. Carlisle continued, "Please handle things here while I search for her. As soon as you get the holy water, make sure to disperse it all over the magic circle in the palace." "Understood." Lionel responded before addressing the knights. Carlisle clenched his fist. "I was not planning to use this method, but..." He closed his eyes and concentrated his power. Inside the magic circle, Asha continued to struggle. Gabriel watched her futile efforts. "Your strength has not fully returned, but even if you had all your strength, you still wouldn't be able to overcome me. So stop doing things that will only cause you more pain, and shut up. You have said to me before, did you not? You wish to establish an empire where everything took precedence over God." Gabriel's gaze darkened. "I'm going to turn this empire into a holy empire. It will be a paradise where everything will take precedence over God. But looking at you now, I can't help but feel that it was all just a front. You don't truly want to establish a holy empire. You just want power for yourself. At least the royal family and nobles are more transparent about it. They don't act hypocritically like you, using God's name for their own gain." Gabriel laughed. loud and unrestrained. Even though I am far more powerful than Prince Carlisle now, you continue to reject me, Countess Pervaz. With divine power, he attacked Asha, slamming her against the wall. She winced in pain as he approached, grasping both her hands and pressing his weight onto her. Despite the situation, Asha smirked. Did I anger you? I already know you will never be able to defeat Prince Carlisle. Gabriel's laughter grew darker. He lifted one of her hands and held her face. That might have been the case before, but now that your body and life are in my hands, I can't help but wonder how sweet your body might be. Asha snarled. Gabriel chuckled. It is the same for me. I am discomforted by these feelings of mine. However, when I think about taking you from Carlisle, it's worth it. You've got it wrong. I don't belong to Prince Carlisle in that way. He smirked. Initially, I had intended to sedate you to ease the process, but I think this will be better. Accept me, Asha. You just have to relax. As he moved closer to her lips, ready to force himself upon her, a sudden attack struck him from behind. Asha's eyes widened in shock as she saw Carlisle standing there, his sword dripping with blood. Carlisle's eyes burned with fury. You crazy bastard. How dare you insult my wife like that? Asha said, Your Highness. Gabriel Knox knelt at his feet, so Carlisle placed his foot on his chest and tried to punch him, then threw him aside. Asha said, Watch out. He is capable of wielding very powerful black magic. Carlisle, while beating him, was distracted. Gabriel then gathered himself, covering with black magic, and said, How did you know we were here? Carlisle replied, God guided me here. What of it? Gabriel sneered. What kind of absurdity are you spouting? Well, this turn of events works in my favor. I will simply kill you right now and finally rid myself of you. Carlisle responded, You must have been eager to pull off that little trick. How should I retaliate? I also happen to possess something quite similar. Gabriel was shocked and asked, Holy magic? Impossible. How could you possess such power? Carlisle said, If you refuse to believe it, then I shall simply demonstrate. Carlisle then used divine energy to launch an attack on Gabriel. Gabriel shouted, How dare you strike me, you repulsive pig? A fierce battle ensued. Asha watched the magic circles, thinking, I've nearly regained my strength. That magic circle over there must be crucial, given that he's doing everything he can to keep the prince away from it. But how can I destroy it without any holy magic? Then she noticed something shining. While hiding from Gabriel's eyes, she grabbed the bottle that was glowing and thought, He carries holy water while wielding demonic powers. He's truly lost his mind. But thanks to that, I now have chance. I'm not sure if this much holy water will be enough, but it's worth a shot. Then Gabriel saw Asha and said, What do you think you are doing? Asha threw the water on the magic circle. Gabriel begged, Please, but she did not listen. As she threw the water, Gabriel attacked her with black magic. She was struck and thrown against the wall. Carlisle shouted her name, Asha. The magic circle began weakening, and Asha thought, Does it work? She then said to Carlisle, Your Highness, the magic circle is weakening. Carlisle said, All my life, I have wondered why I was born with the blessing of Aguirre, but now, I believe it's because I was chosen to destroy you, the true evil threatening our world. Gabriel thought, Damn it, I can't let him defeat me. He then used some divine energy. Carlisle responded with his own energy, and the two engaged in a battle of forces. Carlisle, with his positive energy, hit Gabriel and made him stagger. Blood started coming out of Gabriel's mouth. Carlisle approached him, and Asha asked, Is he dead? Carlisle replied, I'm not sure. More importantly, are you all right? That bastard struck you with his magic, didn't he? Asha said, I'm fine, but she then added, The magic circle, it's still there. Carlisle said, In that case, maybe I could do something about it. Asha asked, What are you planning to do? Carlisle answered, If I don't make it through this, make sure to strike Gabriel with my sword. There's no other way to defeat him. Asha said, Your Highness, Carlisle thought, perhaps I can absorb the magic from this circle, just like he did with Asha's curse. I have drained too much power fighting Gabriel. He used the power to drain the energy, giving all his effort to remove the magic circle and stop the monsters who were fighting and attacking. Lionel grew worried and thought, they still haven't gotten rid of the magic circles? If we keep going like this, we'll lose too many troops. Then someone called his name, Lord Bailey. He saw it was a knight who came and said, the magic circles are disappearing. Lionel asked, what? Is that true? The knight replied, yes, now the monsters will stop invading. Lionel shouted, the magic circles are gone. Once we defeat the remaining monsters, no more will come to stop us. All the knights cheered, and Carlisle continued his efforts to stop the magic circle. Suddenly, it disappeared. Asha said, Your Highness, the magic circle has disappeared. How did you manage it? It was created with such powerful dark magic. There was no response from Carlisle, and Asha grew worried. She called his name, Your Highness. She called his name again, Your Highness. She then came closer to him. Carlisle was in an unconscious state. Asha tried to comfort him, and he slowly opened his eyes and said, Asha? Asha asked, Are you all right, Your Highness? He replied, I'm fine, though it was the first time I've ever expended such a significant amount of holy magic. More importantly, the magic circle, Asha said, it disappeared. She helped him stand and asked, How the hell did you do it? He answered, It was just a stroke of luck. Then he stood up and said, I had an idea after I thought about how your curse was handled before. Seems I was truly destined by the gods to defeat Gabriel. Asha replied, No, another night. How did you get here? I didn't even know where we are. Carlisle showed her the necklace she was wearing and said, Because you didn't remove this. Asha was shocked. He said, When I realized you had disappeared, I became so anxious that I feared I might lose my mind. But then I suddenly recalled the necklace I gave you. He then asked, Why did you continue wearing it? You know I lied to you about it. Asha responded, Well, not everything was a lie. You did save my life thanks to this necklace. Carlisle said, I thought you might have preferred not to use it anymore. That's why I urged you to take care of yourself earlier. Asha said, I trust you, Your Highness. Even if the high priest had turned me into a demon, I am certain you would have stopped me before I could do any harm. Carlisle said, Who can say? I don't think I can bring myself to hurt you. Asha was speechless. She then turned her head and said, You've been pondering this for some time, but you must be more cautious with your words, Your Highness. Saying things like you grew anxious when I disappeared or that you can't bring yourself to harm me. Anyone might easily take that as a confession. Carlisle asked, A misunderstanding? Asha replied, Actually, it's not important. Let's stop talking about it. Carlisle said, It is not a misunderstanding. Asha asked, What are you? Carlisle answered, I told you, it's not a misunderstanding. They both stared at each other. Asha asked, Then why did you? Carlisle replied, We can't idly linger here much longer. Things are still chaotic out there. They then looked at Gabriel's body. Carlisle said, I will handle Gabriel. Asha replied, Yes. She smiled and stared at him. Outside, the fight was still ongoing. Lionel, after seeing Carlisle, asked, Were you successful in capturing Gabriel Knox? Carlisle replied, Yes. I believe he is depleted of dark magic now. I also destroyed his magic circle with holy magic. Lionel said, So it was thanks to you that the magic circle vanished? Carlisle then stared at Gabriel and said, In that case, what should we do with him? Carlisle answered, I will take him prisoner for questioning later. I need to ensure I gather enough evidence to prove to everyone that he is a dark magician. One of the knights said to Carlisle, We have gathered all the bodies in one place. Carlisle said, Burn them all. The remnants of black magic might still linger within them. I doubt my timid little brother will come out of hiding in the palace. He ordered everyone, Let's go inside. They all followed his command, saying, Yes, Your Highness. They went inside, and Gabriel was sitting in a chair covered with ropes so that he could not move. Gabriel opened his eyes and said, Where am I? Carlisle said, You're finally awake. Gabriel responded, Now then, you're the bastard who murdered my father, aren't you? Carlisle became silent for a moment, but then he said, I doubt that you were the priest responsible for assisting my father with his prayers during that time. Gabriel was speechless. So Carlisle clenched his fist and said, "Before that, you also unleashed those demons and ravaged Pervaz, probably intended to distract me." Carlisle moved toward him, placed both hands on Gabriel's chest, and Gabriel screamed. Carlisle said with pressure and anger, "How dare you commit such vile acts against Pervaz?" Gabriel, confused and terrified, said, "Your enemy is me, not Asha." Carlisle responded, "Yet you took innocent lives to further your own agenda. Asha's comrades, those she trusted and cared about. Do you even comprehend the agony she's enduring because of your actions? No, it's too soon to stop. Dark magic feeds on the lives of others, does it not? Have you forgotten the number of lives you've sacrificed to gain that power?" Gabriel thought, "I led innocent people to death, all for my own selfish thirst for more dark magic." Embarrassed, he said to Carlisle, "I would never do something like that." Carlisle said, "Even so, it doesn't change the fact that you harmed Asha." Carlisle was about to leave the room and said, "I have no intentions of an immediate execution for you. First, you will have to confess to the public that you are a dark magician. In the meantime, you may reflect on your past actions. Recall the faces of those you led to death." Gabriel was terrified and said, "Everything he's saying is just a heap of nonsense. It's impossible for me to have killed so many people like that. What have I done?" A few days later, Beatrice, along with Matthews, entered the imperial palace and walked toward the piano and the table where everyone was sitting. Carlisle was also seated, thinking it seemed she still managed to win the new high church over to her side. Beatrice sat and said, "Well then, let's begin." The archbishop said, "Kidnapping a high priest of the church is a grave act of religious oppression. Not only is it intolerable to the gods, but the Chattian people would never tolerate such blasphemy either." Carlisle asked, "Does anyone here disagree with the statement of Archbishop Raedrel?" Everyone remained silent. He then said, "I see no disagreement. It seems everyone shares the same view of High Priest Gabriel. In that case, we must deliberate something else first, whether you were aware of his secret or not. I am referring to the fact that Gabriel Knox is a dark magician." The archbishop stood and said, "You are spouting nonsense. How dare you accuse the high priest of practicing dark magic?" She was thinking, Gabriel Knox is a dark magician? Could it be that? Then she said, "I have been observing the high priest for some time now, and I find no evidence that suggests that he practices dark magic. Kindly refrain from causing disruptions by making unfounded remarks about him." He said, "I believe the one causing disruptions here is someone else entirely." Then he stood up and said to the archbishop, "Archbishop Raedrel, are you familiar with the symptoms that manifest in the bodies of dark magicians?" He replied, "Of course I am. They are said to be tormented by relentless nightmares, gradually lose their vision, and endure constant pain. But none of these symptoms are apparent in Gabriel." He said, "Why don't we instead ask the accused directly if he has been experiencing any of these symptoms?" Then the high priest arrived, and all attention was drawn to him. Beatrice said to him, "How could you bring the high priest here without any prior notice?" He replied, "Isn't it clear why I kept it confidential? If you had known, you likely would have devised another scheme with the high church." Then he ordered everyone, "Please maintain your distance from the suspect. I only brought him here to address your grievances." The archbishop said, "How dare you act in this manner?" He said, "High Priest Gabriel, I've been told that you have terrible black marks covering your body. Is that true?" Then he remembered Asha's words, which she had said, "Will he face punishment for practicing black magic?" Carlisle replied, "As far as I understand, yes, that is the standard, though this time feels like it might be an exception. We must uncover evidence proving his involvement with dark magic." Asha asked, "Signs of dark magic? In that case, he does have dark marks covering his body?" He asked, "On his body?" She said, "I was able to catch a glimpse of it back when he was treating me." He said, "I see." Then she said, "Just before you arrived, I observed dark patches on his body, and he also mentioned the pain they caused him. At the time, I assumed it was some sort of illness. I apologize for not informing you sooner." He said, "It is only natural to keep private details about someone's body confidential. Do not worry. Gabriel made the choice to take an unconventional path. She said, "But even with this knowledge, how can we definitely prove he is a dark magician? We can't just publicly strip him of his robes in front of everyone." He said, "To reveal the truth about Gabriel, I am prepared to take extreme measures." Then, in the present, the Archbishop scolded Carlisle for bringing Gabriel here. "If you continue accusing the high priest without evidence, the high church will not stand for it." Then he asked the high priest, "High priest, please don't remain silent. Say something." He was speechless and bowed his head. So Carlisle said, "Why don't we just confirm it for ourselves?" He asked, "How do you plan on doing that?" Carlisle said, "We can determine the truth if we examine his body right now." Beatrice, angered, said, "Are you proposing to dishonor the high priest by exposing him in front of everyone?" Carlisle then turned to her side and said, "Certainly not." Carlisle said, "What if only the high minister, Archbishop Radril, and Matthias conduct the examination? That would preserve the high priest's dignity." She said, "You are so insistent. It is not appropriate to expose a high priest like that in front of so many people." And all the public started screaming, "He is a high priest after all." Gabriel then said, "You have no objections. I can reveal my body right now, if that is your wish." Beatrice then said, "High priest," and his companion asked, "Are you truly all right with that?" Then Gabriel started taking off his clothes, and the public was surprised to see his body. Carlisle was also staring at his body, as it was covered with dark marks. Matthias then screamed loudly, "You are really a dark magician. Did you cast dark magic on me?" Beatrice said, "Calm down, your majesty. Dark spots like those are more common symptoms than you might think. Is there any evidence suggesting they were caused by the use of dark magic?" Gabriel said, "Impress, you don't need to concern yourself about me. No matter how much we deny the fact, the remains are that I took many lives to gain power," he said as he wore his clothes again. The Archbishop said, "Are you admitting that you were using dark magic of your own volition?" Gabriel said, "That is correct. I truly believed I was doing it for God's will, but upon reflection, I realized that was not the case. The moment I embraced dark magic, the devil began to gnaw at my heart. That's why I took things too far, deceived both myself and those around me." The Archbishop was surprised, so Gabriel continued, "Dark magic continued to corrupt my body and plagued me with terrible nightmares each night. I was tormented by the faces of those I'd killed. I will never forget those faces for as long as I live. But that is something I will have to carry for the rest of my life as well, like these black spots that remain on my body and will never fade." Carlisle then said, "Well, he has confessed everything on his own, so I believe he has nothing more to discuss." Then he said, looking at Beatrice, "If we were to list all the sins Gabriel has committed, we would be here for days. So let's pass judgment now." Beatrice was speechless and said, "The high priest will be detained in the underground dungeon for the time being." Then they took the high priest to the dungeon. He left the place. Carlisle was staring at him. Then Matthias said to Beatrice, "I can't believe there was a dark magician by my side all this time." Beatrice said, "Yes, your majesty." Then she stood up, angry, and said, "This meeting will be postponed until later. We will discuss Gabriel's sentence at the next meeting. We are not finished yet." So Carlisle said, "Have you forgotten the question I asked at the beginning? Whether any of you were aware of the high priest being a magician? You still have not answered that question yet." Beatrice said, "What are you?" He said, "This is a matter of great importance because if that is the case, you all will remain accomplices in the murder of my father." Then the Archbishop scurried. "I had no idea. Had I known, I would have never tried to defend him." Beatrice said, "The truth is a horrifying revelation for me as well." Then, tired, she said, "It seems the high priest has not only been using me all this time to gain power from the royal family, but he is even responsible for the death of my husband." Carlisle said, "If that turns out to be true, the high priest will not be forgiven for his actions. However, my father died on a Monday, and just before that, the usual priest who accompanied him was replaced. Is that truly something Gabriel Knox planned on his own?" Beatrice then screamed loudly, "How dare you! I have only ever wished the best for the late emperor. Are you implying I was involved? Then she left the place, saying, I don't have to listen to any of this. I am leaving. Carlisle, with mysterious eyes, started looking at her. Beatrice was filled with anger as she moved away from the place, carrying a fear that she didn't even catch. In a room of discussion, all the people sat in silence after Beatrice left. Suddenly, some people sitting there started glaring at him as he blamed the Empress. Beatrice's companion screamed and said, The Empress vehemently denies any knowledge of the High Priest being a dark magician. Carlisle started laughing and said, Are you foolishly allowing yourself to be deceived by her? Another companion also said louder, How dare you? So Carlisle said, Believe me or not, it doesn't matter. Today's meeting was meant to reveal the true nature of Gabriel Knox. We can address the legitimate usurpation of the throne on another occasion, but you must carefully consider this. Then he stood up and before leaving said, Whose side are you on? The day after that, the truth about Gabriel was revealed. Waves of doubt regarding the integrity and credibility of the temple surged. It caused a clear rift between the Empire's knights and the knights of the temple. Lionel said, The revelation also impacted the noble families loyal to the Empress, many of whom have already made official declarations to switch allegiance to your side. Carlisle said, Everyone is moving swiftly. This only solidifies one thing for me. He looked at Asha and said, That we have already won this battle. Asha thought, We? She said, Is it truly a wise decision for us to attend such a pivotal meeting on our own? What if the Imperial Knights attempt a surprise attack? He said, I doubt they will be reckless enough to try that. And besides, if anyone there is to harm me, I trust that you will protect me. Then he stood up, and Asha said, All right. He said, Well then, let's go reclaim the throne that was my birthright from the very beginning. They all then moved toward the imperial palace to the throne. Some knights tried to stop them, and a fight started between them. One knight shouted and ran toward Carlisle and said, You bastard! Asha protected Carlisle from his attack, making him fall to the floor. Asha then said to Carlisle, What should I do with him? He said, I pity them. They were driven to such extremes by the foolish decisions of the current empire. Because of that, I will grant him mercy one last time. However, from this moment forward, I will show no mercy to anyone who dares to threaten my life. And thus, I ask of you, who still value your life, to step aside. They then moved forward. Now, another came in their way to fight with them. Beatrice stepped down the stairs of the dungeon, running fast in a hurry. She reached the prisoner Gabriel and said, High Priest Gabriel, Carlisle is coming for me at this very moment, and this means that I will be forced to give the throne back to him. Gabriel said, It seems so. She said, High Priest, you said you were going to help me. Then she said louder, I don't care if you have to use dark magic or whatever. Just do something to help. He said, Is that truly what you desire? She said louder, Even after you admitted to practicing dark magic in front of Carlisle. Do you know why I continue trying to defend you? Because I need your strength. Are you still able to conjure dark magic? He said, No, the dark magic I was channeling has already dissipated. She said, Then find a new source. It is your duty as an imperial advisor to serve the royal family until the very end. He said, I dare not use dark magic anymore. But then she grabbed his neck, and Gabriel, due to the pain, said, I don't want more innocent people to die. She, with anger, said, If that is the case, then hand that power to me. I will use your life as the basis to channel dark magic. Beatrice was grabbing his neck very hard and torturing him. Gabriel said, Please leave, Empress. Beatrice stood up and said, Let's see how much longer you can remain like that. But don't think I will let you off easily next time. Gabriel was thinking, Is Countess Pervaz also coming to the palace today? Then Asha, along with Carlisle, came in front of Matthias and Beatrice, and they were protected by the royal knights. Beatrice said, It seems you are not as clever as you once were, Carlisle. I can't believe you rested in without any prior counsel. Did my knights spare your life just so that you could have an audience with me? I did not need to think too much about it. After all, these knights were forcefully recruited by you and the throne into this senseless dispute against their will, right? Carlisle said, To be honest, I was expecting a peaceful negotiation, but it seems I was too naive. Beatrice said, I've been too generous with you. I will generously reward anyone who brings me your head. The knights prepared to fight him, and she shouted, Come on, what are you waiting for? He said, arrogant as ever. You're trying to rally soldiers who have already lost their will to fight. Asha then said, as they became their backup, Why are those cowards from the temple arriving at this moment? Beatrice said, Gabriel, he must have changed his mind. Matthias said, If this is Gabriel's doing, does that mean he is using dark magic again? She said, Yes, that must be it. Asha said, Didn't you say that he reflected on himself, and that is why he confessed to being a dark magician? He said, So that side was all a farce. She said, The best thing we can do right now is focus on protecting each other, Your Highness. He said, I'm glad I brought my weapon. She said, while fighting with the soldiers, Had you been foolish enough to come unarmed, it would have been like arriving without your limbs in front of someone like me. She thought to herself, I have saved Say, which is controlled by dark matric, many times before. These knights should be no different. Then the knights started moving toward Beatrice. They all gathered in front of her instead of fighting with Asha or Carlisle. Beatrice said, What are you doing? You have to attack them. Suddenly, Gabriel appeared and said, What were you expecting? Did you really think I was going to help you again? She screamed louder, High Priest Gabriel, how dare you do this to me? Then she ordered, Quick, attack them. Move. The knights prepared to fight Carlisle's team, and now Gabriel was also on his side. A great battle erupted between them. Many of Carlisle's soldiers were killed, so Asha shouted, Gabriel, what are you doing? You said you could not use dark magic anymore. Gabriel replied, Dark magic works at the expense of life force. This time, I am using my own vitality. Asha said, Should we not stop him? Not even a traitor should die like this. Carlisle agreed, Yes, you are right. Stop using dark magic. Gabriel asked, Why should I do that? Carlisle explained, If you kill the Empress here, all the blame will fall on me. I will be seen as just another person who killed the previous emperor to seize the throne, and the evil acts they committed will go unpunished, buried with them in the grave. I do not want that. If that were my intention, I would have marched here with the entire army in the first place. Because of that, please stop using dark magic at once. Gabriel then ceased using dark magic. The knights, suddenly released from its control, looked around in confusion. One of them asked, What am I doing here? Carlisle commanded, Everyone leave this room. I have something to discuss with the Empress. Then he stood in front of Beatrice and said, You can come down from that spot already. Anyway, after all your sins are exposed, you'll have to leave it one way or another. Beatrice asked, Are you saying you want me to confess everything to the public? Carlisle responded, That's right, just like High Priest Gabriel did. Beatrice screamed louder and louder, then asked, Let me ask you one question. Who told you about my plans? Those who could not leave their fate in the hands of their own mother, he replied, and the woman who lost everything because of you. She muttered, That's what I thought. I should have killed them earlier. My only mistake was failing to punish them because of my own hesitation. He corrected her, No, your mistake was being so arrogant. You were arrogant to think that everything was going to go your way. Let go of that arrogance now and pay for the sins you have committed. She said, Paying for my crimes. Then Matthias stood up and said angrily, I didn't do anything. Everything was my mother's doing. He ran fast to escape punishment, putting all the blame on his mother. But as he fled, Lionel caught him and said, Where do you think you are going, Your Majesty? Terrified, Matthias pleaded, Let me go. Carlisle remarked, Even Matthias is abandoning you. Do you understand your situation now? Beatrice sighed, Yes, there is nothing left for me. My wish to be recorded as a great empress and the mother of the next emperor has been destroyed. Because of that, should I not have the last laugh at the end? Then she drank poison. Carlisle rushed forward, holding her as she collapsed, and called out, Beatrice Lovain Evaristo. Blood dripped from her mouth as she struggled to breathe. He gritted his teeth and said, Wake up. You don't deserve to have a peaceful death like this. Meanwhile, Gabriel took advantage of the chaos and fled the palace. Later, in Carlisle's office, Lionel reported, "The body of the Empress has been preserved. Now you will be able to properly execute her after you ascend to the throne." Exhausted, Carlisle asked, "What about Gabriel?" Lionel replied, "It seems he escaped the palace, taking advantage of the confusion. We searched for him after you ordered us to close the palace, but we could not find him." Carlisle nodded. "He used a lot of dark magic at the expense of his own life force, so he could not have gone far. Keep scouting the capital." Lionel followed his command. "Yes, Your Highness." A knock at the door interrupted them. Three beautiful ladies, Viviana, Charlize, and Josephine, entered. One of them said, "Excuse us." Carlisle asked, "What is the problem?" Charlize spoke first. "We heard you took Matthias under arrest. Before you execute him, we would like to talk to him." Josephine added, "Please." Carlisle considered their request. "Fine. As his family members, I understand you want to say goodbye to him." Then he turned to Viviana. "And what about you?" She replied, "I'm just here to say thank you. Although it is a pity that she chose to take her own life in the end, she ended up ruined, just as I expected. Right, it's true that I promised you that. But still, it's too early to reveal all of her sins. First, I have to ascend to the throne. I will accept your thanks then." She bowed slightly. "Understood." Carlisle ordered, "Lionel, take Josephine and Charlize to see Matthias." Lionel turned to the ladies. "Please follow me." Matthias sat in prison, looking nervous, biting his nails. When he saw his sisters, he brightened up with hope. "Josephine, Charlize, you didn't abandon me. Come on, get me out of here. If I escape, I promise to kill Carlisle right away." Josephine sighed. "It seems you are still the same, brother." Charlize agreed. "We are here to say goodbye to you." Matthias frowned. "Goodbye? Why would you do that?" He raised his voice in desperation. "I will survive. Soon, the nobles on my side will come and release me. What will you do then? You can't trust Carlisle to keep you safe." Josephine shook her head. "Brother, we understand that our mother clouded your judgment. However, it is not our mother's fault that you keep rejecting reality, even in this situation. You have always taken for granted that others would be willing to sacrifice for you. I thought that maybe you would have realized your mistakes by now. But it seems we were wishing for the impossible. Well then, we will take our leave now. Keep living in that fantasy of yours until the end. That'll be best for you." They turned and left. Matthias called out desperately, "Josephine, Charlize, I have come to my senses. I realized it after hearing you. Just get me out of here, and I will admit all my wrongdoings." His sisters ignored him. Lionel asked them, "Did you have a good talk?" Josephine replied, "Yes, thank you." Back in his holding cell, Matthias cried and begged, "Please don't abandon me." About a month later, with the support of many noble houses, the transition of sovereignty to Carlisle was completed successfully. Carlisle, now the emperor, sat on his horse as the people cheered in his honor. "Hooray! Hooray to our new emperor!" they shouted, celebrating his ascension to the throne. Meanwhile, Matthias had suddenly lost all interest in reclaiming the throne. When the effects of the medicine given to him by the empress wore off, he finally gained clarity about his situation. As for the missing Gabriel Knox, when he returned to the empire, he kept his face covered. Some knights, suspicious of him, stopped him. "Please let us see your face for a moment," one of them said. Gabriel revealed his face, and the knights, shocked to recognize him, immediately restrained him. "High priest, the ex-high priest, Gabriel, you must come with us." One day after his return to the capital, he allowed himself to be arrested. Then came the execution day for Prince Matthias, the empress, and high priest Gabriel. Carlisle gathered the entire community, and murmurs spread among the crowd. "So the day has arrived?" they whispered. "How despicable! They betrayed the previous emperor just so they could take the throne for themselves." The embalmed body of the empress was brought forth by the knights, and the whispers continued. The empress looked strange. They said her body was embalmed after she took her own life with poison. Matthias, Beatrice, and Gabriel knelt before Carlisle with their heads bowed. Carlisle addressed the crowd, his sword in hand. "Today, we are gathered to bestow the proper punishment on these traitors who participated in the murder of the previous emperor. I will now proceed. Listen carefully to the crimes they have committed. He turned to the motionless body of Beatrice. Asterisk first, I will announce the crimes of the former Empress, Beatrice Evaristo. First, she was responsible for the murder of the previous Empress, Eveline Evaristo. Second, she attempted multiple times to assassinate the Emperor's firstborn to ensure her own son would be the sole heir to the throne. Third, she committed the crime of rendering the previous emperor infertile, eliminating any potential competition for the crown. Fourth, she conspired with a dark magician to murder the previous emperor. We will now proceed with the execution of Beatrice Evaristo as punishment for these crimes. Asterisk her head was then severed from her body, fulfilling her sentence. Carlisle turned toward Matthias. Matthias Evaristo, you aided and abetted Beatrice's crimes, and as a result, you illegally ascended to the throne. Do you have any last words? Matthias remained silent. We will now proceed with the execution of Matthias Evaristo as punishment for his crimes. His head, too, was severed from his body, marking him a traitor. Finally, Carlisle moved toward Gabriel. Former High Priest Gabriel Knox, do you admit to conspiring in the assassination of the previous emperor? Gabriel responded, yes. Do you have any last words? Carlisle asked. Gabriel took a deep breath. I know that anything I say now will sound like an excuse. Because of that, I have decided not to leave anything behind before parting. In that case, let us proceed with the execution of the final sinner. With that, Gabriel's head was severed from his body, ending his dark legacy. Carlisle then addressed the crowd. We have now driven out all traces of darkness and corruption from the empire. May our nation enter a new, bright era from this day forward. Asha stood watching him, her gaze unreadable. Carlisle noticed and asked, are you all right with this? You said you wanted to take revenge on him yourself. Asha responded, I think cutting down people like them with my sword would only dirty it. Carlisle studied her expression. I asked because of the dark look on your face. Are you regretting something? Asha, lost in thought, recalled her last conversation with Gabriel. The night before his execution, Asha had stood outside his holding cell. Gabriel, even if you die, I will never forgive you for what you did to Pervaz, she had said coldly. Gabriel had smiled bitterly. That is a reasonable choice. After I die, go back to Pervaz. I left a present for you there. What? She had snapped. Then, suddenly realizing something, she had screamed, you crazy bastard! You went to Pervaz after fleeing the capital? I swear, I did not harm Pervaz in any way this time. I can't tell you what is right now, but please consider it my apology for what I did to Pervaz. Now, as she stood recalling that moment, she wondered to herself, an apology to Pervaz? I can't go back there right now to check what he meant, but even so, seeing her lost in thought, Carlisle spoke again. Asha, if you don't feel well, you should go back and rest. In that case, I will be leaving first, she replied. As she walked away, she thought to herself, whatever. I don't want to think about this anymore. I just want to go back to Pervaz already. A few days later, Asha stood by the window, gazing out. A knight entered the room, drawing her attention. You could just call me Countess Pervaz. I'm leaving this place soon anyway, she told him. Understood, he replied. Are you feeling better, Countess? Yes, thanks to the care of everyone at the palace, she said. Then she added, could you bring me the documents I requested before? If you asked for them before, then it won't be possible. No, I will bring them to you in a moment, he corrected himself. Asha waited patiently until the knight returned with the documents. Here are the documents you requested. She carefully looked over them, then signed them. Tell the emperor I request a meeting with him, she instructed. As she waited, she thought to herself, he must be busy now that he's emperor. It's difficult to even meet him now that he has ascended the throne, but that's to be expected. Lost in thought, she was startled when she suddenly saw Carlisle enter the room. With a gentle expression, he asked, Asha, did you want to talk to me? Yes, your majesty. He smiled faintly. It feels like a long time since I last saw you. Why must it be so difficult for a couple to see each other? Asha didn't waste time. Since you're busy, I'll get straight to the point. Carlisle, sensing something serious, replied, I prepared everything myself since I assumed you were occupied. She handed him some documents. As he received them, he asked, "What is this?" Asha's voice was steady. "Our divorce documents. Now that you have reached your goal, our agreement is over." Carlisle's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the papers in his hands. "For now, let's think about this a little more carefully. How have you been feeling these days?" Asha said, "But you should deal with this quickly." "I am fine." So he said, "I heard that internal injuries from black magic take longer to heal than expected. Make sure you receive treatment from the high priest every day." She said, "The priest said I'm fine now." He said, "Just in case, get treatment by another priest as well." She, feeling nervous about his attitude, said, "Your Majesty." And he said, "I would love to chat more, but I am afraid I am too busy. Let's talk again next time." She then screamed his name, "Your Majesty." But Carlisle did not listen to her anymore. Then he went out of the room, holding the divorce papers, deep in thought. He clenched the papers and muttered, "I knew this day would come someday." Then he threw the papers aside. Why didn't I think of anything? Asha wouldn't give up on the divorce just because of this. No, she probably thinks that the divorce is only natural. Asha probably doesn't have any feelings for me. She has already been greatly disappointed once, so she won't have any expectations anymore. But does she really have no feelings for me? A few days later, it was about time Dorothea sent a reply. Sir Rappelt, a letter from Perkaz. An assistant came and told him. Rappelt snatched the letter and started reading it. The words written on it were, "To Father, since the space is limited, I will keep it brief. I don't want to be an empress. His Majesty will not make me the empress anyway. I won't go there. I am sorry." He screamed louder. "What on earth are you doing there?" Seeing his anger, the assistant got terrified. Lord Rappelt was thinking, His Majesty will have to find a new empress candidate soon. And there is no one in this empire as suitable as Dorothea. If only His Majesty would just sign the divorce papers. Then Lionel came, and Rappelt shouted, "What did you just say? His Majesty is not signing the divorce papers?" Lionel said, "That is what they say." So Giles said, "Now why on earth?" Lionel said, "What do you think? His Majesty is in love with Countess Pervaz." Giles Rappelt got surprised and said, "Love? What does that have to do with anything?" So Lionel told him, "What do you mean? What does it have to do?" He wants to maintain the marriage because he loves her. Giles said, "The marriage of an emperor is different from that of a commoner. The marriage of an emperor is a matter of historical record. It is recorded, even the birth of monarchs, and it holds the honor of the nation, especially His Majesty Carlisle, who will lead a golden age of the empire. He needs a wife who could discuss state affairs on equal footing and has the dignity and elegance befitting an empress." Lionel said, "Do you think His Majesty does not understand that?" Giles Rappelt said, "Knowing all that, why on earth?" Lionel said, "Because that is how irrational love is." "Sir Rappelt, you may never understand it." Rappelt got silent, and Lionel, turning his head, said, "Well then, if you excuse me. Irrationality means a wrong thought." Then Lionel stared at him, so Rappelt said, "It is our duty to correct His Majesty if he strays down the wrong path." Lionel said, "Sir Rappelt, you have not seen His Majesty recently, have you? His Majesty looks very unwell." As Carlisle was busy with work, Lionel asked, "Are you getting enough sleep?" Being busy, he replied, "I get about 4 hours of sleep. I eat 3 meals a day with a proper combination of meat and fruit. I won't neglect my health for the sake of duty and responsibility, so don't worry." Lionel said, "It is not that I am worried you will neglect your duties, Your Majesty." Carlisle said, "You were asking as a friend." So he stopped working for a while and said, "In that case, I will answer differently. I can't sleep properly, and I am barely managing to eat. I miss Asha, but I can't meet her, even though she comes to see me every day. Honestly, I don't know why I am living." Lionel said, "If you meet His Majesty, don't talk to him like this again. It will hurt him greatly." Lionel told all these things to Giles, and then Giles shouted, "You should try to persuade His Majesty. While you are at it, arrange a meeting with Dorothea." Lionel was thinking. He does not understand. Even if we bring Miss Dorothea, His Majesty will not change his mind. Then Lionel left the place. Meanwhile, in Pervaz, Decker was communicating with Busty and asking, "The savages from the abandoned land?" Busty said, "That is what they say." So Decker said, "Strange. I will have to investigate it later." Suddenly, Decker's attention was grabbed by Dorothea when she said, "Sir Donovan, are you busy?" He said urgently after seeing her, with a lovely smile, "No, I am very free." Busty, standing there, was surprised, and then Decker pushed Busty out of the office, saying, "Let's continue this conversation another time, friend." Busty said, "Right?" Then Decker looked at Dorothea and said, "What brings you here, Lady Rappelt?" She said, "It's not a big deal. My father keeps forcing me to come to the capital. I sent back letters of refusal, but he won't give up." So Decker, smiling, said, "Sir Rappelt can be quite stubborn, can't he?" She said, "So I wanted to ask Sir Donovan for a favor." So he said, "Me?" She said, "Yes. If it is Sir Donovan, I believe you can help me." Then she whispered in his ear, and he said, "How can I?" And Decker said, "Really? Are you sure this is right?" Dorothea said, "Of course. Who else would I ask but you, Sir Donovan?" On the other hand, Asha entered the office, thinking, what on earth is His Majesty thinking? Suddenly, she saw a letter and was surprised. It's from Decker. She was very happy, thinking, Decker seems to be doing well. That's a relief. After reading the letter, she thought, if it's someone he wants to introduce, could it be? Under the shine of the moon, they both kissed each other to begin their love. Asha, in a meeting with Cecilia, said to her, "Long time no see, Lady Dupret." Cecilia replied, "Please be at ease, Your Majesty." Asha then said, "Your Majesty? You can call me as you always have." Cecilia hesitated and said, "I'm afraid I cannot do that. You are married to the Emperor, and I shall refer to you properly as the Empress that you are." Asha sighed, "But I will be leaving that position soon anyway." Cecilia bowed her head slightly and said, "I know this might be rude to ask, but you have already received his confession, haven't you, Your Majesty?" Asha looked at her in surprise. His confession? Meanwhile, Lionel was speaking with Carlisle. "His confession? I don't want to make things any worse," Carlisle said. Lionel nodded. "That's what I thought. But even so, why haven't you confessed your feelings to Her Majesty?" Carlisle was speechless. After a moment, he said, "I have only disappointed her. In a way, I am even part of the reason she lost so many of her people. Would she not feel that I am shamelessly forcing my love on her because of the power I now hold?" "Your Majesty," Carlisle continued, "Asha would be afraid that I might hurt Pervaz in some way. She might feel forced to accept my feelings. She would forfeit her life and live in misery if that meant protecting her people. Because I know that well, I can't bring myself to confess my feelings." "But you can't keep avoiding her like this forever." Carlisle nodded. "I know. Shouldn't you talk to her directly rather than assuming what she thinks? If she refuses, you just have to accept it." Carlisle looked determined. "When I gain the resolve to forfeit my life or live in misery for it, as she does, I will do it." Lionel reassured him, "Your Majesty, it won't take long. Don't worry about it." Carlisle took a deep breath and said, "Lionel, could you call Lady Dupret here?" Lionel was surprised. "You wanted to call Lady Dupret all of a sudden?" Carlisle nodded. "There's a promise I have to fulfill to her. If it's related to her succession as the head of her family, well, sort of," Carlisle replied. On the other hand, Cecilia was speaking with Asha. "A confession?" Asha repeated. Cecilia thought to herself, could it be that he really hasn't given her a proper confession? She hesitated before saying, "I think it would be best for you to talk to him directly about it. I'm sure he won't accept anyone other than you as his wife." Asha laughed softly. "I don't think so. There are many women who wish to have the seat of the Empress." Cecilia shook her head. "I'm not talking about being Empress. I'm talking about," before she could finish, an assistant of Carlisle entered. "Lady Cecilia Dupret, His Majesty is requesting your presence. You can go see him later if you are busy." Cecilia immediately replied, "No, I will go see him right away." Before leaving, she turned to Asha. "Please have a sincere talk with His Majesty." Asha sighed. I beg of you. I understand. He has been avoiding me lately, but I will request a private meeting. Cecilia smiled. I will also speak to him about it. I am sure that a good talk is just what the two of you need. As Asha watched Cecilia leave, she thought, why is she doing this much for us? Could it be that the Emperor actually does not want to end our relationship? Meanwhile, Giles Raffled stormed into Carlisle's office. Your Majesty, my daughter is being held hostage in Pervaz. Are you going to allow such an insult against your court? Carlisle remained calm. I have not received any notice about Lady Dorothea being held hostage. Giles shouted, there is no need for that. Why would she not return to the capital if it were not because of that? Carlisle was silent for a moment before responding. All right, I understand. If that is true, it would be a big problem. I guess I will have to call Asha to talk to her. Asha entered the office shortly after. I'm finally able to see you, Your Majesty. Carlisle nodded. That's right. I have been pretty busy since last time. I want to talk to you about something related to Sir Raffled. Is it true that Lady Dorothea is being held hostage in Pervaz? Asha raised an eyebrow. You ask if Lady Dorothea is being held hostage in Pervaz? Carlisle replied. According to Sir Raffled, that is what happened. Asha sighed. Lady Dorothea decided to stay in Pervaz on her own. She did it in order to oppose her father, who always controls her. Could that be the issue Sir Raffled was talking about? Or was he unaware of that fact? Carlisle thought for a moment. Sir Raffled is a very competent man. Because of that, he thinks his opinion is always correct. That might be why he believes his daughter is being held against her will in Pervaz. Asha countered. Can you really say he is still a competent man? Even after he refused to follow your orders and acted on his own? As far as I know, the crime of disobeying the Emperor should be paid with one's life. You decided to let him live, Your Majesty. Carlisle sighed. Yes, that's right. Is he that irreplaceable to you? Asha asked. Carlisle nodded. I can't get rid of a good soldier just because his aim is getting a little blurry. I met him when I was 10 years old. He was the most recognized teacher at the academy, but he even turned down Matthias to teach me. I always wondered what kind of great future he saw in me. He told me that one day he was going to bet his own fate on me. He once received an arrow to protect me. He constantly tested my food for poison to the point that he almost died a couple of times. Even his main business closed because he supported me. Yet to this day, he has not left my side. Thanks to him, I'm still here today. I can't just get rid of him now because my situation is much better. Asha softened. I didn't know all of that. I guess you didn't because I never told you before, Carlisle admitted. I need someone close to me who can say the things I can't to him. But since the war in the South, I have kept my distance from him. I have been thinking of ending our friendship properly soon. Anyway, are you sure Lady Raffled decided to stay in Pervaz on her own? Asha nodded. Yes, because Sir Raffled seems to be constantly pushing her to become the Empress. What will you do about it now? The best two candidates who are waiting for our divorce to become the next Empress have forfeited on their own. Can't you even speak to me for a moment about our own problems? How long are you going to keep me here? Can't I just go back to Pervaz? Carlisle recalled Lionel's words. But you can't keep avoiding her like this forever. Shouldn't you talk to her directly rather than assuming what she thinks? If she refuses, you just have to accept it. Carlisle took a deep breath, stood up, and said, "I." Asha looked at him, surprised by what he was about to say. A regular meeting of nobles was being held around a table of discussion. One particularly arrogant lady spoke to her companion. You mean that the current empress is just temporary? She asked. He replied, that seems to be the case. Well, it was far-fetched that the marriage was conceived in the first place. She scoffed. His Majesty has just turned 28 this year. He will have to hurry to find a new one. Meanwhile, Giles Raffle was investigating in the office of Carlisle. Carlisle informed him, I investigated, and there is no sign of her being held hostage. Lady Dorothea is in Pervaz by her own will. Giles Raffle screamed in frustration. Why would Dorothea willingly stay in such a lowly place like that? I'm also her only guardian. Carlisle remained composed and responded, as you said, you are her guardian, not her owner. Don't you know adults have a right to make their own decisions? I am pretty sure that a delegated knight like you, who knows all the norms, has not forgotten about that. Giles thought bitterly. How can you do this to me Your Majesty? I have given my all to make you the emperor. I am sure that if Dorothea becomes the empress, it will be beneficial for him too. It will be much easier for me to support them, of course. Why can't he understand how I feel? Suddenly, a voice announced, "The emperor is coming." Carlisle began addressing the people seated around the table. "Well then, let's start this meeting." His assistant presented him with a letter and said, "This is the first point of today's agenda, a discussion related to the emperor's marriage. His Majesty has no successor yet, and the majority agrees that the emperor should have a proper marriage and proceed to conceive an heir as soon as possible." One man at the table raised his voice. "The current empress, Countess Pervaz, has already proceeded with the divorce papers. We wish to ask when this issue will be completed, Your Majesty. It will be easier to look for new candidates after the divorce." Carlisle grew uneasy at this question. Later, during a private meeting with Asha, Carlisle spoke with deep emotion. "I don't want to divorce you. I hope we can continue our marriage." Asha, nervous, asked why. He shared his feelings. "Because I love you. I love you, Asha. I was afraid that if I told you, you would reject me. That is why I have been avoiding you. I am sorry. I know I told you I was not going to hold on to you after reaching our goal, but back then, I was arrogant and foolish." Asha asked, "How long have you felt like this?" Carlisle admitted, "I don't know. At some point, all my thoughts started revolving around you. When I open my eyes in the morning, I only think about you and wonder what you might be doing. The moment I heard Pervaz Castle was under attack, I was so worried about your safety that for the first time, I prayed to God. I'm sorry. You probably think I'm shameless for saying this now. However, could you not give me a chance?" He knelt, holding her hand, pleading, "A chance to apologize and to change your mind. Just one." Tears filled Carlisle's eyes. Asha, seeing his emotions, felt moved. "I need some time." She gently pulled her hand away. Carlisle nodded. "Of course, as much as you wish." She added, "But don't try to avoid me next time I request to meet you." He promised, "I will not." She then said, "I will be leaving now." About the issue with Lady Raffald, he assured her, "I will explain the situation to Sir Raffald." Before leaving, she glanced at Carlisle once more. Carlisle, now alone, sat down, upset, thinking to himself, "I don't think it is necessary to discuss this. It is a matter between me and the Empress." Giles, however, stood and shouted, "Your Majesty, anything related to the Emperor and the Empress is crucial to the future of the Empire. How can you dismiss this as a mere personal affair?" Another noble at the table raised his voice. "He is right. The marriage of an emperor should be carefully planned to benefit the Empire. Don't tell us you have no intention of divorcing Countess Pervaz." Carlisle, tired, thought, "I still have to receive an answer from Asha, so I can't even say if we're going to divorce or not." He finally spoke. "I did not expect all of you to be so worried about the future of the Empire. None of you helped me recover my right to the throne more than Countess Pervaz. Yet even so, you still wish to have someone else as the Empress." Another noble countered, "I am fully aware that the performance of Countess Pervaz on the battlefield was flawless. However, the requirements to be a valuable ally on the battlefield and to be an Empress are completely different. If you truly wish to compensate the Countess for her assistance, it would be better for you to offer her the command of the Royal Knights." Carlisle was speechless. He finally ordered, "I understand your opinions. However, as I just told you, I don't think this issue shall be resolved at this moment." His assistant then added, "In that case, we will have to discuss it again in the next meeting." Carlisle, his gaze lowered, could only think about Asha. Meanwhile, Asha received a letter from Viviana that read, "I will stop by the Imperial Palace to visit you soon." Asha's lady assistant then informed her, "Your Majesty, Sir Lionel has requested to meet you." She pondered, "Sir Lionel?" Then she ordered, "Tell him to come in." As Lionel entered, her assistant welcomed him. Lionel bowed and said, "I am sorry for asking to meet you without a prior appointment, Your Majesty." She reassured him, "Please, don't be so formal, Sir Lionel. I'm getting sick of it already." He smirked slightly. "Well, in that case, I shall be more at ease. You know that a regular noble meeting was being held today, right?" "Yes, I heard about it from Lady Cecilia," she replied. Did you know that one of the points of discussion was your position as empress? Most of the nobles at the meeting hoped to select a new empress, but His Majesty does not want a divorce. If you hurry a little with your decision, it will make things much easier for him. Asha nodded. I understand. Lionel clarified. I did not mean to burden you. I'm just worried that you might be swayed by others. If anyone tries to convince you to divorce, they shall be punished for treason. On the other hand, even if the emperor is heartbroken, you shall be the one to decide whether to step down from your position as empress. She acknowledged, thank you for telling me this. At your service. I am sorry for coming here so late. I will be leaving now. Asha, exhausted, sat down, holding her head. She thought to herself, if I don't make a decision quickly, the other nobles will keep complaining about me and the emperor. She sighed, weary. How'd I even get to this point? Having to think about things like this. The chamber was dimly lit, golden rays from the evening sun pouring in through tall windows, casting a soft glow over the velvet drapes. Asha stood near the large carved table, fingers lightly tracing the edge as her eyes remained locked on the woman seated before her. I must say, I did not expect you to call on me, Lady Luciful, Asha finally said, her voice low but composed, though her heart thudded quietly beneath her ribs. Lady Luciful's posture was straight, her expression unreadable, but there was a flicker in her eyes, a hesitation, perhaps. I admit I didn't expect this myself, Your Majesty. A faint, ironic smile tugged at Asha's lips. So even Lady Luciful is addressing me as the Empress. The silence that followed felt both heavy and delicate, as if it were made of glass. Luciful didn't flinch. But why did you want to see me? Asha asked, folding her arms loosely across her chest. Luciful inhaled deeply, her jaw tightening slightly. I heard that you were considering getting a divorce. Asha's gaze shifted slightly, as if something clenched within her. And is that a problem? Of course, it's a big problem, Luciful answered quickly, as though the answer should be obvious. You are the only woman in the entire country who deserves to sit in that seat. Asha looked away for a moment, her fingers curling into the folds of her dress. I appreciate your kind words, but Luciful leaned forward, the conviction in her voice as sharp as the steel she once wielded. It wasn't empty flattery. I'm sure you remember the late Empress Beatrice's character. You probably also recall just how many nobles supporting her. They may have sworn their allegiance to the emperor for now, but it's clear they're incapable of recognizing a true leader. Asha's throat tightened. She remembered those days. The pressure, the whispers, the eyes that watched and waited for her to fail. Of course, I used to be the same way too, Luciful added, her voice softening. I don't have what it takes to be a fair and righteous ruler either. That may be true if you were the sole ruler, Asha replied, her eyes locking with Luciful's. However, not even His Majesty will find it easy on his own. Luciful's brows furrowed, her voice tinged with old regret. In fact, before meeting you, he wasn't all that different from the different nobles. And what makes you sure about that? Asha asked, though the words trembled slightly as they left her. All I know is how to wield a sword on the battlefield, and you're saying I changed the emperor for good? Luciful didn't hesitate this time. I'm certain of it. I've been watching His Majesty far closer than you'd think and for quite a while now. The one who changed the emperor, and the one who can ensure the emperor becomes a just ruler, can only be you, Your Majesty. Asha's breath caught at the honesty in those words. So I do hope you reconsider divorcing His Majesty. In the abandoned lands of Pervaz, the wind howled low over the orange dunes, carrying grains of sand across the cracked earth. Two men stood atop a slope, watching a group of barbarians gather in the distance, calm, not charging as expected. It definitely does feel different compared to before, right? One said, his voice hushed with disbelief. Since when did the barbarians choose not to attack us first? The other replied, eyes narrowing at the unfamiliar stillness. The first one lowered his weapon slowly. The rumors must have been true. The rumor that the barbarians no longer attack people. Far from the shifting sands, in the stone corridors of the kingdom, Lord Donovan was pacing when a servant entered, carrying a sealed letter. Lord Donovan, the servant called gently. Donovan turned, raising a brow. Lady Pervaz has sent you a letter. Donovan's eyes lit up briefly with recognition. From Asha? I thought she'd return to Pervaz sooner. He took the letter, tearing it open carefully. As he read, his brow furrowed. Is something going on? The servant asked tentatively. It sounds like there's something going on with Asha, Donovan muttered, staring hard at the parchment. Pardon? With Lady Pervaz? Yes, Donovan said slowly, processing every word. She wants me to go to the capital. I'll have to leave first thing tomorrow. The servant bowed. Of course, then I shall make the proper preparations. Donovan nodded, then glanced out the window, the light fading into dusk. What's going on? Asha never came to me for help before, he thought. You're going to the capital? A calm voice asked behind him. Donovan turned to see Dorothea standing in the hallway, her gaze curious but steady. Yes, Miss Dorothea, Donovan answered. If you're going to the capital, then I'd like to join you. After all, there's something we have to tell my father. Donovan tilted his head slightly. Of course. We're leaving tomorrow morning. Is that all right? Dorothea's smile was confident. Absolutely. Then I'll see you in the morning, Donovan said. Yes. A few days later, the grand door to Asha's residence opened. She stood in the doorway, a soft smile breaking across her face as she saw them. It's good to see you again, Asha, Dorothea said, bowing gracefully. Donovan hesitated, eyes flicking between her and the formal setting. Your Majesty? Am I supposed to call you Your Majesty now? Asha shook her head lightly. Forget it. Just call me Asha. But why did you want to see me? Donovan asked. Asha's expression shifted, something vulnerable passing through her eyes. Well, I'm wondering whether or not I should divorce His Majesty. What? They both exclaimed, the words landing like thunder in the room. Excuse me. Dorothea added, brows raised in disbelief. Asha gave a half-smile, more bitter than amused. I guess the idea of me getting a divorce never occurred to you two either. Well, of course. Of course? Asha echoed, her tone laced with both curiosity and sorrow. Yes, I thought you and the Emperor were in love, Dorothea said plainly. I'm not sure, Asha admitted, her voice softer now. I believe you will guide the Emperor along the right path, Dorothea said sincerely. Yeah, but of course, if you don't wish to be Empress, then you don't need to be, Dorothea added, folding her hands. Do you really think I'll do well? I couldn't even take care of Pervaz. That's not true, Dorothea said, stepping closer. I've seen many nobles over life, but I've always thought that you were a true noble. You always put caring for your people above empty formalities. Above all, you seem far more noble than the others who were corrupted by power. Asha shook her head gently. What? That's simply your personal evaluation. Others will not look upon me so kindly. In fact, I've been told that they're already discussing who will be replacing me. Her voice cracked a little. I can't help but feel that ruling the Emperor in the midst of that would be too heavy a burden for me to bear. Is that truly why you're considering divorce? Even after His Majesty has told you that he loves you? Dorothea asked, her voice filled with quiet urgency. Even if you do remain Empress, you don't have to feel so responsible about ruling the empire. Then what do I have to do? Be happy. So do what makes you happy, Asha, Donovan said, stepping beside her. Asha blinked back tears. Protecting Pervaz is what made me happy. It's been that way for a long time. Pervaz is a lot different now, Donovan said gently. What do you mean? The barbarians in the abandoned lands aren't nearly as aggressive as before. Though Busty is still looking into it, it almost seems like the barbarians are turning into normal people. Asha frowned, trying to process that. Impossible. Why would I lie to you? Something tugged at her memory. After my death, go to Pervaz. There you'll find a present I left for you. Gabriel's words echoed in her mind like a secret prophecy. She whispered, more to herself than anyone, is that the present that Gabriel was talking about? If that's true, she said aloud now, her voice steadying, then that's all the more reason I have to go to Pervaz to see myself. Asha, if it's because you don't trust me, then so be it, Donovan said. But if it's because you feel responsible to Pervaz, I won't let you throw away your chance to be happy by coming with us. He looked at her, eyes fierce and loyal. Because even when you're not in Pervaz, Dorothea and I will look after Pervaz together. Asha stared at them. When did that happen? Dorothea blushed faintly as Donald said. It hasn't been long since we decided to get married. I haven't gotten her father's blessing yet either. I told you, you don't need my father's blessing, Dorothea replied firmly. Asha exhaled, the weight on her chest lightening. I see Pervaz already in good hands. If you do leave Pervaz in this world, we will never lose respect for you, Donovan said. Nor will we ever forget the sacrifices you made. He stepped closer. So please, listen to your heart for once. My heart, Asha whispered. Asha looked at them, at their devotion, at the future they were building, and for the first time in weeks, she allowed herself to feel hope. Thank you, Asha said, voice filled with emotion. You helped me make up my mind. Her eyes turned to the horizon, a slow, certain smile forming on her lips. I think I'll go see His Majesty soon. The room was dimly lit, with golden sunlight filtering through the tall windows of the estate's private meeting hall. The scent of aged parchment, ink, and burning incense lingered in the air. Lord Raffelt, tall and composed in a sharp navy cloak, stood facing the bowed figure of a fellow nobleman. The man had traveled far, and his clothing bore the signs of haste and urgency. Lord Raffelt, the man greeted with a low bow. His voice was respectful but edged with anticipation. "Thank you for coming all this way," he said. Raffelt gave a slight, measured smile. "Well, I thought it'd be easier for me to come here than to have you come to my palace." "Yes, that's true," the man acknowledged, raising his head. "But what brings you here?" Raffelt's tone turned firm, without room for misinterpretation. "I won't beat around the bush. I'm going to take Countess Pervaz off the throne. By force, if I have to." The man's eyes widened. "By force?" "Yes. Several houses have agreed to support me, but I need more backing," Raffelt replied, his voice low and deliberate. "It's clear His Majesty has no intention of getting a divorce. Soon, I shall have His Majesty hold a provincial council of nobles. Until then, I need you to stir up more opposition against Countess Pervaz." The man hesitated, cautious. "But don't we need some kind of pretext for that?" Raffelt's lips curled into a thin smile, his tone dismissive. "Oh, there's plenty of pretext. Countess Pervaz may be the war hero, but she can never be empress. She doesn't have the bloodline, the noble bearing or knowledge, or even the right connection. She's nowhere near the caliber of other noble ladies." A pause followed before the man asked carefully, "And do you have an empress-to-be in mind, my lord?" "Well," Raffelt replied, turning away as though to end the discussion, "we shall table the discussion until after the divorce has been finalized. Of course, whatever you say, my lord." "That's all," Raffelt said shortly, rising from his seat. His gaze hardened as he watched the man leave. In the privacy of his thoughts, he mused coldly. He's clearly thinking to nominate his own daughter as empress to North Charms. Because the next empress will be none other than Dorothea, the lord thought. Just then, the doors creaked open, and in walked Dorothea, accompanied by Sir Donovan. Her entrance was calm, but her chin held a firmness that made her presence undeniable. "So you finally decided to return to the capital?" her father asked, arching a brow. "I knew you would come around. Once everything's in order, I shall arrange you to meet with His Majesty." Dorothea stood still, then took a step forward. "Father, I came to the capital because I have something to tell you." "Something to tell me? What is it?" "I will not become the empress as you wish, father. I came to the capital to tell Her Majesty just that. Also, I wish to live in Pervaz, not in the capital." Raffelt's voice dropped, disbelieving. "What? What are you talking about, Dorothea? How could you possibly live in such a dangerous place all on your own?" "I won't be alone," she said, casting a brief but sure glance at Donovan. "Because Sir Donovan has agreed to keep me company." Raffelt turned sharply toward Donovan. His voice cut through the room. "You," he spat. "This is your doing. What have you done to her? My daughter would never defy me like this." Donovan met his fury with quiet dignity. "My doing? You make it sound as though tough." Raffelt snapped. "I've committed some unspeakable act." Dorothea stepped between them, her voice louder now. "Stop it," she shouted. "I have sworn to spend the rest of my life in Pervaz." "Sworn? What are you talking about?" Dorothea's voice trembled slightly, but her words came with strength. "I am pregnant with Sir Donovan's child." The room went silent. "Miss Dorothea?" Donovan turned to her, shocked. "What?" Raffelt nearly choked on the word, his face draining of color. "Now let's go," Dorothea said quietly to Donovan, brushing past her father. "But Donovan hesitated, eyes still wide. "Dorothea is pregnant?" Raffelt's mind reeled. Later that day, Donovan recounted everything to Asha in the Empress's chambers. Her laughter echoed against the marble walls. "Dorothea really said that?" she asked, amused. "Word for word. You can't imagine how shocked I was. But it's not true, is it?" "Of course not," Donovan reassured her. "Dorothea is much bolder than she appears. I never thought she'd lie to her father like that." He sighed. "I'm worried sick about her. Her father just summoned her." Asha waved it off. "Father? What's the worst that could happen? Fathers always have a soft spot for their daughters. How could you do this to me?" Raffelt thought to himself bitterly, envisioning himself slapping Dorothea across the face. "What were you thinking, father?" Dorothea asked. "If you change your mind now, we can forget this ever happened," Raffelt imagined pleading. But he heard her voice echo back in his mind, sharp and resolute. "It's no use. Even if I do change my mind and decide I want to be the empress, do you really think that people will accept me? Will they really want an empress who is with another man's child? He clenched his fists. So why did you go and get pregnant in the first place? Her words came again, burning him. I am greatly disappointed in you, Dorothea. I've always believed that you were smarter and wiser than my other children, but you never once gave me a chance to prove myself. Dorothea's voice cracked with pain. You have never accepted any future for me except becoming the empress. Raffelt raised his chin, justifying to himself, being empress is the most powerful role a woman can hold. I only ever wanted what's best for you. Dorothea's imagined voice turned fierce. This is how you always are. Not just with me, but also with my brother and the Empire's subjects. You always impose your beliefs on others. Everything always must be done in the way you want it. Then the words that truly broke him came. Father, do you even know what I like? He blinked. Of course you like. I like to read. I like children. And I like to teach. I prefer the simple and honest life I lead in Pervaz rather than a complicated life in Zyro. And I had to live not simply as the daughter of Giles Raffelt, but as Dorothy Raffelt to realize that. I will not ask for your forgiveness, she had said. And I am going to be happy, Dorothea declared as she turned away. Stop letting your approaching arrogance and greed blind you, father. And she was gone. Far away in the palace, King Carlisle sat in silence. The late afternoon sun stretched long shadows across the floor of his study. Papers were scattered across his desk, but none held his attention. Am I at fault here? He wondered silently. I still haven't heard anything back from Asha. He stared out the window, feeling the distance stretch endlessly between them. I wouldn't want to put pressure on her by seeking her out myself, but what if she's forgotten about me? Lionel, he called softly. Yes, Your Majesty, Lionel replied, stepping in from the hallway, ready at once. I need paper and an envelope for writing a letter. Something, not with an elaborate design, nor something too simple. Lionel tilted his head slightly. Are you thinking of writing a letter yourself? To whom? Carlisle hesitated, then spoke almost wistfully. To Asha. I'm afraid she's forgotten about me. Lionel blinked, his voice softening. Oh, you don't think a letter would put too much pressure on her, do you? Carlisle looked down at his hands. I don't know, he admitted, but I have to try. As Carlisle began writing the letter, my beloved Asha, I would like to make it clear that this letter isn't meant to pressure you into making a decision. Think of it simply as a manifestation of my effort. I've been wondering how you're doing lately, whether you're eating well, staying healthy. After all, we haven't been able to see each other at all recently. I still think about the cream pies and custard we used to eat together. Everything tasted so good back then. But here at the palace, it all tastes like sawdust. I find myself missing life and favors, a place where goodness prevails and promises are honored. I understand you, why you'd want to return there. So I have no intention of trying to influence your decision. I don't want you to suffer on account of my selfish desires. Asha read the letter, thinking, but why does it sound like he's asking me not to go? I wonder, maybe it's because I feel the same way he does. My head tells me I have to let him go, but my heart won't let me. And it's true, even though everyone kept telling me to be impressed, I didn't think I had it in me. Suddenly, someone knocked. Come in. Your Majesty, it has certainly been a while. Sir Bailey? Did His Majesty send you here? She asked. No, but there is someone else who wishes to see you. Who is it? Why do you look so uncomfortable? Lord Raffelt has requested an audience with you. I suppose it would be best to turn him away. No, I have to hear him out at least. But know that it's perfectly all right for you to leave the room as soon as he spouts any nonsense. Yes, I know. Then I will be back tomorrow with Lord Raffelt, he said and went out. I understand where Sir Bailey is coming from, Asha thought. But there's really no need to worry about me, because I've already made up my mind. Later, have you had a chance to meet her? Raffelt asked Asha. Yes, I did. She was with Dakar. Then you must have heard about their relationship too. Indeed, I have. If you're here to ask me to sabotage their relationship, not at all. Even if Dorothea and Sir Donovan were to part ways, she would not choose to become Empress. I see you've spoken to your daughter. Yes, though it would be more appropriate to say that she taught me something. She taught me that I was an old, foolish man. Oh, the idea that anyone could teach you anything seems almost foreign to me, Asha said dryly. That is true, but Dorothea is far wiser than I took her to be. If anything, I feel like I'm the fool. You've changed a great deal over the past few days. But the reason I wanted to see Your Majesty, Asha asked, was to ask that you remain in your position as Empress. I'm sorry. To tell you the truth, I was going to call an interim council of nobles soon. There, I intended to make the case for replacing you by presenting Dorothea as the perfect fit for the role. But Dorothea has no interest in becoming empress, and I have no intention of forcing her to do so against her will. Even so, this is completely out of the blue. The problem is, the other nobles I've gathered, they're still set on making their own daughters empress. Should one of them succeed, what do you think will happen next? There would be infighting among the nobles, Asha said. Now that I've set aside my ambitions, I see it all too clearly. Rather than chase after scattered shards, isn't it better to strike our enemies while they are in one place? Therefore, I ask that you stay with the Emperor. So you're saying that I'm a better choice for His Majesty's future? Well, whatever happens, I remain His Majesty's loyal servant. I do not mean to criticize you for it. In fact, it reassures me now that we are on the same side, she said. To tell you the truth, I wanted to win you over today. You mean? Yes, I have decided not to leave His Majesty. I see. But are you sure you're all right with this? You do realize that Lady Dorothea will continue to live in Pervaz, don't you? It is nobody's fault but mine that she wishes to leave my side. If that is her decision, then I must respect it. I see. Lady Dorothea truly has changed her father's mind, Asha thought. Also, I have sworn to remain loyal to His Majesty until the day I die, Raphael said, rising to his feet. Then you may continue to lead this empire down the right path, Your Majesty. Yes, and I'll be depending on your counsel too, Lord Raphael, she replied as they shook hands. Asha stepped out and Lionel saw her. Your Majesty, I wish to see His Majesty. Is he available? His Majesty is always willing to make time to see you. He told me to let you in whenever you visit. So please, go ahead inside. Asha stepped in. Lionel, Carlisle said. What is it? This better be important. Then his eyes met hers. Asha, it's good to see you again, Your Majesty, Asha said. I didn't expect you to come without notice. You haven't written back yet, so I assumed you didn't wish to see me. Oh, would you like something to drink? Have a seat. I'm fine, but thank you. She stepped closer and held his hand. Your Majesty? Yes. When you said you loved me, did you mean it? I love you, Asha. I will love you until my dying breath. And I'm sorry for not telling you sooner. Don't be. Despite realizing my feelings before you did, I kept you in the dark about them. You mean? I love you too. I have loved you for a very long time. Suddenly, Carlisle caught Asha off guard and hugged her. Your Majesty? Asha asked. Let's stay like this. Just for a little while, Carlisle murmured. The Empire's strongest knight, the man blessed by the god of war and victory, the Emperor of the Guard Empire, it would take a lot to break someone like him. And yet, Asha thought, I can only imagine what he's been through. Your Majesty? She whispered again. Yes, I need you to reassure me that you feel the same way. How can I do that? First, kiss me. Without hesitation, Carlisle leaned in and kissed her. I can't breathe, Asha murmured between kisses. Are you sure about this? Carlisle asked. He lifted her in his arms, holding her in a bridal carry as he carried her to the bed. As he began removing his clothes, Asha noted, for someone who says he hasn't been eating well, he's still in incredible shape. Is that what you're thinking now? He asked teasingly. I thought you weren't interested in my body at all. You haven't seen anything yet, he whispered before kissing her again. A few days later, at the interim council, I heard she's set on leaving, even though His Majesty begged her to stay. Who does she think she is? They're lucky she knows her place. I was worried about that country girl getting fanciful ideas. The arrogance of these people, someone muttered. There are 2 thrones right there. How can they still think Her Majesty will be leaving? Lord Raphael, Bailey whispered. Let's make our case to the Emperor today. Loud and clear. Lord Raphael, Lord Raphael. Suddenly, the doors opened. A hush fell over the room. Their Majesties, the Emperor and Empress, stepped in, Carlisle and Asha, together. Wait, what are they doing together? What is happening right now? Didn't you say the Countess was set on leaving? Silence in the room. The guard commanded. I know why you've called this meeting, Carlisle said. I assume it has to do with the unfinished matter of my marriage. I wasn't able to give you a definitive answer at the time, because I wanted to respect my Empress's wishes. But I trust that her presence here today speaks for itself. Are you seriously considering making your marriage to the current Empress official? When I took the throne, I vowed to be an emperor who puts his people first. And nobody knows the lives of the people better than Asha Pervaz does. If anyone was meant to be empress, it's her. But your majesty, Bailey objected. As we pointed out last time, the matter of who becomes your bride requires careful consideration. Here, shouldn't it at least be someone from a family who can afford to pay a dowry? Are you suggesting the Empress is of no value to the throne? Carlisle's expression darkened. And that I should divorce her? That's not what I meant. I only meant it might be more beneficial to pursue the interests of the crown rather than hold on to a loveless marriage. You think I don't love the Empress? Your Majesty, Asha said softly. Let me speak to them. Are you sure? Have you forgotten who I am? I've spent my whole life cheating death on the battlefield. She turned to the nobles. I know you all look down on me, just as you've always looked down on me and the people of Pervaz, the weak, the rural. But His Majesty vowed to be an emperor who serves the people. That's why I've decided to stay, to serve beside him. Is it your intention to defy His Majesty's will? I, Cecilia Durfett, behalf of House Durfett, will respect their Majesty's wishes. Luciful said, I see Durfett has pledged their loyalty to the current order, someone murmured. Lord Raffled, I suggest you make your position clear. I too will respect their Majesty's wishes, Raffled declared. Murmurs filled the room. Lord Raffled, this isn't what we agreed upon, someone burst out. You're the reason we're all here. If you two become officially wedded, Bailey said, then Pervaz will be left without a ruler. Who will protect the North? You don't have to worry about that, Asha answered. My longtime friend and comrade in arms has already stepped forward. Though no one promised to look after Pervaz, they have now. The coronation ceremony will be held on the first day of summer, Carlisle announced. You would do well to remember that your empress that day will be none other than Asha Pervaz. O God of balance and harmony, Rebado, grant our emperor the wisdom to balance mercy and justice, and guide him in fostering harmony throughout the realm. O goddess of abundance, Snarashi, our emperor, blessed by Agwils, and the empress have protected this empire from harm. We pray you bless their reign with prosperity. O God of death, Hamero, show us that all mortals are equal in your presence, that we may abandon arrogance and false conviction. I, Carlisle Kendrick Evelina Vondel T. Evaristo, accept my duties as emperor in accordance with the will of the gods and the people. I, Asha Amir Melissa Vondel Evaristo, accept my duties as empress in accordance with the will of the gods and the people. Long live the Empress, the crowd shouted. Long live the Empress. Claps thundered through the hall. The nobles won't take kindly to an empress who puts commoners above them, Asha thought. I suppose I'm in for a rough road ahead. She turned to Carlisle. Yes, just as you've always had my back. From now on, I will have yours. I too will always have your back, he whispered. I love you. I love you too. Hooray. The court erupted in celebration once again. A week after the official coronation, the Order of Elaheg re-established its influence, surrounding the lands it had long held as the office of the state religion. The noble houses that had stood behind Carlisle were rewarded for their loyalty. As emperor, I, Haribi, approve Lady Cecilia Durfett's right of succession as head of her family, Carlisle declared. Thank you, Your Majesty, Cecilia said, bowing. What will Count Durfett's son think of this? A noble whispered. And if Lady Durfett marries, will her husband become the count? No, Carlisle answered. Her husband would be a count consort. Goodness, what man with any pride would accept such a marriage? They clearly don't know the first thing about Cecilia Durfett, someone muttered. It's high time they learned, Carlisle said. Lady Cecilia was born with a warrior's heart. She met his gaze. Oh, they'll understand soon enough. I'm not someone to be frightened off easily, and I swear to honor my promise to become your strongest ally, she added, bowing deeply. A few moments ago, come in, Carlisle said at the knock on his door. You wish to see me, Your Majesty? Donovan asked. Sir Donovan, I'll get straight to the point. I'm considering granting you the title of Count, along with the lands of Pervaz. But I'm just a retainer to House Farewells. How could I possibly take my master's title? Then are you suggesting I bestow it on nobles who know nothing of Farewells? No, that's not what I meant. You stood by Farewells through its darkest times. No one is more qualified than you to be its count, Carlisle said, gripping his shoulder. Asha feels the same way. I trust you with Farewells, Asha said gently. I'm sure my father and brother would have felt the same. Asha. I mean, Your Majesty. You've always been like a sister to me. I'll protect it. She smiled. Then I leave Farewells in your care. Donovan bowed his head, and both of them began to cry. __present. I vow to uphold the legacy of the late Count Amir Farewells and dedicate myself to the safety and prosperity of Pervaz, Donovan said. I shall do my utmost to live up to Your Majesty's expectations. Thank you, Asha whispered. Wait, Sir Donovan, or rather, Count Decker Pervaz, Carlisle said. Yes, Your Majesty? The Empress has a special gift for you. Asha stepped forward and held out a sword. This is my gift to the new Count Pervaz, she said. May you use it to protect our home. Donovan took it reverently. Your Majesty, thank you. I will protect Pervaz's legacy until my dying breath. Later that day, phew, I can finally catch a break. Asha sighed when someone knocked on her door. Come in. It was Donovan. Your Majesty, I told you to stop calling me that, she said. If I don't, I'll be accused of contempt for the imperial family, he teased. How are the wedding plans coming along? Well, nothing's set in stone yet. Lady Dorothea's been busy in Pervaz, and I haven't had a proper conversation with Lord Raffald either. She's working on building a school, right? Yes. She even taught a few practice lessons, and she's a natural. Since it'll be hard to find teachers for now, it looks like Dorothea will do the teaching herself. She's got her work cut out for her. I hear Lord Raffeld is also leaving for Pervaz soon, Asha said. Oh, yes. What's wrong? Has he said something to you again? She asked. No, it's not that. Just hearing his name puts me on edge, that's all. A man your size afraid of Lord Raffeld? Asha laughed. Come on. I don't know what he said, but I wouldn't worry too much. I promise, he won't be as stubborn as he used to be. A few weeks later in Pervaz, what's that? Miss Dorothea, a group of children asked. Can't you tell? She smiled. They're rocks. Rocks? Well, these are called slates. When you start school here, you'll use these to write letters and numbers. Well, just then, a knock at the door. Donovan stepped in. Still as popular with the kids as ever, I see. Sir Donovan, or I guess I should call you Count Pervaz now. You can call me whatever you like, he said with a grin. Now it really feels like a school, doesn't it? Yes, it really does. Asha always wanted to build a school here too, but it was never the right time. Anyway, Dorothea asked, any trouble in the capital? No. After receiving my title, I came straight here. Because an important guest will be arriving soon. An important guest? Oh, you mean father. Dorothea looked down. I haven't seen him since I talked back to him. I wonder how this will go. It'll be fine, Donovan said gently. As the Lord of Pervaz, I'll give Lord Raffald a welcome so grand he can't possibly be disappointed. Dorothea chuckled. For all your big talk, your hands are shaking. This is just a psychological reaction, he muttered. Don't worry too much, she said softly. I hear Lord Raffald has softened up a great deal. Though no one said it aloud, Donovan sat at his desk, frowning down at the parchment in front of him. Does it really cost this much to host a banquet just once? Or am I being too greedy? He sighed. Asha was so good at these things. As expected, this position of lord is too much for me. Sigh. I'll just start over from scratch. A knock came at the door. My lord, are you in? Ah, yes, he called, startled. I saw the light was still on, so I came by, Dorothea said as she entered. Do you have a lot of work? No, it's not much, he murmured. If she knew I was struggling, she must be preparing to receive guests. She'd think I'm pathetic. I just couldn't sleep, so I was fiddling with it. She replied, unconvinced. It doesn't seem that way to me. May I take a look? Before he could protest, she picked up the papers. Oh, you were working on the banquet budget? Yes. Why did you hide this from me? Don't tell me. Is it because you were struggling? You thought I'd look down on you, my lord? Donovan didn't answer. You don't need to plan such a grand welcome, she continued. In fact, father would probably call it extravagant. Those decorations aren't necessary. And for the tea, why not choose something similar but a little cheaper? I see. Thank you, Lady Dorothea. You're good at this kind of thing too. Managing the imperial palace's budget was the empress's responsibility, she said softly. Father made sure I learned that properly. I'm glad I can finally put that knowledge to use for Pervaz. There was a small pause. Shall we continue working? She asked. Yeah, he smiled. Let's finish it all tonight. Later, the red carpet rolled out before the manor of Pervaz. Dorothea and Donovan stood at its end, waiting. It's been a while, father, Dorothea said, as Lord Raffald stepped down from his carriage. Yes, it has, he replied. Count farewell. It's been some time for you as well. You must be tired from your journey, Donovan said. Would you like to eat first? Let's do that. At the table, I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I prepared a variety, Donovan said. Raffald took a bite. Delicious. As good as anything the Imperial Palace chef could make. I'm glad to hear you say that. So please, don't just watch me eat as well. Count. Ah, yes. There was a pause. Then Lord Raffald asked, "When are you planning to have the wedding?" "I think it would be best to hold it as soon as possible," Donovan replied. "Dorothea's already acting like the mistress of Farewells, so it would feel odd not to make it official." "That's true," Dorothea said quietly. "But are you really okay with it? With me becoming the Countess of Farewell? What good would my opposition do now? You're already destined for greater heights. And if I were going to oppose it, it wouldn't have come this far to begin with." "I imagined you wouldn't," she said. "I've already made irreversible mistakes with your brothers," he continued, his voice heavy. "I have no intention of forcing anything on you anymore. I want to be a father you can be proud of." "Speaking of which," he said gently, "when is the due date? We should have the ceremony before then." Dorothea froze. "Ah, well, I'm sorry. It was a lie. I'm not pregnant." "What?" Lord Raffald's voice hardened. "Why on earth would you lie about something like that?" "I see," he murmured after a long silence. "You must have wanted to be with Count Farewell so much that you were even willing to lie." What Asha said was true. Perhaps. "I really am trying to change," though no one thought he would. A few months later, Carlisle and Asha sat in a carriage headed for Pervaz. "Pervaz has changed a lot since I last saw it," Asha remarked. "Indeed," Carlisle replied. "When I first came here, I worried the carriage would rattle so much the wheels might fall off." She chuckled. "It seems Decker has worked very hard. I never thought I'd see Pervaz develop so much in my lifetime. You're the one who laid the foundation for its development, aren't you?" Asha smiled. "Your efforts were just as important." The carriage rolled to a stop. "We've arrived," the driver called. "It's been a while since I set foot in Pervaz," Carlisle said, stepping out. "I feel quite excited." "What's there to be excited about?" Asha teased. "Anyway, I'm worried. Did too many guests come?" he asked. "Too many guests is also a problem," Asha muttered. "We had to move the venue outdoors, and there still aren't enough seats. I wonder if we're making it even more crowded by being here." "The ceremony is about to begin," someone called. "Please be quiet." They took their seats. "Bridegroom, please enter." Carlisle and Asha turned toward the door. "Did something go wrong?" Carlisle asked. "Decker," Asha whispered. "My lord, is there a problem?" Bailey asked gently, stepping into the room. He found Donovan standing still, his hand frozen mid-motion, lips parted in a shallow gasp. Donovan blinked rapidly, as if jolted from a trance. "My lord, the time you were supposed to be waiting outside is long past." Donovan turned toward the window instinctively, then to the clock, disoriented. "Is it that late already?" he murmured, breath catching in his throat. "Yes." Because the groom didn't enter, the guests and Lady Dorothea were quite flustered. Donovan ran a hand through his neatly combed hair, his face tightening in worry. "What? I don't look too strange, do I?" he asked with a hesitant chuckle, tugging slightly at the collar of his formal coat. Bailey smiled, placing a reassuring hand over his chest. "No, you look very dashing." The announcement echoed from the hall. "Groom, enter please." Donovan took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and stepped forward, his boots clicking steadily against the polished floor as the doors opened. A soft hush fell across the guests as they turned to face him. Eyes followed his every step. The once awkward and bashful lord now moved with calm confidence, each movement restrained but dignified. "Wow, you look like a completely different person," Asha said from the side, her voice low but sincere, eyes glinting with surprise. "Why? Are you falling for me all over again?" Carlisle leaned in close to her, whispering with a teasing smile. "Huh? Don't be ridiculous." She looked away, heat blooming on her cheeks despite herself. "Now, the bride, please enter," the priest called. Gasps and quiet murmurs stirred as the doors opened again, and Dorothea stepped in, her gown trailing elegantly behind her, her arm linked with her father's. Light from the tall windows caught the shimmer in her veil. "It seems they are reconciled," Asha whispered, observing the small, meaningful glance Dorothea gave her father. "Well, that's a relief," Carlisle said, nodding solemnly. Donovan stepped forward and gently took Dorothea's hand. There was a pause, a breath of reverence, before he leaned down and kissed it, his eyes never leaving hers. The hall erupted into gentle applause, the sound swelling with warmth and joy. "Asha." She turned at the familiar voice, her expression melting into delight. "Della, Nina," she called, rising to meet them. "We greet Her Majesty the Empress," they said in unison, bowing respectfully. "It's been a while," Asha said as she reached forward and wrapped her arms around them, pulling them both into a soft embrace. "Della, is your arm okay?" Della looked down at her side, then back up with a rueful smile. It's not completely usable. The heavens must have been watching over me. Asha's gaze softened with quiet pain and admiration. Nina, I heard you became Dorothea's dedicated maid. Isn't it tough? Nina shook her head with a shy smile. No, the new countess is also shy and kind, much like your majesty. So it's not difficult at all. I was shy and kind? Asha asked, raising an eyebrow with a teasing smirk. Yes, Nina replied, earnest. Some youngin approached Asha. They approached with an elegant composure, his tone laced with joy. We greet Her Majesty the Empress, he said to Asha. Good heavens, she replied with a light laugh. Have you all been well? Yes. It's thanks to the new Count of Pervaz taking such good care of us. Pervaz has changed a lot, hasn't it? Someone nearby said with quiet awe. Yes. I almost didn't recognize it as the place I used to live, Asha admitted, her voice tinged with nostalgia. Conversations bubbled up around her, warm voices, light laughter, clinking glasses. For once, it all felt like peace. Later that night, it's been a while since I've seen this scenery, Carlisle said, standing by the window. Asha joined him, her eyes following the lights that glimmered like stars across the city. The festival still buzzed in the streets, music drifting faintly, distant laughter echoing through the cool air. It still feels like a festival, she whispered. I remember Pervaz's first harvest festival, he said, his voice quiet, thoughtful. How shabby it must have looked to you. Well, rather than shabby, it was fascinating. Which part? That literally everyone was rejoicing, Asha said, her eyes reflecting the light outside. I thought I'd only see such a sight in heaven. But from now on, such sights will gradually disappear in Pervaz. That's right. A lot of money has flowed in. And because of that, new people will come. Conflict will arise. Money-related crimes might occur. Decker will do well, Asha said. He can tell those who ignore us or have ulterior motives with an almost supernatural ability. Carlisle turned slightly toward her, curious. And after you identify them, is there an alternative? There's Lady Dorothea. Lady Dorothea will wonderfully fill in what Decker lacks, right? Carlisle gave a half smile, though the weight of reality lingered in his eyes. The problem will be us. In the capital, there are just as many things to resolve as in Pervaz. And still, many people oppose me. Asha turned to him fully, brushing her fingertips over his cheek. Well, I'm not particularly afraid, because we'll do well too. He gently cupped her face with both hands, leaning closer. As long as I have you, I'm not afraid either. Their lips met in a soft, lingering kiss, a moment drawn out in the quiet night. How does it feel to see it again? Carlisle asked. He held up the necklace, letting it dangle slightly from his fingers. Asha's eyes widened as the memory flickered. Did it look like this? Strangely, all my memories from that time have become hazy. Is it because they're memories you want to forget? No, although they are painful and terrible memories. I don't want to erase them, because they're the memories of us, protecting Pervaz. Her voice trembled faintly. She took the necklace, running her thumb across the metal. Following my father, my older brothers, eventually, I was the only one who beheaded the barbarians. Carlisle watched her closely, a deeper sadness building in his chest. The more I hear your story, the more curious I become about what kind of people Amir Pervaz and your brothers were. Asha gave a faint, lopsided smile. We weren't particularly affectionate with each other, but well, I don't know. A flash of memory pierced through her thoughts. Why is the mayor's girl making a fuss about wielding a sword? Her brother said. Get lost, a younger Asha snapped. Her face flushed with anger as she clutched the heavy sword. If you swing it around carelessly like that, you'll get hurt. If you're not going to get lost, then at least teach me. Her voice trembled not with fear, but defiance. Here we go again, someone muttered in the background. If Asha seriously wants to learn swordsmanship, I have no intention of stopping her, her brother said, his voice calm. Low. The problem is Mother, another brother responded. Mother hates the idea of Asha learning the sword to death. You're pretty, Asha, her mother said softly, brushing a hand over Asha's long, thick hair. Asha looked up at her, sensing the undertone. Her mother's expression was gentle, but there was that same wall in her eyes, one Asha had never been able to break through. Your brothers are training right now, her mother continued, pouring tea delicately into a porcelain cup. Asha, you're a girl. Don't do anything dangerous. The scent of herbs filled the room, but it did little to soothe the unrest building in Asha's chest. Let's have some tea together, my dear, her mother said warmly as she walked toward the door. I wonder how many tea leaves are left, Wait quietly." With that, she left the room, the soft swish of her gown trailing behind her. Asha stood still, unmoving. Her hands slowly clenched into fists. "I don't have time for this," she whispered bitterly and ruffled her hair, frustration brewing inside her like a storm. She turned and bolted up the stairs, feet barely touching the ground. Reaching the upper floor, she crouched near the railing, peering into the open-air courtyard below. Her brothers were in full training, swords clashing, voices raised in grunts and yells, sparks flying. Her heart beat faster. "I don't know when the barbarians will attack. I can't just sit around and drink tea." Downstairs, her mother returned to the TV lounge, humming lightly as she pushed the door open. "Asha, have you been waiting long?" The cup she was holding stopped mid-air. Her expression went blank as she looked around the empty room. There was no sign of Asha. Meanwhile, Asha was in her room, already changing. She kicked off her shoes, pulled off her frock, and tossed it across the bed. Her small hands worked quickly, tying the waistband of a plain pant shirt she had stolen from one of her older brothers. "I left it here. Found it." She pulled out the long wooden stick she had hidden behind a bookshelf. It wasn't a real sword, but it was enough. Her breathing steadied as she gripped the stick with both hands. "First hold the sword with both hands," she murmured, recalling her brother's words. "It's me, Asha. Vincent." She turned abruptly, startled, but relief washed over her face. "Oh, it was you, brother." Vincent stepped forward, brow furrowed. "What are you doing? Why didn't you answer? You came at the right time, brother. Come in quickly." "Hey, Asha," he began, but she grabbed his sleeve. "Help me practice my swordsmanship," Asha said eagerly, eyes wide. "You were practicing here?" Vincent looked around the cramped space. "Look at this." She demonstrated, swinging the stick. "When I swing the sword, my body keeps wobbling. That's because you're swinging it diagonally. You need to swing it in a straight line, like this." He took the stick and showed her, his movements fluid and clean. "Yeah, that's it." Meanwhile, outside, two of her brothers stood resting, sweat trickling down their temples. "What's wrong with you? You've been sighing enough to make the ground cave in." "Brother, am I not talented enough with the sword?" One brother blinked, caught off guard. "What are you talking about?" "No, it's just Asha seems better than me." "Asha? Don't tell me you're secretly teaching Asha swordsmanship behind Mother's back." "Shoo. If Mother finds out, we're in big trouble. I need to see Asha practice once. If she doesn't learn properly, it's worse than not learning at all." 2 years later, the training grounds echoed with the rhythm of wooden swords clashing. Dust rose as Asha dashed across the field, now stronger, faster, more focused. "Swordsmanship is important, but stamina is the most important thing," her brother said, correcting her stance from behind. "Yes, I understand," Asha panted, adjusting her grip. "Young miss, Madam is calling for you." "Huh, okay," she sighed, placing her sword gently on the rack. In her mother's sitting room, the curtains filtered sunlight over an elegant silk dress. "Asha," her mother said, holding up the fabric proudly, "look at this. It's a dress I made of levy-filled silk. Soon, my family, the Viscount Lincoln's house, will hold a banquet. Let's wear this there." "I don't want to," Asha said, voice low. "You don't want to? Why, Asha?" Her mother's voice rose, a blend of disbelief and hurt. "You're not a child anymore. You should wear clothes like this and practice proper deportment." "Mother," Asha stepped forward, fist clenched. "Even if I wear such frilly clothes, if I encounter barbarians, won't I just be a nicely dressed corpse?" The words struck like a slap. Her mother recoiled slightly, trembling. "How could you say such a thing? I'm doing this, so you don't become that corpse. At least you should grow up gracefully and marry into a good family." Asha's eyes narrowed. "You're the only one who can escape this hell. I won't run away from hell. You're young, so you don't know anything. There's nothing you can do here. Hurry and put on this dress, Asha." "I said I don't want to," she yelled, and with that, she grabbed the dress from her mother's hands and threw it to the floor. "I will become the warrior of Pervaz." She turned and stormed out of the room, her breath loud in her ears, her heart racing with fury and conviction. Her mother picked up the fallen dress, hands shaking, and looked down at the crushed silk. The following year, her mother had left. She divorced father and returned to her parents' home. It's a relief the imperial family didn't prevent the divorce. "Are you really all right, father?" Asha asked one morning, finding him in the study. "Rather, I'm grateful," he said with a tired smile, looking out the window. "Because I don't have to see your mother suffering here anymore." He reached for his tea, voice softening. "Your mother was a typical noble lady. She cried and prayed every night, and always carried poison with her in case the castle fell. Asha looked down, her hands curled. Only her love for me and for you must have been the reason she stayed. Mother probably grew disenchanted with this place because of me. Should I? Her father asked. Then I should thank you for saving your mother. It's too early for thanks, she said with quiet resolve. I'll save you too, father. He turned, surprised, but the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. All right, I'll look forward to it. Evening. The orange glow of torches lit up the dusty courtyard. Her father stood before her with a proud, steady gaze. Starting tomorrow, come to the training grounds officially. Asha's heart stopped for a beat. Yes, father, she replied, her voice strong. And for the first time in years, she felt joy ripple through her like fire. Asha's voice was quiet, almost reverent. A year later, I fought for the first time against the savages. The fire crackled softly beside them. Carlisle turned, looking at her with deep concern. It must have been difficult, he said, his voice laced with sympathy. She didn't immediately respond. Her gaze drifted upward, fixed on the dark sky above the balcony where they stood. The wind tugged at her sleeves. My brothers started to fight at an even younger age, she said. Although I couldn't protect my father or my brothers, I'm glad that I at least was able to protect Pivas. Her voice cracked at the end. She hated it. Carlisle reached forward, a rare moment of warmth overtaking his usually stern posture. He embraced her gently, wrapping her trembling body in silence. I'll be your family from now on, he said. Asha's eyes widened slightly. His embrace didn't falter. Since Lord Amir and your brother can't do it anymore, I'll love you in every step. Asha's throat tightened, and her fingers gripped the fabric of his robe. I feel the same way, she whispered. I'll give you all the love you couldn't receive before. 1 year later, the scroll trembled slightly in Asha's hands as she read the new report. A monster appeared in the eastern region of the empire, she murmured, her heart dropping. Beside her, Carlisle's tone was measured, but his eyes betrayed how grave the matter was. Yes, it seems it's quite a ferocious beast. I thought all the cursed energy disappeared from the border after Gabriel absorbed it. Asha thought aloud, frowning. Her mind spun, political unrest, her own authority being challenged, and now this? Are you sure just the Imperial Knights will be enough to handle the situation? She asked. Carlisle raised a brow. Why do you want to come with us? You should trust them more. They've gotten stronger since last year. She narrowed her eyes. I don't think 1 year is enough for a considerable improvement. They will get more experience on the practice. Aside from that, are you sure you will be fine, Asha? Huh? Why me? She blinked. This will be the first time you stay in front of me. The Empire, by yourself, he said with unusual seriousness. Even when there are people you can delegate part of your authority to help. I'm sure there will be many who will try to wrong you. At the Imperial meeting, noblemen sat in rigid rows, the air tense. The scent of incense couldn't mask the sour scent of fear. Asha stood tall at the front, clad in dark royal robes, her crown tilted with unmistakable confidence. Your Majesty, before we start, I would like to say a few words as the elder of the noble house meeting. What is it? Asha asked coolly. He bowed, eyes flicking sideways to his allies. A few of us have been worried about the situation of the Emperor's family descendancy. I see, Asha replied, face neutral. By this time, the previous emperor began having difficulties producing an heir, so the Emperor's family started looking for other alternatives. Is that so? He nodded. We think that if we really care about the future of the Empire, you should allow the Emperor to have another consort. Don't you think that would be the best way to face the situation? Gasps echoed. A noblewoman coughed nervously. Asha's nails dug into her palm. You are pressuring a couple that only has 1 year of marriage to have a child already, and in addition to that, you also proposed to allow another consort. Her tone was steel. I can see why you all must be thinking of me. We are just worried about the future of the Emperor's family. And yet, you promised to introduce Kuti to me, another lord said, uncertainly. If your concerns about an heir were so great, why didn't you report them directly to the Emperor? Well, that's because we knew he would find it difficult to bring the subject to you directly, Your Majesty. Asha's stare sharpened. What a strange excuse. Don't you know that could be considered a sophism? Talking about having another consort in front of me like that. It could clearly be interpreted as a malicious intent to disrespect me. You are misunderstanding, Your Majesty. If the emperor had discussed this subject with you directly, he wouldn't have stood his ground so firmly. And ideally, this type of issue is something a wife should bring to her husband first. Ah, so you were saying that a good wife should allow her husband to have another consort and see him with children from another woman? Her voice was calm, deadly calm. Sir Bailey, she called out without looking back. Yes, Your Majesty. Please recite Article 2-2 of the Imperial Criminal Code. Bailey's voice rang clear. According to Article 2-2, the imperial family is above everyone else in the imperial hierarchy. Anyone who dares to disrespect or disgrace a member of the imperial family could face the maximum penalty of death, regardless of their social status or position. I wish to put these people in custody, Asha said. They have disrespected me and earned contempt. The nobles paled. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Bailey remained stone-faced behind Asha, watching. They should be glad it was the Empress handling this. If they had said that in front of the Emperor, he would have cut their throats open on the spot. Later, in the Imperial Hall. They said that to you? Carlisle asked, his tone low and sharp. Asha explained everything. You should have cut their hands right there. Killing so many nobles could have caused chaos, even so. Also, they're not my enemies. If we just warned them not to disrespect me like that again, would that be too soft on my part? No, you're right here, Carlisle said, looking away. We decided to take a different path than all three deserts. A long silence. It's all my fault, he added quietly. I must have looked so indifferent to you that they dared to say something like that. Huh. I have to make everyone see how crazy I am for you. Asha raised her brows. Now wait. I think you're getting off track here. Suddenly, she blinked. Carlisle, gone. He's about to do something ridiculous again, Asha thought, placing her hand to her forehead. A few days later, Asha opened the door to her chambers and paused. A sea of soft-petaled blossoms filled her room. Every surface, from table to floor to balcony, was covered in ethereal blooms. What's this? Carlisle stepped from behind her, arms folded, but his grin playful. Asha, what do you think about my present? She turned. What are you talking about? Why are you wasting so much on something so unnecessary again? He lifted a finger, wagging it with mock discipline. Asha, listen to me. These flowers come from the eastern region affected by the monsters. I bought them, all these flowers, to try to help after all the damage the beast caused. Her eyes softened immediately. I see. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize, he said gently. I should have explained to you in the first place. Then his eyes sparkled mischievously. Since I decorated your room so beautifully, shall we sleep together here tonight? Asha met his eyes with quiet affection. I would love to. She leaned in closer, brushing her hand on his face. I'll be waiting for you tonight. I'm certain of it, the doctor said as he checked her pulse. You are pregnant, Your Majesty. Pregnant? Carlisle asked, eyes wide. Are you truly sure of that? Yes. Is there any problem with that? No, it's just, I can't believe it. Well, I must admit, there had been some concern that you weren't making enough effort to provide the Empire with a new heir. But I was pleasantly surprised to learn she is now pregnant. Of course, Asha replied calmly. During the first month of your pregnancy, you should focus on gently nurturing your body and keeping a peaceful mind, the doctor advised. It would be better to announce the pregnancy after 2 or 3 months. All right. Thank you for your help. Please make sure not to tell anyone else about it, Carlisle added. Of course, Your Majesty, the doctor replied, bowing as he turned to leave. Carlisle let out a quiet breath. I will become a father. I'm glad you agreed to get checked by an imperial doctor, he continued. You kept insisting that your symptoms weren't a big deal. Well, I was just feeling a little dizzy lately. I never expected it was because I'm carrying a child inside me. Carlisle smiled. I hope that if we get a daughter, she looks like you. She would be so beautiful. If she resembles you more, she would also be beautiful, Asha said gently. Now, at least, there won't be any more issues about us providing an heir to the Empire. Asha, you don't have to worry about that. If anyone's bothering you about it, I'll get rid of them right now. What do you even mean by that? Asha said with a soft laugh. Just focus on taking care of yourself. You've been told to keep a peaceful mind, remember? Yes, but I don't think I can stay in bed all day doing nothing. Huh? Isn't it better to keep acting normal to hide the pregnancy? Then I'll stay by your side the whole time until we reveal it, Carlisle said as he hugged her. There's no other choice. I have to protect our child. I'm sure people will start complaining if you stay by my side all the time too. If I stay with you, no noble will dare disrespect you. A few months later, I've heard it's very painful to give birth. Carlisle thought nervously as he paced outside. Why is it so quiet? Why can't I hear anything? I've also heard that a high number of women die during childbirth. That's not going to happen to Asha, right? I think one child is enough. I don't want her to go through this again. Suddenly, the doctor came out and opened the door. The next emperor is here. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Already? How is Asha? How can she be this quiet while giving birth? Her Majesty is completely safe and sound. I've never seen anyone endure the pain as well as she did. She did just as I expected. You can come inside to see her and your new child. Carlisle stepped in. Asha, he said. She turned her head, holding a small child in her arms. Look at our baby. Asha, you really did a great job. He stepped closer, eyes wide in awe. She looks so strange, huh? Don't you think she's beautiful? It's strange, but really beautiful. Asha replied softly. Yeah, so beautiful. 9 years later, Ryan, don't run. Asha and Carlisle ran after their son. You always get so excited when we come here, Asha said, breathless. You must really like that painting, Carlisle added as Ryan stopped and stared at it. You said you were going to start displaying this picture at the Imperial Museum, right? Ryan asked. Yes, Carlisle replied. That way, everyone will be able to see how cool you were. I never imagined we would put that painting on display, Asha said, shaking her head. I don't remember that moment being so great back in the day. What are you talking about? It was much better in real life than it looks in the painting, Carlisle teased. Don't give Ryan false illusions about us, she warned. Even now, he can't stop staring at the painting whenever he sees it. Don't worry so much about it, Carlisle said. I heard that the days when your child praises you as the greatest person alive don't last long. Really? Asha asked. In a few years, he'll start going through puberty and defying us. I told you I already know that, she replied. But I don't know why. I just have a feeling you'll always be an awesome dad to him. Ryan has always liked you more. What? Don't you know that Ryan's eternal idol is Asha Evaristo? What are you talking about? I scold him almost every day. Ryan, Carlisle called. Yes, father. I have bad news. What? Is it about mother? Yes. What happened to mom? She thinks you don't like her that much. What? It can't be. I didn't say he didn't like me, Asha murmured. I just said I think he likes Carlisle more. Ryan, why do you think your mother feels that way? Maybe I haven't been telling her that I love her as often as I should. It's not that, Ryan. You always tell me you love me before putting me to sleep, Asha said softly. Then why? What else could be the reason? I'm not sure, Carlisle said thoughtfully. It must be because your mother is a shy person. She always feels shy when people love her. Why does she feel ashamed that I love her? Your mother has been shy for a long time, Carlisle said. Back in the day, when I showed her love so often, she would refuse to believe it, right until the end. What on earth are you telling him? Asha asked, clearly flustered. Because of that, Carlisle said, smiling, we have to make sure to tell her that we love her more and more every day. She deserves that kind of love. All right, that seems like something easy to do, Ryan agreed. We also have to give her more hugs and kisses. Great, Carlisle said. Well, then go with your mother now. Yes, father. What were you telling him? Asha asked suspiciously as both Carlisle and Ryan hugged her. Perhaps you didn't realize, but from now on, we've decided to tell you more often that we love you, just to make it clear. Starting today, at breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and any time it crosses our mind. Carlisle smiled. I love you, Asha. I love you, Mom, Ryan said warmly. Oh, you too. I love both of you. I love both of you, Asha whispered, holding them close. The king spoke solemnly as he looked at Carlisle. The right to select your partner is what I am granting you as a reward for your victory. The Emperor's command is a sign of gratitude for winning the war against the savages. Whoever you choose will become your spouse. In that case, Carlisle said, I choose to marry Princess Asha. What? The prince muttered, stunned. I understand how great an opportunity your generous offer is, to allow me to marry any noble I choose. That's why I had to choose the highest-ranking noble available. And that noble is, of course, the princess, Carlisle said plainly. Is there an issue with that? How arrogant you are, Count Pervaz. How dare you ask for the hand of the princess? The king growled. I will give you one more chance to choose another partner. The partner I want is Princess Asha, Carlisle repeated. But if you insist on rejecting my decision, you'll have to pay the compensation money that was promised for my victory. Asha let out a quiet laugh. I find it interesting that you have chosen me. Are you not aware that I've been stripped of my title as Crown Princess? Aha, I apologize, Carlisle said with a faint smile. It's something I've been thinking about for quite some time. It seems this will be a long conversation, Asha said, sitting down. So tell me, did you choose me only because I'm the highest-ranking noblewoman? No. At first, I was only aiming for compensation, he admitted. But now that you've accepted, that opportunity's gone. Asha frowned. It doesn't seem like you knew about my situation after all. Why did you accept my proposal? Carlisle asked. Before I answer, let me give you a proper greeting. It couldn't have been easy defeating the barbarian army. As the princess of this empire, I thank you and all of Pervaz for your efforts. Thank you, Carlisle said sincerely. We should have supported Pervaz better before, Asha added. She's known as the Blade Master Princess now. Blessed by the god of war. I thought she would be cold and harsh, but... Let's sign the engagement papers, Asha said suddenly. I'll give you what you want, the funds and connections to rebuild Pervaz. Carlisle raised a brow. Is there something you want from me? Not really. I would appreciate it if no one puts surveillance on me while I'm in Pervaz. Surveillance? Carlisle blinked. Don't tell me you just want to take a break in Pervaz? At least I'd be free. No one watching my every move. That's really all you want? Just to relax and enjoy the food in Pervaz? Exactly. Carlisle looked troubled. What about your situation? Everyone knows the Empress had you stripped of your title. If you leave now, she might try to get rid of you. Is there a problem with that? Asha asked with a calm smile. Your Highness, listen to me. I swear on the honor of my land. I will help you. What are you talking about? She asked, puzzled. To be honest, I didn't expect the Imperial Treasury to allow us this much funding, Carlisle said later, as they prepared for departure. I told you it would work, Asha said. By using the fact that we're leaving the capital and court, it was easier to convince them. Still, Pervaz won't be easy. It's good we brought a lot of supplies. As their caravan was being loaded, Asha turned at the sound of familiar voices. Your Highness! Your Highness! She smiled faintly. Lionel Giles. She turned to Carlisle. Count Pervaz, this is Baron Sir Lionel Barley and Count Sir Giles. It's an honor to meet you. I am the Lord of Pervaz, Carlisle Emir Pervaz. We owe you our gratitude, Count Pervaz, Giles said. Without you, the princess would have left Pervaz with nothing. I already told you I'm tired of that talk, Asha muttered. Why don't you try being more greedy, Your Highness? Lionel said. You're the only one fit to rule the empire. He's right, Giles added. I thought you were preparing for revenge out here in Pervaz, but instead you claimed to be taking a break. Even so, Carlisle added, I thought communication between us might be difficult, coming from such different regions, but I'm surprised at how natural it feels. Of course, we'll all take care of the princess in Pervaz. But in the meantime, Giles said, I trust her to you. I'm honored to serve her, Carlisle said with a respectful nod. A few weeks later, the people of Pervaz are so thin, Asha thought. We must focus on feeding them before rebuilding. The project to restore the estate is important, she told Carlisle. But feeding your people comes first. As I said, she continued, I'll support all necessary expenses. Don't hesitate. Do I look like someone who hesitates over things like that? Carlisle said, half smiling. Right now, I think rebuilding the main road should come first. You're quite shameless, Asha replied. I assure you, I'm not wasting a single penny. I know, she said. I trust you. Carlisle stared at her in silence. Do I have something on my face? Asha asked. It's nothing, he said, looking away. I already thought she was beautiful when she wasn't smiling. But now, she's even more beautiful when she does. A few months had passed since Asha arrived in Pervaz. In that time, the territory had not only begun to recover but had also withstood another attack from the barbarians. Now, it was receiving a new guest. May the glory of the gods be upon your highness, the man said, bowing as he approached. I am Sebastian Diffrit. It is an honor to meet you, your highness. He took Asha's hand and kissed it gently. This place may not be the most comfortable for you to stay in, Asha remarked. If it is by your highness' side, then any place is a blessing for me. It is nothing short of an honor. What a load of crap, Carlisle murmured under his breath. Pardon? What did you just say? I said you're quite admirable. Carlisle smiled coldly. What brings you all the way to Pervaz? Ah, I nearly forgot to mention it. When Her Highness Asha regains her title as Crown Princess, I wish to claim the highest power available to the noble world. I'm prepared to do whatever it takes to obtain that position. Oh no, Carlisle muttered internally. So, I look forward to working with you, Difford added, extending his hand. Likewise, Carlisle replied, shaking it. Suddenly, a soldier shouted from the walls. The barbarians are attacking. They've built catapults. This time we must focus on defending the outer walls. Barbarians using tools. Carlisle thought grimly. If we place too many troops in the castle, we won't have enough left to fight them off outside. But where are you going? Someone asked. To Her Highness Asha, Carlisle replied. If we don't get her help, we have no chance of winning. He found Asha quickly. Please help us. I will pay any price. A price, she said with a frown. I've never asked for a price. I'm royalty. It's only right that I go out and eliminate enemies who've invaded imperial land. Then why, Carlisle thought, when rebuilding Pervaz also imperial land, did your highness use her personal funds? Wasn't it the empire's responsibility? And yet, it was you who stepped in when the court failed. And now again, you're helping me. Not as a representative of the empire, but by your own will. Paying a price is a matter of pride for me, Carlisle said. Because I am the lord of this land. I don't mean to look down on you, but if the heavens ignite, I will face the barbarians on the front lines. Yes, Asha replied, nodding. Then let's go, she said firmly. Long live our highness. Long live our lord. The people cheered. Later, after the battle, Your Highness, Difford approached with a glass of wine. I heard you were exceptional on the battlefield today. Not at all, Asha replied. Count Fairweather was far more impressive than I. She sipped her wine calmly. Meanwhile, at the outer wall, someone called out to Carlisle, get a hold of yourself. They say she's been blessed by the god of war. It's like a god has descended on the battlefield. Die, you inch, a barbarian screamed as he lunged at Asha from above. She looked up, just as Carlisle leapt forward and killed the attacker in one blow. Are you all right, Your Highness? He asked quickly. Yes. Leave your back to me, she said. That's reassuring, he replied as they both continued fighting side by side. Is it over? Asha finally asked as the battlefield fell quiet. Well done, Count Fairweather, she said. Let's head back. Without warning, Carlisle kissed Asha. I never imagined he would do something like that, she thought in surprise. Sorry, never mind, he muttered. I should go see Count Fairweather now. Later that night. There you are, Asha said, finding Carlisle. I thought you'd come to me right away. Excuse me. You said you'd pay a price if I helped you. I did say that, he admitted. What kind of payment would you like? She asked. From the beginning, Carlisle said slowly, it seemed Fairweather only had one real asset. So maybe I'll just take that. Come to my room. At midnight, Asha said. Midnight came. So you came, Asha said as Carlisle entered. I'm sorry I'm late. No, you're right on time, she said calmly. To be honest, this is my first time doing something like this, so I needed a little time to prepare myself. Something like this? Carlisle looked startled. Wait. Your Highness, are you planning to take my body as payment? I thought maybe you had some feelings for me. I was hoping. Asha laughed softly. I thought you were smart. Apparently, I was wrong. Do I look like the kind of woman who'd sleep with a man I don't have feelings for? I don't know anymore, Carlisle said honestly. Really? She asked, eyes locking with his. Then please give me certainty. Gladly. I love you, Carlisle, she said. I love you too. I probably fell for you first. You probably did, she whispered, and I'll keep loving you more from now on. Yes, he murmured, drawing close. Please continue to love me more. They kissed, and this time, there was no hesitation. And that brings this chapter to a close. If you made it all the way to the end, you're amazing, and I seriously appreciate your time. These videos take a lot of late nights, energy, and passion to put together, and knowing you're watching makes it all worth it. So if you had fun, enjoyed the story, or just love diving into the world of Manhwa as much as I do, make sure to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notifications so you never miss the next adventure. More epic stories are just around the corner.